About 20 years ago, Earth was no longer peaceful because one day gates and dungeons appeared, and monsters began running rampant everywhere. Humanity had to face terrifying disasters. This young man had originally been an online novelist. However, when Yu In-sin picked up his phone, he saw a rather strange app called the Creator. Yu In-sin could not remember when he had downloaded it. He just assumed it was an ordinary game app and tapped it to try it out. After that, an ant appeared on the screen, along with a bizarre message he could not understand no matter how he read it. Yu In-sin had never seen any game with graphics this bad, but out of curiosity, he still gave it a try. Every time Yu In-sin touched the screen, an ant was destroyed and he also received one dark coin. At that moment, a system notification appeared as well. Congratulations, you have taken another step on the path to becoming the great demon king, the one who seeks brutal power. Wasn't this the power of a hunter? So Yu In-sin rushed off as fast as he could to test his ability. The results came out not long after. The staff member cheerfully informed Yu In-sin that he qualified to receive a hunter's ability. Hearing this, he felt as if his life had entered a new chapter and that he could become a superhero. Since he did not dare dream of the distant A rank, he swore that as long as he reached E rank, he would immediately quit writing and become a professional hunter. But reality slapped Yu In-sin so hard it nearly knocked his face sideways. His rank was G. This result instantly crushed his spirit. After all, a G-rank hunter was barely different from an ordinary civilian. The receptionist wanted to comfort Yu In-sin a little, so she specially emphasized that his ability was described as a power capable of creating matter. But even that did not cheer him up much. "Mr. Yu In-sin, would you like to register for a license?" the staff member asked again. "How much is the fee?" he asked in return. "The registration fee is 280,000, the staff member replied, still extremely cheerful, but her answer snuffed him out. Why would he waste as much as 280,000 just to register for a license he could not even use? After all, what dungeon would ever allow a G-rank hunter to enter? Yu In-sin was utterly disappointed, sighing over and over as he accepted the fact that he should just go back home. He hurried to finish the rest of his manuscript before his editor could start pressuring him. That night, Yu In-sin stayed up past 2 in the morning. Perhaps because he had been affected by the ability test that afternoon, he was in a terrible mood. The manuscript he wrote was terrible too. For 5 hours straight, he kept writing and deleting and writing again, yet he was still not satisfied at all. Just as Yu In-sin was about to take a short rest, the late-night news reported that S-rank hunter Baek Ju-hyun had just completed a challenge in a disaster-level dungeon. The dungeon was called Dark Vein, and Baek Ju-hyun's proud face on the news dealt Yu In-sin a heavy blow, making him angrily change the channel. Then he ran into a skincare commercial starring another S-rank hunter named Seo Ong-mina, and Yu In-sin was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. Out there, great hunters were everywhere. Pick anyone at random and they would have a rank. A rank S-rank, and yet he had awakened as the most useless rank of all. This really was the creator's cruel joke. News about S-rank hunters was extremely irritating to Yu In-sin. He turned off the TV, planning to sleep and then wake up to write his manuscript with a clearer mind. But right then, his phone kept sounding notification alerts. Yu In-sin had planned to keep lying there, but the alerts kept going on. They rang non-stop, making it impossible for him to sleep. In the end, in a fit of irritation, Yu In-sin sat up, grabbed his phone, and opened that creator app. Every time he took down an ant, a gold coin fell out of the app. Yu In-sin seemed to be taking out all his anger on those ants. He wanted to see who would be the winner in the end. After struggling through the entire night, Yu In-sin fell asleep from exhaustion, while those coins had piled up all around him. But when he woke up, he saw only a few scattered coins left around him. Yu In-sin carefully picked up one coin. He was quite sure the small coins had all been engraved with the number 1 on their surfaces. But now, they had turned into large coins engraved with the number 100. What exactly was going on? While Yu In-sin was thinking in confusion, a new notification from the app was sent. "Congratulations, Nameless God. You have completed the requirements needed to open the God's shop." What the hell was the God's shop supposed to be? Yu In-sin did not know, but he could not resist his curiosity, so he immediately opened it to take a look. The moment he tapped that Z option, his phone gave off a ringing sound and a dazzling burst of light. At the same time, at the presidential residence in South Korea, an important meeting was being held with the president, politicians, and the head of the Hunters Association in attendance, and the meeting concerned the final incident in South Korea. Someone had already appeared who could unlock the hunter shop. This was an extremely rare ability that only a small number of hunters could comprehend. And unlocking the hunter shop could allow them to buy items and skills that only appeared in other federations. So everyone was extremely excited. Before long, the main doors opened, and an imposing man and woman walked in. The brown-haired man was named Kang Woo, a creation-class hunter. He was an S-class hunter who had unlocked the hunter shop, and the beautiful woman beside him was Seo Mina, an S-class ability user there to support everyone's perception. Across from them, the middle-aged man seated at the head of the table was the current president of South Korea. Jung Hae-won, under everyone's excited gaze, Kang Woo quickly activated his hunter shot. That action sent a shockwave through the room. Papers flew everywhere, and even the president's freshly styled hair was blown into a mess. After the room grew quiet again, Jung Hae-won asked with a face full of suspicion, "It looks flashy enough, but I can't see anything at all. What about the rest of you?" "I can't see anything either, sir." The person in charge hurriedly explained that normally, only the one who activated the hunter shop could see it. That was why Seo Mina had joined them today, so she could use her psychic skill to let everyone see what Kang Woo was seeing. She cleared her throat a few times, then began to activate her skill. The people in the room quickly saw the hunter shop interface appear clearly before their eyes. They were incredibly excited to witness in person the items they had only ever heard of in legend. For example, there was the consumable item, A-rank high-grade elixir priced at 7,000, the equipment item S-rank Excalibur priced at 2 million, and 2 skills, the Thunder God's Blessing rank SS and priced at 300 million. The Thunder God's Blessing costs 300 million gold, so in real money that's $30 billion, right? Someone muttered while calculating. Considering that skill's effects, this price is actually cheap. Someone else answered enthusiastically, while they were still noisily discussing it. Jung Hae-won suddenly spoke up with an extremely tense expression. He said the fate of the nation depended heavily on this matter, so he hoped everyone present today would keep the secret that Kang Woo had activated the hunter shop while also assigning 2 other S-rank hunters as his bodyguard. After hearing these words beside Kang Woo, Seo Mina revealed a somewhat unnatural expression, but she said nothing. Meanwhile, Yu In-seong had also just spent 100 coins to successfully activate the god's shop. The moment he confirmed the purchase, a coin engraved with the number 100 disappeared from the ground. This really was miraculous, but thinking about it, up to now, only these strange coins had appeared. He began to wonder whether he could become like S-rank hunters such as Kang Woo. Although G-rank and S-rank were as different as heaven and earth, so his shop was probably restricted too. At the very least, he should be able to do a few things right. However, when he opened the shop, Yu In-seong was left dumbfounded once again. That was because the descriptions on the shop's item list were written in strange characters, just like the first notification when he logged into the app, leaving Yu In-seong completely unable to understand what they meant. On top of that, after grinding all night, he had only earned nearly 500 gold. He had just spent 100, so now he had only 372 left in total. And yet the prices in the shop were all in the millions. With prices this outrageous, how was he supposed to buy anything? Yu In-seong let out a long sigh and was about to exit the app when the items on it suddenly began to spin at a dizzying speed. After a series of refreshes, Yu In-seong saw something priced at 100 gold, as if the system were urging him to buy it. So Yu In-seong did not think too much and tapped it. The system immediately notified him that he had successfully purchased the exclusive authority of the Blind God's Eye. The Blind God's Eyes? Yu In-seong did not understand what this thing was used for. But before he could finish reading the notification, his vision suddenly flashed white. Yu In-seong instinctively fell backward, and the phone in his hand dropped as well. His eyes could no longer see anything. This made Yu In-seong extremely panicked. He climbed out of bed, fumbling around for his phone so he could call emergency services. But because he could not see anything, he tripped over the cabinet. The pain made Yu In-seong collapse again. Tears and snot streamed down his face, but right at that moment, his vision also returned. Yu In-seong had not truly recovered from the shock yet and could only draw in a breath. That situation just now had been far too terrifying. He saw his phone lying right in front of him, so he went over and picked it up. The strange thing was that after experiencing that brief period of temporary blindness, Yu In-seong could now read the text in the god's shop. The equipment items inside all had beautiful-sounding names. Yu In-seong scrolled for a while but still did not see anything he could afford. Then his gaze stopped when he saw one item. It was called Exclusive Crafting, Transcendent Rank, and its price had a very, very long string of zeros. Even though he did not have enough money to buy it right now, Yu In-sin was captivated by it. He had the feeling that if he owned it, he could become the main character of a novel. If you are G-rank, then you will stay G-rank until the day you die, right? And S-rank will always be S-rank. But there seem to be exceptions, don't there? Yu In-sin muttered, then suddenly had an idea. Right, what if he really was an exception? With that thought, Yu In-sin kept scrolling through the shop to see if there was anything else he could buy. Then he spotted something else. It was called God's Powerful Index Finger. Other than the information that it could grow, there was no further description. The money Yu In-sin had left was only enough to buy this. He let out a sigh, then decided to take a gamble and bought God's Powerful Index Finger. After the purchase success notification appeared, Yu In-sin did not feel anything change. He stared fixedly at his index finger. He began to wonder whether this was a scam. But then, while flailing his arms and legs around wildly, Yu In-sin realized something. He could control the direction of the air conditioner's vents, and he could also use his index finger to turn on the TV without touching either of them. This ability was exactly like a remote control. It left Yu In-sin himself endlessly amazed. The first thing Yu In-sin wanted to do after receiving this new power was ask his index finger to write his story for him. But of course, that was impossible because he still had to use his brain. Just then, his phone rang. It was his wonderful editor calling. Yu In-sin also did not understand why he was suddenly calling. He cautiously answered the phone. As a result, he heard a voice that could pierce his eardrum. "Wow, dear author, the chapter you sent earlier was really interesting. I was truly surprised," Yu In-sin stammered. What? He had only written some random nonsense about his ant-killing experience. And yet the editor found it interesting? What part of it was interesting? "Are you serious?" Yu In-sin asked back, full of suspicion. Yes, the person on the other end affirmed firmly, even praising him for being very talented. It was just that there was one major problem. Hearing this, Yu In-sin immediately grew nervous. "What problem? Just tell me and I will immediately." He had not even had time to say the words "fix it" before Yu In-sin was cut off by the other party. "The problem is the next chapter." "Where is the next chapter? I can't wait to read it." Yu In-sin's face darkened. This guy. He had scared him half to death. After thinking it over, Yu In-sin negotiated with the other party and asked for 2 days. After 2 days, he would send over the new manuscript. The other party was very satisfied and hung up. As for Yu In-sin himself, he still felt that the editor's reaction just now had been way too exaggerated. Was that ridiculous story about ants he had casually written really interesting? If that was the case, then he had to keep going. Thinking this, Yu In-sin opened his phone, logged into the Creator app, then continued his ant-killing journey to earn Su. He kept going like that, and after earning 100 small Su coins, they automatically combined into a large Su coin worth 100. Although earning this 100 gold had taken quite a lot of time, that amount was still nowhere near enough to buy the items. Even so, Yu In-sin still diligently browsed the shop to see if there was anything suitable for him for the next stage. Then he saw an item called Blessing of the Growth God, a consumable item whose description said this was the lowest level god. Its price was 1,000 gold. Even though it was the lowest rank, Yu In-sin guessed that it would still be more useful than that nearly useless index finger power. Moreover, just seeing the word growth was enough to make his heart pound. With that enthusiasm, Yu In-sin continued smashing ants to earn enough 1,000 Su. Things went rather smoothly, until Yu In-sin encountered a red ant with the number 404. No matter what methods he tried, he could not make it die. Yu In-sin looked at how completely different this ant's color was from the rest. So he concluded that it must be the boss. If that was the case, it would definitely drop more Su than usual. Thinking this, he became even more fired up. However, no matter how fast Yu In-sin's finger moved, that ant ran just as fast. He tapped his phone until his hand was burning, yet still could not catch it. After struggling for a while, Yu In-sin was truly irritated. He swore that he had to teach that stupid ant what the title Great God Audison meant. However, even after some more time passed, Yu In-sin still had not caught that red ant. It was just an ant, so how could it be that fast? Yu In-sin was practically going insane, so he switched targets and frantically hunted down the other ordinary black ants. Then, after who knew how long, he had defeated his 801st ant. The system immediately sent a new notification, saying that the Nameless god's karma had risen above 800. And with only 200 more, Yu In-sin could obtain a new title, Great Evil God, Seeker of Power and Destruction, along with a reward. By now, Yu In-sin was on the verge of passing out. The clock had struck 3 a.m., and he officially dozed off before he could read the final notification. The special authority of the blind divine eyes will be activated according to misproposal marker number 404, overlooked by the Nameless God. Suddenly, a creaking sound rang out around him. Along with a blinding light, Yu In-sin woke up in a panic. He looked around and realized he was inside a movie theater, and there was no one around at all. The moment the screen in front of him lit up, Yu In-sin's gaze went blank. On the screen appeared the image of a desert and a tiny figure walking with a cane. At first, he thought it was a person, but after looking closely, he realized it was red ant number 404, the one Yu In-sin had tried to eliminate that afternoon. So this was the true power of the god of the Dark Tribe. He was willing to sacrifice all living things just to destroy me. That is not a god, that is the cruelty of a demon. There was no more time to waste. I have to hurry and let my friend Brendan know about this, the ant thought to itself. It kept dragging itself forward like that and finally returned to a cave. Inside the cave were many red ants just like it, sitting at stone tables and enjoying a meal. Though it was unclear what they were eating, the red ant Yu In-sin had chased down that afternoon had just entered the cave when it shouted, "I found the food source from the fleeing Dark Clan." But they were all destroyed by a god of the Dark Clan. He is a strange and terrifying monster, so we must flee at once. We need to do something before that monster comes back to attack." The red ants fell silent for a few seconds. Then, from the crowd, a cackling laugh rang out. They mocked that ant, calling it a coward and a disgrace to the great empire. "A monster, a god of the dark clan is a monster. If you were defeated by your own food, you should have just stayed hidden there. All of you be silent." Suddenly, a commanding voice rang out, cutting off every mocking word. The red ants, who had been arrogantly mocking their own kind, all stood up straight at once, showing respect to the owner of that voice. It was the archmage of the Red Ant clan, and this old ant actually agreed with what Red Ant 404 had said. It could sense the existence of the demon that 404 had just mentioned, and firmly confirmed that all of this was true. "This land is now His Majesty's territory. That evil god is on this sacred land, and we must eliminate him immediately," the Red Ant Archmage declared loudly, leaving 404 deeply moved. It was even moved to tears, simply because someone as powerful as the Archmage was willing to believe its word. After that, the Red Ant Archmage suddenly placed a hand on its head. In an instant, every wound on its body was healed. 404 was then honored with command over the clansmen sent to subdue the monster it had described, because to the Red Ant Archmage, 404 was a brave warrior who had returned from danger. Since someone as influential as the Red Ant Archmage had spoken, the other ants naturally had no more objection. They all stood up together and shouted the slogan, "Everyone fight together, destroy the evil black god." Their morale was incredibly fierce. And right then, Yu Inshin woke up in bed, breathing extremely hard. The scenes just now had felt far too real, making him wonder whether he had dreamed about those ants, or whether that ant tribe was dreaming about him. Yu Inshin habitually reached for his phone, and he received a notification from the Creator app saying that number 808 was launching an invasion. When he turned on the screen, Yu Inshin discovered that the red ant had appeared again. He had only just woken up, yet his rage was stirred up to a boil once again. "Very well, I will eliminate you immediately," Yu Inshin roared through gritted teeth. "Nature will stop evil," another voice rang out as though responding to Yu Inshin. He stared blankly at the screen and saw many other red ants again. Among them was the Archmage ant with the beard and round white robe he had seen in his dream. They seemed to be setting up some kind of battle formation. Yu Inshin stared without blinking. As a result, a burst of power shot out from the phone and struck him. For a moment, he could not understand what had just happened. By the time he came to his senses, he realized that his forehead was bleeding. Just like the coin that had fallen out of the phone before, that attack had been completely real. And inside the phone, in that other world, the red ants under the leadership of the Archmage ant were truly setting up battle formations and fighting. To them, Yu Inshin's existence truly was that of a god above them. It was just that the Red Ant Archmage's power was no joke either. In the blink of an eye, Yu Inshin was struck by it once again, hurting so badly that he had to cover his face tightly with both hands. As expected of the great Archmage, hurry and subdue him, the red ants cheered excitedly. "You have achieved a great military victory. His Majesty will surely be pleased." However, before the fake ant could celebrate, the sky above suddenly turned red. Its face went pale as it hurriedly shouted for its clan to run away. But it was already too late. The first wave of power descended from the sky. It was followed by countless pillars of terrifying light crashing down one after another. The red ants were completely scattered. Each beam of power corresponded to Yu Inshin in the outside world, continuously punching his phone screen. It seemed that after getting hit twice, his anger had finally surpassed his concern about money. By the time Yu Inshin calmed down, his phone had already been smashed to pieces. The young man quickly grabbed it and cried out in despair. "Ah, my phone screen is completely shattered now." Still, after that emotional outburst, Yu Inshin had truly wiped out the entire colony of red ants. His karma points had risen above 1,000 and he received a new title, Evil God. Along with the title came an effect called Brutal Slaughter. It had the ability to increase the evil god's combat luck. Yu Inshin stared blankly at the screen. What kind of evil god and brutal slaughter nonsense is this? I'm a law-abiding citizen, so how the hell am I an evil god? More importantly, instead of that new title, he cared much more about the pile of money he had earned. The 1 gold coins were gradually combining into 100 gold coins. But among the pile of gold, Yu Inshin noticed something that looked like a ring. As he brought it closer to inspect it, Yu Inshin unconsciously caught a strange scent. He moved it closer to his nose, and to his surprise, he smelled an incredible fragrance. It was the first time Yu Inshin had ever encountered a scent capable of cleansing the mind. To such an extent, though he had no idea whether it came from herbs or something else. Driven by curiosity, Yu Inshin slipped it onto his little finger. The moment it touched his hand, he immediately felt his body becoming lighter. The feeling was absolutely wonderful. All his exhaustion seemed to vanish instantly. It seemed this was the reward tied to the new title mentioned in the notification Yu In-shin had failed to read last night. Because he had fallen asleep. Ding. The phone rang with another notification. Yu In-shin hurried over and turned on the shattered screen to check it, only to see a message stating that the blind god's eye had been activated. Appraising ring, appraisal complete. After reading the notification, Yu In-shin stared dumbfoundedly at the ring again. Then he discovered that information about the item had appeared before him through a virtual window. Its name was Rift Ring, a ring worn by Red Ant number 800, containing the life force of an entire forest and capable of increasing the power of elemental attributes. Yu In-shin could not stop marveling. This harvest turned out to be even more astonishing than he had imagined. He also wondered whether this skill worked on other things. Out of curiosity, Yu In-shin immediately tested it on the television at home. Sure enough, it returned extremely accurate results, including the fact that he had used the television for 1 year and even that it still had 3 months of installment payments left. Then he tested the laptop on the desk and the refrigerator in the corner. All of their information became crystal clear thanks to the blind god's eye. This skill seemed rather extraordinary. Yu In-shin continued doubting himself for a while. With this skill and the Rift Ring, could he really still be just a G-rank hunter? Once he wore that ring, surely they would not evaluate him as merely G-rank anymore. Thinking that, Yu In-shin made a decision. Tomorrow, he would return to the appraisal center. Once he decided, he acted immediately. Early the next morning, Yu In-shin arrived there. The receptionist had not even forgotten his face yet. She advised Yu In-shin not to waste more time and money because the appraisal error rate was less than 1%. Even so, Yu In-shin insisted on doing it no matter what. During the first appraisal, the government covered all expenses, but from the second time onward, anyone wanting another appraisal had to pay 1.58 million won. Hearing that nearly scared Yu In-shin to death. There was no way he had that kind of money. Afterward, he left in disappointment. He really had been excited about the ring, but that amount of money was truly beyond his means. Instead of trying to escape the label of a G-rank hunter just to enter dungeons, perhaps he should spend his time writing instead. Yu In-shin looked at the crowded stream of people. Almost everyone had come there for hunter ability appraisals. He hoped to find some inspiration for writing from them. While Yu In-shin was absent-mindedly observing them, the blind god's eye activated automatically once again. Yu In-shin had not expected this thing to work on humans as well. He looked over everyone around him, but all he could see were vague special notes beside them, while their names remained hidden as though protected by privacy settings. That was until he saw Seo Gong Mirai standing there gloomily, staring at a poster searching for heroes. She was the first person whose full name Yu In-shin could see. The system also noted that she was suffering from tremendous emotional shock. And for some reason, Yu In-shin suddenly stood up and rushed towards Seo Gong Mirai. He reached out his hand, wanting to use the god's finger to stop her from walking any farther. And that was the very first meeting between the two of them that we saw at the beginning. Everyone already knew the outcome. When Yu In-shin tried to start a conversation with those bizarre pickup lines, Seong Miri immediately thought he was insane. She even wanted to use her superpowers on him. Yu In-shin originally tried to explain that he was not crazy, but this young man was born without any talent for talking to girls, so the more he spoke, the stranger he made himself seem. Fortunately, right then his phone rang as planned. It was his older sister calling. Yu In-shin's sister was never exactly gentle, so he pretended to panic and hurriedly answered the call before running off. Yu In-shin's sister wanted him to help pick up her daughter. It was little Seong Jian, looking at the girl's chubby cheeks. Yu In-shin genuinely felt his heart melt, and he wondered how his demon-like sister could possibly give birth to such an angel. While talking, Yu In-shin unconsciously could not resist pinching the girl's plump cheek. As a result, Seong Jian got angry at him for quite a while, because having her cheeks pinched was the thing she hated most. Yu In-shin had run into another headache, because whenever Seong Jian got mad, it lasted for an entire hour. But times were different now. He had the blind god's eyes. Whenever something difficult came up, he could just let them handle it. After evaluating the target for a moment, the blind god's eyes suggested that Seong Jian wanted to eat a chocolate cone ice cream. He thought it would be something difficult, but buying an ice cream was easy for Yu In-shin. So he immediately said, "Seong Jian, let's go get some ice cream, a sweet and delicious chocolate cone." Seong Jian was still a child. How could she resist the temptation of sweet? Just like that, she forgave her uncle in an instant. Afterward, the two of them went together to the ice cream shop, but when it came time to pay, Yu In-shin pulled out a pile of coins. This clearly annoyed the shop clerk, and she became noticeably stingier when serving the ice cream. Was she discriminating against him just because he paid with coins? Yu In-sin thought to himself. This was for the future generation of the nation standing beside him. Right then, Yu In-sin suddenly remembered something. That's right, he had the god's finger. Although this skill was usually pretty useless, it seemed perfectly suited for this situation. So Yu In-sin stood at a distance and activated the skill. Ice cream immediately poured out of the machine in excess, since the employee could not take the ice cream back. Xiang Jian ended up holding an ice cream cone half as tall as she was. The girl was completely satisfied, and Yu In-sin finally enjoyed a peaceful and relaxing day. But the young man's relaxation did not last long before his phone rang again, with a lively notification sound. Yu In-sin received a notification that his F-rank brutal murderer title had been activated. Through this activation, the Nameless God's combat luck effect had increased significantly. Oh, so it is you, the one walking the path of the great demon. I shall watch over everything, including the trials you endure to become a true demon god. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed through the air. Xiang Jian was so frightened that she dropped the delicious ice cream in her hand. She widened her eyes and looked up at the sky. Yu In-sin also followed her gaze. Then he saw a gigantic monster tearing open a dimensional gate as it appeared. Thanks to the blind god's eyes, he immediately identified it as a genderless horned bull. It was 400 years old, a monster seeking to obtain the god's trials by devouring the Nameless God. And the Nameless God was Yu In-sin's nickname in the game creator. That also meant the monster had appeared specifically to target him. And this was no coincidence. Fortunately, Xiang Miri appeared just in time and defeated the horned bull, allowing Yu In-sin and his niece to escape danger. When the horned bull died, Yu In-sin received another notification. It stated that his brutal murderer title had increased by 1 level. The reward was 1 free purchase of a low-tier divine power from the god's shop. It sounded tempting. But after both he and his niece nearly died beneath the feet of that horned bull, Yu In-sin developed a deep hatred for that demonic act. And that was why he appeared here, intending to throw the phone into the river. However, just as Yu In-sin was about to do it, the phone emitted another notification sound. In the end, he could not overcome his curiosity and decided to check it. And on that notification were 2 words that caught Yu In-sin's attention: Holy Maiden. Through the phone screen, Yu In-sin saw the savage Red Ant tribe slaughtering another Black Ant tribe, along with the Holy Maiden being mentioned. She was an ant queen who looked weak at first glance, the female ruler of this tribe. Holy Maiden of the Black tribe, do you really think you can escape the hands of the Imperial soldiers? After cutting down several gate guards, the fierce Red Ant advanced toward the Holy Maiden of the Black Ant tribe. In the moment of greatest panic, the girl prayed for help from the Nameless God, who was none other than Yu Yixin, a character designed to protect this tribe. Seeing the Black Ant priestess trembling on the screen, Yu Yixin was reminded of the time he clung to Xian's cart while trembling before that horned bull. And he was pretty sure he had looked exactly the same back then. If that was the case, how could Yu Yixin possibly stand by and ignore her? So he immediately made his move, killing the largest red ant on the screen, the very one threatening the Black tribe's priestess. Instantly, dozens of coins dropped out of the screen, along with a notification saying that the Black tribe's priestess wished to know the true identity of the Nameless God out of overwhelming gratitude. My gratitude? Yu Yixin wondered, then quietly muttered his own name. Another notification immediately appeared. It stated that the Black tribe's priestess deeply worshipped Yu Yixin, and because of that, he obtained the title Supreme God, Merciful Savior. This brought about a new development. Yu Yixin now possessed both the Evil God title and the Supreme God title. This changed his alignment path from dark faction to neutral, and that Supreme God title also granted him another reward. It was 100,000 gold. Ever since playing this ridiculous game, this was the first time Yu Yixin had ever received such a huge amount of gold, so his excitement was unavoidable. Combined with the gold he had collected earlier, he now had a total of 108,700 gold. He immediately opened the god shop and browsed around for something worth buying. The first thing was definitely the consumable item Yu Yixin had been eyeing earlier, God's Blessing, priced at 1,000 gold. It was described as a liquid accumulated during the training process of one who seeks eternal truth, capable of unleashing latent potential to its maximum, and the more one consumed it, the stronger the user would become. It certainly sounded tempting, but the moment Yu Yixin heard it was someone else's bodily fluid, he instantly lost interest in buying more. Still, that bottle had already cost him 1,000 gold, so he couldn't bear to waste it. He opened the cap, shut his eyes tight, and forced himself to drink every last drop. However, after finishing it, Yu Yixin didn't feel anything particularly different. That bottle of liquid felt no different from an energy drink, yet it cost 1,000 gold. Irritated, he began cursing the system for being a scam. But after seeing the description saying the more he drank, the stronger he would become, Yu Yixin gritted his teeth and bought several more bottles to drink. After finishing them all, his eyelids suddenly grew heavy. Yu Yixin lost control of his body and collapsed on the spot. At that moment, his omnipotent assimilation rate had risen from 0% to 5%. At the same time, the skills Yu Yixin possessed also evolved according to this assimilation rate. However, when he opened his eyes again, he discovered he was lying on that soft old bed that had been around for over 10 years. Yu Yixin's head felt like it was splitting apart, and he had no idea why he was suddenly back home. Out of habit, he reached for his phone, but at that exact moment, he felt an itch on his hand. Several ants crawled out from nowhere and climbed onto Yu Yixin's hand. The tingling and itching sensation quickly snapped him awake. Then Yu Yixin was horrified to see an enormous swarm of red ants filling his room like an invading army. He jumped off the bed, his first instinct being to panic and run away. But the door refused to open. Those ants were incredibly vicious, biting Yu Yixin relentlessly whenever they caught him. Though each ant was tiny compared to him, a swarm this large attacking together was no joke. In desperation, Yu Yixin looked toward the window as if it were his final lifeline. This was only the 3rd floor, so even if he jumped down, he probably wouldn't die. Thinking that, he took a deep breath and lunged toward the window. But unfortunately, the window wouldn't open either. Yu Yixin smashed face first into it and was thrown onto the floor. Damn it, was he really going to be trapped here forever? Since escaping had failed, then the only option left was to fight. Thinking that, Yu Yixin began battling the swarm of red ants. The ants also committed all their forces to attacking Yu Yixin, even bringing flaming arrows with them, although the arrows were incredibly tiny. Smaller than porcupine quills, Yu Yixin was struck by thousands of them at once, causing such agony that he temporarily lost the ability to move. Ahaha. You like this feeling, you nameless monster? This is the power of the Empire. The leading red ant shouted loudly before ordering the entire army to take advantage of Yu Yixin's weakened state. Continue the assault in order to bring him down. Their attacks grew even fiercer, making Yu Yixin lose control of himself and collapse onto the floor. He was in tremendous pain and felt as though he could barely breathe anymore. But at that moment, Yu Yixin spotted a bottle of insecticide on the table. So he endured the pain and used the last bit of strength he had to throw himself toward the table. While the red ant swarm was still celebrating, believing they were about to destroy the nameless god, Du In-sin used insecticide to wipe out the entire colony. They were swept away by that power in a brutal massacre. But Du In-sin, likely because of too much ant venom, could no longer move either. He thought he would simply die like that. But the system appeared at the perfect moment, announcing that the high-ranking dark god Silent Nightmare had bestowed a gift upon Du In-sin. Using the last bit of his remaining strength, he pressed the Z option on the virtual screen. Instantly, Du In-sin felt a strange sensation returning to his index finger. At the same time, Seong Miri had finally escaped the crowd of journalists and reporters. She went to a mountain on the outskirts of the city and repeatedly tested her lightning ability. But it was useless because there was no way to unleash that power again like when she fought the horned bull monster. Seong Miri kept grinding her teeth in frustration. If she could awaken that power once more, then revenge would no longer be just a dream. Far away from there, Du In-sin was still struggling inside the burning apartment. Earlier, after receiving Silent Nightmare, he had sensed something unusual from his fingertips. But the feeling disappeared quickly, and Du In-sin noticed nothing else happening afterward. After inhaling too much smoke, he finally could not endure it anymore. He collapsed onto the ground. Even though he refused to accept dying like this, Du In-sin truly could not move anymore. Just as he was about to give up hope, the house was suddenly blasted apart by some mysterious force. Du In-sin instinctively looked toward it. The eyes of the blind god immediately activated and automatically analyzed the target. And before completely losing consciousness, he seemed to recognize a familiar figure. When Du In-sin woke up, he was already in the hospital, wrapped in bandages like a mummy because of the burns. His older sister and Seong Xian had stayed by his side the entire time. The little girl could not help feeling suspicious when she saw him wrapped up tightly like a rice cake. "Are you really my uncle?" "Of course I am." Yu In-sin nodded firmly. "Then what's the password?" Xian asked again. "Mom is a devil auntie, a fat auntie, hee. Yu In-sin replied. Only then was Xian satisfied as he jumped into his uncle's arms. Meanwhile, his older sister wanted to hang both uncle and nephew up and beat them. "Hey Yu Yisung, is it really right to call the older sister, who carefully wiped down her little brother after he escaped the fire, a fat auntie?" His sister scolded and hit him at the same time, not caring that her younger brother was still a patient. While the siblings were wrestling around, a sudden knock came from outside the door. Xian ran to open the door but saw no one there, only a large flower basket. There was a message on it addressed to Yu In-sin, but he couldn't figure out who had sent it. Of course, he could never have guessed that the owner of the flower basket was Seong Miri. After defeating the horned bull and going through the recent fire, she thought carefully and realized that whenever she was near Yu In-sin, she could use power beyond her own limits. Because of that, Seong Miri stayed at the hospital secretly observing him for 4 days. But she still couldn't find any answer as to what it was about Yu In-sin that allowed her to surpass her limit. Xiang Miri only remembered that during the battle, some kind of power had influenced her. Yu In-sin just lay motionless on the bed without any unusual movement, exactly like an ordinary patient. However, just as Xiang Miri was about to give up watching him and leave, she suddenly saw Yu In-sin sit upright, growling nonstop as if he were in terrible pain. Meanwhile, in the world of the creator, the saintess of the Black Ant tribe wanted to offer her tribe's treasure to Yu In-sin. The tribe elders desperately tried to stop her, because it was a treasure passed down through generations. However, she believed she could never forget the person who had saved them from the disaster that nearly wiped out their tribe. Besides, this item could help Yu In-sin become stronger. Only then could he continue protecting the Black Ant tribe. Xiang Miri watched him thrashing around on the bed after reading a notification on his phone, unable to understand what exactly was happening. It wasn't until Yu In-sin received a notification saying that the saintess of the Black Ant tribe and her 101 followers were praying for him and wished to offer tribute, that he finally calmed down a little and even felt somewhat accomplished. Weren't tributes usually only offered to people of great importance within a tribe? That meant he must be very important to the Black Ant tribe. Thinking that, In-sin crossed his legs arrogantly and pressed accept to receive the tribute. A small stone dropped out from the screen. After appraising it, the eyes of the blind god informed him that it was one of the 7 kinds of fruit from the world tree. Yu In-sin didn't know exactly what it did, but since the system said it was good for health, he immediately swallowed it whole. Right afterward, Yu In-sin immediately felt an unpleasant sensation. Outside, Xiang Miri was still holding her breath while observing every expression on his face. She saw Yu In-sin grinding his teeth while drool continuously streamed down his face. That was because the damned thing tasted absolutely horrible, salty, spicy, and bitter all at once. However, surprisingly, shortly after swallowing it, Yu In-sin suddenly realized that the wounds on his body no longer hurt. He removed the bandages and was shocked to discover that every wound on his body had completely healed. Xiang Miri, secretly watching from outside, was equally stunned. It looked as though Yu In-sin's full-body burns had happened a very long time ago. This only made her even more curious about his true identity. After that, the system announced that alongside receiving offerings from the ant swarm, the creator's blessing function had also been activated, allowing him to grant blessings back to his followers. Yu In-sin pondered for a few seconds. What kind of things did those ants like again? As soon as he thought that, Yu In-sin noticed several packets of coffee sugar on the bedside table. Meanwhile, the saintess of the Black Ant tribe continued praying persistently. When the tribe elders began growing anxious because they had already sacrificed all the gold, silver, and jewels of the entire tribe without receiving any response from the deity, something like snow suddenly began falling from the sky. They reached out to catch the pure white flakes, and some hurriedly tasted them, discovering that the flavor was unbelievably wonderful. Even more miraculous, thanks to Yu In-sin's blessing, those sugar crystals could also heal wounds. The injuries suffered by the Black Ant tribe after being attacked by the Red Ant tribe were completely healed. Now the elders no longer had any doubts. They were so moved by the sight that tears streamed down their faces. Is this a miracle, our great and benevolent god, Yu In-sin? Through the phone screen, Yu In-sin watched the ants happily dancing around, and felt delighted as well because they were adorable. Besides, with just 1 packet of sugar, he had gained 101 followers. Each follower was converted into 100 divine coins, and he received 10,100 divine coins from distributing that blessing, since all his injuries had healed. So Yu In-sin was discharged from the hospital shortly afterward. The first thing he did was look for a store that seemed trustworthy enough to sell his item. And although Yu In-sin had no idea, a mysterious person had been watching him the entire time. The store Yu In-sin chose was called Hieja. As soon as the employee heard he had come to sell some items, he became extremely friendly. Are you a hunter? No, I've awakened my powers, but I still haven't gotten a hunter license yet. Oh, is that so? Then please wait a moment. The man said this before handing Yu In-sin a form. He asked him to fill it out. The form required him to clearly state the origin of the item. Yu In-sin hesitated, unsure of what to write. After all, he couldn't exactly say he got it from catching ants inside a game. If his apartment hadn't been completely destroyed by the fire, he wouldn't have been desperate enough to sell repair materials like this. Not long afterward, a few more people entered, including one extremely large man. It seemed they had come here many times before, so the shop owner Zehi already recognized them. Yu In-sin glanced over them and gathered some basic information. The system notes stated that all of them had rather weak muscle. He was extremely confused. How could these huge guys possibly be weak? Either the information was wrong or that weakness was only compared to bosses. I heard your shop hasn't been doing too well these past few days. so I brought over something special. The man in front placed a large suitcase on the table. Inside was a mithril armor set that looked extremely expensive. The moment Zehi saw it, her eyes lit up like stars. However, thanks to the blind god's eyes, Yu In-sin immediately realized something was wrong with it. Although it looked beautiful on the outside, it was actually just a pile of scrap armor that had been used for 29 years. Because it was concealed with a half-baked blessing skill and a perception interference skill, it appeared beautiful like that. The skill only had a little over 4 hours of duration left. Once that time passed, it would immediately return to being a pile of scrap metal. A total of 560 mana, that's a lot. Then it must be very expensive. Zehi commented excitedly, completely unaware. Aha, my goods are always guaranteed quality. The man shamelessly replied. We'll only take 3 stacks. You want 300 million won in cash. Zehi hesitated slightly. Even so, she still firmly wanted to buy the item. Please wait a moment. I'll prepare the money as quickly as possible. Yu In-sin didn't want to meddle in other people's business. But 300 million won was not a small amount of money. He hurriedly stood up and warned Zehi that it was just a fake item and she shouldn't buy it or disaster would follow. The moment he said those words, the atmosphere in the room instantly froze. The 3 scammers' faces darkened, and the largest man immediately rushed over and grabbed Yu In-sin by the collar. Can you prove that what you just said is true? A flame appeared in the leader's hand. Yu In-sin had no choice. If he didn't use his skill, he would probably get beaten black and blue today. So he used the skill Divine Finger of Authority, instantly turning the shining armor into a heap of scrap metal. The 3 scammers became even more furious after their deception was exposed. The tall man truly wanted to beat him up, but their boss signaled for him to stop. Then he bowed 90 degrees and sincerely apologized. It was my fault, high-ranking hunter. If you wish, we can leave immediately. At that moment, the large man finally released Yu In-sin, and the 3 of them angrily left. It seemed their boss had mistaken him for a high-ranking hunter. But escaping danger was good enough. After they left, Zehi repeatedly thanked him. If not for Yu In-sin, she probably would have wasted 300 million won buying that pile of scrap metal. Thank you for helping me. You're a hermit, aren't you? She asked excitedly. The hermits Zehi mentioned were people who lived in seclusion. They possessed the abilities of hunters, yet strangely chose to live ordinary lives. Yu In-sin had first been mistaken for a high-ranking hunter, and now for a hermit, but he didn't know how to explain it, so he simply nodded awkwardly. Oh right, you came to sell some items, didn't you? Zehi asked again. Only then did Yu In-sin remember the real reason he had come here. He took out the Driss ring, but after Zehi carefully examined it, she concluded that the item only had 12 mana. Even if she paid him more, it would still only be a night-grade item, and not worth much money at all. Yu Inc. took back the ring, and the blind god's eyes suddenly began appraising it once again. At that moment, the item's description had changed. The system suggested that he should give it to someone close to him, such as a motorbike taxi driver. Miri hid behind a wall on the crowded street, secretly watching In-sin trade item. She wondered how he could recover so quickly from such a condition. Could this really be the effect of a top-tier potion? He only seemed to be a G-rank hunter. How could he possibly gain access to such a high-level potion? Just as I suspected, he might actually be a high-rank hunter. She thought to herself that someone capable of discovering her identity and recovering at such incredible speed might also be able to help her overcome her own limitations. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared and interrupted her thoughts, making her pause for a moment. Wait, this looks like I'm secretly following him again just like last time. On the street, the 2 people from earlier acted arrogantly and kept shouting at passersby, "Damn it, move aside." Meanwhile, Miri was still worried. If my older sister finds out about this, I have no idea how furious she'll be. Just as she turned around to leave, In-sin suddenly appeared behind her. He scratched his head and asked, Ren, isn't that Miri? Oh right, I have something to give you. At the academy, glowing electric cages illuminated the top of the building. They lit up the entire sky. On the rooftop, a professor with a grim expression stared at the computer screen and shouted, 1000 MP is still far too high for rank hunters. Miri stared intently at the ring in her hand. She realized that the ring itself had increased her power. Then she recalled what happened on the street earlier. When In-sin called out, Ren, isn't that Miri? Oh right, I have something to give you. Hearing that left her completely confused. Just as she was about to run away, In-sin called after her, wait, please take this, it will definitely help you. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and quickly disappeared into the crowd, leaving her bewildered. Afterward, Miri stared in shock at her glowing hands. On top of the building, Miri gazed thoughtfully at the ring in her hand, smiling with emotion. Giving me such a treasure, how could he possibly call it something ordinary? This ring has increased my power. Sung Man stood above them clapping in admiration, constantly praising her, truly extraordinary. But Mina beside him coldly said, don't get too full of yourself. Miri, you're still only an A-rank hunter. Juhyun glanced toward her with dissatisfaction and said, your attitude is really. He raised his hand as a signal. I'm really looking forward to working with you in the future. Let's fight together sometime. Miri immediately agreed. Okay. Mina snapped angrily. Hey, if you still intend to seek revenge or do anything similar, then don't blame me for being harsh. Miri lowered her head and thought sadly, I'm sorry, sis, but I can't. If that person can help me break through my own limits, then revenge will no longer be an impossible dream. Meanwhile, Inzin was trying to activate a new ability, the inherent authority of the eyeless god's eyes. It had been activated. The scene before him showed General Kamakiri receiving orders from Jim, along with 5 million soldiers under Jim's command. Kill the monster guarded by that savage tribe. It was the one that slaughtered 100,000 soldiers led by Hibiscus and Kim. General Kamakiri obeyed the order, as the fourth sword among the Empire's 10 swords. The soldiers below responded in unison, We shall obey your command. Inzin woke up in terror and threw the phone from his hand. Sweating profusely, he wondered, was that a dream? After realizing it wasn't real, Inzin wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed in relief. Thank heavens! Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. Wait a second, based on everything that's happened so far, that definitely wasn't a dream. I was almost driven to the brink of death by the curses of 100,000 ants. But even after 50 attempts, he was still completely helpless and had no idea what to do. A sudden ding interrupted Inzin's train of thought. Who's calling at this hour? Who would joke around at a time like this? A message from the user Silent Dream appeared. Do you desire power? Inzin replied, Who are you? Silent Dream answered, Weak and immature god, first sacrifice 100 beings of the same kind as yourself, especially those who share your bloodline. If you do that, then... The absurdity of the message infuriated him and he cursed, You bastard, you're blocked. Silent Dream panicked and pleaded, No, wait. Suddenly, the system screen appeared before Inzin. The inherent authority of the eyeless god's eyes had activated. Something astonishing appeared before him, the savage beast of the tribe. It roared loudly, I, General Kamakiri, will gouge out your eyes and sever your head to offer it to the great emperor. At that moment, he realized it was exactly what he had seen in the dream. The clock also showed that only 4 days remained. He immediately looked at his phone's screen. The system displayed the Saintess along with 101 terrified citizens facing the Empire's attack. He found it strange and wondered, so you people can feel fear too. Inzin hurriedly began devising a plan. This time, I need to prepare everything thoroughly once again. The wall of the building seemed to have been pierced by something, leaving a massive hole. Inzin was nearly losing his mind, wondering, why isn't the self-analysis working this time? It worked perfectly on everyone else. A sharp ting sound rang out as Inzin was successfully analyzed. He finally let out a sigh of relief. It worked, but joy was short-lived, the system announced. Traits incomprehensible and a complete loser. He could not accept the result. No, wait, that cursed power. Inzin returned to his bed. He checked the items he had bought from the hunter shop. The flames of Gehenna looked incredibly cool, and even the name sounded awesome. But it was nothing more than the finger of divine judgment. Aside from the flashy name, it was basically just a lighter. It had been advertised as something whose true power would awaken when combined with the finger of divine judgment. Before he could enjoy himself for long, he realized he had been scammed again. Furious, Inzin cursed under his breath, I should have thrown it straight into the trash. His anger had not yet subsided when his phone buzzed with another message. Curious, he muttered, Now what? It was the arrogant manager again. Hey, author. It's been over a week since you sent me your last manuscript. I understand you have your own difficulties, but work still needs to be completed. It won't look good if you keep delaying things. Remember, you're already ahead of the others. Inzin broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly replied, I'm truly sorry. Recently, I've been dealing with some unexpected incidents. Still, I've always believed in you, author, he muttered, podcast, then suddenly shouted out loud. That's exactly what I need. Podcasts are the holy water of the god of growth. Shouts echoed endlessly from within. We're going to fight 20 soldiers. At the same time, the system displayed that the synchronization rate with the Almighty had skyrocketed from 5% to 10%. Inzin's power had been strengthened. The title Merciful Savior had been activated. He focused entirely on completing the mission. The task seemed so difficult it made him nauseous. Hard work finally paid off and he managed to finish everything at last. Then he had to send it over to that supervisor. Afterward, he collapsed onto the desk and fell asleep again. Miri skipped over to find Inzin in a fairly good mood. Great, I even bought some pastries to bring along. Suddenly she froze in thought. Wait, would it seem strange if he knew I had his address? But I need his help, so I have to make a good first impression. Miri reassured herself, Don't worry too much, Miri. I'll just pretend we ran into each other by coincidence. After saying that, she slowly climbed upstairs and hurried toward Inzin's door. Inside, he was mumbling in a daze. It's all over. I'll buy beef for the supervisor. Outside, Miri hesitated. She wondered whether she should ring the bell or not. Eventually, Miri pressed it. Hearing no response, she quietly thought, Is he not home? She glanced at the lock and noticed something odd. The door did not seem locked. Miri opened it and slowly stepped inside, softly calling out, Mr. Inzin, are you home? Back at the office, everyone was focused on their work. The manager angrily complained, That guy is late again. While smoking, he texted, "Author, are you late again?" Suddenly, a hand slammed down onto the desk, startling him badly. Insin stood before him with folded arms and a confident expression. Then he handed the manager his new manuscript. Staring at the thick stack of pages, the manager could hardly believe his eyes. All of this at once. He held it in his hands with tears welling up in his eyes. Meanwhile, Insin was extremely proud of his accomplishment. He wanted to reward himself. "Today I'm going out for beat." Suddenly, mocking voices echoed beside his ears. "He's still sleeping at a time like this. Did he stay awake all night or something?" Insin was still trapped in his dream. Not knowing what was happening, he muttered, "So good, so good." He licked his lips greedily and begged for more. "Miss, give me 2 more servings of ribs." Suddenly he woke up, startling the 3 men beside him. They immediately cursed at him. "You bastard." Insin muttered in confusion, "Kidnapping? Where am I? What's going on? Did I really get kidnapped? Was the beef just a dream?" Minyu's face turned purple with rage as flames burst from his hand. He growled, "Very nice. You can still sleep at a time like this?" Kim Soo and Jae Min were also prepared to beat him senseless. Insin asked in surprise, "Tiny flames, weak body. Are you the scammer hunters I met at the Haya shop?" Jae Min stared coldly and said, "So you finally remember. Nice to meet you again, Insin." But he did not feel pleased at all and asked, "What do you want from me?" Minyu explained, "Obviously compensation for last time. You stuck your nose into my business, remember? Lucky for you, we also accept bank transfers." Insin asked in disbelief, "What am I supposed to do? I don't even have my phone." Kim Soo held up the phone mockingly. "This one, we've got it right here." Suddenly the system displayed, "Evaluation successful. The time until the Imperial Army led by General Kamiki." Kim Soo glanced at it briefly, unable to understand anything. "What kind of stopwatch is this?" Insin realized time had run out, and shouted desperately, "Hurry up, let me go, throw that phone away." Minyu still refused to take things seriously and cursed, "You bastard." At the same time, the phone in Kim Soo's hand exploded, sending blood flying everywhere. Blood covered his entire body. He screamed in pain between broken breaths. "Save me!" The other 2 beside him had no idea what was happening. That was the army of General Kamakiri. They stood in perfect formation, terrifying Jimin. "Bugs, what are those things?" The overwhelming number made him gasp, "There are too many." Minyu angrily cursed, "Insin, you bastard. Your power is controlling bugs." He looked surprised and asked, "They look like bugs to you?" Minyu was not afraid at all. Instead, he became excited. He instantly created blazing flames and smugly said, "Weird, but I can just burn them all right." The flames were incredibly powerful, completely unlike his normal attribute, making Insin question reality. Isn't fire supposed to be weak? He stared intently at the soldiers being burned alive. Minyu remained extremely arrogant. "Then I'll add your little brother's death to your debt too." In the desperate situation, he cursed under his breath, "Damn it, we're screwed." Suddenly, Minyu became weak and nearly collapsed, causing Jimin beside him to shout. Bro, Insin was equally shocked. The next second, Minyu slammed face first onto the floor. An energy stone mixed with blood appeared behind his neck, making everyone present wonder, "What is that?" Jimin and Insin stared at the scene before them. Ahead was the catapult unit of Kamakiri's army, leaving both of them speechless. Then Kamakiri ordered them to fire. Cowardly Jimin ran while screaming, "Help!" The tied-up Insin shouted angrily, "Hey, what about me?" On the other side, he desperately tried to open the door, but it would not budge. Jimin's terrified cries continued non-stop. "Help!" He suspiciously muttered, "This looks just like when I got trapped inside the house." Kamakiri continued giving the order to fire. After the command, the energy stones flew straight toward their targets. Blood splattered everywhere. Insin realized that even those massive flames could not kill them. "Can I really survive this?" Jimin desperately grabbed the door handle, but it seemed useless. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, he blamed himself. "If I had known they were this strong." "No, if it weren't for that damned game." Kamakiri interrupted his thoughts and smugly declared, "Evil god, all your subordinates are dead." Insin tightly shut his eyes and thought to himself, "I'm done for, I'm going to die today." Meanwhile, Kamakiri kept showing off his dominance. "I will kill you and turn you into food for his majesty." Hearing that, he froze in shock. Ahead stood the elite army. At that moment, the system displayed a notification that the small miracle effect had been activated. Streams of blue light began appearing across his body, gradually becoming more violent and making his eyes white. His vision spun as he clenched his teeth and endured it. The beams of light rushed toward Kamakiri and the soldiers. He stared in shock and asked, "Fool, how dare you attack His Majesty's army? Show yourself, servant of the evil god." Suddenly, a girl's voice called out from behind. "Are you okay?" It was none other than Miri. She put on her helmet and called out, "Insin." At her appearance, his eyes widened as he screamed, "Aaa, Thunder Queen." Miri unleashed savage bolts of lightning straight into Kamakiri's army. That drove him into a rage. "Insolence! How dare you attack His Majesty's army?" He no longer held back from fighting personally. Behind them, Insin laughed joyfully. Ha ha! Looking at their expressions, Kamakiri still could not recover from the shock. He even has the ability to summon such a powerful subordinate. He burned with anger inside. This evil god, Insin, appeared like a celestial being radiating purple light. Kamakiri knew well that the leader of all demons was a threat to the empire and the throne. After all, he was a general. How could he cling to life in fear? Kamakiri resolved to die together with them today. He declared, "I will drag at least one of your subordinates down with me." Miri immediately unleashed her attack and shouted, "Go to hell!" Lightning bolts slammed straight into the floor. The soldiers were packed together like ants, making even her surprised. "So many ants," the ants quickly advised their general. "Find somewhere to hide, sir." Kamakiri ignored them and clasped his claws together in prayer. 10,000 swords shall destroy everything. Your servant begs you, please grant me your power." A voice echoed through the void. "The one who wishes to stain my sword with blood. Are you prepared to offer your life?" Kamakiri swore. "I will offer the heads of all soldiers to you." As soon as he finished speaking, the divine being commanded him. "Advance," one soldier continued trying to persuade him. "General, we need to retreat, General." But he completely ignored them, swinging one claw outward and creating a beam of deadly light. Miri and Insin were both shocked by his actions. Kamakiri's entire body overflowed with energy, producing streams of pink light. He charged straight toward Miri. Squinting his eyes, Insin asked, did he just kill his own men? The system panel appeared. Kamakiri, 98 years old, Supreme General of the Empire, intends to eliminate Miri with 1,000 swords. Kamakiri furiously cursed, servant of the evil god. He focused on observing the situation. Kamakiri locked onto Miri and charged directly at her while shouting, "Blasphemer of his majesty." She jokingly replied, "Hey, wait a second," but he was already boiling with rage. "You will pay with your life." Kamakiri's speed made Miri gasp so fast. She was no pushover either and immediately unleashed a lightning storm. Bolts of electricity wrapped tightly around his entire body. But Kamakiri sliced it apart. Insin stared at the scene in shock. Miri exclaimed in disbelief. The lightning storm was cut apart. Through her visor, Miri saw his silhouette charging toward her. Kamakiri activated his ability again, seeing that Hector. No, at that moment streams of pink light surrounded her, making Insin unable to stay calm any longer. He struggled with all his strength to break free from the ropes binding him. But then something caught his attention and froze him in place. Miri had collapsed right in front of him. Blood covered her visor while Kamakiri's voice echoed beside them. "Blaspheming against his majesty can only be repaid with your life." After dealing with Miri, he walked toward Insin and shouted, "Demigod of the Hao clan, you will pay with your life as well." Insin's face darkened with rage. Suddenly, sharp fangs appeared behind him. Above them was a glowing eye, and then a giant mouth opened wide as if to swallow him whole. The system suddenly displayed, "The Heartless Nightmare ability has foreseen the fate of a mortal." Grinding his teeth furiously, he cursed, "Damn it." The system continued its notification. "This is a nightmare that has not yet ended," accompanied by Insin's hateful roar. "You filthy insect." The system displayed more information. "But it is also an event destined to happen eventually." Kamakiri coldly declared, "Now I'll send you straight to hell." The system displayed, "Insin, you are an existence capable of changing the fate of mortal." Hearing that, he asked in confusion, "The people who saved me 3 times." The system offered him a choice. "Do you wish to change fate with divine power? Cost 100,000 gold." Without hesitation, Insin selected yes. Kamakiri raised his claws to finish him off. Meanwhile, Insin stared at the system. Rewinding time with divine power, fate is being altered. At that moment, the same blue lightning from before appeared. The scene returned to the moment when Miri was fighting Kamakiri. She felt that ant-like creature was strange and extremely dangerous. He unleashed an attack with all his power and cursed, "Die." The system displayed, 100,000 gold consumed. In reality, Miri crossed her arms and focused on releasing her ability even though she knew she might die. The iron chains shattered in midair. The system announced that Miri's fate had changed. She closed her eyes and waited for the enemy to take her life. Insin pulled her back from behind, causing her to fall backward. Startled by the unexpected action, both Kamakiri and Miri turned to look at him. It turned out that Insin had freed himself from the restraints. Miri lay completely within his arms. Resting a hand on her chin, she thought, "I knew it." Insin clenched both fists, preparing to fight but still asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Miri hurriedly replied, "Ah, yes, yes." Kamakiri went mad with rage. "Die, you evil god!" Insin sneered at him. "What a nuisance, you insignificant pest." Kamakiri bared his teeth and charged forward. Insin raised his middle finger and taunted him. "Divine judgment." Afraid Kamakiri would not understand, he emphasized it again with his middle finger. Then a massive hole appeared in the roof, illuminating the entire sky. Flames erupted inside while debris scattered everywhere. The entire area became complete chaos, crimson light engulfing the mountain behind them. Kamakiri suddenly spoke reverently, "Long live His Majesty." Meanwhile, Insin remained perfectly calm. Miri choked on the smoke and coughed repeatedly. Suddenly, a knife came flying out of nowhere. It successfully caught Insin's attention. Miri wondered, could he really be the person destined to become my master? Insin picked up the knife and asked himself, what is this? Suddenly feeling the heat, he instinctively jerked one leg back and shouted, ah, it's hot. He woke up with a dazed expression. Right in front of him was a small shovel, and Miri, holding the shovel with wide eyes, quickly said, please leave that to me. Master, he still had no idea what was happening but casually replied, about that. Miri hoisted a bag of cement onto her shoulder, leaving Insin confused. Returning to earlier, Insin held the knife in his hand and wondered, what should I even use this for? Seeing that, Miri asked, you're a cultivator, aren't you? I was wondering about that. Insin turned around nervously. I think she's misunderstanding something. Then he stammered, well, before he could finish, Miri had already knelt down and called him master twice. She sincerely pleaded, please make me stronger, I'll do anything. I know it won't be easy, but please accept me. Insin frowned and complained inwardly, oh man, I need to settle this quickly. Afterward, he brought her in front of the computer. Insin calmly called out, Thunder Queen. She gently responded as well. Yes, master, you can just call me Miri. He continued, I never said I would accept you as my disciple, anyway. How long are you planning to stay here? Miri smiled brightly and answered, until you teach me. Her reply shocked him so much that he grabbed his head and explained, no, I'm just an ordinary person. I'm only G-rank. But she had her own reasoning. You gave me this ring that made me much stronger. You're the one, Insin hurriedly defended himself. I'm glad it helped, but I only happened to get it by chance. Miri still clung to him stubbornly. I understand what you mean, but please at least give me one chance to make up for my mistake. Back in the present, she looked up with satisfaction and said, there we go, now it finally looks livable. Curious, he looked over as well and could not hide his surprise when he saw that the huge hole had been repaired into a cute little window frame. But then he heard something strange. Why did it sound like thunder? Was it about to rain? Miri answered shyly, no, I'm just a little hungry. Seeing how pitiful Miri looked, Insin said, you worked hard, want to order something to eat? She did not hold back at all and immediately agreed. Of course, black bean noodles. Suddenly, a notification appeared on the phone. It was an emergency alert. Looks like Master will have to eat black bean noodles later. At the same time, the phone in his hand also vibrated. Insin quickly told Miri to wait. She let out a surprised, huh, the system displayed. You have purchased the blessing of the god of growth. Insin handed Miri a few bottles of Popcast and said, take these with you. Miri asked in admiration, how did you do that? You're just like Hunter Kango. Embarrassed, he replied, I don't know who that is, but drinking these should help. Miri climbed onto the window and turned back to thank him. Master, I'll drink every last drop. Insin hurriedly answered, there really aren't that many. She replied with an okay and rushed outside. See you later then. After Miri left, it looked like Insin would have to eat alone. A little while later, the shop owner announced, your food is here. At the same time, breaking news appeared on the TV screen. An S-rank Drake monster had appeared at the gate near the bicameral assembly. The customers nearby exclaimed in shock, the assembly. One of them continued, hope it destroys the whole place. The TV news went on. Fortunately, a hunter arrived at the scene in time, but it seems she can only stall for enough time for the civilians to escape. The hunter is currently facing the Drake monster alone. When Insin heard that the hunter was B-rank Miri, he nearly spat food out through his nose. Then footage appeared on screen showing Miri fighting against the monster. Most people believed she could not stand against an S-rank monster. The Hunter Association had already dispatched reinforcements. We will now broadcast the scene live. Hearing this, he muttered emotionally, that dangerous, it's an S-rank. The Drake monster raised its sharp claws high with its eyes glowing red. With a powerful slam, it shattered the road beneath it. Miri braced herself with one hand on the ground while using the other to hold tightly onto a schoolgirl. As the monster approached, she quickly let go and told the girl, run as far as you can, I'll stop it. The girl hurriedly thanked her. Thank you so much. Miri clenched both fists and evaluated her opponent. I can't believe it's actually an S-rank monster. S-rank, can I really fight this thing alone? But she also remembered what her older sister had told her. If you dare cause trouble, I'll deal with you, and if I find out. Without giving Miri any time to think, the monster struck downward. She quickly leaped high into the air to dodge the attack. Miri encouraged herself, focus, Miri, don't lose concentration. She then gathered power into both hands and unleashed brilliant bolts of lightning. Under Miri's control, the lightning wrapped tightly around the monster. Only Miri remained floating in the sky. A reporter seized the moment to announce, Hunter Miri has defeated the Drake. Once again, our hero has stepped forward. The crowd also cheered non-stop. Go Thunder Queen, you're amazing, Thunder Queen. Miri happily celebrated her victory. I did it. But the Drake was no ordinary monster. It launched a violent force toward her, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Miri was struck directly and crashed down onto the road. She muttered weakly, am I really not strong enough? The reporters stared in shock with their mouths wide open. Injured from the fall, Miri clutched her leg and cursed, damn it. Her older sister's words still echoed in her ears. Don't cause trouble. Then Miri noticed the bottle of Popcast from Insin. Seeing that the Drake was completely unharmed, the reporter announced, while the Drake monster remains totally unscathed, Miri. Everyone became terrified when the Drake turned toward them. It's coming this way, I hope Miri is okay. The Drake loomed in the sky surrounded by a powerful golden light. Miri had already drunk the bottle of Popcast that Insin gave her. She began channeling her power as blue lightning slowly spread outward. With a cold expression, Miri shouted, "The Thunder Queen is back." Miri's face overflowed with fighting spirit as she stared at the enemy before her. The gigantic Drake with its glowing red eyes slowly advanced toward the crowd, leaving everyone shocked and terrified. Yet the reporters still did not forget to continue the live broadcast. The Drake stomped one foot down, blasting dirt and rocks into the air. Floating in the sky, Miri activated her thunderstorm ability. Immediately afterward, an overwhelming power lit up the entire sky. At the same time, everyone inside the restaurant watched the news broadcast closely. As the live coverage showed the battle between Miri and the Drake, the restaurant owner could not hide her admiration and praise. Amazing. Is that the Thunder Queen? Another customer was equally surprised. Right, but she still looks like a student. The news continued, a rank hunter. Thunder Queen currently has the upper hand against the S-rank Drake monster. Hearing this, he sighed helplessly. Who's teaching who here? Next, we will interview Miri Live from the scene. You defeated a gigantic S-rank monster right after ranking up. How do you feel? Hearing that, Miri scratched her head in surprise and asked, "This is live." Facing the camera confidently, she raised both thumbs and said, "Master, are you watching? I did it. It's all thanks to the medicine you gave me. You're the best." After that, Insin returned to his room and quietly watched the battle through his phone screen. The view count already hit 2 million. Why would someone this famous come eat black bean noodles at my place? After dealing with the Brack incident, Miri innocently took a delicious bite and praised it. This place cooks so well. Thanks for buying food for me. But on the other hand, and worriedly asked, "Aren't you going home? Your family will worry." Miri replied with a pitiful look, "Nobody worries about me." Seeing that, he curiously asked, "Your parents don't care about their own daughter." Miri sadly told him the reason: they are all dead from the laser stream incident. Incinder repeated with a tense expression, "The laser stream. The laser stream? Even now, the whole world has united and still can't defeat them. They are the terror that has taken millions of lives." He seemed to realize he had accidentally touched Miri's painful memories, so he covered his mouth and blamed himself for his stupid words. Wai-Zin took out some food to make up for what happened earlier. She had exhausted too much energy. "Want to eat this too?" Miri hesitated for a moment. Suddenly, she spun around completely. With a bright smile, she reached out to take it. Of course. The sudden system notification made him freeze in shock, mouth hanging open. System notification: the target now likes and trusts you. If the target says the next keyword, faith will be activated. Keyword: I trust you, Wai-Zin. He sighed and wondered, what is this, some kind of story game? But then he realized, wait a second. If faith gets activated, does that mean I'll become some holy maiden with tons of divine followers? Money really does make people sharp-eyed. He grew excited, wondering when those ants would attack again. The more divine followers, the better. Just thinking about it made Wai-Zin overjoyed. He glanced at Miri, who was happily eating, and asked her for a favor. "Miss Miri, I have something I want to ask of you." Miri jumped a little and replied without hesitation, "Just say it, I'll do anything." With a sly grin, Wai-Zin asked, "Miri, can you repeat what I say?" She obediently agreed. "Okay, what is it?" But he seemed embarrassed and stammered for a long time before finally saying, "I trust you, Wai-Zin." He immediately acted regretful and collapsed to his knees. "That was probably too hard, right? Sorry, I said something weird." Unexpectedly, Miri repeated, "I trust you." Her absolute faith left him stunned. Miri continued, "I trust you, Wai-Zin." The moment she finished speaking, the phone lit up. "You have created faith." He carefully read the notification. "Congratulations, Miri is your first follower on Earth. Current follower count 1102. Where are my divine followers?" Wai-Zin quickly asked. "What about the divine power?" The system instructed, "Skill sharing. The skill sharing menu has been initialized." Still confused, he asked again. "I can borrow my followers' skills," the system explained. "As the master, you may borrow the skills of your followers. Recruit powerful followers." Current skill sharing target: Miri. Seeing treasure right in front of him but unable to grab it, he grumbled, "This stupid game. I wanted divine power, just delete this already." Miri still didn't understand what was happening. Why is he acting like that? Is he worried about something? Suddenly, a group wearing ceremonial robes appeared beside her on the floor. The locust creature stared directly at the two of them and said, "That one is the evil god of the dark tribe." Looking at Wai-Zin's behavior, the locust sneered in disgust. A conceited being like him actually holds a sacred title. His Majesty has made a grand decision. His Majesty said the evil god will play a crucial role in the Great War. Then let him witness His Majesty's generosity. Wai-Zin paid them no attention and focused only on studying the system. So I can use lightning storms anytime? Fine, I'll let this one slide. Then he raised his hand and decided, skill sharing, Miri. The system accepted. The room suddenly flashed brightly in the darkness. The Locust army stared blankly and asked, "What is that?" Brilliant streams of lightning blasted everything into the air. The Locust soldiers were charred black from the strikes and panicked in terror. How can the evil god possess such power? Miri became so thrilled that she was nearly shaking with excitement. The noise made the neighbor next door angrily shout, "Seriously, keep it down. Why are you causing trouble every single day?" Meanwhile, the two of them happily praised each other. "Master, you can use lightning too? That's amazing." Suddenly, he looked at his phone with a miserable expression. Right now, that's not what's important. It turned out the system charged repair fees, making him want to cry. Miri still didn't understand and asked, "Master, what's wrong?" After suffering a crushing defeat, the Locust returned to report before the imperial court officials. The emperor on the high throne roared, "What? He destroyed my army." The Locust respectfully reported, "Yes." He suddenly fired lightning as if he had no intention of negotiating. The emperor angrily said, "Locust, you were the one who suggested sending an envoy to that savage." The Locust widened his eyes and stammered, "But your majesty, I—" Before he could finish speaking, Sanzu instantly skewered him and sent him to the afterlife. With killing intent all over her face, she shouted, "How dare you trouble his majesty? That arrogant evil god! In 500 years I have never suffered such humiliation." The emperor immediately ordered, "Bring me that fool's head." "In the name of this throne and this empire," she hurriedly answered, "As you command, your majesty." The empire's mighty demigod. On Miri's side, she ran like a track athlete, kicking up clouds of dust wherever she went. Even Xin had to admire her. "She can run that fast without using any powers? That's what you'd expect from a high-rank hunter." Miri's voice echoed back, "Master, should I keep running?" He asked curiously, "You've already finished 100 laps." Miri smiled brightly and answered, "Yes." Then Xin took out a bottle of Pockery and told her, "Then drink this and rest for a bit first." Miri politely accepted it and thanked him. She immediately raised it to her mouth and drank eagerly. Meanwhile, he turned his face away and muttered to himself, "To me, this just tastes like watered-down juice. But it actually works on Miri." He held his head with a puzzled expression. "Even if it seems ridiculous, since I've accepted her as my disciple, I should at least do something for her. This medicine is the only thing I can give her." Miri looked full of energy. She enthusiastically asked, "Master, what should I do next?" Xin awkwardly replied, "How about squats?" She instantly agreed, and he suddenly got an idea. "Wait, maybe I can find a way to train her bloodline. What if I use the eyeless god to evaluate her abilities?" No sooner said than done, he activated his power. "Let's see." The system displayed the activation of the eyeless god ability, entering the opponent's mind. In an instant, he arrived in a different space. Sin asked in shock, "Where is this?" Suddenly, a beam of light shone directly into his face. Still not knowing what it was, he immediately asked the system, "What is this thing?" The system then displayed, Miri Cup S's true power had been sealed for 10 years, specifically bound by ZS. Only now did Sin realize that Miri was originally an SS rank. And occasionally, the girl's seal would be loosened by the god's powerful index finger. After all, it worked like a remote control, which meant all of her power would be completely released if the chains were cut apart. After saying that, he raised his index finger as if planning to do something. By evening, the scene returned to the busy streets filled with crowds. Miri bowed deeply before leaving. "Master, thank you for today." He waved goodbye and reminded her, "Remember to take your medicine before." Before he could finish speaking, Miri had already turned and run away, kicking up clouds of dust. Sin sighed emotionally. She's already reached that level. Just how strong did she become after the chains were cut? Images of her true power kept flashing through his mind. After all, the god's powerful index finger could sever iron chains. But no, if it only cuts this little, when will it ever finish? Who exactly sealed her up like this? It definitely wasn't herself. He calmly turned around and walked away because he would eventually find the answer anyway. Suddenly, everyone on the street shared the same question. What the hell is going on? With blood all over his mouth, Sin walked while clutching his head, unaware that a mysterious person was blending into the crowd behind him. That mysterious figure constantly watched Sin's every move. Suddenly, he clutched his head while walking, looking extremely miserable. Then he shouted, "Her seal isn't the real problem. The problem is my house." Somehow, the wall of his room had been smashed through, leaving a massive hole. He looked at his phone and saw new information. Silent Dream was staring at you sadly. He thought to himself, "I already blocked it earlier, so what's wrong now?" What a pain. Next, Heavenly Blade Absolute Steel stared at you furiously. He bit his nails thoughtfully and muttered, "This guy is the spirit of that sword." Heavenly Blade Absolute Steel shouted that it was not merely an ordinary sword, but a blade capable of cutting down even gods. Sin sarcastically replied, "So what?" Suddenly, he realized something strange. "Wait, can you people read my thoughts too?" Grinding his teeth in frustration, Insin cursed, I borrowed that thing and now there are two annoying demon ghosts bothering me too. What a nightmare. They refused to leave him alone. Notifications kept ringing nonstop. Silent Dream requested that you unlock it. Heavenly Blade Absolute Steel requested that you return its divine sword. Insin finally exploded in anger. Shut up, you bastards. I almost died because of that damn divine sword already. Heavenly Blade Absolute Steel offered 2.2 million divine coins taken from its army in exchange for the divine sword. Insin found it unacceptable. What? Taken from your army? No way. Who offers stolen money as payment? Seeing that, Silent Dream laughed at your cuteness and said, give me the sword and I'll pay 10 million divine coins. He emphasized 10 million. With that, I could buy some decent low-level powers or an item. I could even buy tons of medicine for Miri too. Meanwhile, Heavenly Blade Absolute Steel became anxious over Silent Dream's offer. Silent Dream mocked it for being dirt poor, and Heavenly Blade Absolute Steel swallowed its tears. Then it proposed trading one of its powers. He asked back, a power what kind? Heavenly Blade Absolute Steel offered its authority Infinite Sword. Hearing that, Insin grinned proudly. Infinite Sword, that sounds awesome. Heavenly Blade added that no one would dare stand against you if you possessed this power. Insin became extremely excited. A sword like this is exactly the kind of thing every guy dreams about. Silent Dream laughed and told you to take its authority instead. Rose blooming at night. He asked again, rose blooming at night. Silent Dream said that with its power, you could easily overcome your enemies without breaking a sweat. Insin's eyes sparkled like stars as he clenched his fists in celebration. Then he looked at the system and asked, who has a better offer? The system displayed, you have received Infinite Sword, 2.2 million divine coins, and 3 uses of Heavenly Blade's treasure vault. From Heavenly Blade Absolute Steel, you have received Rose Blooming at Night from Silent Dream. After reading it, Insin hesitated because he could only use Heavenly Blade's treasure vault 3 times, so he needed to save them carefully. Infinite Sword, Rose Blooming at Night. What exactly are these things? Should I try them out? He raised 2 fingers and activated the authority Rose Blooming at Night. Nothing changed at all. He wondered, why isn't anything happening? The system immediately reminded him, Rose Blooming at Night only works while the user is asleep. He furiously frowned and snapped, hey, if it only works while I'm asleep, how am I supposed to know what it does? Insin immediately realized that trusting these creepy ghost things was a mistake, but he still wanted to test his luck. Next, Authority, Infinite Sword. This time was no different from before. There was absolutely no reaction. Insin completely lost it and cursed, hey, you damn scammer bastards. Nothing was working at all. Then the system displayed, Infinite Sword is being activated. But he had already lost all faith and scoffed, you think I'm that easy to fool? Insin was overwhelmed with excitement. Something seemed to be changing and he wondered, this feels strange. Why is this happening? Insin's expression twisted, his eyes turning bloodshot with murderous intent. His entire body radiated crimson energy and a razor-sharp knife appeared in his hand. As he licked his lips, he wondered inwardly, why am I like this? // cut, I want to cut everything. He dashed outside, sticking out his tongue and shouting, I want to cut everything. It was as if 2 souls, good and evil, were fighting inside him. Stop it, I'm a good person. At Insin's usual diner, a voice suddenly echoed, good work. Yes, everyone worked hard today. After finishing her meal, the female customer politely said, I'll be leaving now. The shop owner kindly replied, all right, take care on your way home. The wife then told her husband, dear, let's clean everything up. He chuckled and replied, there are still vegetables left to chop. The owner pointed toward Insin and said, we've got him for that. The husband grinned smugly. That's right, we really should thank him. He's been doing these trivial chores for years now. And he even helps with that too. A writer, one who creates online novels. Tears streamed down Insin's face, yet his expression remained wicked as he raised the knife. I want to cut everything. After exhausting all his strength, he staggered outside and groaned, I'm dying here. Then he hurled the knife away and cursed, Infinite Sword or whatever, and this knife too. It's way too dangerous. It controls the user. After that, he flopped onto the bed, stretching his legs and swearing, I thought something terrible was going to happen. I'm never touching it again. Then he whimpered, ow, my back. It cracked, that hurts. Outside, Sanzu stood with hands on hips and asked a subordinate, is the evil god asleep? He hurriedly answered, yes, Sanzu, he's definitely asleep. She bared her teeth proudly. Good, the honor of killing him will belong to us. The subordinate replied, yes, Sanzu. She narcissistically laughed. And today, the title of strongest among the 10 blades will become mine. Sanzu ordered, move out. The subordinates shouted in unison, yes. Meanwhile, Insin slept soundly. Suddenly, a rose sprouted from his body, leaving Sanzu utterly confused. The rose continued to bloom larger and larger, emitting a brilliant white light. The system immediately displayed, Conditions for Silent Dream's exclusive authority have been fulfilled. A rose blooming in the dead of night, Sanzu's army charged toward him with spears in hand. But they were swallowed whole by gigantic mouths that sprouted from the rose. After eating its fill, it quickly closed its mouth. Sanzu gritted her teeth in fury, unable to comprehend what kind of monstrosity it was. The system displayed, pitiful creatures tremble in fear. Your nightmare is about to bloom. Watching from above as the flower radiated power and hunger for prey, Sanzu realized it was undoubtedly the dream blossom. She recalled reading about it in the tribe's records. Those records spoke of a brutal god that devoured over 90% of the people living in the territory 3,000 years ago. The subordinate behind her anxiously asked, "What should we do, Sanzu?" Seeing Insin still dazed, she continued thinking, "Silent Dream's disciple, the dream blossom." Sanzu's fighting spirit blazed fiercely. "Do not falter. What happens today will become an eternal glorious milestone for all of us." Filled with rage, she shot forward. The subordinates behind her understood immediately and followed Sanzu. She instructed them on how to approach the target. "Avoid the branches and get to the main body." The subordinates answered in unison, "Understood." She rushed ahead, grabbing a branch with one hand and snarling. Damn it, the subordinates were not as lucky. One after another, they were swallowed by the gaping mouths. They screamed desperately, "Save us, Sanzu." She cursed angrily, "Damn it." She struggled to hold onto the tree trunk and thought to herself, "Even if I can't kill the evil god, I'll drag the disciples of that monstrous deity down to hell with me." The moment she finished speaking, she swung her spear and hurled it with all her might at the enemy. The spear shot straight toward the gaping mouth and vanished. Sanzu couldn't believe her eyes and wondered, "Impossible, it swallowed my attack whole." Then she landed on the ground and glared at the dream blossom. Sanzu stubbornly gritted her teeth and hissed, "Impossible." In the next instant, she too was devoured by the dream blossom. The ringing of a phone irritated Insin awake. He complained, "What the hell now?" Half asleep, Insin couldn't understand why his stomach felt strangely full. Squinting at his phone, he muttered, "What is going on?" A notification appeared. "Saintess and 101 followers are desperately waiting for you to save them." Shocked, he exclaimed, "No way, what's wrong with you? Are you sick?" Suddenly he paused. "Wait a second." He then shut his eyes tightly, pressed a hand against his temple, and activated his power. The system received the command, Omniscient Eye activated. Analysis complete. Saintess and 101 followers have been poisoned by bee venom. Confused, he repeated, "Poison?" Insin looked exhausted, yet sympathetic. "Oh my god, how did you even get poisoned by bees? Were you smashing a hive to steal honey? If you wanted sweets, you could have just asked me. What were you and those ants even doing? Hang in there, wait for me a moment." Then he immediately turned on his computer. The system announced, "Miracle menu activated through Insin's sincere heart." He exclaimed in surprise. "Oh, a miracle," the system explained. "Miracles are the greatest blessings that gods can bestow upon their followers. Depending on the miracle you grant your followers, the more they trust you, the more they will worship or fear you. You will consume holy power and 100,000 divine coins to cast a healing spell. Do you agree? Yes or no?" Insin thought to himself, "Of course. I have plenty of coins, and as for that holy power, take as much as you want." The system displayed that 100,000 divine coins had been used, and part of the world tree fruit Insin had absorbed was extracted to create a miracle. The miracle took shape through Insin's wish. He wondered whether they were all right. Insin's eyes grew heavy, his head tilted to one side, and he felt incredibly sleepy. Even the system was helpless against this sleeping saint. It could only sigh, "Not again." While Insin slept deeply, the system continued providing information to the viewer. Insin's alignment changed from evil to neutral. A god of avoidance, including the god of abundance, is watching you. A hand suddenly appeared, followed by a coughing sound, and blood splattered across the ground. It turned out to be the holy maiden who had been severely injured by bee stings. She knelt and pleaded, "Divine One, please have mercy on our tribe. Please bless us, I beg you." Just then, a streak of light appeared in the sky. The holy maiden looked up and followed it with her eyes. The light pierced through the clouds, and beams of light fell like shooting stars. The holy maiden and the tribe cheered joyfully. "The rain is washing away the poison. Look, God Insin has blessed us. Thank you, my Lord." She clasped her hands in sincere prayer. "O God Insin, I truly thank you." Then she turned around and said to the tribe in a firm voice, "My people, God Insin has blessed us once again. In return, let us swear that we will place our faith in him forever. Let us unite and prove to him our unwavering faith." The whole tribe answered, "Understood. I'll join too, me too." Sunlight shining in from outside woke Insin up. Still dazed, he asked, "What time is it? Why do I feel so exhausted?" Miri, sitting beside him, asked gently, "You're awake." Startled, he puckered his lips and said, "Miri, why are you here?" She smiled and replied, "You did not show up for training, so I got a little worried." He immediately apologized for missing their appointment. Then Miri noticed the statue neatly placed on the table and wondered, "By the way, what is that troublesome thing?" Insin asked back. "Oh, which thing?" He did not understand what it was, so he asked the system. The system replied, "Hak Tuk presented a statue to remember and honor your contribution. Features bizarre form, painfully ugly. Insin looked at it and screamed, "Good grief, how can something be this ugly?" Insin pointed at himself and asked, "Ugly?" But Miri stepped closer, studied it with interest and whispered, "But if you look closely, it is not that bad." She glanced toward Insin and began pleading. "It looks kind of nice, can I have it?" He agreed at once, "Go ahead." But inwardly he mocked her, "You should get your eyes checked, Miri." He said regretfully, "Sorry, but I probably cannot train today." Miri replied, "That's a shame, then let us do it next time." After Miri left, Insin went to his desk and told himself, time to get started on the manuscript. But the system brought another surprise. What now? The system announced, World Tree Sprout. This world tree sprouted thanks to the miracle granted by Insin. Condition, gravely ill on the verge of withering. Time remaining before it withers, 24 hours, 30 minutes, 39 seconds. He was shocked. The sprout is sick. Then I have to use the blessing of the god of growth, but it does not seem to work. What? It will not work. It seems the world tree fruit healed my wound that time, and the effect was immediate. So I found a way to nurture it, then sold the fruit. There must be something in the shop. Finally, Insin found it. Here it is, Tears of the God of Abundance. Category, exclusive item of the God of Avoidance. Price, 20,000 coins. Tears of the God of Abundance, a lower-ranking god. Features, only those chosen by the God of Abundance can use it. If you want to buy it, you must complete the previously assigned mission. Warning. If the mission is not completed, the cost will not be refunded. He asked in surprise. I have to do a mission? Kind and diligent Insin picked up cigarette butts scattered along the road. Confused, he muttered to himself, to save that tree. Do I really have to go this far? The system announced, let us work together to add more green to the earth. One good deed point added. Mission completion progress 10-100. After working hard but gaining little, he complained, why is it going up so slowly? How long do I have to keep picking these up? Suddenly, a scolding voice came from behind him. Hey, what are you doing on my turf? Startled, Insin turned around. A burly man with a stern face stood behind him with his arms crossed. The man said in a deep voice, this is no place for rookies. Insin wondered, a homeless man. Insin secretly thought, but he looks really familiar. Then he lowered his face and explained, Sir, you have misunderstood me. Oh right, I heard that homeless people are very strict about territory. Connections come first, money comes second, he said respectfully. Please use this to have a full meal. This is all the money I have. Kangson was startled. You dare give charity to Kangson? He pretended to be furious while the boy could only cover his ears. Insin, over here. Ammon's number came to mind. That man was an S-rank hunter who used to work as a street cleaner. Kangson stroked his beard. Before he knew it, the old man had already snatched the coin and stuffed it into his pocket, leaving him stunned. When did that happen? Insin wondered if his points had increased after giving charity. The result was still 10 out of 100. He realized there was no point giving money to thugs like that. Insin was furious. Clenching his fists, he gathered all his courage and shouted, Hey, old man. Kangson thought he had misheard and asked again, What, old man? The boy was just as bold. Sir, please throw it in here. I promise I'll dispose of the trash properly. Kangson was surprised. Sir, he laughed happily. You've got good eyes, kid. Who do you work for? The boy pouted and answered, I'm just a freelancer. Living freely is the best. Suddenly something caught their attention. Insin wondered, that sound. The pedestrians panicked and shouted, A monster, there's a monster. Everyone began discussing nervously. What should we do? I heard monsters have been appearing nearby lately. Maybe we should go home, Kangson calmly replied. So they've finally appeared. Miracle's predictions are always accurate. The boy quickly tried to run away. Well then, I'm leaving. Hearing that, the old man quickly grabbed Insin by the shirt. You're leaving too? Then let's go together. Kangson hoisted him up and laughed loudly. I like you, kid. Insin helplessly gaped. Boss, I think you've misunderstood something. He looked pitiful, being carried around like a sack of garbage. Insin's face stretched tight as a string while dangling in midair. Kangson mistakenly thought the boy was excited. Then he landed in front of a building that looked like a construction site. While carrying him, Kangson said, People are saying there's an 80% chance of a dungeon break. Miracle's prediction says the same thing. Then he let go. Insin slammed face first into the ground. Kangson looked viciously at him. What's wrong with this kid? Did he faint? But he looked at least B-rank. Then he looked up thoughtfully. What the hell is that? A hideous monster with horns growing from its back appeared. Kangson scoffed. It's just a frog, a warm-up exercise. All right, today's snack will be frog legs. The frog noticed the boy lying flat on the ground. Could that be the young god from the rumors? How lucky I'm the first one here. If I bring him back, master will surely be pleased. Then it shouted sharply, Get lost, you fake. Kangson looked at it with a provocative grin. Then he began stretching while grumbling, Oh, for heaven's sake. Kangson sneered, Why is your croaking so annoyingly loud? Then he charged forward with a powerful punch. The frog found him troublesome. Move aside, he's my prey. Meanwhile, Kangson poured more strength into his fist, creating a dazzling blue light. The system suddenly displayed. A killing intent threatening the authority holder has been detected. Activating Night Blooming Rose, the unique authority bestowed by Silent Dream. Small branches covered in mouths slowly began to open. It looked as though it intended to devour both the man and the monster in front of it. Kangson and the frog both turned around in shock. The branches stretched high into the sky, blocking all sight. In Insin's dream, a gigantic ancient tree with lush foliage appeared, hanging beneath the night sky. Insin woke up clutching his head. Where am I? What is this place? A mysterious person appeared before him. He stood up politely and asked, "Excuse me." She lowered her hood respectfully. "You've returned, noble and benevolent god." Purple cracks tore through space itself. Insin realized that this place was. Agonized cries of "Mom" drew his attention. Kangson, covered in filthy slime, curled up on the ground sobbing. "I'm so scared, Mom. A giant flower swallowed me whole." Insin pouted and called out, "Boss." Then he pinched his nose in disgust. "You stink. Did you fall into a sewer or something?" The system displayed, "You have defeated an evil servant of the demon god and contributed to protecting world peace." He blinked in confusion and asked again, "What did it just say? Defeated a servant of the demon god?" The system notified him, "You have exceeded the required amount of good deeds for this mission, 1012 out of 100. You have obtained a mythical item, Tears of Endless Prosperity. The effect of Tears of Endless Prosperity has been activated, and the disease infecting the world tree has been cured." He happily imagined becoming rich. "Nice, I'm freaking loaded now. Now I can finally live comfortably." The system congratulated him. "You have successfully revived the world tree. You have established the foundation for the prosperity of the Dark Tribe." Kangson was still trembling in fear, curled up like a crying baby. "Mommy," making him feel awkward. "What am I supposed to do with this old man now? Maybe I should just toss him away." The system continued displaying messages. "You have gained more followers and prosperity. Therefore, your divine power will grow stronger through the worship of your followers." He reassured himself, "It should be fine." The system chimed again. "Members of the Dark Tribe wish to offer you the statue of loving devotion as thanks for reviving the world tree." Inshin recalled that grotesque and painful statue. Dika and Nua were inside the base, while Xiangmin praised Kangson. As expected of Kangson, even after resting for so long, he could still easily defeat monsters. "I heard Kangson has been taken to the hospital. How is he now?" Ung Dai replied, "He wasn't seriously injured." Xiangmin looked extremely satisfied. "What a stubborn guy," Ung Dai suddenly interrupted him. He turned back and asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" The boy hesitated and said, "Well." Then Ung Dai slowly explained, "I brought flowers as a gift and wished him a speedy recovery, but he suddenly couldn't, and ended up being badly shocked." Xiangmin immediately thought he might be allergic to flowers. He continued asking, "By the way, how is the Hunter Academy going?" Ung Dai replied, "All the preparations are complete. We'll begin as soon as Kangson recovers." Xiangmin firmly believed Kangson would become an excellent teacher for that child, a wonderful mentor and a naturally gifted student. "I have high hopes for them." Irritated noises came from Inshin's house. So annoying. Two giant statues stood tall, looking exactly like male versions of the Statue of Liberty. He stared at them and asked, "That's supposed to be me?" Suddenly his phone lit up with a message. "Lord Inshin, our noble and virtuous god." It turned out to be the ant from earlier. The system announced, "The Inshin statue has received multiple statue effects. Synchronization rate with Ankia in the inner world. The creator has increased by 10%. He never expected to receive messages from ants, so they could contact him now." The Holy Maiden sent a plea for help. "Please save the members of our tribe." He asked in surprise, "Save them? What happened?" The system notified, "Members of the Black Tribe are currently on the brink of death. A specially designated apostle worshipping Du Yixin has been attacked by magical beasts." Inshin froze in shock. "What? Attacked by magical beasts?" He shouted furiously, "How dare they harm my apostle?" The Black Tribe lined up neatly in front of him. He ordered them, "Take me to that bastard immediately. I'll personally teach them a lesson." The Holy Maiden clasped her hands emotionally. "Thank you, Lord Inshin." He rested his chin on his hand and struck a handsome pose. "Lead the way already. I still ended up getting dragged into this." The Black Tribe army ran through the forest leading the way. The Holy Maiden and one subordinate sprinted ahead. Seeing how slow they were, he sighed. "Since they're ants, it takes forever to travel, but I can't exactly say that out loud." Suddenly, something appeared and left everyone stunned. He looked at the phone screen and asked, "What's going on?" The system replied, "Target located." They had finally reached the enemy territory. Hundreds of thousands of glowing red eyes flickered within the freezing night forest. He asked the system, "What are those things?" The moment he finished speaking, Inshin leaped out from the bushes with a martial arts pose. The system answered, "Summoned magical beasts of the cockroach species. Black summoned magical beasts. Summoned by a cockroach. Special note, every hour their number and size will double. Remaining time 1 second." He landed on the ground and shouted, "Cockroaches." Beneath the ground, the cockroaches surged forward like an advancing army formation. He wondered, why are there so many of them? The Black Tribe citizens panicked and whispered among themselves, "We're finished. We're doomed." Run, the holy maiden calmly encouraged them. Everyone, don't panic. Have you all forgotten? We are the Black Tribe. We are protected by the great ancient. Even in such a dire situation, he still grinned and laughed loudly. Then he suddenly turned around and ran away, leaving the entire Black Tribe confused. The holy maiden no longer looked confident as she stared blankly at her people. The whole tribe panicked. The god has abandoned us. Another cried out desperately, we're dead, save me. A voice echoed from inside the tower. Are you certain? It turned out the emperor was questioning his minister. The other replied, yes, your majesty, I am certain. I'm sure your majesty also witnessed the abilities of those summoned magical beasts during the previous battle. He promised, just give me 4 days and I will bring you the color of the demon god. The emperor agreed but set a condition. I will wait, but if you fail, then go seek your own death. Suddenly, a member of the grasshopper tribe rushed in from outside to report urgently. An emergency message, the emperor roared. Who dares disturb us? If this isn't important, watch your head. The subordinate bowed and answered, yes, the cockroach beasts have multiplied into the millions. He continued, that evil demon god. Outside, smoke spread across the forest. The Black Tribe citizens stood guard beside barrels of insecticide. The entire forbidden territory was under heavy protection. The insecticide fumes spread everywhere, causing the cockroaches to collapse all over the ground. A horrible stench filled the air, forcing Inchin to cover his nose with a cloth. It turned out he had overturned his entire bedroom searching for insect spray. Found it, here it is, good thing I bought that insect spray. A few of them still seemed alive, twitching slightly. The cockroaches thought they had escaped death, only to be spotted by him. You thought I didn't see you, off you go to the afterlife. Seeing the holy maiden standing there with a dark expression while slowly backing away, he asked, what's wrong? I already killed all the monsters. Inchin stared at the screen, unable to understand what had happened. The priestess cried in remorse, I doubted my faith in you. I had no right to distrust you like that. Kill me, please kill me. He hurriedly comforted her. No, there's no need for that. Calm down. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification. You have met the requirements to obtain a new fixed skill. You may acquire the fixed skill God's Thumb by paying 100 coins. Would you like to obtain this ability? He wondered, God's Thumb, it's only 100 coins, let's do it. Inchin pressed the confirm button. The system accepted the choice. A god's innate power is authority, fear, and achievement. There may be hardships, but to grow stronger, those hardships must be overcome. Inchin still found these comments extremely strange. He quickly ran toward the door. Now let's see what this ability actually does. His phone chimed. He asked curiously, what now? Inchin's eyes rolled back and his mouth fell open. It turned out to be a message from the great manager, meet me immediately. The manager held out a bottle of liquor and offered him a drink. Drink, Inchin didn't hesitate. Sure, he raised the glass and emptied it in one gulp. The manager kept staring at him, making him uncomfortable. Wait, why are you looking at me like that? Listen here, the manager got straight to the point. What's wrong with your work speed? He stammered in reply. About that, the manager finally lost control. He shouted, please try harder, okay? Just listen to me. Embarrassed, he quietly replied, could you stop yelling? What's wrong with you? Are you drunk? The manager continued venting. Do you even understand what I'm going through at work right now? It's all because of you, idiot. Inchin snapped back. What, idiot? The system display interrupted their argument. Monsters had attacked the Dark Tribe again. Would you like to continue assisting them? Inchin became excited. Again. Keep multiplying them, I dare you. The manager completely lost it, shouting murderously, hey you, are you playing games right now? Then he raised his hand and smacked him across the face. She covered her mouth and started yelling again. Seriously, are you insane? Have you completely lost it? How could you do that? Someone stepped in to stop them. Guys, don't fight here. Under the night sky, moonlight flickered through the trees. The priestess stood proudly before the people of the Dark Tribe. Our God Inchin, she stretched out her arms and shouted loudly, God Inchin, we will wipe out every demon beast. At the same time, the system display appeared again. The God of Destruction, ability unknown, has slain a disaster-class monster. Reward, 300 million divine white coins. Back in the quiet city at night, the streets were completely empty. Inchin carefully read the notification. Follower of Inchin, Tears of Endless Prosperity, has requested assistance. Player Inchin may choose any ability as a reward after reaching Class C of the Merciful Savior rank. The cost will be paid by Tears of Endless Prosperity. He grumbled, damn it, why does this keep popping up? Then Inchin asked for clarification. So I get a free skill, right? In that case, I'll take the most expensive one. The system accepted. Player Inchin has selected the following ability. Creation of Heaven and Earth, Transcendent rank and ability type for transcendent beings, price 1 quintillion divine coins. Seeing that, he tossed his phone aside and sighed heavily. The system continued announcing, Player Inchin is incompatible with the ability Creation of Heaven and Earth. Creation of heaven and earth will be converted into a one-time use of demonic creation of heaven and earth to suit in sin. A massive creation system appeared, filled with towering skyscrapers and modern transportation networks. Along with it came a warning: the world will partially change. At that moment, Mina's small feet stepped out of the bathroom. She turned and asked Miri, "What are you doing now?" Miri looked up and quietly called out, "Sis, look at the sky." Mina froze in shock. "What's wrong with the sky?" Kangson, who was picking up beer cans nearby, was also stunned. "What is that? Oh my God, what's happening? What's going on?" Everyone on the street looked upward. A frightened girl cried out, "Honey, I'm scared." Sungmin inside his room also looked up at the sky. Yuhyun gasped in surprise. The handsome Kangwoo stood in the forest, staring thoughtfully upward as well. Two moons appeared in the sky at the same time, completely different in size and brightness. Johan silently watched with sharp eyes. He asked Namen, "You mentioned the Thunder Queen, the hunter who interfered with the guild master's business." Namen replied with a heavy expression, "That's right." Johan smiled proudly. "Excellent, the time has come." Namen beside him asked, "So how many people?" He pointed both hands toward the moon and answered, "Don't you think the more the better?" "Then let's start with 2,000 people," Namen quickly replied. Purple energy burst from Johan's entire body as he stretched both hands forward and murmured, "Oh God, please wait just a little longer. Your servant will fulfill your wish. We will grant the gods' wish to this world." Even the spaceship floating among the planets looked tiny. A voice echoed from inside, "This is Houston Exploration Rocket. Please report the coordinates of the second moon." "Houston, this is Exploration Rocket MTS-2. We are unable to approach the orbit of the second moon." The voice became increasingly urgent. "What, MTS-2? What's happening? The spacecraft is losing control. Repeat, the spacecraft is losing control." The moment a second moon appeared one morning, everyone must have been utterly shocked. No one knew anything more about it, except that it gave off yellow light at night and green light during the day. Experts predicted that gates and dungeons might increase. Therefore, according to reports, the Korean hunter associations would work with the government to locate the second moon. Inshin sat there clutching his head in frustration and shouted, "My head hurts so much." Miri panted and said, "Teacher, I'm done." He asked in surprise, "You finished all 500 laps already?" She answered politely, "Yes, I'm sorry, teacher. Today took about 4 minutes longer than usual." Inshin suggested, "Then let's do push-ups." Miri gave a small laugh. "Push-ups, teacher, you really seem to prioritize the abs." He said, "I guess so." But Inshin had something else in mind, more precisely. "I'll have to look into Miri's mind again." He began telling Miri, "Stay still." She called out, "Begin, begin," the system announced. "The unique power of the Nameless God's eyes has been activated. Acquiring the target's mental image. Ability activated. Miri's true essence appears." Did it seem cuter than before? He stepped closer and examined the true essence bound in iron chain. Then he activated the god's powerful index finger, and a section of the iron chain snapped. Inshin placed a hand on his forehead and thought, "There's still a little left, but more of them probably formed again, right? That guy doesn't guard against me at all." Inshin dropped his guard. "Now let me see how Miri's energy gets amplified." The true essence immediately licked his cheek. He patted it and said, "There, there." Under the clear blue sky, a bolt of lightning struck straight down from above. It turned out Miri's training had unleashed the thunder god. She realized it at once. "I can see it now. Your training method really works, master." He looked a little embarrassed. "Well, it's not exactly like that. A lot of people are watching, so be careful." Miri hurriedly replied, "Right, thank you so much, master." Insine scratched his head. "This is seriously unbelievable." After saying that, Miri turned around and continued training. "Now I'll finish today's session with another 200 laps." At that moment, he received a message. "Insin, could you please grant me a name?" He was surprised. A name, the little girl wants a name. After thinking about it, Insin realized it made sense. Yeah, I can't keep calling her Saintess forever. Having a real name would be better. A flood of names appeared in his mind. YG is such a convenient name. Suddenly, the image of the manager appeared out of nowhere. "You seriously have no talent for naming things." In the end, Insin finally came up with a fitting name. "That's it, Anti, because she's an ant." "Anti, what do you think?" The Saintess smiled brightly and clasped her hands together, thanking him for the wonderful name. The other citizens of the Black Tribe also wanted names and hurriedly begged him. "Insin, please give me a name too. Please grant me one as well." "Insin, me too, please, Lord Insin." Seeing this, he looked bewildered. "How am I supposed to name this many tribe members? Let's see. 1, 2, 3. The quiet streets finally calmed down again. Inside, Insin's voice could be heard. "Home is the best." He stretched comfortably. All fixed. Now it was finally time to rest. "Let's see what time it is." The system displayed. The Saintess and 100 followers of the Black Tribe received silver bullets bestowed by Insin and gained experience hunting disaster-level monsters. They evolved into the Gazami insect tribe. Traits, small and adorable, agriculture, construction. Insin exclaimed, "What is this, evolution?" The screen looked much more modern and clean now. Because Gazami had evolved, the monsters had entered a recovery phase, FB changed, and Insin reached level 2. He never expected this game to even have levels. The system continued announcing, survival farming activated upon leveling up. On the Black Tribe's side, the forest had completely transformed. Rocks and dirt flew everywhere. Anti knelt down in prayer. What miracle will Insin bless us with today? He stared in amazement and praised it. This looks way cooler now. The Black Tribe citizens were farming on lush green fields. Tiny, adorable houses had also appeared. Insin praised proudly, "Nice, very good. Since I improved the ground and the walls, they can work and defend themselves much more easily now." Anti proudly declared, "See that? The incredible miracle of Insin. Let us worship the great Lord Insin together." The entire tribe shouted in unison, "Yes, long live Insin." He scratched his head in confusion. Worship Insin, the one who feeds them, protects them, and gives them peaceful sleep too. These guys, somehow he gradually began finding this Black Tribe more and more adorable. The name Gazami tribe as well. Insin suddenly paused. Wait a second. Gazami means ant in the ancient language, right? So that means these people will evolve too. Interesting. Then next, he stared at the screen in confusion. What's this? Let's try it. The system announced, Warrior Tower. A tower entered by those seeking eternity. Only those possessing immense faith and courage may enter this tower, though it also absorbs the blood and soul of its users. Trait, survival chance below 1 in a million. Suddenly, a strange beast that was half human and half dragon appeared. It sat arrogantly atop the tower while sinister purple light radiated from its body. One Black Tribe citizen saw it and asked, "What is that thing?" The system also announced, "The Gazami tribe is being threatened by the Warrior Tower." Insin frowned. Absorbs blood and souls, survival chance below 1 in a million. If these ants let their curiosity get the better of them, then the ants gathered around the base of the tower. Every single one of them wore blank expressions. The system asked, "Insin, would you like to build a wall, yes or no?" He decided to seal off the entrance completely. A massive wave of energy burst out from inside the tower, forcing them to turn their faces away immediately. He shouted anxiously, "Do not let your curiosity drive you into that tower." One Black Tribe citizen turned to the others and said, "I knew Insin was truly incredible." The little ant named Inho secretly refused to accept it. A tower that only the brave dare enter. He stood there staring at his own hand. Behind him, the others fled in panic while screaming, "Run, save me." But Inho did not move at all. Sadly, he kept staring at his useless hands and said, "If only I were even a little stronger, I could have protected my friends." Inho stood proudly beneath the tower and looked upward. His face was filled with hatred as if he wanted to devour it alive. Inside the tower, the mage begged desperately, "No, your majesty, impossible." He knelt before the emperor and pleaded, "I am the archmage who formed a pact with the demon king. Please, if only you would grant me one more chance." The emperor furiously ordered him to shut up. "If you wish to atone, only death awaits." The mage continued begging, "Your majesty, please show mercy." The emperor finally rose in true anger, then thrust his sharp claws through the curtain. The mage screamed desperately for help. "Help!" A purple magic sphere suddenly appeared inside. It was about to shoot straight at the mage, making him scream non-stop. The emperor cursed furiously, "That useless insect, Jim must have run away on his own." One minister hurriedly spoke up, "Please calm down, your majesty. How could the blood god possibly lose to such a weak and pathetic man?" The emperor roared. "Silence, why should I trust and wait for useless trash like you? Even those idiots couldn't even deal with mere garbage." Suddenly a voice echoed from afar, "Please do not be angry, your majesty." The emperor recognized the high priestess, Lian Shuang. "So you've returned, my priestess." One grasshopper exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, the high priestess." Another respectfully said, "You have returned, high priestess." Arak bowed and replied, "Yes, your majesty. I have completed the task you entrusted to me and returned to your side. Your majesty, you will soon ascend from a demigod into a true god." She confidently spread her arms. "Please leave everything to me and prepare peacefully for your ascension. As for those lowly insects and their demon god, I will wipe them all out. I swear it in the name of Arachne." Cracks began to spread across the cave wall. From within the murky curtain of bones, the white blood phantom Mosto slowly emerged with an enormous body that radiated overwhelming pressure. It was surrounded by a vicious aura. Arak called out its name. "Mosto," it replied, "Greetings." Arak gave an order, "Make the demon god pay for disobeying his majesty's command. Plague bringer, I grant this to you." Ara handed Mosto an item, this wand. Mosto accepted the order, though still hesitant. "Understood, but I have one request." Meanwhile, Insin was typing away at his computer. He recalled the warning. If he failed to meet the target this week, both his contract and series would be cancelled. That made Insin even more anxious. "I can't let my contract get terminated." Suddenly, a message popped up, surprising him. just a little more. Once I finish this, what are those guys even doing? Snores echoed from inside the small wooden houses. Insin muttered enviously, they're sleeping so comfortably. Suddenly a voice shouted, muscles, muscles, that only made him more curious. Huh, what's that? A rock rolled heavily onto the ground as the voice boomed again. Yeah, muscles? The owner of the voice was In-ho, struggling to push a massive boulder. Insin stared with his mouth wide open. That rock is way bigger than he is. He looked completely different now. The system displayed information. In-ho, Gajami warrior. Trait, trains diligently to protect his family. He let out an impressed sound. Interesting, looks like the Gajami tribe developed unique traits after evolving. This is fun. What should I do with him? After thinking for a while, Insin decided to drop down a potion bottle. In-ho caught it in astonishment. What's this? His entire body trembled uncontrollably from excitement. A gift from Lord Yisheng. Lord Yisheng actually values someone like me. In-ho gratefully thanked him. I am truly grateful, Lord Yisheng. Insin didn't hold back his praise for In-ho. Good, then I need to keep working hard too, even though I'm so sleepy. At that moment, Mosto shrank its body and transformed into a tiny insect perched outside the window, silently observing him. So that's the rumored demon god. The one who destroyed me, someone like him defeated one of the 10 great swordmasters like me. The scene returned to the past when Arak asked, what is your request, white blood phantom Mosto? It boldly made its request. May I drink the demon god's blood? The demon god worshipped by the Black Clan. I'm curious about the taste of his blood. Arak let out a sigh. Ah, of course, I agree immediately. The demon god's blood and body will both belong to you, white blood phantom Mosto. It secretly rejoiced at obtaining her approval. Arak, you know nothing, do you? About how much power I will gain from the demon god's blood and how I will seize the emperor's throne. It rushed inside, preparing to use its hardened proboscis to extract his blood. And then, you too will belong to me. As the proboscis pierced in, Mosto delightedly thought, this demon god is so slow, he doesn't even notice me. At that moment, Insin was still muttering. Hurry up already, just a little more. The proboscis sank deep into Insin's neck, and drop after drop of blood flowed into Mosto's body. Excellent, this is wonderful. I can feel my power increasing at an unbelievable rate. With this much power I can. Insin finally started to notice something. He smacked his forehead and exclaimed, ow! Looking at the blood on his palm, Insin wondered, why are there still mosquitoes in late autumn? Suddenly, a chill ran through his body. Huh, why did it suddenly get so cold? Not only that, Insin started sneezing repeatedly. He blankly stared at the mucus smeared across his hand. Even then, Insin still hadn't realized anything was wrong. I should wash my face first. But when he looked into the mirror and saw a demon face mark on his forehead, he screamed, what the hell is this? What is this mark? The system alerted him, mark of the plague bringer, the common cold curse has been activated. Sneezing in confusion, he muttered, a cold curse. What kind of sneeze is that? Insin's complexion worsened by the second. What is this? A curse like the flu? No, I still have deadlines to grind through. A series of notifications appeared. Fever curse activated. Muscle pain curse activated. Appetite loss curse activated. Exhaustion overwhelmed him and Insin collapsed onto the floor. He desperately searched around. Is there any item that can cure this? I have to check. Walter is a famous doctor, right? You found a medicine. It is an item just below divine rank, a fine medicine made from Walter's secret formula. The talisman costs 50,000 sugar. At the end of his strength, he decided. Buy it now. Inchin's whole body trembled as he tried to crawl out of the bathroom. The system announced, purchase successful. You have received a mission. The news drove him to despair. Seriously, couldn't you just give it to me? Then he suddenly remembered, the hospital. I have to get to the hospital. At the same time, somewhere else, Johan appeared, extending his hand like a savior as he asked, you are not afraid to die, are you? T-Bem swore, the will of God. Those words are enough, your will to purify this world. He pulled his hood low over his face, still muttering nonstop. I will definitely complete the mission. Today, I will sacrifice my life to purify the world. Explosives were strapped to his body. Johan's mission was also his own mission. On Inchin's side, the taxi happened to bring him to the hospital gate. We're at the hospital, thank you. He hurriedly opened the car door and writhed in pain, clutching his stomach. Everyone stared in terror as Inchin crawled along. Once inside, he received the mission notice. If you want to live, save others. If you want to live, save 100 lives. People to save, 10 out of 100. Inchin shouted angrily, you're telling me to save 100 people? How is that any different from telling me to go die? T-Bem entered the hospital, seized a hostage, and held the explosive detonator pin as he ordered, everyone lie down now. Move and you all die. The girl he had captured panicked and begged, save me. Miri appeared in her gear. She ordered him to release the girl. T-Bem is too much, shut up, hunter girl. Inchin also stared at him in shock. How did he get all the way in here? Seeing the familiar mark on Inchin's forehead, he misunderstood. Brother, were you sent on a mission too? I can't believe reinforcements are here too. Come help me. Sweat poured down Inchin like rain as he thought, does he know me? A terrorist? Miri glanced suspiciously at Inchin. He has an accomplice. Teacher, what are you doing here? Seeing that Inchin had not acted, T-Bem urged him, brother, hurry and help me. Inchin pointed at himself in doubt. Me. His blank attitude annoyed T-Bem. Help me, brother. With that, T-Bem tried to recruit him. Offer your life for the descent of the god of destruction. Miri frowned at him. What are you talking about? T-Bem, you are wrong. He is my teacher. T-Bem did not believe her. What did you say? The skull mark on my forehead is the sign of recognition. I can feel the evil aura coming from him. Miri flew into a rage when she heard this. What? Did you just say our teacher is evil? Do you have a death wish? Off to the side, Inchin groaned and begged them. I'm about to die here. I need urgent treatment. Whispers rang out. That person is the right hand sent by Apostle Johann. Miri scolded them. What nonsense are you saying? He is my teacher, got it. Relying on the dangerous toy in his hand, T-Bem acted extremely arrogant. Come at me if you dare, I'll blow the bomb right now. Miri could only argue with him. That madman T-Bem cursed straight at her face. Idiot, how dare you interfere with the sacrifice to the god who will purify this world? Can you not understand that being's greatness? Meanwhile, Inchin was quietly checking. The system displayed viewing the target's memory. Success, you have successfully viewed all of the target's memory. You saw the memories and images that appeared in the target's mind. T-Bem still knew nothing and said, why don't you join me in this too? His memories appeared. Johann's tempting, devil-like voice rang out, if possible. You must kill the sacrifices after they have experienced enough fear, so the god of destruction can descend. A large number of offerings is needed. Can you do it, T-Bem, my warrior? He agreed without the slightest hesitation. Yes, my lord, of course, T-Bem spoke up. Thunder Queen, if someone like you could become an offering, that being would be very pleased. Inchin, meanwhile, was getting worried. Wait, won't I die if things keep going like this? T-Bem shouted with full force as he prepared to press the detonator. God of destruction. His thumb began to press down. Inchin used his ability to interfere with T-Bem. I have to stop him. Streams of power wrapped around the madman's body. Inchin's eyes activated their power while his opponent pressed down on the detonator with force. He ordered Miri, now, work with me and finish him. Yes, teacher. T-Bem's entire body stiffened so completely that he could do nothing else. No, what is this? Lightning shot out from Miri, leaving T-Bem's entire body engulfed in an electric shock. She increased her power into a ball of lightning. T-Bem was shocked so badly that his eyes rolled back white. Then he collapsed to the floor, no longer resisting. Seeing Inchin also unconscious on the floor, she finally realized it. Teacher, the terrorist has been taken down. Teacher, what's wrong? Just then a deep voice rang out. You stupid fool, your time of death has come. The mark on Inchin's forehead glowed an eerie blue. System notification, the death curse has been activated. Miri anxiously shook Inzin. Master, are you okay? Master, wake up. He still lay motionless, with only the demon face mark on his forehead glowing brightly. Arak sensed his condition. Behind her, Nappa spoke up, offering, my queen, please give the order. I will immediately go kill that demon god. With your poison techniques, Arak calmly replied, there's no need for you to interfere, Nappa. If the plague god's curse proves ineffective, there's no need to worry. Nappa still seemed uneasy, but if it fails, the emperor will, Arak explained. The one who created this devastating plague is an extremely stubborn and greedy being. He would never let go of prey he had already targeted. Meanwhile, on Inzin's side, while unconscious, he found himself in a very strange place. An enormous yet completely empty space. Where am I? I remember hearing a strange voice before the curse activated. But where exactly is this place and how did I get here? Suddenly, a gloomy voice echoed out. A mere newborn god dares awaken me. The punishment for your crime shall be endless, agonizing death. Soon, despair will consume you and you will beg me to kill you. After that, you shall become food for my warhorse. Faced with those threats, Inzin only felt that the guy sure talked a lot. The demon's voice continued, I will use your blood too. No, seeing that, he muttered suspiciously. The demon stared in shock at the newcomer. You demon, why are you here? System mission activated. If you wish to survive, save those afflicted by illness. If you truly desire to live, then use that longing to help others, to save 100 lives. Number of lives required to complete the mission, 1,238 out of 100. Congratulations, you have exceeded the required conditions and completed the mission. If you wish to survive, save others. The moment he opened his eyes, Inzin saw Miri's worried face. Master, are you okay? System notification. The owner of affection sends you gratitude. Inzin still had not fully regained his senses. Was that just a dream? Another notification appeared. You have been granted Hua Chu's cure. Miri quickly helped him sit up. Thank goodness you've finally woken up. Teacher, he suddenly sensed something. There's something in my mouth. A powerful feeling of clarity surged through his body and he realized, my body has completely recovered. Is this the effect of that medicine? The system replied, this is an additional reward. The medicine of that mighty deity now flows through your veins. Miri was surrounded by countless fans. Please sign here. You're so cool, miss. How can someone so young be this brave? Meanwhile, Inzin hurried away from the live streaming crowd and signaled to her. I'll call you later. He quietly slipped away. The footage from the hospital had already reached Johan's side. Nam-in reported, we've analyzed the situation from that time over and over again. But that Wedabeo bastard definitely made a mistake. Definitely, Johan ordered him to shut up. Nam-in fearfully begged, I'm sorry. I swear I won't disappoint you again. The man coldly said, I'm giving you 4 days, Nam-in. 4 days to deal with those hunters and bring that man before me. Nam-in curiously asked, Apostle Johan, what do you intend to do with him? Johan sighed and shook his head in disappointment. This is exactly why vermin like you are never favored by the gods. Can you truly not see his work? Even when he shines as brightly as the sun, standing among lowly insects like you, I can still see it clearly. The protection of the gods permeating his body. Nam-in darkened with resentment and thought, this guy has completely lost his mind. Meanwhile, Inzin comfortably returned home. He shouted happily, I'm still alive. Then he collapsed onto his beloved bed. Inzin could truly feel how incredible Hua Chu's healing medicine was. A notification appeared. Inho is desperately requesting Inzin's assistance. He was surprised, desperately requesting help. The message from Inho read, I sincerely apologize for bothering you. But could you please give me more of the medicine you generously granted me last time? He became even more confused. What? Sitting upright on the bed, he hurriedly asked, what's wrong? Did something happen? Inho seemed to be in terrible pain, collapsed on the ground as he weakly spoke. You, Inzin? Inzin anxiously called out his name. Inho. Deep inside, Inho had always pursued one dream. I will carve glorious achievements onto every floor of the warrior tower. To do everything possible to gain the strength needed to protect my tribe. Earlier, Inho had followed a guiding light toward a doorway. He stepped through without hesitation. A notification appeared. Challenger Inho has entered a trial. Warrior Tower, 1st floor. Trial of Stone. Completion condition. Climb the stairs and reach the 2nd floor. The trial begins. He kept encouraging himself, don't be afraid, Inho. I've leveled up thanks to the drink Inzin gave me. I even switched to the soldier class and now I'm wearing this amazing armor. Inho encouraged himself, I'm strong. Just then, a gigantic round boulder rolled down from above. It rushed downward at unbelievable speed, and poor Inho was crushed beneath it. At that moment, all he could do was cry out, Inzin. After watching everything, the system notified him, you are currently viewing the target's memories. Inho's body lay flattened alone before a massive gate about to come crashing down. Inzin exclaimed in shock, Mirage ants. Those creatures I used to stomp on and kill for fun. Were you suffering like this before too, Inzin? The system began counting down. In 10 seconds, Inho would die. Inzin could not believe it. What? Why is this happening? No, he hurriedly pressed the button on the screen. Would you like Inho to receive the blessing of the growth god? His heart burned with anxiety. Hurry up, accept this blessing of the growth god. The system displayed, Inho will die in 8 seconds. He panicked, his mind in chaos. Why is this happening? Why isn't it working? What do I do now? The countdown continued. Inho will die in 7 seconds. At that moment, he vaguely realized something. Wait, maybe it's... When the notification warned that Inho would die in 5 seconds, he remembered the reward he had received from the owner of the Eternal Explorer title. So he decided to choose the innate authority type, low-level restoration divine medicine. Purchase price, 100G. You have spent 100G and acquired the innate authority, restoration divine medicine. Would you like to use it? Yes, no. Inzin's face immediately brightened with joy. Of course I do. However, the countdown was still continuing. Inho will die in 3 seconds. He screamed in panic, divine medicine. Restore, a gigantic finger carrying green healing power slowly touched Inho. His whole body was enveloped in restorative energy. He woke up. Seeing Inho able to stand again, he was overjoyed. Meanwhile, Inho was so happy that tears welled up in his eyes. Inzin. At that moment, Inzin's expression changed as he started scolding him. I told you not to enter that dangerous tower. Inho stammered out the reason. I'm sorry, I just wanted to protect the tribe. Inzin reminded him, it's too dangerous here. We need to get out first. But seeing the door ahead remain motionless, Inho exclaimed in surprise, huh, why won't it open? The system notified. The entrance to the Warrior Tower, a replica of the Eternal Explorer, has not been used for 39 million years. Since its last activation, you cannot leave until you clear the 50th floor. Only then did Inho understand. I can't leave until I finish the 50th floor. He pitifully asked for help. Inzin, what should I do? The system continued displaying messages. You have obtained the common authority of the Eternal Explorer. He was so annoyed he did not even want to look. What now? It's probably another useless old thing, but there was no other choice left. Just as his business instincts started tingling, there came a knock at the door. Is anyone home? He looked outside in surprise. Who could that be? Inho, drink this. Wait there a moment, I'll be right back. He shouted, understood. Inzin irritably walked to the door. What is this now? Probably some pyramid scheme health supplements and energy drinks again. Hold on a second. The moment he saw the person outside, he froze and asked, "Who are you?" The man spoke up. "Are you Hunter in Sin?" The man introduced himself. "I am Department Head Kim Taemin, a scout from the Brilliance Guild. It is an honor to meet you." The man's overwhelming presence frightened him a little. "I am not a hunter." Taemin did not seem to care much. "You will become one soon enough. Do you have a little time?" Sin blurted out, "Yes." Meanwhile, on Inho's side, he steadily climbed the tower. The system notified, the Eternal Explorer greatly values Challenger Inho because he walks the path of a true man. Filled with determination, Inho shouted, "Great, let's try again." His goal was the 50th floor. Inho carefully stared at what was ahead of him. A gigantic boulder was rolling down toward him. Inho swung a powerful punch. The entire boulder exploded from the impact. Even Inho himself could not believe he had become this strong. The system continuously updated. Challenger Inho has cleared the stone trial. Challenger Inho has received the blessing of stone, the reward for first clearing the stone trial of the warrior tower. Challenger Inho has entered the second floor, the trial of wind. Challenger Inho has completed the trial of wind. On Insin's side, after speaking with Taemin, he shouted in shock, "What? An annual salary of 300 million. The man confirmed, "That's right. If you're interested in joining, how about coming to our guild right now to sign the contract?" Seeing Insin still frozen in place, Taemin asked, "Is there a problem?" Insin was still trapped in the shock of hearing 300 million. He trembled with excitement as he imagined that with 300 million, he could comfortably write his manuscripts without worrying about that scumbag manager anymore, and he could eat fried rice and premium Wagyu beef whenever he wanted. All he could eat. Wagyu beef was the ultimate luxury VIP grade beef in Korea, and he could even buy a mountain of gifts for his beloved nephew Xion's toy car. Taemin continued offering unbelievable benefits, and on top of that, you'll receive 70% from every product and bonuses for hunting monsters. Insin had to cover his mouth to hide his sinister grin. "That's right, I can invest the rest into my masterpiece. I'll become successful and marry a beautiful wife." When the other side remained silent for too long, Taemin started growing dissatisfied. "Insin, are you listening to me?" Insin snapped back to reality. "Forgive me, I was just..." The system automatically updated. "You are evaluating the target." Even he was shocked. Detailed information about the other man appeared. Taemin, male, 34 years old, special entity. Servant of the god of destruction. The man kindly reminded him, "Let me be honest, you won't find benefits like this anywhere else." Meanwhile, Insin panicked after learning the truth. Servant of the god of destruction, he exploded in anger. "What the hell?" So that 300 million was bait. "I see now, this bastard. I'll curse him until the day he dies." A murderous demonic aura radiated from Taemin, making him break out in sweat. The man asked, "Is there still a problem?" Insin tried to stall for time. "I'm just thinking, I'm pretty busy right now too. Could you contact me later?" Taemin pressed Insin relentlessly. "You don't like the terms?" he replied. "Ah no, I just have a few drafts I need to finish first." Taemin let out a sound of understanding. "I see, so I'm bothering you, but your royalties will be 100 times lower if you work with us." He answered righteously, "I'm not doing this just for money." Taemin suddenly bowed his head. "Please forgive me." Insin stared blankly, unable to understand what kind of act the other man was putting on. "Oh, not at all." Taemin continued persuading him. "But our guild master sincerely wishes to invite you to join us, so if you could spare a little time, I would be very grateful." Insin made another excuse. "If you've gone that far, then I guess I can't refuse. But my stomach suddenly hurts. Can I use the restroom for a moment?" Taemin adjusted his glasses as if considering it, then agreed. "Yes, go ahead, I'll wait." The moment he entered the restroom, Insin couldn't help asking, "What kind of person is that guy? When you appraised him earlier, you knew he was definitely a servant of the god of destruction, just like the terrorist bomber at the hospital." At that moment, he still hesitated over who he should call. The Hunter Association or the police? Just then, a fist brushed past Insin's face. Through the crack in the wall, Taemin secretly watched him and asked, "Who are you calling?" Insin turned pale with fear. In his heart, only one thought remained. "I'm completely screwed." Taemin gave him one last chance. "I'll ask again, Master Du, who were you planning to call?" Insin quickly made up an excuse. "Well, I urgently need to call the producer." After hearing that, the man burst out laughing, making Insin tremble violently. Taemin struck him down without hesitation. Insin grimaced in agony. The man still maintained the same calm expression as he said, "I don't understand why I was sent here. Someone else could have done this too. It seems you don't want to understand, so I'll put you to sleep and take you away." His neck was tightly gripped by the other man. Taemin coldly asked, "Does it hurt?" "Things would have been different if you'd listened to me. If you stay still obediently, I'll let you sleep comfortably." Insin's consciousness gradually became hazy and his eyes slowly closed. The system alerted him. Emergency mission established. Save the follower's mission. The next follower rescue mission has been established. In his dazed state, he blankly asked, "A mission to save the followers?" All the information was displayed. Mission: save the first follower on the Earth branch, rescue Miri from death's door. Mission reward: faith from Miri plus 100. Insin repeated the keywords in his mind. From death's door, what about Miri? Tae-min was quite surprised to see him regain consciousness. Your endurance is pretty impressive. An ordinary person would have passed out already. At this point, he knew the first thing he needed to do was deal with this guy. As he struggled desperately to break free from Tae-min's grip, he realized, damn it, the difference in strength was too great. At this rate, the one who dies first will be me. I need power. A new power flowed into Insin's body. A voice echoed out. "O Supreme God, that is In-ho," he spoke reverently. "I shall grant you my power. I wish you success." He froze in shock after reading the information. Shared skill added, In-ho's steel body. Like an electric current surging through Insin's body, the system updated. In-ho's shared skill, steel body. This power made his body as hard as steel. Once he felt the energy was sufficient, he commanded, "Activate." Even Tae-min sensed the unusual aura coming from the person before him. The blazing energy erupting from Insin was enough to blow him away. Insin shouted loudly, "Take this." Tae-min cautiously thought to himself, body hardening, low-level material creation. Is that his ability? Now I'm certain he's the person the guild master is interested in. Information was displayed. Steel body, A-rank body made of steel. A powerful and sturdy physique that In-ho obtained after undergoing experiments in the warrior tower. Blessed by stone, wind, steel, and fire, Tae-min removed his coat. He finally became serious. How shameful of me to feel disappointed after being entrusted with a mission I thought would be easy. If that's the case, then there's no need to envy the person Miri accepted as her master. I'm not sure whether the matter with Miri has already been resolved, but I won't joke around anymore. I'll quickly take Master Du away. Insin silently prepared himself, ready at any moment. The man gestured toward him. All right, let's begin. Without letting his opponent finish speaking, Insin swung a steel-like punch. The man swiftly lowered himself and dodged. Inwardly, he sneered with contempt. A powerful punch, but he's completely careless, only blindly throwing punches. As he dodged Insin's attack step by step, Tae-min realized. He was definitely not mistaken. This guy was a complete rookie. He raised his fist while regretfully thinking, what a disappointment. However, Insin quickly grabbed Tae-min's head tightly. Both of his hands exerted force with the intention of crushing his opponent's skull. The immense pressure on Tae-min's head caused blood to gush from his nose. His entire face twisted in pain. That attack knocked several of his teeth clean out. Inshin kept bringing his steel-hard fists down, leaving the man with nothing to do but curse. You damn bastard. One finishing blow from him left his opponent unable to resist. Inshin coldly looked at the cracked floor. He felt power surging through every muscle. A moment later, Inshin suddenly remembered. Right, Miri, I should call her first. A mechanical voice sounded from the phone. The number you have dialed is unavailable. He shouted anxiously, no, this damned game, help me now, I need to find Miri. A notification appeared. The management system for the one true God's believers will now be deployed. The news shocked him even more. A believer rank management system. The system began searching. Believer rank management system searching for believer location. 1,000 coins to search for the location. No, he spent the money without hesitation. I have a mountain of coins, so of course I do. The screen displayed, confirming the location and condition of the individual Miri. A cold face appeared. In that person's hand was a sharp sword. The mysterious figure walked over step by step. He coldly looked at Miri lying on the ground. Don't worry, it won't hurt. Several lines of information about him appeared. Demon sword male. Age 32, special skill 1 with the sword. Miri was in critical condition. All she could do was cry out in despair. Master, the sword was raised mercilessly. Blood sprayed everywhere. A notification appeared, evergreen metal. South Korean Hunters Association, Miri. You have maintained public order and prevented a national-level disaster. With a sense of responsibility and duty toward a national agency, this achievement reward is presented to you for your contribution. Over the past period, unknown day, unknown month, guess the year yourself. South Korean Police Council Commissioner 20. Inshin kept asking himself. Miri was attacked by some stranger. What did it say again? Demon sword. The system reminded him. You have been shown in advance the tragic end of the individual Miri. Inshin was stunned and could not understand. Oh, what? The system explained that those events had not happened yet, but they were destined to happen soon. He knew it was exactly like what had happened before with Purple Demon. That meant Miri was not dead yet. The system gave Inshin a choice. You wish to change a mortal's fate with the power of a god? No, he shouted. Of course I do. Looking at Demon Sword's information. Male 32, special skill 1 with the sword. He noticed one thing. Wait, it said he was 1 with the sword, right? Then, if it's a sword. I have one too. He returned to his desk and picked up a tiny knife about the width of 2 fingers. He decided, all right, let's go. The system announced. In exchange for changing the fate of one individual, you must spend 100,000 coins. When Inshin pressed Z, the display showed the message. merciful savior and the creation effect. The second door would create a miraculous wonder. Inshin felt power wrapping around his body. He disappeared behind the glow of the spatial gate. On Miri's side, Demon's Sword silently looked at her. She wondered, "Why would you?" He replied, "I have no grudge against you. I'm just doing my job." Demon's Sword warily looked ahead. He stepped toward the thing that had just fallen in front of him. A cold voice rang out. "Who is it?" He wondered inwardly, a stealth skill even I couldn't detect. Who the hell is this guy? Inshin, standing opposite him, radiated killing intent as if he wanted to take his life. "I want to cut him to death." Behind him, Miri blinked at the newcomer. She was speechless. Master." Inshin was holding the tiny knife in his hand. His voice was still as forceful as ever. "I want to chop him apart." Demon's Sword froze. He began doubting his whole life as he thought back on the past. "When I chose to follow the path of swordsmanship, I had to defeat many talented people to climb to my position. I faced many opponents stronger than me, then defeated them by making use of my own advantages." Demon's Sword asked coldly, "Are you on Miri's side?" Inshin answered, "Everything." He looked at him with eyes full of hatred. "I want to cut it all." But in Demon's Sword's eyes that expression became, "What is wrong with this guy? His eyes are unfocused and he is holding that tiny little knife too. Does he want to fight me with that knife? Those tricks won't work." A streak of sword light shot toward him. At that moment he was still confident. "An S-rank hunter cannot withstand my sword. Dodging it would already be impressive." But Inshin still held the tiny knife in his hand and gave a cold laugh. He shouted, "Cut!" This left Demon's Sword stunned. Did he just block me with that fruit knife? He kept asking himself inwardly, "What the hell? No, calm down, I underestimated him." This time another sword strike charged forward with surging power. Demon's Sword swore that this blade could cut through stone like mud. "You won't be able to dodge this one." That sword strike was like a raging storm ready to sweep everything away. However, Inshin merely sighed in annoyance, and the tiny knife gently cut his power in two. Cut! The destructive power Demon's Sword had been so confident in could not touch Inshin at all. He turned pale at the scene before him that defied all understanding. Unable to accept this humiliation, Demon's Sword frantically slashed out dozens of sword strikes. Where the hell did this guy come from? Inshin's hands still moved with lightning speed, cutting everything. Panic welled up inside him. "I've never even heard of this guy. He seems to be Miri's master. Wait, does that mean he's an unofficial hunter not managed by the government or the Hunter Association? If that's the case, then it makes sense that I've never heard of him. I didn't think I'd have to use this. It shortens my lifespan, but..." Demon's Sword put the medicine into his mouth, convinced that he could finish him in a single strike. His power surged in an instant. Demon's Sword let out a roar. He could feel overwhelming strength coursing through his body. A demon-shaped mark appeared on his cheek. Demon's Sword exhaled deeply and muttered, "Now come at me, Miri's master, Nameless Hunter." He stared at his opponent excitedly, gripping the small dagger as he spoke. Demon's Sword tightened his grip on the blade and charged forward with terrifying momentum. He poured all his strength into this single strike, determined to reclaim his honor. His hand holding the small knife rose up, then casually swept across his opponent's throat. That single strike forced the Demon's Sword back. He immediately started running in the opposite direction. The Demon's Sword leaped high into the air, bringing his blade crashing down. The sword stabbed straight into the ground, splitting the earth apart. Amid the thick clouds of dust, the Demon's Sword's black robe fluttered wildly. He thought to himself, what an interesting fight Nameless won. Yet the sword in his hand had been severed. The Demon's Sword fell into panic when he heard Insin laughing. He became even more horrified. No, he was still unharmed. Insin's face looked demonic, his eyes glowing crimson while his mouth kept repeating, "Cut, cut everything." The Demon's Sword froze in shock. Insin suddenly appeared right in front of him. Only then did he snap out of it and scream. What shocked him even more was seeing Insin suddenly turn away. His body staggered unsteadily as if he were about to collapse. His hands twitched uncontrollably. The Demon's Sword could not understand it at all. What exactly was he? Right then, he sensed something. An invisible supernatural force slammed into the Demon's Sword. At that moment he believed he was going to die. Streams of power pierced through his body as though they were trying to slice him into pieces. He endured the tearing agony for quite a while. Only later, when everything ended, the Demon's Sword was still stunned. Looking at his perfectly intact limbs, he wondered, "I'm still alive, and not even injured." Staring at Insin before him, countless thoughts flooded his mind. Why? He could have killed me easily, so why did he spare me? The Demon's Sword hesitated before asking, "You, who exactly are you?" The person before him answered with something completely unrelated. "Delicious." He spoke in fragments. "I am the Sword Saint. Remember that title?" The Demon's Sword was stunned. The Sword Saint? He's the Sword Saint. He knew of the Sword Saint, the one standing at the very end of the path of swordsmanship. Only those who had reached the pinnacle could bear that title. Then that means. At that moment, Insin's body returned to normal. The system notified him. The skill-sharing duration for Iron Body has ended, returning to Insin's useless body. He panicked and shouted, "Hey, Fruit Knife, wake up." I said, "Wake up." Then the system announced, Insin's sword. The Sword Saint's Annihilation Blade. has become a fruit knife after losing its power. Right then, the demon's sword sincerely bowed down and admitted defeat. I have lost, Sword Saint. Those words left Insin dumbfounded. Then the system notified him, Insin's Sword Saint class can now level up. Meanwhile, the demon's sword continued pleading, please allow me the chance to witness more of your swordsmanship, Sword Saint. I will serve you like a loyal beast. Whatever you command, I will obey. Insin thought to himself, this guy is insane. The system notified him, the demon's sword has become your second fanatical believer. Hearing Miri cry out, he suddenly remembered. Right, the demon's sword moved faster. He had already leaped to Miri's side while she was still muttering the name. Master, seeing the demon's sword give Miri some medicine, he hurriedly asked, hey, what did you make her drink? Before the demon's sword could answer, the system displayed high-grade medicine, the highest-tier medicine possessed by the demon's sword, carried for emergency properties. As long as the target is not dead, it can save them. Congratulations, you have gained fanatical faith after displaying the cruelty and power of a god. The demon's sword looked at him apologetically. I apologize for causing trouble, Sword Saint. The system continued updating. You have completed a believer's repentance. Miri's faith has increased by 100, reaching 139. Meanwhile, Insin was still confused about the title Sword Saint. Yeah, from insects to that loudmouth from some unknown guild, how many times has this happened already? Why do these people keep picking fights with me? The demon's sword reassured him, Miri will stabilize soon. He asked, but who was the one that injured her? The demon's sword hurriedly displayed his loyalty. Sword Saint, I offer this body of mine to cleanse my sin. That fanatical attitude only frightened Insin more. Believer or not, this guy was completely insane. He swore that once he obtained a new sword, he would use it immediately. Right now I don't have a sword. Then Insin remembered, wait, this guy belongs to a guild called Zin Higher, right? Then he asked, hey demon sword, you said you'd follow my orders, right? The man confirmed, of course. Insin started probing further. How strong are you? He replied. The number of people in this country I cannot kill doesn't even fill both hands. Insin then ordered his new believer. In that case, deal with the Zin guild for me. That command stunned the demon's sword. Huh, Insin challenged him. What, didn't you say you'd do anything, or can't you do it? The demon's sword began struggling intensely inside. He silently looked at Insin, who radiated the majestic aura of a divine being. In the end, the demon's sword lowered his head in submission. If that is your command, then I shall obey. Insin secretly rejoiced. Taste your own medicine. He only needs to cause a little trouble for the Zin guild. Now it's my turn, bastards. The system updated. You have obtained a fanatical believer. You now meet the conditions to unlock divine power. Prosperous giant finger costs 100 coins. Would you like to activate the divine power? Let's go. Insin cheered excitedly, prosperous giant finger. Is this a skill that creates gold coins? It definitely must be. As night fell, he hurried back home. He rushed into his room at lightning speed. Insin tore through every drawer frantically. Where did I put my money again? Looking at the pitiful amount of money that fell out of the piggy bank, he said disappointedly, only 100 coins, whatever, prosperous giant finger. But afterward, absolutely nothing happened. The system warned that prosperity giant finger has no effect on objects. Insim grew irritated and threw the coin away. Damn it, why isn't there a single skill that makes my life easier? A message from Silent Dream appeared. That's enough, calm down and use the power of a god. Heavenly Blade added, kill all those damn dogs. He suddenly realized it. Right, I can't just keep getting attacked like this. I need to take the initiative. Out of ideas, he asked, what do I need to do to become stronger? A guidance notice appeared. The god of abundance said that in the long run, doing good deeds was the best path. Silent Dream said that would take too long, and slaughtering others to accumulate karma would be faster. Heavenly Blade agreed and said using the heavenly sword to massacre enemies would be easier. He began wondering which method was better. Alright, I've decided, I'll do both. The system updated, welcome creator. Depending on your playstyle, you will become either an evil god or a benevolent god. Insim suddenly thought that he should use Prosperity Giant Finger to increase the ant population first. His finger tapped a point on the screen. Prosperity Giant Finger. Now I have millions of soldiers to fight the enemy. The system displayed information that thrilled him to madness. 1 million Gajami tribe legionnaires created through divine power are advancing toward the Imperial Army. Duration 24 hours. Insim grinned smugly and said, kill them all. Watching the Gajami tribal legion on the screen, he became curious. Huh, what are they doing? Anti used divine power to heal a small tribesman. This shocked him. Huh, she can even use my skill too. The little ant cheered happily. Mom, my hand doesn't hurt anymore. Someone called her the saintess. Standing among the tribe, Anti spread her faith to the others. Everyone believe in the god of medicine. With his blessing, we will live a new life. A united chant echoed everywhere. Believe in the God of medicine, believe in his grace, the system updated. The more followers you gain, the more virtue you accumulate. He muttered awkwardly, why does this feel so fanatical? Isn't this kind of dangerous? But thanks to these ants, I'm automatically accumulating virtue. Suddenly a phone call startled him. It was that damn bastard manager calling. Insim answered, hello. The manager immediately started yelling. Why haven't you submitted the manuscript? Do you know how many times the chairman has told me to terminate your contract? Insim timidly explained, well, I had personal reasons. The manager shouted angrily, what reasons? You haven't even started writing yet. Are you kidding me? Suddenly he got an idea. Wait, what would happen if I used that skill on myself? Would another version of me appear? It wouldn't hurt to try, right? He raised his finger, prosperity. Then he tapped his forehead and continued, giant finger. At that very moment, a stream of supernatural energy flooded into Insim's body while smoke and dust filled the air. Standing amid the chaos, the silhouette of a person appeared. The system announced. Prosperity giant finger, duration, 6,666 seconds. Looking at the person before him, he marveled. It actually worked. All right, from now on you'll be in charge of writing the manuscript. You'll help. Before he could finish speaking, the other version punched Insim so hard his face swelled up. He coldly said, don't order me around, bastard. After that, Insim got beaten mercilessly. Damn it, take this, here's another one, you loser. After beating him for a while, the other self finally stopped. That felt refreshing. The manager was still on the line. What do you mean by that? Are you trying to fool me again? The other self coldly spoke into the phone. Get lost, the manager froze and shouted, you lunatic. Murderous intent spread across his face as Insim had summoned the brutal killer. He revealed a horrifying smile. Let's fight. The moment he finished speaking, the killer charged into the phone. Inside the game, monsters were slaughtering the Black Ant tribe. Countless tribesmen had already fallen while the survivors trembled and cried out. They're too strong, even with our numbers we can't possibly win. The monsters gleefully shouted, this is fun, those black tribe fools. Suddenly, a flash of light streaked across the gloomy sky, putting them on alert. Strange, electric-like energy crackled throughout their bodies. The other tribesmen stared blankly at the newly arrived figure. The system announced, brutal killer has been loaded. One monster recognized him. That's the demon god from the rumors. Inside the monster's lair, Arak slammed the table in fury after hearing that his legion had been annihilated by the killer. What? The monster commander knelt before Arak. I beg forgiveness. The entire legion has been wiped out. Arak roared furiously, by just one demon god, the monster reported. He looked exactly like a devil. Another screamed in terror, wait. In the next instant, the monster's body disintegrated into dust. One of them cried out in shock, my god, he vanished without a trace. Chaos erupted among them. Quickly inform His Majesty. His Majesty is currently in secluded training. Arak ordered the generals and the 10 swords to be summoned immediately. One of them hesitated. But if we do that, monsters and neighboring nations will attack us. Arak didn't care. Eliminating the Black Tribe is my top priority right now. Bring me the head of that demon god before His Majesty finishes training. Hiding outside, Naba overheard the entire conversation and decided to act on her own. Lady Arak, please forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye. Please allow me this one act of disobedience. I will bring back the demon god's head for you. At the same time, in reality, Insim slowly regained consciousness after being beaten unconscious. He looked around in panic. What just happened? Right, another version of myself just beat me senseless. Since no one could beat him anymore, that version started beating himself up instead. System notification. The god Sung Tuk is asking where your handsome version went. Could you introduce them to him? Looking at the screen, he was shocked. 121 missed calls. Who misses someone this much? No one ever calls anymore, but there were messages and they were all from his manager. We are not only terminating your contract, but we also ask that you pay compensation fees. Insin had not even processed it yet. Another piece of news surprised him even more. The tribe changed professions after successfully completing the mission in the Ant Kingdom. Successfully conquered the Grass Kingdom, obtained many titles, collected many white and black coins. Level up. What the hell is this? What's the point of playing games anymore? This stupid game. The system displayed. Because the Nomad Troop mission of the White Ant Kingdom was successful, you have been promoted to Bishop rank. You will receive 131,302 death prisoners. Number 1 has been promoted to Apprentice Muscle Warrior. Number 2 has been promoted to Spear Knight. Number 3 has been promoted to Archer. Insin asked irritably, what is all this even for? The new update drove him even crazier. Beak, who had been promoted to Army Soldier. You have received a massive amount of white and black coins, he shouted. What's the point of a game if it's this easy? This damned game. thinking about his devil-like manager demanding negotiations and contract termination. He started turning on the computer with the mindset, I'll type at lightning speed and submit it. His fingers flew across the keyboard. He absolutely could not lose his job. The system displayed, mission to rescue new believers, rescue fanatic believers. Will you rescue the believers alongside the demon sword believer? Yes. No. Reward, rescuing the believers alongside the demon sword believer will cause your skills to bloom like flowers. The notification made him hesitate a little. Really, but I still have work to do. Forget it, forget it, forget it. He frowned at the latest news. A strange power suddenly surged in. What is this? System notification. Start by seeing what the believer is thinking. The perspective of the fanatic believer. Demon sword will now be displayed. Insin snapped irritably, I don't care. However, despite the player's objection, a video recording still appeared. He was tightly bound, and a woman standing across from him spoke up. You really refuse to say anything, huh? Why don't you just confess everything already? Ah, it's Cho Mi. A woman, 26 years old from the Sin Guild, blessed by the god of destruction. She could wield remarkably powerful flames. Meanwhile, Demon Sword threatened, if you confess everything, I'll let you die painlessly. Sin thought in confusion, what the hell is this? That's terrifying. A guild, he got captured while attacking the Sin Guild. There. Behind Cho Mi stood a huge muscular man while she looked at Demon's Sword with contempt. How boring, the sight of that muscle-bound man made Sin panic. Oh my god, that guy over there looks terrifying. Information about him also appeared in full. Trandu, a man 31 years old from the Sin Guild, blessed by the god of destruction. He possessed extremely impressive muscle. The system automatically updated. Using existing authority, you are accessing the target's mind. Sin froze in place. At that moment, Demon's Sword was thinking about the past. He had been sold to a brothel as a child and trained to become an assassin. After awakening the power of Taiji Fist, he completed several assassination missions. Demon's Sword became acquainted with Cho Mi and Cho Du, who had also been raised in the Sin Guild just like him. Naturally, they became Demon's Sword's rivals. At that time, Cho Mi asked him, you finished first again, don't tell me you're being favored. Demon's Sword was not allowed to have ordinary dreams like everyone else, so he told her, if you're jealous, then work harder. Ah, irritated, she cursed, bastard. And so Demon's Sword walked the path of becoming one with the sword in order to grow stronger. Eventually, his swordsmanship reached the realm he had always desired. Demon's Sword kept asking himself, I achieved my goal, yet this is how it ends. How humiliating. Cho Mi interrogated Demon's Sword. Who ordered you to attack the Sin Guild? Why did Ha betray and abandon me? Cho Du made the decision, if he's a traitor, just kill him. End this already. Ah, surprised, she asked, kill him. Priest Johan said he'd pay us 100 million if we brought him back alive as a sacrifice. Cho Du heatedly replied, I'll kill you too if you interfere. Ah immediately denied it. No way, it's just a waste, that's all. Demon's Sword helplessly thought, I'm sorry, my sword. Then Cho Du's 5 punches were about to come crashing down. I'll show you what pain really is, Demon's Sword. Sin panicked and then, system warning, a believer is in danger. He decided, save him first, share the skill of believer number 1. Iron body, the steel muscles of number 1. Just as Cho Du's fist was about to strike, his attack missed empty air. Sin saved Demon's Sword at the very brink of death. The man stared at him in shock from afar. Who are you? Where the hell did you come from? Sin angrily asked, does that even matter? Can't you see I'm busy? In his mind, he began calculating. What would happen if I used Miri's lightning while in this state? Right? Share Miri's believer skill, thunder lightning. They'll all be wiped out in a single move. I'm seriously a genius. But reality slapped Sin in the face when the skill hit its limit. You can't use 2 powerful apostle skills at the same time with your current divine speed state. Notifications appeared. Skill limit reached. Overload. Cho Du looked at him like he was insane and growled, are you insulting me? A fist swung out, a punch powerful enough to scare the soul out of Sin. However, Cho Du sensed that something was wrong. A massive electric current spread through his body. Atomi called out anxiously. Brother Trandu, Sin still didn't understand what was happening. The system announced, you endured the overload state thanks to the iron limb body. Seeing that the opponent was no longer moving, he sighed in relief. That was way too close. Somehow I still managed to beat one of them. Cho Mi panicked and rushed over to shake the man awake. Brother Trandu, wake up. She glared at him with eyes full of hatred. You, how dare you? To avenge her brother, she gathered so much power that her cheeks puffed up like a pufferfish. A supernatural blast carrying fierce flames shot straight at him. Sin despaired. Am I really going to die this pathetically? The system reminded him. You endured the flames because you are using number 1's iron limb body. He froze when he realized the heat felt no different from soaking in a hot bath. What is this? It's hot, but honestly, it feels amazing. Cho Mi stared warily at the undying flames before her. She still couldn't believe she had defeated Master Sin, who then stood back up full of momentum. She couldn't believe her eyes. What? How can you? That's impossible. Even Sin himself was shocked. I had no idea number 1's iron limb body was this strong. Good thing I upgraded it so much. Chomai saw him ignoring her and cursed angrily. "You bastard, I'll burn you to ashes." He casually swung his staff forward. Chomai's mouth fell open when she saw Insin treating her flames like air. His hand slapped her hard across the face. Just as he was getting fired up, the system warned him, "Iron limb body usage time has ended." He thought, "If I don't finish this fast, I'm going to turn into ashes for real." New information made him rejoice. Rescue mission for the believers completed. Your talent skill has leveled up. He began looking forward to it. I wonder what my awakened talent will be. Maybe I'll become a legendary writer. But nothing happened at all. Insin darkened and muttered, "What the hell, that's it. What exactly awakened? I was stupid for expecting something incredible." The demon sword behind him spoke with admiration. "Sword Saint, you defeated them with techniques I've never seen before. That was absolutely amazing." Insin thought irritably, "Stop looking at me like that. But where even am I? I still need to go home and work." Insin walked over and called out, "Hey, demon sword." He answered, "Yes, Sword Saint." "Please give me your orders," he replied. "No, I just want to go home. Let's get out of here." Suddenly, movement in the distance made both of them wary. A voice echoed from the darkness, "You're every bit as impressive as I expected." The man greeted him, "Pleasure to meet you." Demon Sword warned nervously, "Sword Saint, please be careful." Johann stepped out from the shadows and said, "So we've finally met. Are you the source of all this?" The system displayed, Pastor Johann, human, 29 years old, oversees sacrificial rituals for the god of destruction. Insin cursed in annoyance. "What a freak!" Seeing him frozen stiff, Demon Sword called out, "Sword Saint." Inside, Insin was screaming nonstop while Johann continued acting friendly. "It's an honor to meet you, Insin." Demon Sword tried to snap him out of it. "Sword Saint." Meanwhile, Insin stared at the man's naked appearance and thought, "Wait, I have to fight this pervert." Insin caught onto something important while reading the man's information. "A sacrifice ritual. No matter how hard I look, I can't figure out what that symbol is. I need to be extremely careful." Johann was so excited his cheeks turned red. "Brother!" Instantly, Insin went on guard. The pervert was approaching him. Johann spread his arms toward Insin. "I'm so excited my whole body is trembling. I can't believe I've finally met another apostle brother." Cold hand shoved him away. Insin called out in surprise, "Demon Sword." He stared at Johann and ordered quietly, "Do not approach the Sword Saint." Hearing that, Johann became furious. A casual wave of his hand was enough to slap Demon Sword's face swollen. What an annoying fly. The force of the blow was so powerful that Demon Sword was sent flying. He crashed heavily onto the ground afterward. Insin thought in terror, "I can't believe Demon Sword, the one who even defeated Miri, got blown away that easily." Johann turned toward him and asked, "So, which god do you follow? Whose apostle are you?" Not hearing clearly, Johann asked again, Which god?" Insin angrily threw a punch. "Get lost, I follow the onion god." Johann couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. Streaks of lightning crashed down alongside Insin's punch. Johann could only stare blankly. Meanwhile, over on Nappa's side, she was still blaming herself. "Araki, forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye. I will go defeat the Demon Lord's believers. He is weakening now that his followers have abandoned their faith." Back at the Gajami tribe, everything was still peaceful. Seeing the children playing around, one tribesman warned them, "Hey kids, don't go too deep into the forest." They obediently replied, "Yes." Suddenly, the man froze when he saw Nappa flying toward them. "What is that?" he stammered in shock. "No way, they've come." In the Black Tribe village, Nappa shouted coldly, "Ultimate move." She spat the tribe's poisonous mist. The Black Tribe can spit deadly toxin. The Demon Lord's power would slowly weaken. One tribesman after another began struggling to breathe from the poisonous vapor. At the same time, Inshin punched Johann in the face again and again. His whole body endured the agony of being electrocuted. After finally knocking this pervert down, Inshin was so exhausted he could barely breathe. He looked proudly at the defeated foe beneath his fists. Strike first to gain the upper hand. However, Johann's body twitched and he immediately stood back up. Before his opponent could recover his energy, Inshin swung both hands down, charged with lightning. That blow smashed the ground behind Johann into a deep crater. Seeing him stagger back to his feet, Inshin thought in terror. Miri's crackling lightning ultimate move had no effect. This guy clearly was not an ordinary pervert. He was a superhuman pervert. He looked at him with a cold smile. "It is useless. No matter how you attack me, I will always come back to life." Inshin grew extremely anxious now that the time limit for his powerful skill had run out. "I cannot use Thunder Punch anymore. And even if I did, this bastard would still come back to life. Am I going to be followed around by this pervert forever? Good grief, is this really all you can do?" Brother Johann sighed in annoyance. "Hurry up and entertain me a little more." Inshin started to panic. "Damn it, I need to think of something fast." Suddenly an idea flashed through his mind. Then he pointed a finger at his own forehead. "I have to do something." Pure Prosperity Giant Finger Killer was summoned. Seeing him, Inshin was still a little worried. "Since there is an enemy here, he probably will not betray me, right?" Johann asked happily, "Brother, I never expected you could bring out another personality. You truly are amazing." Killer glanced coldly at Inshin. Then he turned to look at Johann and said, "This is troublesome. Having been spared, Inchin breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, that scared me. Last time I gave him an order. He beat me to a pulp, so I had better stay quiet this time. Inchin pleaded, but another way, right? I am in trouble, so do something. Killer questioned him. The Gajami tribe is in danger too. Have you not realized that if the believers keep dying, all divine power will slowly vanish as well? After hearing that, Inchin was shocked. What? Johan, ignored by them, flew into a rage. You too, right now? One of his palm strikes shot forward. Are you ignoring me? Killer nimbly leapt upward. He knew it was that skill again. Inchin was not so lucky and fell backward with a thud. He reminded someone, if I die, can an avatar like you even stay alive? Killer called out coldly. Inchin, burn this weakling to ashes. Inchin thought he had misheard. What? After saying that, Killer stepped into the mist. Handle whatever happens on your own. I am going to save the tribesmen. Inchin could not hold back his fear. He trembled. Holy damn. Did he just disappear on his own this time? Johan began to move. Brother, now you are the only one left, Inchin wondered. And what did he mean earlier by burn that guy? He recalled his own gesture. Should I try burning him, looking at his hand? Inchin suddenly remembered. Right, I have my own skill too. He raised his finger and shouted, Judgment of God, middle finger. As soon as he finished speaking, that middle finger began gathering supernatural power. Johan froze, unable to understand what was happening. Inchin's eyes blazed. His whole body was covered in a hazy layer of power. A flame burst up right before Johan's eyes. However, Inchin felt a little embarrassed when the flame he created was tiny. He trembled and thought to himself, that flame is the size of a spark. Johan, growing impatient from waiting, asked, out of tricks. With an imposing aura and destructive power, he advanced step by step toward Inchin. Inchin decided to try again. Fine, let us try combining more flame attacks. If it increases exponentially, it should work. He snapped his fingers and produced a small flame. He shouted, Divine Finger Snap. Johan watched expectantly until his eyes grew tired. He calmly looked at the tiny flames surrounding him, no longer interested in Inchin's new trick. He declared, Brother, I will stop playing with you now. Inchin closed his eyes in despair and thought, is this the end? After I managed to take down 2 of his underlings. Now this guy is far too hard to deal with, thinking about dying at the hands of a pervert. A tear rolled down his eyelid and he lamented, Oh, my life. Johan's palm strike shot forward, but then he sensed something was wrong. He was stunned to discover he had lost his strength. Why, I am not recovering, I am supposed to be invincible. The system reminded him, you are using the power of the brutal hellfire. Inchin's brain is still busy. What, this is that effect? Can you explain skill effects clearly from now on? He saw Johan clutching a burn on his side. Johan never expected this day would come. Because of that ridiculous skill of his, I cannot recover. Inchin could only stare wide-eyed as he was struck. That force pressed down on him step by step until he dropped to one knee. Dark arcs of lightning wrapped around his body. Johan was also straining so hard that his body trembled and sweat poured off him like rain. Inside the game world, Nappa unleashed her full power, spreading poison across the Black Ant tribe. She smugly thought that the Dark Tribe was being poisoned to death and the demon god's power would soon weaken. Blame the demon god you serve. Right then, a beam of light appeared behind her. She sensed danger rapidly approaching. This feeling, the Slayer is charging through the space-time gate. Nappa knew that person was the Ant Tribe's demon god. She had waited for this day for a long time. Come on then, you vile and cruel demon god, your power will soon fade away. She had barely finished boasting when the Slayer silenced her instantly with a punch. While Nappa was still stunned, the Slayer threw another punch. After swiftly dealing with the enemy, he looked down and saw the ground covered with the corpses of his tribesmen. They're all dead. Meanwhile, Inzin collapsed from the pain. It hurt so much, as if his entire body was falling apart. The system announced that the number of followers was rapidly decreasing. Warning, if you lose a large number of followers at once, your power will decline. Driven into absolute desperation, he thought hopelessly, this is bad. What am I supposed to do? The system delivered good news. Would you like to resurrect your followers using the healing ring finger? Yes, no. More than 5 million SU will be consumed depending on the number of followers lost. The suggestion suddenly awakened him. Wait, I never thought about using the healing ring finger on myself. If I can do that, it'd be amazing. I'd become invincible. So he quickly pressed his finger against the center of his forehead, healing ring finger. Idohan curiously glanced over. He could feel healing energy spreading throughout the entire room. The system reminded him if you use it on yourself, 10 million SU will be consumed. He irritably shouted, wait, why is it nearly 1,000 times more expensive than saving the followers? The system asked, would you like to save the ant tribe using the healing ring finger? Yes, no. Having no other choice, Inzin pressed yes. Whatever. As long as I survive, that's enough. The screen displayed you have received over 5 million SU based on the number of followers you saved. He secretly rejoiced. I got refunded. This is incredible. Seeing Inzin recover, Idohan couldn't believe it. What? How are you still standing? After saying that, dark waves of energy shot toward Inzin. He chose to activate skill sharing. Inzin's body became stronger than ever before. He pointed his middle finger at him. This is how you turn the tables. You're finished, bastard. The god's judgment middle finger. The supernatural blast roared forward with explosive force, but Idohan swiftly dodged it. He burst into laughter. You truly are an astonishing man. How did I ever mistake you for useless trash? Inzin shouted, quit stalling, you're dead for sure. Idohan revealed something to him. I will offer all 999 sacrifices I possess to the god of destruction. Before Inzin could understand what his enemy meant, the man pointed at him and said, and you, a sacrifice more precious than all the others combined, are my final piece. Only then did he understand. A descendant of the god of destruction, what? Is that why he captured the demon's sword and targeted me? Idohan summoned his supreme power and declared, thank you for becoming my sacrifice. A beam of power descended from above, piercing through the ceiling. Cold, terrifying eyes stared through the crack in the ceiling. Inzin froze as he looked at that eye, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. No, meanwhile, Idohan cried out joyfully. Oh my god! Inzin desperately gathered his strength and raised his gesture. I have to stop him. The god's authority index finger. The system warned, this power cannot be used against the god of destruction. Suddenly, Idohan beside him began writhing in agony. He stared at the god of destruction in shock. This isn't what you promised me. Streams of murderous energy from the god of destruction poured down, as if trying to drown Idohan completely. Even Inzin couldn't escape being targeted by the evil force. He despaired, thinking, is this my end? At that moment, Inzin had a dream. Before him was a place overflowing with spiritual energy, filled with green mountains and beautiful waters. He wondered to himself, no, or was it an illusion? Then he held the small knife in his hand and encouraged himself. I am a powerful and benevolent god, respected by everyone, though he had not yet achieved that. The god who ruled the mountains, that was the true title of the heavenly blade severing steel. He looked at that ferocious monster, defeated by the god of destruction. A familiar name kept echoing in his mind without end. Hun Mang, Hun Mang. Hun Mang, Hun Mang, defeated by the god of destruction, betrayed by Hun Mang. Losing the woman he loved, and even the divine realm would suffer from that pain. Before that god lost himself, he had once been a deity searching for peace with the one he loved. Inzin had reached the end of that fragment of memory, but now, that god had become consumed by madness and revenge. Before him stood the sacred sword towering as high as a mountain. Inzin thought to himself, it's enormous. That's right, revenge, let's go find it together. A surge of power ran along the blade before beginning to enter Inzin's body. Meanwhile, the god of destruction started making a move. Snakes slithered down from the cracks. The demon sword stared nervously at them. What is this? I have to protect the sacred sword. But he couldn't even move a single finger. This is the first time I've ever felt this afraid. Inzin was surprised to see him awake. Demon sword, he blurted out. Sword Saint Yenshin reassured his followers. Calm down and watch me kill that perverted god. Your worship ends here. That figure made Demon Sword admire him even more. So cool. Suddenly a voice called out from behind, Master. Han's lover was being tightly constricted by snakes. He screamed, no, stop. Master, I don't want this. How can you eat the one who worships you? Please spare me. Inzin coldly asked, opened your eyes yet? The thing you worship is just another starving demon. Isn't that right, demon? Seeing it stare at him, he fearlessly asked back, what are you looking at? Demon Sword looked at him with even deeper reverence. That eye alone had caused Johan pain with just a glance. Yet that person remained completely unharmed. From the void. Inzin summoned a sword. Demon Sword was stunned, staring at him with shining eyes. Johan was being drained dry by the snakes. The god of destruction increased its suction force. Inzin gripped the sword tightly in his hand. He understood the power of a sword master. This was the power granted to him by the absolute annihilation sword. It would bring the sword to its greatest strength and potential. And it would also merge the wielder and the sword into one. That eye sensed something wrong. It hurriedly recalled its snakes preparing to retreat. The god's face reflected upon the sharp blade. Held by Inzin, a single slash carrying destructive power struck straight toward the eye. A roar echoed, shaking heaven and earth. The eye tried to block it with its power. Yenshin poured even more power into the god of destruction. Meanwhile, the evil tentacles of the god of destruction shot forward. He muttered irritably, why won't you? He swung down with all his strength. Disappear from my world. The god of destruction was crushed by that overwhelming force and couldn't resist. In Google City, District 12, the abandoned inner-city zone, the military had arrived to carry out a sweep. The commander ordered the soldiers search carefully. They discussed among themselves about an SSS-class rift. An enormous monster capable of destroying an entire country could emerge from this rift. Kang Chin, director of the Hunter Association, also arrived. He was utterly shocked. What happened here? I may have to start that project immediately. One member reported, Director, there are still survivors over here. Walking into the building, he was curious. Someone survived a disaster of this scale? Looking at Johan's snow-white hair, Kang Chin asked. Sir, what exactly happened here? Upon taking a closer look, Kang Chen broke into a cold sweat from shock. His condition, he ordered his subordinates call an ambulance immediately. Beneath Johan's abdomen was the eye's hiding place. At the final moment before being struck, the god of destruction screamed, "God of destruction, why don't you disappear from my world?" The moment those words ended, an explosion erupted. Johan finally realized it. He couldn't believe that in Sin, that guy truly was the god above all gods. Elsewhere, a girl had also just defeated a gigantic monster. Everyone exclaimed in amazement, as expected of Mina. She wiped them all out using only divine power. How is that possible? Someone stepped forward and asked, "Are you really an S-rank hunter? Dong is famous for resisting spiritual power, yet you defeated it so easily." Mina shouted impatiently, "Forget it. Clean up the rest and bring me the teleportation stone." The man was stunned. "Huh, where are you going?" Mina only cared about one thing. "Hurry up and give it to me." Juhyun quickly handed the item over. All right, don't get angry and wrinkle that pretty face. Each stone costs 100 million won. Do you really need to use it right now? What's going on?" Mina arrogantly replied. "If you don't want to die, then don't ask. I heard there was a black dragon, so I came here. Turns out it's only this tiny thing. What a waste of time." Watching her leave, Juhyun sighed in admiration. So fierce, truly a tyrant. Well, at least there were no casualties during this S-rank dungeon raid. That's good enough. 2 days later at Insin's house, he was asking his niece for help. "Hey, stick it right here, don't move it even a little." "Ah, that red spot, that feels so much better." Xian carefully placed a pain relief patch on his back. "You're really like an old man." The reason Insin needed his niece to take care of him was because of the side effects left behind by the heavenly sword. He frowned and asked, "An old man? Hey, I haven't even gotten married yet." Xian suddenly remembered something. "But uncle," Insin casually replied. Yeah, thinking back on that moment, thanks to the heavenly sword, Insin was able to stop that giant-eyed monster from escaping, but you have to make use of your body. Since Insin rarely does something like this, he looked extremely awkward. The little girl whispered, "Who is the person you're so afraid of?" He had no idea how to answer about the gloomy figure crouching in the corner like a ghost. Demon Sword." Demon Sword immediately bowed his head and asked, "Yes, did you call for me, Sword Saint?" Insin curiously asked, "Aren't you going home?" "Ah, you fixed the bathroom door right," he secretly sighed to himself. This guy was the only person capable of repairing things without anyone noticing. Demon Sword confirmed, "Yes, Sword Saint. I couldn't stand seeing your home damaged." That appearance alone was enough to leave Insin speechless. What a fanatic. Yeah, he really was like that. Ignore that description, just ignore it. He turned his face away, not daring to look at him. "And what about the mission I gave you? Why do you have time to sit here?" Demon Sword replied, "Cleaning up the aftermath of the Luminous Guild. I don't need to handle that personally." Insin froze in confusion. What do you mean? Explain it again." The Hunter Association's special task force, led by the famous Hunter Esmina, is already taking care of it. In fact, the Korean black market has basically collapsed. Insin was surprised when he heard that name. "Mina, wait, the model on TV?" Demon Sword answered, "Yes, she really is beautiful," he thought to himself. That name sounds pretty impressive. Miri, now that I think about it, you could tell they were sisters just from their names. No, even their figures gave it away. Speaking of Mina, "Is Miss Miri okay?" he called out to his student. "Hey Xian, let's go see your mother now." The little girl obediently replied, "Okay." Insin decided he should visit her at the hospital. If possible, he wanted to heal her with his own power as well. Just then, he received a notification. Divine achievement calculation completed. Insin had successfully stopped 1 out of 100 destruction gods from reaching Earth. However, Insin's merit had increased to 1 million. The number made him rather happy. "Oh, that's a huge increase," he thought about it. That destruction god was that giant eye, and that was only one of 100 clones. And it was already that massive. He wondered how terrifying the abyss truly was. The system continued. "Congratulations, Insin, you now qualify for the promotion mission." He was stunned. Promotion mission," the screen displayed. "Promotion mission, low-rank benevolent god. Obtain 1 billion high-level creatures as followers, or obtain 10 S2 ranked high-level creatures as followers. Promotion mission, low-rank evil god. Kill 1 billion high-level creatures to gain karma, or kill 10 S2 ranked high-level creatures." Insin. "Will you accept the promotion mission?" Insin realized he had been trapped. Benevolent god, evil god. Wait, does that mean I have to do both? He cursed in frustration. Damn it, both at the same time? The difficulty is insane. He hesitated. What? Gain 1 million followers or kill the same number of followers. Gain 10 S-rank followers or kill them. Should I even do this? Become either a good god or an evil god. The difficulty here is clearly hellish. I need more power and authority right now. But this mission isn't impossible. I can win if I take advantage of them. I'm seriously a genius. Bastards, it's time for you all to tear each other apart. Insin arrived at the hospital. He was currently standing in front of room 505. He hesitated slightly. "This is room 505, right?" Hearing the breathing from inside, Insin became suspicious. But why does it sound like someone struggling to breathe? "Hey Miri, are you in there?" A voice came from inside. "Yes, In-sin, come in." In-sin peeked his head inside. Why does the patient sound so frantic? He panicked when he saw Miri completely wrapped in bandages yet still diligently doing push-ups. She brightened up when she saw him. "Ah, master, did you come to visit me?" "I'm so happy," In-sin asked with concern. "Why are you exercising so hard while injured?" She awkwardly smiled and answered, "I got tired of lying down all the time." He continued asking, "So are you feeling better now?" Miri cheerfully replied, "Yes, I'm fine now, I don't even have any scars left, wanna see?" He blurted out in surprise. How?" Miri unwrapped the bandages around her body to show him. "Look, not a single scar, right?" At that moment, Mina returned from outside and immediately scolded her. "Have you lost your mind?" She angrily raised her hand, preparing to discipline her innocent little sister. Miri got smacked and could only cry out in pain. In-sin was shocked. Where did this girl suddenly come from? Beside him rang his students' cries. "Ah, that hurts," Mina lectured her. "How could you remove your bandages in front of a man?" Then Mina angrily turned toward him and asked, "Who the hell are you?" In-sin stammered. I should be the one asking that." Mina rushed over and grabbed his collar. "Bastard, what is your relationship with my sister? What kind of relationship do you and Miri have for her to do something like that in front of you?" After hearing that, In-sin finally understood. "Sister? So this was Miri's older sister. She didn't look ordinary at all." Mina threatened him in a low voice. "If you're just playing around with my sister, I'll kill you." From behind, Miri protested loudly. "Big sis, why are you being so rude to Master In-sin?" Mina couldn't believe it. "Master, this guy, a sloppy, unemployed bum like him, is your teacher." She lowered her glasses and carefully examined him. "You're telling me this man is an instructor at the Hunter Academy?" In-sin tried to explain, "No, about that." From behind, Miri gestured at him. "No, master, you can't let her find out." Mina frowned and asked, "You what?" He hesitated. "Ah, well, that's right, I'm a physical education teacher at the academy." Mina glanced at In-sin warily. "A PE teacher? You must be an official hunter if you're teaching at the academy, but I've never seen you before." "What rank are you?" "Well, it doesn't matter, you don't look special at all." Miri hurriedly stopped her harsh older sister. "Sis, you're being mean again. Teacher In-sin is actually an amazing person." The other two froze for a moment. "Our teacher," she introduced him proudly, even though he was still unknown to the world and looked rather worn out. "But he might be much stronger than you, so please don't treat him carelessly." Mina lowered her hat and replied coldly, "Really?" A deep voice echoed out, "Is that so?" The expression on her face looked terrifying. In-sin thought to himself, Mina, the famous hunter who can defeat other renowned hunters without breaking a sweat. She's Miri's sister? Mina angrily questioned her younger sister. "So you're not a timid little kitten anymore, huh? Now that you've reached a rank, you don't care about what I say anymore." She displayed her mind control ability and stared coldly at Miri. "Say it again. Who's stronger than who?" The psychic ability immediately forced Miri into submission. A sharp pain struck her head, making her beg, "Ah, I was wrong, sis." Mina sneered, "What kind of hunter is this weak?" She intensified her mind control power and ordered, "Kneel." Miri instantly dropped to the floor like a wooden puppet. Mina declared, "You only need to do what I tell you." After dealing with her younger sister, Mina turned to look at him. In-sin cautiously advised her, "Please calm down, you might hurt the girl at this level." Mina growled, "Outsiders should," she suddenly shouted, "learn to control themselves." The sound waves from her voice made In-sin's ears ring. Dizzy, he reminded her, "You're louder than your size suggests." Mina was shocked. You're still not getting out of the way?" Her mind control ability continued pouring out. "Get lost or I'll crush you, you damn unemployed bum." In-sin remained completely unharmed. Mina froze for a moment. Why wasn't her ability working? He stepped between them to mediate. Maybe I'm being presumptuous, but wouldn't it be better if you two sisters just talk things out?" Miri looked at him with admiration. "Teacher, you can resist my sister's mind control. You're incredible." In-sin suddenly realized mind control. Right. So Miss Mina is a psychic-type hunter. Mina stared in shock and guessed, "Don't tell me your rank is." In-sin thought to himself, "Ma'am, I'm only low S rank. Why ask something so embarrassing to admit?" Mina finally understood. "This is." She immediately bowed deeply and apologized to him. "I misunderstood because I didn't know. Teacher In-sin, please take care of Miri from now on." Her sudden change in attitude startled In-sin. Yes, of course." He wondered, what was that? Why did her attitude suddenly change so fast? Mina reminded her sister, "And Miri, don't skip meals just because the hospital food tastes bad. Eat that porridge over there, okay? It was expensive," she replied. "Yes, thank you, sis." In-sin thought, "That's surprising. She still takes good care of her younger sister." He read her information. A human woman who had lived for 24 years. Special note, she is cursed by the abyss and connected to an unknown being, the god of destruction. In-sin hesitated. A curse from the abyss. Maybe I should tell her. She's hot-tempered, but she's still Miri's sister and she even brought food. He decided to speak up. Miss Mina, there's something I want to tell you. Are you injured somewhere? It might be because of a curse." Mina was startled. "A curse?" he repeated, "something like a curse from the abyss." Mina quietly asked, "How? How do you know that?" The pressure radiating from Mina made him turn pale in fear. "Ah, well, I have a skill that can detect things like that, but maybe I'm mistaken." He thought to himself, her emotions really change at lightning speed. She's talking like a thug again. Mina returned to a friendly tone and answered, "No, nothing like that." It made Insin sweat nervously. "Okay, now I'm actually scared." Mina quickly left. "See you later, teacher Insin." He politely replied, "Yes, of course." Mina bid him farewell. "I'm leaving now." He reminded her, "Travel safely." After seeing her leave, Insin sighed in relief. The pressure from an S-rank hunter is no joke. If she's already like this normally, I can't imagine what she'd be like in the middle of battle. And someone like that becoming my follower is truly a nightmare. Teacher Insin stood there blankly. Miri called out, "Teacher, what are you thinking about so seriously?" He decided, "I'm worried about Earth's future." "No. More like my own future, so let's just stick to the plan." Then Insin spoke up. "Miri, let's head up to the rooftop for a bit." She immediately agreed. "Yes, teacher." After hearing Insin explain everything, Miri happily praised him. "That sounds great." Insin's movements unleashed streams of power like an electrical storm. Miri transformed into a tiger so he could practice. He was shocked to see that his power had absolutely no effect on her. "What is this? Nothing changes even after using divine power. Let's try again." Crushing finger of God. One more time, crushing finger of God. A long time passed, and even after he was completely exhausted, the tiger still hadn't suffered a single injury. Insin felt helpless. "I thought it would be simple after becoming stronger from that accident, but it seemed. Looks like I was wrong. Miri will become an S-rank once I can release this, but why isn't it working? Damn it." A moment later, he sighed in relief and thought, "I've recovered my power already. Does it really have to be this difficult? I seriously don't understand. Maybe my method is wrong." He asked, "Miri, could you stand over there for a moment?" She nodded. "Yes." Seeing the information appear, Insin hesitated. On the screen appeared a human woman who had lived for 19 years. She had advanced to S-rank and was currently sealed. Special note, she feels itchy during analysis. Her abilities are still partially sealed, Miri reminded him. Like this, Insin regained his focus. "Focus on the seal, Insin. Focus every cell in your body. Concentrate." Feeling embarrassed under his intense stare, Miri spoke up. "Master, if you keep staring at me like that." Insin paid no attention. He kept telling himself that concentrating like this felt like trying to look through a needle hole inside a locked room. But nothing changed at all. He was startled. "What is this? So this is why the seal still hasn't been broken." Miri curiously asked, "Master, what do you mean?" He suddenly asked, "Does Mariko know where your sister went?" She answered blankly, "Huh? Why are you asking that?" Somehow, Insin recalled Mina's radiant appearance. He decided that he absolutely needed to have a serious talk with Miri's sister. At the Hunter Association prison outside the island, Johan kept thinking about the seductive call of the one he once worshipped. "Do not suffer, my apostle. The moment they retreat, everyone on earth will be saved." He fell into despair. The voice of the god he heard after losing his reason to live had felt like a miracle. But it was all just a lie. "I endured with both mind and body only for the sake of salvation. Even though I worshipped that god like a madman and even felt honored to become part of him." Suddenly, Johan saw a familiar eye. That was. He froze and cried out, "My lord, but that was a demon. I told you that wasn't what I wanted." He thought of Insin's brilliance. After all, that person is different. A true saint, the god above gods. Thanks to him, the world can finally be saved. And so Johan began to pray, "Please grant me forgiveness. Please allow this worthless piece of trash to believe in Lord Insin." He silently prayed in the empty space. The system displayed. "Faith in Insin has been established." He burst into tears. "Lord Insin, who should I thank? Who accepted a sinner like me?" Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from behind him. "Insin, did you just mention Insin?" Johan looked at the cloaked figure in surprise. "Who are you? How did you get in here?" He thought to himself that this wasn't a place anyone could casually enter unless they were S-rank or higher. He asked, "Did the upper ranks of the association send you to eliminate me?" "Who is this person?" he helplessly muttered. "If you're after my abilities. Well, I suppose I've killed too many people already. Is this decision based on public demand? I may no longer be a demon apostle, but I can still kill someone like you." The person standing there was Mina. She said in annoyance, "You sure like joking around. So you're not from the abyss either?" Johan was surprised by the word. "The abyss," Mina confirmed. "Yeah, looks like it. I still won't forgive you for trying to kill my little sister, Miri." Mina's spiritual pressure crashed down on Johan, making his whole body feel crushed. He trembled as he struggled to support his tense body. Desperate screams echoed throughout the prison. At Insin's house, he was feeling frustrated. "In the end, I still couldn't meet Mina. I wonder why she's so busy." Then again, of course it wouldn't be easy to meet someone on the level of a top celebrity. Also, the demon sword finally left my house. Before leaving, the demon sword left behind a tear-stained letter, addressed to the glorious sword saint. This incompetent demon sword has suddenly encountered an unavoidable matter and must leave the area for a few days. My body may be absent for a while, but I will always remember the beautiful sword duel the sword saint granted me. I shall witness it every day, and I will continue wielding my sword even if this body shatters. Stay healthy, sword saint. Sin desperately hoped, please don't ever come back. Looking at the news on his phone, he was surprised. Huh, creator, what's this? The information displayed read, Humans of Earth Johan. Transferred from the god of destruction to Sin, Johan has been classified as a fanatic believer. He was shocked. Johan, that bug-loving pervert, but why? Mission progress updated. The low-tier divine follower advancement challenge is now underway. Ordinary believers. Believers are higher life forms with superior intelligence or S-rank beings with extraordinary ability. Signs secretly rejoiced. Wait, this guy is S-rank. I don't know how this happened, but this is lucky, right? Demon sword left the house without me doing anything, and now I even gained another S-rank believer. But why Johan? There's another message. Insign received bad news, the first fanatic believer of Insign. Johan had died. He gaped in shock and blurted out, huh. So the number of S-rank believers dropped back to 0. Why did he suddenly die? He continued reading the message. Everything a believer possesses belongs to the god they worship. You may receive an offering. Insign grew curious. I can receive an offering even after he's dead. What's this now? A flood of red warning alerts suddenly filled the screen. Insign froze. What? System warning. Accepting and absorbing a believer's offering may be accompanied by pain equivalent to having the body crushed and destroyed. The moment the notice appeared, a flash of light burst from the phone screen. His entire body was drowned in unbearable agony, while immense heat spread throughout the whole house. After struggling for a long while, Insign stared blankly at the red supernatural energy flickering around his hand. Did I just absorb Johan's power? What a stupid game. Would it kill you to explain things first? So if believers die, I can absorb their ability. But why did Johan die? Is he really dead? Insign checked the latest news. The man behind the black market. An awakened individual was found dead in prison from a stroke. He immediately understood. They didn't mention the name, but since it was the mastermind behind the black market, then it had to be Johan. System update. Progress trial for the low-level god of profit in progress. Believers are higher life forms with superior intelligence or S-rank beings with extraordinary abilities. 1 out of 10. Progress trial for the low-level demon god in progress. Believers are higher life forms with superior intelligence or S-rank beings with extraordinary abilities. 1 out of 10. Insign felt strangely fortunate, or maybe not fortunate at all. Both the demon god and prophet god trials increased by 1, and I just absorbed Johan's ability too. In the end, Insign sprawled across the bed, unable to stop wondering. It's like I won the lottery without doing anything. How did Johan suddenly become my believer? And then they announced he died from a stroke. His death didn't affect the trial at all, and he was also a believer of the god of destruction. So should I be happy that he died? Whatever, he was a bad guy anyway, right? He was also some kind of exhibitionist pervert. Stop overthinking it, everything's over now. Alright, what should I do next? He pondered how he could practically do anything now that he had obtained so much power. I could become a hunter and earn money and fame. But that's not what I truly want. Right, I used to be a writer, though just a third-rate writer who got his contract terminated. When emotions are overflowing, it's time to write. After several hours of frenzied typing, he sighed in relief after uploading 10 chapters at once. Now there should be some reaction, right? People's responses should be good since I wrote about my own experiences. Maybe they'll get excited like fanatics. Now then, why not check out some passionate comments? The moment he clicked on the comments, Insign turned pale. Several comments read, "This author is stupid as hell. I could write better with my feet and learn some spelling too. Poor ants, stop killing them. The plot is trash now. If you have time to write this crap, pay back the money you borrowed." He let out an awkward laugh, left the desk, and temporarily gave up on his dream. Insign looked utterly pitiful right now. Monkey-brained author. I should find another job. Suddenly, knocking came from outside. He suspiciously asked, "Who is it?" I wasn't expecting anyone. Demon sword, that boneless bastard, a real man should finish what he starts. Why is he already back? He angrily opened the door, shouting, "I'm gonna kill." But the person outside was Miri, calling out in panic. "Master," he stared in surprise. "Miss Miri." Miri suddenly dropped to her knees. She earnestly begged, "Master, see, can I ask you for a difficult favor?" Miri pleaded sweetly. "Master," he thought to himself, "just look at those sparkling eyes. How could I possibly disappoint her? If I said no, I probably wouldn't even qualify as human anymore." So Insign immediately agreed. All right. At the same time, he received a notification. Faith of Earth Apostle Miri has increased by 10. Insign was shocked. I only agreed and her faith already increased by 10. What exactly is she asking me to do? Meanwhile, Miri happily cheered. As expected of my master, you're truly the best. Insign had a bad feeling about this. Why do I suddenly feel so anxious? The next day, Insign accompanied Miri to the Hunter Academy. He asked gloomily, so you want me to act as your sister's guardian instead? She confirmed, that's right, he thought to himself, because she skipped class too many times without permission. Her homeroom teacher called for a guardian meeting, but she didn't ask her sister to come. Remembering Mina's furious expression, Insign realized, I think I know why now, so that's why her trust went up by 10. Unbelievable, Miri called from behind. But teacher, you really look amazing in a suit. Why don't you usually dress like this? Insin explained, what? Oh, this is the only suit I own. Miri suggested, then I'll buy you another one. Come on, I've got plenty of money. He refused, no, don't waste money like that. I don't have any reason to wear a suit again anyway. Miri kept pleading, then at least let me buy you a designer tracksuit. We need the whole world to know how dazzlingly handsome you are. Insin's face darkened as he thought about those words, dazzlingly handsome. He started getting a headache when he realized Miri's personality seemed somewhat similar to Anti and Black Devil. Yeah, I feel like this is my fault. In the end, he said timidly, fine, fine, hurry up already, otherwise we'll be late for the meeting. Miri trotted after him, you're right, teacher, as they entered the office. The teacher asked, excuse me, but what is your relationship with Miri? Miri introduced him, this is my cousin. The teacher looked Insin over seriously. He's your cousin, but the two of you don't look alike at all. He thought nervously, I only said what Miri told me to say earlier, but have I already been exposed? Miri puffed out her cheeks angrily and asked, no way, can't you see how much he and I look alike? Behind her, Insin watched helplessly as she acted. As expected, she's terrible at lying. He read the teacher's information. Larry, Australian, a man who has been in use for 33 years. Note, his muscles are very useful. At the same time, Miri was pressuring the Australian. Teacher, take back what you said about my brother being ugly. He denied it. No, wait, I never said that. Insin quietly observed the other man. If he was evaluated this highly, then this person clearly was no ordinary man. His nameplate also obviously suited the muscles on his body. The Australian said awkwardly to Insin, I sincerely apologize for my rude attitude just now. I thought Ms. Mina was the one coming. Insin blurted out, what? Oh yes, it's fine. He asked, by the way, are you a hunter too? If you share Miri's blood, you must be very talented. Insin pointed at himself, me? No, I'm just an ordinary person. Miri proudly boasted, teacher, actually our brother is. At that moment in the principal's office, a majestic horn from a strange beast hung inside the room. Kangsan sat quietly in the room. He clicked his tongue softly, time really flies. In the past, when a crack appeared in the sky, a curse rang out. Damn it, gates are appearing everywhere in the city. Not only that, now there's even one over an elementary school. There are also goblin bugs and demons capable of wiping out all of Korea. The division commander shouted, can the hunters do anything? Seeing everyone's faces go pale as they faced the goblin, the captain knew. As expected, this was an enemy even the hunters couldn't handle. A team member froze and pointed in one direction. Division commander, over there. The figure of someone full of momentum swung his fist toward the green goblin. It was Kangsan in his younger days. His fist, carrying destructive power, slammed straight down onto the goblin. The aftershock spread across the surrounding area, forcing the hunters to brace themselves just to stay standing. One team member fearfully dodged backward when he saw the goblin's head fall beside him. Back then, Kangsan stood heroically with the goblin's corpse beneath his foot. His figure at that moment was as majestic as a hero. Voices of admiration rang out, what? He took down a devil, a supreme-grade monster, all by himself. What? That's unbelievable. I've never met this hunter before. If he's that strong, he must be S-rank. But where did he come from? Returning from his memories, Kangsan sighed and said, I had planned to keep living in seclusion. But that damned monster ended up changing the whole world like this. From then on, people started calling me Kangsan the Sky Sweeper. But now I'm far too old. I have to tour this academy thoroughly to find and nurture new talents. That is my duty. Though the academy's biggest issue is Miri. Lately, not only has that child grown tremendously, but the heads of the association have also learned that she is actually rather spoiled. Everyone has high expectations for her. The important thing is to help her develop properly. In today's meeting, I'll speak separately about this matter. That way she should understand. Outside, after Miri introduced him, the Australian asked in surprise, you're a writer. Insin felt offended and thought, what is this? Why do I keep feeling like I'm being looked down on? He started a conversation with him. I may not look like it, but reading is a hobby of mine. May I ask what genre you're pursuing? Insin answered all at once. Right now, I'm writing a story about raising a colony of ants and using that colony to invade other territory. There will probably be a queen ant, worker ants, muscle ants, and things like that. The Australian was shocked. Muscles? Inshin thought to himself, of course. He stopped in front of the principal's office and said, "Looks like we've arrived." "This is the principal's office." Then Dan Wook politely knocked on the door and reported, "Principal, the student Miri and her guardian have arrived." Kang San replied, "Come in." Dan Wook invited him in. "Please come inside." Inshin straightened his tie, braced himself, and stepped inside. "Oh yes, just as I thought, I'm so nervous." First, he greeted him warmly. "Hello, Principal, I'm Miri's cousin, I'm here as her guardian." Kang San replied cheerfully, "Hello." Inshin got to the point. "I don't know what Miri did wrong, but..." He laughed easily and said, "It's nothing serious." As if realizing something, Kang San's expression changed. "Wait." When Inshin saw him clearly, he was shocked too. An image from the past rushed back and he remembered this man was. No, this was the drunk man from that day. It really was him. S-rank hunter Kang San, also known by the title Scanner. An aura radiated from the principal. "It's that kid from the other day." Then he let out a sigh, his mind endlessly denying it. No, impossible. It can't be that kid from the other day. Right then, Inshin practically dug his own grave by saying, "Hey, drunk mister. It is you, right? Nice to see you again like this." He thought happily, "Great. Since he's someone I know, this meeting should end faster than expected." Kang San shouted, "Stay away from me," he explained. "Sorry, I was just happy to meet someone I know here." Dan Wook, standing to the side, was very curious. Why is the principal suddenly acting like this? I have to stop him quickly. Otherwise, an ordinary person like him really will die from a single punch. Seeing Kang San take a stance and prepare to punch, Inshin asked, "No, but why have you gotten so hostile? You were so friendly before." Miri stood between them and pushed them apart. "Hey, what are you two doing?" he snapped at her. "If you don't know anything, stay still. We never know when a monster might appear." Dan Wook was still completely confused. I don't know what he's talking about, but considering even the principal is this scared. No, more importantly, who exactly is Miri's cousin? Inshin was not afraid at all. Instead, he was angry at someone. "Yeah, are you really going to keep acting like this, even though I gave you a whole 5,001 back then?" Dan Wook was puzzled. 5,001, Kang San hurriedly. Seeing the principal's next move, the cousin noticed that Kang San was starting to get into position to leap out through the glass window. Inshin shouted, "You don't have to pay me back. I won't say anything about it." Down in the schoolyard, everyone stared blankly at the person who had just smashed through the window. Kang San landed with an impressive air, then fled as quickly as smoke, leaving the three people upstairs still frozen in shock. Inshin scratched his head in confusion. What's wrong with him? Even after quite a while, all three of them were still dazed in the smoke-filled room. They saw Kang San running for his life down in the schoolyard. Dan Wook spoke up. "You two must be shocked, right? I apologize on his behalf." The two of them said one after another, well, the principal sure is fast." Dan Wook pointed at his own head and explained on his behalf. "It seems something went a little wrong up here after the time he saved someone before. I think it's because of his job." Inshin did not believe it, because even when I first met him, I didn't think he was very normal. Down below, Kang San sprinted all the way out to the street. Dan Wook said, "I'm sure he'll be back soon," just as he predicted. A short while later, Kang San had returned. He tried to act like he was fine and calmly drank tea. Miri paid no attention at all and focused on eating the sweets on the table. She invited Inshin. "Master, no brother, try this." He refused. "I'm fine, you go ahead and eat." Miri kept coaxing him. "I'm full too, just try it. I've already eaten a lot, hurry and try it." With no other choice, Inshin gave in. "All right. Thanks." He picked up the cake and ate it. He looked curiously at Kang San. "Why is he glaring at me like that?" Just as Inshin took a bite of the cake, he received a notification. Human model Miri has offered Inshin a tribute, Kang San's favorite snack. He looked suspiciously at the cake in his hand. Kang San's favorite snack, this counts as a tribute too. But seriously, why is he looking at me like that? It's just a snack, right? No way that can be it. He stood up and spoke first. "Sir, is there something you want to say to me? If there is, we can talk privately somewhere discreet." Kang San flinched and replied, "There's no need for that." He hurriedly reminded him, "Sit down, let's talk together." Inshin thought to himself, "This is bad, how am I supposed to persuade him?" Dan Wook spoke up confidently. Today we called you here because Miri has been skipping class often lately. As you can see, she is an intelligent and sincere student. So we hope you will pay more attention to her so she can maintain her excellent performance at school." Inshin replied, "Yes, don't worry. I'll definitely take better care of Miri from now on." Dan Wook continued, "Thank you for coming despite your busy schedule." Inshin said politely, "It's nothing. Please help me look after Miri." Dan Wook carefully observed Kang San's expression and immediately knew it seemed best to stop here. Inshin led Miri away. "If that's all, we'll be going first." He agreed right away. "Oh, all right." Only Kang San shouted no. All three of them turned to look at him in surprise. Kang San quietly repeated, "I can't let you leave like this." Inshin pointed at himself suspiciously. "What, me?" Kang San asked. "Do you know how long I've been searching for you? Mr. Hector, this is fate itself." Meanwhile, Inshin had no idea what was going on. "What the hell is he talking about?" Kang San tried to look cool and started advertising. "Our Hunter Academy is equipped with the most advanced technology available. Come with me and take a few tests. Follow me, please do it for me. Insin frowned and asked, why should I do that? Those words pierced Kang San's heart. He spoke sincerely. I'm begging you, if you take the test, I'll do anything you want. Dan UK stepped in as the principal arrived, and even Insin never expected things to turn out like this. He proposed, if you excuse all of Miri's absences and stop forcing her to train, then I'll consider it. Kang San readily agreed. Fine. Dan UK hesitated and tried to advise the principal. About this, the old man immediately snapped and shouted at him. Wyatt, this is a perfect opportunity, let's go. And so the whole group headed off for the test. As Insin stepped into the measuring machine, Unbai, the captain of the Hunter Academy's engineering team, asked from the side. Do you realize how pointless this is? A normal person taking a hunter aptitude test. Kang San waited anxiously. Just this once, this is very important. A staff member reported his previous test ranked him as grade G. Why does that matter? Kang San suddenly muttered something vague. There are certain things like that. Inside the machine, Insin read the information on the item before him. The Chosen One's gem is currently owned by Hunter Academy. Usable for 20 days. Features: used as a tool to measure human abilities and strength, commonly used to distinguish disciples from priests. He focused intently on the item. The Chosen One's gem. This thing is worth millions of guan. It can even distinguish disciples. I've got a bad feeling about this, though I don't know why. Outside, Unbai announced, to begin the test, place your hand on the gem. Insin obeyed. Oh, all right. The gem began measuring his strength. A surge of energy erupted within Insin's body. He struggled to keep his hand pressed against the gem. Then a notification sounded. The test is complete. Please step outside and read the data report in your hand. Unbai exclaimed, impressive. Insin became excited. Impressive, what does that mean? So they've finally realized my greatness, he hurriedly asked. What's my rank? Inside, he smugly thought maybe it was grade A or perhaps grade S since he was basically a god. Unbai sighed and said, grade G from your physical condition to your intelligence. Everything about you is terrible. You're the worst person I've ever seen. Those words turned Insin to stone. Even Kang San couldn't believe it. Impossible. Are you sure the machine isn't malfunctioning, Unbai? She confirmed that the margin of error was only 0.1%. Miri curiously asked from behind, Unbai, are those too close or something? He replied, they're family. Information about her had already been completely understood by Insin. Unbai, currently the captain of the Hunter Academy engineering team. Trait, daughter of Choi Kang-san. So arrogant, Unbai reminded him. Ah, principal, please call me manager while we're working. Kang-san agreed. All right, already. Miri quietly observed the two of them, though they didn't resemble each other at all. Insin agreed as well. Seriously. He refused to accept it and thought, but even if my rank is low, I'm still a god. Can that machine even measure divine power? Whatever, let's just go home. Meanwhile, Kang-san still refused to believe it. Are you certain? Is that brat really that weak? Unbai shoved him away in annoyance. I'm certain. Kang-san read the report and was shocked. Strange, that day how did he manage to do that? I'm sure he collapsed on the rooftop. Then he realized something. Wait, collapse. Now that I think about it, maybe he can only show his power after passing out. If that's true, I just need to make him fall asleep. Insin remained unaware of the approaching danger and casually asked, Miri, want something to eat on the way home? She replied, yes, he said, all right, let's go. From behind them, Kang-san shouted loudly. No, I won't allow it. Irritated, Insin turned back and asked, now what? The old man proposed, let's fight, show me what skills you've got. Machines like that obviously can't measure everything. Those words deeply offended Unbai. She trembled with anger. Insin suspiciously asked, why should I do that? There's nothing in it for me. As he said that, he remembered the appearance of the previous two disciples. Benefits, maybe both the demon sword master and Johan became believers after fighting. Maybe if I teach this old man a lesson, I can recruit the S-rank disciple needed for the advanced challenge. For that reason, Insin gladly accepted. Fine. Hearing that shocked the other three uninvolved people. Kang-san excitedly shouted, excellent, then let's head to the combat arena. Just then, a heavily muscular man stepped forward. I'll be the one to fight. That man was Dan UK, the legendary figure of Korea and our principal. Fighting under these circumstances isn't exactly appropriate. At the Hunter Academy arena, both fighters stepped onto the stage. Insin carefully inspected the iron mesh behind him. He evaluated it. Looks pretty sturdy. So this thing really absorbs all the energy from any skill. Behind him, Dan UK curiously asked, you're not going to wear protective gear. He replied, but you're not wearing any either. Dan UK reminded him, there's a huge difference in combat experience between you and me. Insin casually answered, it's fine. Besides, I don't want to wear it anyway. Those words completely fired up Danuk's fighting spirit. He might end up regretting this. Down below the arena, Kang-san warned him, hey, don't take this lightly. Insin replied casually, he revealed. Danuk is the top-ranked B-class hunter. Not only that, he has real combat experience, so he can even fight evenly against A-class hunters. Insin calmly answered, really? Miri cheered enthusiastically. Come on, you can do it, take him down in one hit. Those words only made Danuk even angrier. The trainees below realized that Instructor Danuk seemed ready to spar. Maybe they were testing the new teacher. Insin was shocked to see such a huge crowd watching. Why is everyone here? Danuk spoke up, come on, let's make this quick before things get noisy. Insin answered in surprise, what, really, then you go first. That carefree attitude made Danuk's expression darken. He was irritated. That attitude of not caring about the gap in ranks was seriously driving him insane. I don't know what the chairman sees in this guy, but I'll show him what a real hunter is. With that resolve, Danuk declared, then let this punch open the match. Let's begin. Insin swiftly dodged to the side. Danuk couldn't believe his eyes. He dodged that. I did pull back at the last second, but was it just luck? But if it was luck, that's as far as it'll get. Danuk lunged straight at Insin, confidently throwing another punch. It's over. Insin froze as he saw the attack coming. Danuk threw a hook at him and the trainees stared in shock. Look at the force behind that attack. That's Instructor Danuk for you. Danuk let out a sigh of relief. However, something immediately felt wrong. Insin wasn't injured at all. Insin raised his index finger, which contained a mysterious power, the divine finger. Danuk was stunned, unable to understand what his opponent was trying to do. Insin's finger strike shot forward, landing directly on Danuk's forehead and causing internal damage so severe that blood burst from his nose. He was still in shock. What the hell was that? Even after collapsing into the water, he still couldn't believe it. Impossible. How could a mere G-class defeat a B-class? Kang San wasn't very surprised by the result. Meanwhile, Insin wondered, what was that? He's B-class? Then what level is A-class? Below the arena, Miri proudly shouted, No, brother, you're amazing. Only then did Kang San speak up. Just as expected, Danuk got knocked out in one hit and still hasn't recovered. Unbai silently watched from afar. Whispers from the trainees echoed in her ears. The instructor got taken down in one hit. Who is that guy? She was utterly confused. He looks completely ordinary, so how could something like this happen? Seeing Insin's condition, she worried, is he okay? Kang San stepped onto the arena and proposed, hey, how about fighting me too? Insin was shocked. What? Without waiting for an answer, Kang San removed everything restricting his movement. Information about him appeared. Kang San, male human. A male human model currently in use for 58 years. Warning, muscles possess a chance of transcending limits. Reading those words, Insin learned a new phrase. I'd rather avoid fighting that giant, but if I can turn him into a follower, wouldn't that be way more useful? The reward would be much sweeter. Seeing Insin's increasingly sinister expression, Kang San felt his excitement rising. Why do I feel so uneasy? Still, I never expected him to beat Instructor Danuk like that. As expected, that machine was broken, but compared to what he showed that day, this is nothing. I'll just beat him unconscious. He stretched his arms as he spoke. It's been a long time since my blood boiled like this. Now then, let's begin. Insin smiled and suggested, before that, let's make a bet. Kang San froze. A bet. Your condition is this, the loser must obey one request from the winner. What do you think? Kang San casually agreed, as long as it's nothing illegal. That's fine, I'm still a government employee after all. Insin assured him it wouldn't be anything strange. You just have to do one thing I want if I win. Kang San thought irritably, look at this brat, does he seriously think he'll win? Meanwhile, Insin secretly plotted. Even if he doesn't become a follower once I win, I'll say the keyword just like I did with Mir. Kang San accepted the condition. Fine, I don't know if you can actually do it, but sure. However, hearing that, it was Insin's turn to freeze. Kang San added, if I win, then you have to do something for me too. Since he was sure he'd win, Insin didn't care. Fine, let's do that. No problem, no matter what, I'm going to win anyway. Kang San replied, good. The power inside his body erupted, making every muscle grow even harder. The aura radiating from Kang San forced Insin to step backward. He became serious at last. This old man is definitely no joke. He activated iron muscles as well. The bulging muscles across his body were no weaker than his opponent's. Then I'll go all out too. The sight left Kang San stunned. The two men of similar build silently stared at each other as gasps of amazement echoed around them. Who is that guy? Just how many skills does he have? Kang San exhaled and said, just as I thought, it really is you. Myril was right. Insin asked in surprise, Myril, you mean the S-rank hunter? Yay, the old man confirmed, that's right. She said that before long the most revered and brutal existence would appear. Insin suddenly caught onto the keyword, the most brutal and revered. Wait, now that I think about it, brutal and revered. Was she talking about the demon god and divine prophet? Isn't that me? Myril really is extraordinary. Kang San continued. She said that if such an existence appears, I should bring that person over to the academy. Insin repeated, the academy? The old man replied, exactly. Insin refused. I don't know about that. But inwardly he thought, I still have novels to write and ads to shoot too. I'm really busy, you know. Looking at the opponent's incoming fist, Sin coldly said, "Isn't this getting a little troublesome?" The old man's punch slammed directly into his face. The impact rang loudly across the entire arena floor. Miri was sweating nervously while Unbai eagerly awaited the outcome. Kangsen's face darkened as he sneered, just as expected. Sin's face remained completely flawless and unharmed as he blocked the attack with one hand. Kangsen excitedly said, "Let's see whether you're truly the existence Myral spoke of." Sin swung his fist forward while Kangsen prepared himself as well. Another hook punch struck Sin, causing him to stagger backward. Kangsen waited while Miri grew increasingly anxious. The blow hurt enough to make Sin frown. Without giving his opponent any chance to rest, Kangsen launched another punch. Sin continued his fate as a human punching bag. That attack left Kangsen breathing heavily. He followed with a kick, leaving Sin no choice but to block with his arms. "Professor Sin is still okay," Kangsen excitedly said. "You're pretty good yourself, kid." Deep down, Sin was shocked. So this is an S rank. Seeing the seriousness on the old man's face, he understood. "But this is worth trying. I still haven't used my full strength yet." Kangsen proposed, "I'll force you to surrender and work at my academy." The demand left Sin speechless. "What?" The old man continued, "Even if I have to use my true power." Sin immediately rejected him. "Forget it." He charged toward his opponent with fierce momentum. "My turn." But his steps halted when he noticed something unusual about Kangsen. Waves of supernatural energy swirled around the old man's calves before spreading across his entire body. Kangsen radiated an overwhelming aura from head to toe. Everyone gasped in amazement. That's the principal's true power. Those punches sent monsters flying around like balls. Are they really not planning to stop? Sin shouted as he charged forward. Miri fearfully thought, "Professor Sin won't be able to withstand this. I have to stop them." The distance between the two rapidly closed. At that moment, Sin froze in shock upon receiving a notification. The screen displayed, "Number 1 has completed the challenge of the 11th floor flower in the Warrior Tower. The fanatic and followers of Lord Number 1 wish to offer a sacrifice to you." He was stunned. "What, right now?" That guy really does offer sacrifices every time he clears a challenge. "Before accepting the item, I need to beat this old man first," Kangsen thought. "Even if my arm breaks, I don't care." Their fists slowly collided. Shockwaves from their supernatural power erupted violently throughout the room. Both of them were completely serious when suddenly a bouquet of red roses appeared. Sin was shocked. "What is this? What the hell is this? Don't tell me that's the offering." He threw the bouquet away. "Damn it, what kind of nonsense is this?" The flowers accidentally smacked straight into Kangsen's face. The old man stared wide-eyed at the thing before him. Flowers, recalling the image of that terrifying carnivorous flower within seconds. In front of the entire audience, their respected principal suddenly bolted toward the barrier net. He cried and screamed, "Mom, save me. I haven't even beaten that brat yet, but that monster." Sin was utterly confused. Watching Kangsen run away in terror, he wondered, what's wrong with that old man? Is he allergic to flowers or something? Wait, if that's the case, then I won. That means my followers are about to gain this old principal too, right? But I still haven't received any confirmation notification. In that case, looks like I need to say something to him. Suddenly an incoming call appeared. He suspiciously muttered, "Why is Antico calling me?" A notification appeared. "More than 4 million people wish to join your tribe. Would you like to accept them? Yes, no." He happily accepted immediately. "Great, isn't this awesome? My followers are increasing on their own. That means my mission is progressing perfectly." After calming down, he realized countless people below the arena floor were staring at him in shock. Sin knew he first needed to find somewhere quiet. After reaching a secluded place, he activated the progress menu. The system displayed, "Beginning expansion upgrade. Tribe size will double and new areas will be constructed. Build more training facilities. Congratulations, your number of followers has increased. The promotion trial for low-rank Divine Prophet is underway. Actual followers have surpassed 10 million. Even seeing that number, Sin was still dissatisfied. "I've expanded the territory according to the number of followers, but this is so frustrating. Damn it, when will I finally reach 1 billion followers? Damn." Sin's followers saw his helpless expression. They shouted, "It looks like God Sin is greeting us." Some people thought otherwise. Is that really a god's greeting? Anti suddenly understood. Oh, the god's way of responding. She sent him a message, "Lord Yenshin." He looked surprised. "Huh, what now?" Another message appeared. "To the great and merciful god Yenshin." Damn. A stream of curse words followed one after another. He felt helpless. There wasn't even a warning about swearing in front of children. "Forget it, where am I supposed to find the principal now?" Looking at the phone in his hand, he cursed again. "What the hell time is it already?" Suddenly he became emotional after receiving a notification. What is this? Demon's Sword was doing something reckless in a silent forest. It seemed he intended to log himself out permanently. The system warned. God Yenshin, your believer demon sword is at risk of self-logout. Would you like to save him? Yes or no? Insin exclaimed, self-logout. The sky was clear and sunlight shone over the lush green forest. Demon sword was kneeling in front of a house, seemingly trying to harm himself. Insin crossed through space and arrived behind him, silently observing the situation. Demon sword looked sorrowful, his eyes filled with tears as he cried, "Sword Saint." Insin heard the plea for help. "Please save me." The moment Demon Sword raised the knife, a hand stopped him and then violently threw the blade to the ground. Looking irritated, Insin kicked it far away and cursed angrily. "What the hell is wrong with you? Why are you hurting yourself again?" Demon Sword hurriedly explained. "No, it's not like that." Insin stared at him coldly and mocked him back. "So you weren't trying to hurt yourself?" Before he could continue, Mina suddenly appeared and interrupted them. "You only almost died, right?" Her eyes were bloodshot as she slowly approached the two of them. Mina frowned inwardly. "Definitely I can't sense anything. Where did this guy come from?" Insin turned around in surprise to look at her. Demon Sword warned, "Sword Saint, don't let your guard down. That person is using some strange technique. If you listen to that voice, you'll realize that person isn't just some ordinary pervert." He asked in surprise, "What?" Mina was also stunned. "Pervert?" Insin burst out laughing before explaining things to Demon Sword. "She's not a man and she's not some kind of pervert either." He couldn't believe it and asked again, What do you mean?" Insin calmly asked, "What are you doing here, Mina?" She clasped her hands behind her back and still said nothing. Demon Sword frowned and wondered, "Mina, why is Mina acting like this toward me?" The system notified. Mina, a woman who has been used for 24 years. Special note, connected to the god of destruction and afflicted with the abyss curse. Insin proudly boasted, "Like I said before, I also have a detection skill." Demon Sword admired him. "Even your perception is incredible. As expected, someone who has met the Sword Saint really is on another level." Mina suddenly threw away her mask. She pulled down her hood, revealing a face that was both beautiful and cold, leaving the two young men speechless. Demon Sword praised her. "You're pretty too." Then he became confused. "I can't believe someone that beautiful would use such dirty tricks." "I won't be fooled." Mina found it ridiculous. "Don't make me laugh. This mask is enchanted with a rank disguise magic. How could you possibly recognize me while I'm wearing an item like this?" Demon Sword could only marvel. "Your aura is overwhelming." Insin brought up the thing he was curious about. "Anyway, aside from that, what are you doing here?" Mina lowered her head and shouted, "I'm here to kill that brat." Insin couldn't believe it and asked again, You're trying to kill Demon Sword?" Demon Sword muttered softly, "Sword Saint, among the 10 people I mentioned before that I couldn't defeat. She is one of them." Insin turned toward him and asked again, "Demon Sword, be honest, are you really that weak?" He hesitated before replying, "Well," seeing the tense atmosphere, Insin started negotiating. "Anyway, I don't know what's going on. But can't you just spare him? He may look weak and honestly he really is weak. But he's kind-hearted." Demon Sword couldn't stand hearing that and cried out, "Sword Saint." Mina lowered her head as murderous intent burst from her body. "You want me to spare him after he tried to kill my younger sister?" Yenshin felt that it was exactly as he expected. "She already knew," he said. "If it's about that, then you really should spare him. If you still can't let it go, then I'll take responsibility and surrender." Mina calmly replied. "I don't know whether you're lying to yourself or not, but your timing is perfect." He asked in surprise, "What?" She continued, "Since you said that, you're next." He asked in shock, "What? Why me?" Mina immediately exposed him. "Stop pretending to be innocent. Johan mentioned your name too." Insin thought to himself, "If it's Johan then..." Mina interrupted immediately. "I already know you're the one behind all of this." He continued playing dumb. "Me?" Mina asked coldly. "Why are you trying to get close to Miri? You pretended to save her to win her affection. What dark scheme are you planning?" Inchin snapped. "Seriously, this is infuriating. What is she plotting?" Then he took a gamble. "Then let me ask you something. If you truly care about your sister that much, why are you trying to use her?" Hit where it hurt, Mina's face darkened. "This guy, how does he know?" She studied Inchin's appearance and guessed, "Is it because of that scouting skill?" Just as expected, she was right. He was extremely dangerous. She should eliminate him. System display, blood seal. Note, Mina has been afflicted by the abyssal curse and her life is in danger. Bound to Miri, this curse cannot be lifted by any skill. It was all because of Mina. Inchin asked her bluntly, "No matter how I think about it, I still can't understand why you would risk your life for that seal. Maybe you're jealous because your sister is a better hunter than you, so you had to hold her back, right?" Mina roared, "You know nothing." Then power burst from her vicious hand. "Stop talking nonsense." Inchin felt a shock run through him. Demon Sword saw it and hurriedly drew his blade, shouting, "Sword Saint." Then he shot straight into the air, swinging his sword directly at the enemy. Mina activated her ability and said with contempt, "You are nothing but prey." As soon as she finished speaking, power surged from her hand. Demon Sword was pressed down by Mina's palm strike until his face twisted in pain. Mina casually waved her hand, making the place where he stood explode. Demon Sword was struck and sent flying straight into the base of a tree. Inchin froze for a moment, staring at Demon Sword as cold sweat poured down his face. He had no idea what kind of monstrous ability this was. She had only just appeared, and already did this to him. Looking over at Demon Sword, who had been beaten half to death, Inchin asked anxiously, "Demon Sword, are you okay?" Demon Sword weakly warned him. "You should be careful, Sword Saint." Then he forced himself to continue. "There is a rumor that Mina is not merely S-rank, but SS rank." Inchin was shocked. He had not expected Mina to be SS rank. Normally, by contrast, he was still only G rank. Just how strong was she? Suddenly, she changed her mind. "I will end this killing now." Then she spread out her hand, forming spiraling energy. The moment she clenched it, everything shattered and sprayed. In all directions, Inchin felt his heart skip a beat. His own blood kept pouring out, terrifying him to the core. Mina's ability had struck Inchin hard enough to injure him internally. Demon Sword shouted in fear, "Sword Saint." Inchin hurriedly clutched the spot where he had been hit with both hands to keep the blood from flowing out. Mina's eyes were sharp and cold, her face full of satisfaction. Inchin grimaced in pain, trying to endure it. Demon Sword cried out, "Sword Saint, you cannot die." Inchin found it annoying and scolded him, "Please, shut your mouth already. It only tickles a little." Mina could no longer believe her eyes. Demon Sword was overjoyed. Just as expected, in the blink of an eye, Inchin's wound had healed. He grinned cheekily. "Now I'm alive." Mina found his rapid recovery unbelievable. "But it was only a little. I put everything I had into that attack. Where the hell did this guy come from?" Then she remarked, "I admit you are better than I thought. But if you think my ability is limited to mind manipulation, you are badly mistaken." As soon as she finished speaking, Mina activated her power. Powerful streams of blue light radiated from her entire body. Seeing this, Demon Sword gritted his teeth and assessed it. "That is a disaster. That is definitely a disaster." Mina's eyes shone brightly as she raised both hands forward. She gathered energy, preparing to fire it straight at her opponent. Demon Sword hurriedly warned him, "Please be careful, Sword Saint. As I said earlier, Mina is very likely SS rank." Inchin focused his gaze on Mina, who was activating her ability while floating in midair, and started thinking. The highest rank officially announced for Korean hunters is S rank. But if Demon Sword said that, then she must be even stronger than that homeless guy, right? There was no comparing her to him. Mina's eyes glowed as she shouted, "Burn!" Inchin asked in surprise, "What?" Demon Sword's face remained tense as he stared intently at her. Mina activated her power, creating a massive flame with fierce offensive force and launching it straight at the enemy. Inchin barely managed to dodge. Demon Sword also quickly swung his sword to block it. The flames blazed violently, as if they were trying to swallow both of them whole. Inchin looked at the part of his clothes scorched by the flames and gritted his teeth in anger. This was a flame of ruin, carving a deep crater into the ground. This power made even him feel a degree of caution. It was not just a mind manipulation skill. "I still cannot believe an attack skill of this level exists. Is she really trying to kill us or not?" Mina took advantage of the moment and mocked them. "Pathetic, I have not even started yet." Inchin was shocked. Is she actually serious? She began activating her power, forming a massive mass of energy. Frosty mist covered the entire forest. Mina shouted, "Freeze!" Instantly, a sphere carrying the deadly cold of the far north plunged straight down, scraped against the ground, and shattered right in front of Inchin. He was stunned. "No way!" Inchin looked down at his feet, now sealed tightly in ice, and grimaced. "My legs." He stared blankly and thought, can she use that skill freely? Could she be a hunter who controls spiritual power? After closely observing Mina's form, he finally figured it out. Wait, the mind. That's right, Inchin was controlling his willpower and channeling force into both feet. The ice suddenly shattered. He quickly told the Demon Sword, "Demon Sword, it's all just an illusion. None of it is real." Knowing she had been exposed, Mina dropped the axe. She coldly raised her hand. "That's right, you're correct. My power lies in the mental domain. And all of this is merely an illusion. But you know what? A perfect illusion is no different from reality." The moment she finished speaking, the Demon Sword was frozen solid, lying motionless below. Mina raised her hand and controlled a gigantic mass of earth that covered the sky, along with countless floating chunks of ice suspended in the air. She smugly declared, "Even if this is only an illusion, once this kind of magic engraves itself into your body, all of you will still die." She extended her hand, guiding the massive layer of rock downward. It slowly descended toward Inchin as she coldly spoke, "If you don't want to be destroyed like this, then tell me your identities and your purpose." He pondered carefully. "Even if I tell her the truth, she still won't believe me." Inchin decided to speak honestly. "I'm just a third-rate writer. Even the ants are treated like gods, right now. I'm focused on helping Miri become an S-rank hunter, so I honestly don't know what's going on either. But please let Miri go." Mina continued screaming like a madwoman. "So you're pretending to be insane because you want to die? If you're really that desperate to die, then." Her eyes glowed as she coldly shouted, "Die." Dust and debris exploded into the air as the giant sphere shot straight toward Inchin. The Demon Sword hurriedly shouted, "Sword Saint." The The entire ground trembled as friction created a white light that enveloped everything. Mina continued forcing the pressure downward, sneering at the insects before her. Insin chose to share his skill, startling her. He raised his fist high and activated the iron body ability. His entire body radiated a brilliant golden light as the rocks shattered into countless fragments flying through the air. His powerful punch blasted upward. The giant sphere slowly began to sink. The two forces collided, creating a violent explosion. Golden light filled the entire space as the shattered rocks crumbled into tiny fragments that rained down everywhere. Insin stood tall with a muscular body completely unharmed. Mina stared in disbelief. He blocked it with nothing but pure strength. She clenched her face and cursed, "This is insane." The demon sword grew excited, as expected of the sword saint. Insin raised his voice. "I told you it was just an illusion, but you wouldn't listen. Were you seriously just going to stand there?" The demon's sword immediately collapsed to the ground in shame. "You're right, it's all my fault, sword saint." Insin was speechless. "There you go again, overreacting." Meanwhile, Mina couldn't accept reality and kept thinking impossible. She thought to herself, wasn't that guy only Ephraim? The demon's sword continued acting like a lunatic. "This sinner guilty of blasphemy shall punish himself." Insin punched him awake. "Cut the nonsense already." He stomped directly on the demon's sword's head and instructed him, "Just stay still here for now. I need to deal with a few things first." The demon's sword called out, "Sword Saint." Mina's arrogant expression still hadn't recovered from the shock. Suddenly, Insin appeared right in front of her and whispered, "Miri's guardian, will you finally listen to me now?" Mina was stunned by his incredible speed. Too fast, she quickly leaped backward and shouted, "How dare you!" Mina immediately pointed at her temple and activated her skill. Seeing himself ignored, Insin hurriedly complained, "There's still someone talking here, you know." Suddenly, he glanced to the side and began sweating. Mina had already begun activating her mental domain. Strange magic appeared in her hand. Purple light radiated from her entire body as glowing streaks shot straight toward Insin. He was blasted away and thrown backward. Insin closed his eyes and lightly raised a hand in front of himself to block. He opened his eyes in surprise. Insin looked around cautiously. He had fallen into a strange dimension. Insin had no idea where this place was. He carefully took step after step while sensing his surroundings. The ground felt soft despite looking solid, and the fresh scent carried by the wind made him want to close his eyes. He murmured, "Why do I feel so comfortable here?" There was absolutely nothing in this place, yet he could somehow hear insects chirping on a summer night. At last, it felt as though he had found the peace he had always longed for. Insin felt refreshed, as if he could do absolutely anything. He slowly walked forward before stopping in one spot. The night sky sparkled brilliantly with countless stars. He stared blankly and wondered, "This is..." Then he silently admired the breathtaking beauty of the unique night scenery. Mina's voice echoed out, "You really annoy me." Mina's voice snapped him back to reality. She refused to let him enjoy the moment any longer and immediately pointed her finger to activate her skill. Only then did Insin suddenly remember, "That's right, I'm fighting Miri's guardian." Mina continued activating her skill without stopping. Streams of water slowly wrapped around Insin's body, leaving him confused about what it was. Insin struggled desperately against the encirclement while Mina calmly stood there watching the show. She coldly declared, "This will be your end. Give up." He struggled to raise one finger while recognizing it, God's index finger. All he could do was watch as the water tightened around his body. Damn it, at that moment he realized his skill was useless. Mina suddenly stepped forward and said, "Don't worry, you won't die. So don't be afraid. But if you're sucked in there, your body will fall into a vegetative state, and you'll never wake up again." Insin stared blankly for a moment. Then he shouted angrily, "Isn't that basically the same thing?" Insin calmed himself down and thought, "No, I need to stay calm. This is probably just another illusion." Mina growled, "This is your last chance." Even now, Insin still pleaded, "Are you serious? Please calm down a little." Mina exploded with rage and yelled, "Talk already." He blinked in confusion. "Wait, what are you trying to ask?" She pressed her foot onto Insin's head and interrogated him. "Who are you? What is your purpose?" He stammered, "Insin, Lady Mina." She burst out laughing. "Good, so you're finally ready to confess." But that clearly wasn't what Insin meant. "No, that's not it. I can see it. I can see your underwear. It's white." Mina's face instantly turned pale. Insin immediately backed away. "Well, whose fault is it for stepping on someone's face while wearing a short skirt?" This time he had kicked a hornet's nest. She went completely berserk. "Just die, you bastard." The moment she finished speaking, Insin was swept away by a torrent of water. His eyes widened as he gritted his teeth and endured it. Mina looked like an enraged demon god, her expression growing colder and colder. The current swallowed Insin whole, making him feel as though he were floating. He muttered weakly, "I want to sleep." But his consciousness refused to let him. "No, I can't fall asleep. She still hasn't explained why she sealed Miri, but I'm so sleepy." Suddenly, the system appeared. The conditions to activate the night blooming rose have been fulfilled. Insin remained dazed, unable to understand why. Then suddenly, bubbles began rising beneath the water. Mina glanced back, a question mark forming in her mind. Huge mouths sprouted from the illusionary roses beneath the water. They suddenly lunged at her. Mina was still stunned by the bizarre sight before her eyes. Somehow, she felt as though she were trapped inside a beautiful dream. Before this, Mina still hadn't been able to uncover the truth she sought. She believed he was connected to Nether. In the end, I still couldn't uncover his identity, but at least I managed to eliminate a future threat. I suppose it's time for me to return to reality now. Just as she was preparing to return, bubbles began boiling up beneath the water. Back in the present, carnivorous vines sprouted from the roses. Their giant mouths opened wide, preparing to devour their prey. They rushed straight toward Mina, forcing her to retreat. She frowned and muttered, "What the hell is this?" The mouths lined with countless razor-sharp thorns closed in on Mina. She quickly leapt away to dodge them. Mina weaved skillfully through the tangled vines. Mina frowned in confusion. What are these disgusting things? They're much bigger than before. Why do these things even exist inside my mental space? This is a place no one can enter without my permission. It seemed she had finally realized the problem. Could this all be because of that bastard? The image of Insin acting ridiculous peered inside her mind, making a heart shape with his hands in a comical pose. Meanwhile, the giant mouths continued pursuing Mina. Suddenly, a change appeared in Mina's eyes. Insin was sitting atop a rose, surrounded by thorny vines protecting him. Insin drowsily felt warmth all around him. "I'm asleep, but I want to sleep even deeper." The vines, however, were far from relaxed. They continued attacking Mina relentlessly. One of them stabbed through her arm. Frustrated, she cursed, "Damn it, all I can do is dodge." Mina no longer looked as confident as before. Her exhausted expression was filled with self-reproach. "Have I ever been this powerless before? The gap in strength is overwhelming." She lowered her head gloomily, lost in thought as memories resurfaced, just like the terror she experienced that day during the Nether Dragon massacre when she was still a child. The monster that killed her parents. Thinking of it, Mina mentally collapsed. She dropped to the ground and screamed, "No!" Clutching her wound tightly, she painfully muttered to herself, "I can't die like this." In an instant, Mina was tightly wrapped by the rose vines. Her entire body was bound up like a sack, leaving her able to do nothing but scream. No, the massive mouth slowly approached to devour its prey. Another desperate scream escaped her lips. "No!" Mina used every ounce of strength she had left and pleaded, "Insin, please, I still have so many things to do. I can't die before taking revenge on Nether." Her voice suddenly cut off. Before she could get her revenge, Mina was swallowed whole. The gigantic mouth snapped shut. Inside Insin's consciousness, he walked forward quickly. Ruins stretched out before him. He asked in surprise, "This place is..." "Where am I?" "I was fighting Mina." A golden light shining from nearby caught his attention. Insin followed the light and walked straight ahead. The system announced, activating the Eye of the Blind God inherent authority. A machine appeared before his eyes. He asked in shock, "This is..." The system replied, "Insin is observing Mina's nightmare." Insin stared intently at the beam of light rising behind the building. He asked, "Mina's nightmare? So now I can finally see why Mina sealed Miri's power." He blankly watched as the stream of memories began unfolding before him. Mina's nightmare began 15 years ago. Nether, the creature known as the worst monster of all time, was the cause of everything. It devoured hundreds of people in a single breath, including the parents of Mina and Milo. In the end, it marked the two sisters. Nether recognized the immense potential within the sisters and marked them, hiding them away with the intention of using them as sacrificial seal. Mina successfully became an S-rank hunter. She lived with only one purpose, avenging her parents. There were rumors that Nethia had died, but she refused to believe them and thought that one day Nethia would return. However, the bloodline curse did not spare Mina. Her power could grow rapidly, but it also shortened her lifespan. At this rate, it was obvious she would not live much longer. A curse that allowed her to become stronger at incredible speed while simultaneously stealing her lifespan. The problem was that she was not the only one afflicted by the curse. Mina tried to withdraw the mark, but it was useless, so she chose to sacrifice even more of her lifespan to seal her younger sister's power. At the very least, she could stop her sister from becoming an S-rank. Mina began performing the seal, causing Miri to scream in pain. "Stop it, sis." She kept begging, "Sis, please, I'm sorry." Mina replied painfully, "Never think about revenge, at least you must live that way." The memory stopped there. Insin stood frozen for a long time. Then he burst into tears, regretting that he had never known. The system notified him. The spirit of Mina, who had been consumed by the night-blooming rose, was shattering. The mental space imprisoning Insin was collapsing. Seeing tears in Insin's eyes, the demon sword hurriedly asked, "Sword Saint, are you all right?" His silence made the man anxious. "You're not answering me, and it's making me worry." Insin sighed and replied, "Really?" The Sword Saint cheerfully said, "Well, you did defeat the great Mina, quite impressive. What are you planning to do next?" Seeing Mina lying there, the demon sword asked again, "Are you planning to sell her to the Hunter Association?" Insin rushed toward her in panic and shouted, "Miss Mina," supporting her body, he said. Miss Mina, wake up." At that moment she began to move. Insin let out a sigh of relief. Thank God she's not dead. He asked gently, Miss Mina, are you hurt? Mina no longer looked evil like before and instead appeared strangely gentle. Lying in his arms, she reached out her hand and softly called, Mom. Sin felt that something was wrong. The sky was crystal clear. Endless mountains stretched into the distance, peaceful and strangely beautiful. In the middle of the forest stood a rather luxurious wooden house. Inside the room, Mina sat in a daze, sucking on her finger. Sin activated his ability, but nothing happened. He cursed angrily, damn it, even the ring finger power isn't working. Looking at the system, he asked, is everyone watching? What should I do to heal Mina? A message arrived from the god of eternal truth-seeking. A healthy body heals everything. She needs more training. Sin replied, no, reject it. Press the button. The heavenly blade of absolute steel whispered to him, if she's definitely going to die, why not sacrifice her to me? The man's heartless suggestion infuriated him. I expected nothing from you, get lost. Next came a message from the god of abundance. If you become a high-tier god, you can heal her with the ring finger's healing power. Sin thought carefully, I've only just reached low-tier god status. To become a high-tier god, forget that suggestion. Suddenly an idea struck him. Wait a second. I don't clearly remember it, but whenever I lost consciousness after being defeated, the night blooming rose always appeared. The system announced, you have fulfilled the blooming condition of the original ability. Night blooming rose, reward from silent nightmare. He realized that was exactly what had happened. An image of Kangson being beaten senseless by the frog flashed through his mind. Because the night blooming rose activates whenever I lose consciousness. He muttered in admiration, could it be that I'm a genius? Sin stared at the phone with a dangerous expression and asked, isn't that right, Lord Nightmare? Why aren't you saying anything? Silent Nightmare replied, if she can eat, then there's nothing to worry about. He asked again, so I should just leave her like this. She answered, there is one way. Sin could hardly believe it and asked again, really? He continued questioning, so you're saying I have to sleep with her? What kind of method is that? He asked. Seriously? Silent Nightmare nodded frantically, leaving him so miserable he nearly cried. Sunlight streamed through the window into the room. Sin lay on the floor deep in thought. Seeing that Mina's blanket had slipped halfway down, he suddenly sat upright. He then walked over carefully and pulled the blanket back over her. You should keep yourself covered. Sin stepped outside. At the same moment, Mina also woke up and softly asked, where are you going? He calmly replied, I'm making breakfast. Do you want something to eat? He knew Silent Nightmare had not meant anything improper when she said he had to sleep with Mina. Mina smiled happily and replied, food. I like it the same way water flows from high places to low places. The memories he had absorbed from her would return through dreams. Sin finally understood what he needed to do, so I have to dream together with her in the same place. It seemed to be working. Sin began carrying out his plan. Then first, let's check what your name is, she answered quickly. Mina, what do you like? Mina replied, Miri, my younger sister. He continued, what do you dislike? Mina trembled and answered, I'm afraid of flowers. He realized he had only returned her mind to childhood. Helpless, he thought, so I just have to keep sleeping, and then Sin hurriedly told Mina, I'm sleepy now, so I'm going to sleep. Looking at the latest news on his phone, it read, S-rank hunter Mina has suddenly disappeared and all contact has been lost. She had probably been kidnapped. The Hunter Association had already assembled to investigate. He silently wondered, if she returns now, I'll become a kidnapping criminal. I'll get arrested. Sin quickly came up with a plan. I have to hide until Mina recovers. We're deep in the mountains, so they won't find us easily. But first, I need to let Miri know. Outside, the demon's sword carried his massive blade and headed straight toward the house. Just then, Sin stepped out from inside. Demon's sword hurriedly asked, you're awake, Sword Saint? Demon's sword knelt down and bowed respectfully. Good morning, my lord. Sin asked, is your training going well? He replied, yes, sir. Demon's sword started rambling about the book. The swordsmanship you bestowed upon me is incredible. It's a revolutionary style that shatters all conventional sword techniques. Sin stared blankly in thought. I thought the mission to ascend to a lesser god level was impossible. The heavenly demon sword, of course I paid a huge price to train him. Sin put on a miserable expression. How am I supposed to gather 1 billion followers and 10 servant class? You may now receive notifications regarding your S-rank or higher servants. The number of qualified candidates has increased to 2. Inho, Anti, and Demon Sword were confused by his reaction. They quickly asked, Sword Saint, are you all right? Sin kept staring at his phone. I don't know how brutally they trained, but Inho and Anti became S-rank hunters. Then Demon Sword has a chance too. He glanced over at Demon Sword with calculating eyes. Turning an S-rank hunter into my servant is nearly impossible. I'll make my servants become S-rank instead. Demon Sword still clutched the book tightly, his head full of questions. Sin pondered deeply. So this is why I spent 20 million divine coins on this book. This sword came as a bonus. But the system replied, the ultimate swordsmanship is to abandon the sword itself, transcend all people and oppose the heavens, and in the end challenge the mountain itself. Honestly, my fists are stronger than my sword. Sin realized he had been scammed and his face darkened, but purchased items could not be refunded. No refunds for fraudulent items. He looked at Demon's sword diligently training and scolded himself inwardly. Forget it, stop fantasizing. Sin decided to gamble. I'll use Popcast. The growth potion should work better. It was extremely effective on Inho, so maybe Demon's sword can use it too. Without hesitation, he tossed the Popcast potion bottle to Demon's sword and instructed, drink it while training. Demon's sword caught it. Then knelt with clasped hands. Thank you for your grace, Sword Saint. Sin was speechless. This guy had watched too many martial arts movies. All right, I'll make breakfast while you continue training. Demon's sword tried to take the job instead. No, I should be the one to. Sin refused, just keep training. The stronger you become, the more useful you are to me. Demon's sword respectfully knelt and answered, I will not disappoint you. Sword Saint, Demon's sword remained kneeling on the ground while Sin wondered what he should cook. Let's see, is there anything good to eat? Suddenly breaking news appeared. S-rank hunter Zuhian warned, kidnapper, if you dare lay a hand on her, I'll snap your neck. Sin frowned. Snap my neck. Suddenly, a beam of energy shot down from above and slammed into the ground. The two of them were startled and turned around to see what it was. Zuhian aggressively demanded, where is my Mina? The system notified, Zuhian, male human, age 26. Attention level 6 years. He possesses remarkably powerful flame. Sin asked in surprise, you're Zuhian. My sword saint master has been insulted. Demon's sword snapped, how dare you, do you even know who this is? Zuhian replied, who? Demon's sword proudly pointed at Sin and introduced him. He is the sword saint. Zuhian stared blankly. Sword saint. What? Demon's sword raised a finger mockingly. How disappointing, so the famous Zuhian is this narrow-minded. Sin thought grimly. Hey, Demon's sword, I'm getting embarrassed here, so stop already. Demon's sword kept provoking him. The girl Mina you're searching for has become devoted to the sword saint and can no longer live without him. Zuhian's face darkened. She can't live without this guy. He gritted his teeth in fury. The whites of his eyes turned bloodshot red. If it's what I think, then all of you are dead. Demon's sword laughed excitedly. Fool, don't you know your place? Sin awkwardly muttered, I beg you to. Please shut up. Demon's sword switched into fearless mode. Just stand back and watch, Sword Saint, I'll handle him. Sin was shocked and warned him, where is this confidence coming from? You're fighting an S-rank hunter. Not wanting to keep his sword saint waiting, Demon's sword immediately raised his sword high, gathered all his energy and shouted, die, you chicken. Zuhian remained perfectly calm, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly and preparing to block. The two swords collided in a shower of sparks, sending Demon's sword flying backward. Zuhian was completely unharmed, while Demon's sword was scorched black. He sprawled face down on the ground as Sin and Zuhian locked eyes. Zuhian activated his power and vanished from Sin's sight in an instant. Sin froze in shock. He disappeared. Then Zuhian reappeared and grabbed Sin by the throat. The speed caught him completely off guard. Too fast, this is teleportation. Energy crackled all over Zuhian's body as he growled, where is Mina? What is this lunatic talking about? Zuhian activated his ability. The Crimson Dragon awakened, its eyes blazing with fire. Sin wondered, is this the Crimson Dragon, Zuhian's sword spirit? Zuhian continued raging furiously. Bastard, what did you do? Flames erupted from his entire body. Zuhian tightened his grip on Sin's neck and demanded, answer me. Burned by the flames, Sin felt unbearably hot. My face is going to burn off. I need to put out the fire first. Then he quickly used the finger of authority. The divine finger pointed directly at the Crimson Dragon. Zuhian thought he was being insulted and shouted, how dare you point at me? Suddenly, he froze and muttered through clenched teeth, I can't move. The red dragon behind him was completely surrounded by a beam of light. Its gaze became even fiercer. Yuhyun furiously shouted, asking what kind of skill the other man had used. Sin could not be bothered to answer and simply said, get lost. Then he focused power into his finger. The red dragon was struck directly by streams of light, forcing it to shield its eyes. To avoid the attack, the two forces collided, creating an extremely powerful friction. Dust, rocks, smoke, and flames engulfed the entire area. Jaehyun glanced to the other side, still wondering what the hell had happened. It turned out his sword had been severely damaged. Yuhyun could not accept it and screamed, my dragon soul sword. Then he emphasized, did you do this? Sin coldly replied, so what? That attitude irritated Jaehyun immensely. He sneered and said, shouldn't you let go first? That flame is only pleasantly warm anyway. I don't like things that are too hot. Jaehyun still refused to let go and continued venting his rage. Hey, what did you just say? Sin calmly answered, you heard me. The demon's sword regained his composure. The demons on the ground admired him in awe. He defeated Jaehyun so easily. Amazing. Jaehyun was about to swing his sword again to activate another skill. Sin asked, are you done yet? Then it's my turn. At that moment, Mina walked out of the room. She had been awakened and angrily shouted, "Shut up." It turned out she could not sleep because of the noise. Jaehyun looked over at her and asked with concern, "Mina, are you okay?" Mina stared at him with icy eyes. Jaehyun was so happy he nearly cried. Suddenly Mina pointed ahead and shouted, "Bad guy," leaving him stunned. Yoo-hyun cried out desperately for Mina, then her eyes suddenly began glowing. Mina raised her hand and unleashed energy, screaming, "Die!" Jaehyun was struck and blasted backward. Both he and his sword floated in midair. Then he crashed to the ground, creating a powerful shockwave. Dirt and rocks exploded everywhere around him. Jaehyun struggled to get up while coughing blood. He still could not understand what was happening and asked Mina, "Why are you attacking me?" Suddenly, hearing the name Miri from behind made In-sin turn around in surprise. Mina mistook In-sin for her younger sister and hurried over anxiously. "Are you okay?" Yoo-hyun was utterly shocked. What is going on?" Mina kept checking whether In-sin was hurt anywhere and comforted him, saying, "Don't worry." He gently replied, "I'm fine." Suddenly, she hugged him tightly. "I'll protect you from the bad people." The sudden embrace left In-sin slightly stunned. "If she suddenly hugs me like this." Jaehyun called Mina's name with a sorrowful expression. She began placing her hands on both of In-sin's cheeks. "Miri, don't get hurt." In-sin instinctively replied, "Yes, big sister." Right after saying it, he suddenly realized he had just called her sister. And Jaehyun painfully watched the two acting so intimate. His mind filled with wild fantasies about them actually dating. "If it were really him, I would probably want to die." Meanwhile, Mina had regressed mentally to her childhood and could no longer recognize herself properly. Yoo-hyun looked truly pitiful. On the ground, In-sin decided to release the seal on him. "I'll let you go, ring finger, heal." As soon as he finished speaking, Jaehyun could move again and his energy recovered as well. The system announced, calculating the origin of the cause and its effect on the target. Yoo-hyun has been healed. He is currently only at lower level 8, but he still has room for further growth. In-sin asked in surprise, "He can still grow stronger." The system immediately displayed 100 divine servants consumed for healing. His eyes widened in shock. "What? 100 just for that level?" But In-sin focused his attention on Yoo-hyun and thoughtfully calculated. "No, this is a chance to increase the number of S-rank servants I have. Just look at those eyes. He looks like he would die if I asked him to." He thought the man would probably become his servant if he asked. After the seal was removed, Yoo-hyun stood up. He politely asked, "Did you restore me?" Then he looked at his hands and praised him. "What an incredible skill. Even the S-rank healers I met in South America couldn't do this." Seeing that, In-sin secretly rejoiced. "I've made a good impression on him." He seized the opportunity to explain, "Mr. Yoo-hyun, I think there has been a misunderstanding between us. Let me explain a little." Suddenly, something appeared. Both In-sin and Mina looked up. 3 helicopters were approaching in the sky. He was surprised. "What is this? Didn't he come alone?" Then he stuck his head out and asked Jaehyun, "Your allies?" Jaehyun hurriedly replied, "No, I came alone." In-sin thought to himself, he probably isn't lying. Then who are those people? The appearance of these uninvited guests made him curious. There are so many of them. Are they rank bounty hunters or investigation team captains from the Hunter Association? Whoever they are making things annoying. The helicopters landed in the wide yard in front of the house. People poured out of them one after another. In-sin could not help exclaiming, "Good grief, there are so many." He was surprised to see a familiar face. Kang-san," the man poked his head out from the helicopter. Seeing the strange expression on his face made In-sin uneasy. "The principal, why does he look like that?" "Ah, that recent news. Don't tell me even the principal thinks I'm a kidnapper." Miri followed behind them. Seeing her appear, he said in surprise, "Oh, Miri is here too." Mina happily called out when she saw her younger sister, Miri. In-sin tried to think about how he should even begin explaining this. They were in the perfect situation to be misunderstood. Everyone stepped down. He slowly told the whole story from beginning to end. That was what had happened. He had already recounted exactly what took place. The rest of the story about Mina sealing Miri's talent was also brought to light. Now Miri understood. So that was why her sister had placed a seal on her. The misunderstanding was cleared up and the two sisters tearfully embraced. "Sister, you risked your life for me." Mina tried to act strong and comforted Miri. "Stop it. Why are you crying?" Little Miri burst out, "Sister, I love you so much." Mina gently replied, "I love you too," moving everyone around them to tears. Yunbai coldly took out a card and handed it to In-sin. "Please accept this." Holding the card, he asked in surprise, "Is this a Class B Awaken a license?" Then Yunbai explained, "Based on your stats, you are only Class C, but because of the principal's letter of guarantee, as well as the flower monster you summoned." As soon as the flower was mentioned, Kang-san and Mina both trembled. It seemed to be that flower. Yunbai cleared her throat and continued, "In any case, your ability to summon strange monsters has been highly evaluated. That is why you will receive a Class B license." In-sin remembered the flower monster. "A strange monster? Oh, the night blooming rose." Kang-san tried to persuade him. "That is why I wanted to ask why you will not work with me. Becoming Class B is enough to qualify you to teach at the academy." In-sin calmly shot back, "Why would I do that?" Then he thought to himself, I have to raise ants, and even if I am only a third-rate writer, I still have to write. I also have to improve the stats of my class S follower. Anyway, everyone knows I am a busy man. Kang-san gave his final offer. I can double your starting salary. At the mention of money, In-shin's eyes lit up. What? About how much are we talking? Yunbai showed him the calculation sheet. If we add the special budget for the principal's activities on top of your starting salary, it will be about this much. The long string of numbers made In-shin dizzy. How many zeros is that? There are so many. He made a complete 180, grabbed Kang-san's hand, and said excitedly, I will become an academy teacher. In fact, my lifelong dream has always been to stand at a lectern. When can I start working? They returned to the Hunter Academy. In the classroom, Miri had a delighted look on her face. Mi Youngjai, sitting beside her, asked curiously, Miri, you look so happy. Did something good happen? Miri smiled and replied, yes, a special person will appear today. Then the two of them looked over at In-shin, who looked completely exhausted. In-shin appeared at the lectern with the demon sword beside him. The students below began murmuring among themselves. Who is that? It is the tracksuit guy from before. Isn't he the one who defeated teacher Dan UK with a single blow? Then who is the person behind him? In-shin began speaking. Hello, everyone. While teacher Dan UK is on sick leave, I will be this class's temporary homeroom teacher. I am In-shin. Everyone kept whispering. What is he saying? What, this sudden? Seeing how noisy it was, the demon sword angrily shouted, everyone be quiet. I am the teaching assistant, the demon sword. You brats should know how honored you are to be taught by the great sword saint. In-shin asked the class, so what is our first class? Miri quickly raised her hand and answered, it is physical education. This is teacher Dan Uk's class. Then he told the class, oh, is that so? Fine, then consider this self-study. As soon as he finished speaking, he put his head down on the desk and thought, I am short on sleep and the classroom is too small. The whole class was shocked and confused by their teacher's behavior. Beside him, the demon sword raised his sword threateningly. From now on, you had better not make even the slightest sound. The slightest, anyone who dares disturb the sword saint's sleep will not be forgiven. The girl at the front desk mocked him. John, the sword's name is John. Like some dragon-tooth name, how childish. Another student signaled to the person beside him. SHH, the energy he gives off is at least class A. Just stay quiet and self-study. The next day, In-shin sat at the lectern, yawning again and again. Your exams are coming up soon, right? Then shall we continue with self-study? The day after that, rain poured outside and In-shin kept making excuses. Why is it raining so hard? On days with weather like this, there is nothing we can do. Please self-study today. The day after that, he used another excuse. The weather is too nice today, everyone self-study. Mi Youngjai gradually became extremely annoyed. She complained inwardly, what is wrong with this guy? We have done nothing but self-study for 4 days straight. When he wakes up, he plays those games with ants or whatever. Is this really a teacher? At the table, Mi Youngjai looked at the scene before her, too stunned for words. In-shin stuffed his cheeks with food and exclaimed, I am very happy doing this job since the school also provides meal. With a satisfied look, he asked Mi Youngjai. Student Mi Youngjai, why are you eating so little when the food is free? She cursed inwardly. Salary thief. Miri put on an adorable expression. Oh my, just watching you eat makes me happy. Hearing that, Mi Youngjai was shocked. Wow, is your face okay? She is completely blinded. Class ended. Miri and Mr. D walked along the road while complaining to Miri about a sloppy man in a baggy tracksuit who always made excuses to force them to study on their own. What's so great about that anyway? Miri asked in confusion. What? You mean instructor In-sin? She was very proud of In-sin. It's okay, as long as I know our teacher shines brighter than anyone else. Mi Youngjai thought she had misheard. What? Mi Youngjai looked at her phone screen and said, my sister and instructor In-sin are waiting for me. Then she hurriedly said goodbye. Mi Youngjai, I'm heading off first. Mi Youngjai shouted, you're meeting that guy even during class hours. Hey, then she muttered to herself, I can't just stand by and watch this anymore. I have to save my friend from this mess. Even if I have to fight this thing alone, I'll clear away the fog clouding Miri's eyes. The next day at the Academy Stadium, In-sin began explaining the lesson. Instead of self-study, today we'll be doing some swordsmanship sparring. Pair up however you like. Mi Youngjai instantly realized her chance had finally come. I'll use my skill to defeat him. A wave of drowsiness hit him. He began speaking lazily. I'm sleepy, so I'll leave the rest to assistant instructor Demon Sword. I'm going to take a nap. Demon Sword bowed and replied, yes, your wish is my command. Mi Youngjai became furious. What the hell, isn't this basically the same as self-study? He arranged sword sparring and then went off to sleep. In-sin quickly searched for the perfect napping spot. Oh, this place looks nice, before he could even lie down. Mi Youngjai's voice rang out. Instructor, wait. He turned around and asked, what is it? She raised her hand and said, I don't have a partner. In-sin looked surprised. What? He hurriedly calculated in his head. Right, there are 21 students in class, I forgot, but I want to sleep. Myung-jae seized the opportunity to make her request. So I'd like Instructor In-sin to be my partner. Demon Sword angrily snapped. You little brat, how dare you ask the Sword Saint to spar with you? She immediately shot back, why not? Is asking him to practice swords with me forbidden, or is he scared? Demon Sword cursed under his breath. This brat. Suddenly, In-sin told him to be quiet. Then he agreed, I'll be your partner. He began whispering to himself. Instructor Yunbai said she'd dock my pay and make me cover my own meals if I half-assed my work. At the very least, I should pretend to be working. Myung-jae smirked proudly. I can still hear what you're saying even when you whisper, you lousy damn teacher. The two then faced each other as Myung-jae and In-sin entered their sword match before the entire class. Myung-jae muttered, you useless paycheck thief. I'm going to kick your ass. Hearing her tone, he silently judged her. Wow, how rude, I can hear you muttering, you know. Isn't this girl Miri's close friend, Myung-jae? Well, I can't really argue when she calls me useless or a paycheck thief since I sleep through class all the time. But there's a reason I do that. Earlier that morning, In-sin woke up with a splitting headache. He groaned, my head. Looking over, he saw the Seo sisters sleeping soundly on the bed. In-sin thought to himself, I gave the bed to the sisters so Mina could recover. His face turned pale as he looked ahead. Kang-san and Jaehyun were so drunk they had passed out cold on the floor. He glared at them irritably. I couldn't even get any sleep because of these idiots. Looking at the pile of liquor bottles in front of him, In-sin sighed helplessly. These are S-rank hunters. Korea's future looks bleak. He nudged Jaehyun with his foot. Excuse me, why don't you go home and sleep? The man remained dead asleep. In-sin was furious. This is an S-rank. He doesn't even twitch. These two useless idiots have been staying at my place all week getting drunk every single day. The day before starting work, they wandered carefree through a narrow alley. Kang-san drunkenly said, let's celebrate the new job. We should drink to today's occasion. Jaehyun kept rambling beside him. Congratulations and please take care of Mina. At the time, In-sin had no idea that was the start of an entire week of chaos. Whenever it rained, they claimed alcohol tasted best in rainy weather. He worried it would interfere with Mina's treatment, but every time he opened the door, these two alcoholics would carry in another crate of beer. Mina happily exclaimed, more drinks, let's party, you guys look so stupid. When you're drunk, Miri nervously reminded her, sis, In-sin sighed. Lucky or not, it was a good thing Mina liked these idiots, and whenever the two useless fools passed out, In-sin would finally fall asleep too. Mina woke him up, she whined cutely, baby's hungry, feed me. He was speechless. He knew feeding her was part of his duty, then he sighed irritably. Again, stay still. Mina asked curiously, what is it? He replied, forget it, there's only vegetables in the kitchen. I'll make you some kimchi fried rice. Mina added, I like that dish, put a fried egg on top too. While chopping ingredients, In-sin thought, I've been drunk all week and still have to take care of Mina, so I haven't had enough time to sleep. Suddenly, Mina noticed something strange. Kang-san's phone kept vibrating non-stop while he slept. The ringtone woke them up. As soon as they checked the phone, they received the news. S-rank hunter SG, a Russian-origin hunter, had been killed in Gangwon province. Breaking news, S-rank hunter CK has been found dead. Immigrant S-rank hunter Sergei Pin has been reported missing. He was found dead in a hotel in Gangwon-do. The Hunter Association has informed the media. However, everyone was closely watching and waiting for the results, as experts predicted that a new high-level monster had appeared, one capable of killing a ranked hunter. Kang-san immediately realized there was a dangerous monster out there. He prayed, hoping for a miracle, though it seemed unlikely at this point. Joo-hyun said sorrowfully, Sergei was truly pitiful. Look at this photo, there's a message written in blood on the wall above the bed. Kang-san couldn't understand it. Did Sergei write this? Joo-hyun replied, according to the analysis team, this isn't Sergei's handwriting but an African language. It says, an offering for the gods. Kang-san immediately jumped up. What? We have to go before it's too late. Joo-hyun answered, understood, activating the teleportation skill, and then they disappeared, leaving only In-sin in the room, cooking for Mina. Muttering to himself, he turned around and said, your kimchi fried rice is ready. Where did those two useless idiots go? Mina also looked confused. Where did those fools go? In-sin handed her the plate and said, I'll go look for them. Meanwhile, Mina finished eating and prepared to head to school. Mina happily said, I love teacher Unbai the most, he thought to himself. Whether she goes to school or not, he would always leave Mina with teacher Unbai. He believed that was the best choice for both Mina and himself. Looking at Myung-jae standing before him, he helplessly thought, anyway, I said I'd work hard tomorrow, but I guess there's no other choice. System notification. Myung-jae, human, female, 19 years old. Special note, possesses a useful spirit summoning skill. In-sin became curious. A spirit summoning skill, the girl announced. Then I'll begin now. Awaken my servant Hades. He knew Hades was the king of the underworld in Greek mythology. Myung-jae activated her spirit summoning skill, and Hades was summoned. He carefully read Hades' information. Notification. Giant zombie Hades, a level 7 underworld summon, has existed for 11,005 years. Special note. He was once a knight under the giant god Pasan Kongnan, but after being defeated many years ago, he has become a zombie with only an empty shell remaining. Sin grew excited. So student Miyagi uses spirit summoning magic to control zombies. This should be interesting. Before Hades' gigantic arm could slam down, he activated the iron body skill, but before either side could attack, Sin sensed something strange. Hades' body stood frozen like a statue. Miyagi nervously asked, "Hades, what's wrong with you? Hurry up and attack." The demonic zombie suddenly collapsed to the ground. Miyagi became even more shocked. "Why have you gone crazy?" Hades said. "This defeated and lowly being is honored to witness such a vast and magnificent existence." The girl urged from the side, "Hades, what are you doing? Hurry up and attack." Miyagi thought to herself. The summoner's command is absolute. How could something this ridiculous happen? The spectators watching the duel were astonished. "What is this?" The teacher subdued Miyagi's summon without even lifting a finger. Demon Sword proudly praised him. "Even that stupid zombie has recognized the greatness of the Sword Saint." Miri agreed. "I thought so too. Teacher is so cool." Miyagi furiously kept hitting Hades. Hades, move already, come on, move." Seeing this, Sin felt sorry for her. She looked so pitiful, like a squirrel. He secretly communicated with Hades, "Can we just pretend to fight?" Hades refused. "How could this servant dare? Though faint, I can still sense the power of my master, Pasan Kongnan. Coming from you, I beg you to take back your words." Sin muttered, "Pasan Kongnan? I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before." "That's right, so you were his knight." Without realizing it, Sin had already placed his hand on Hades' head, as though he truly were Pasan Kongnan. Suddenly, Hades' past flooded into his mind. His appearance was nothing like the zombie he had become now. Hades, who had become a knight of the giant god with all his pride, failed to protect the priestess and lost his life in battle. Hades became a resentment-filled zombie and wandered the underworld for thousands of years until Miyagi summoned him. Upon learning this past, Sin was so moved that he burst into tears. It was truly touching. System notification: you have obtained the holy power of Pasan Kongnan. You have fulfilled the conditions to inherit the believer. Would you like to accept the fallen knight of Pasan Kongnan? Of course, there was nothing to hesitate about. Sin immediately made his choice. Yes, of course. Notification displayed: congratulations, you have successfully inherited the believer of Pasan Kongnan. Giant zombie Hades has become your third believer. It will consume a large amount of holy power, but you can evolve him. Sin was shocked. What? Evolve? He didn't know what it meant, but judging from the situation, it didn't seem like a bad thing. System notification: would you like to use holy power to evolve giant zombie Hades? Number yes. He immediately chose yes. Then the black aura surrounding Hades slowly began to fade away. He was about to be purified successfully. The energy of evolution was so powerful that every muscle in Hades' body bulged. On the arena floor, the light radiating from Hades blinded the students watching. "This is incredible. Teacher is the best. To witness the Sword Saint's magic with our own eyes is such an honor." Sin watched the scene in shock. This is evolution. Hades' body was completely purified through the evolution process. Even he himself stood there in shock as the outer layer of his body gradually changed from black to white. Streams of black aura rose from Hades' body. The evolution process was complete. System notification: congratulations, the giant Taima Hades has evolved into the Dark Knight Hades. Sin had been frozen in shock this whole time. The demon's sword below felt proud of him. Creating a miracle like this, the Sword Saint truly is amazing. System notification: Dark Knight Hades race, Dark Knight special note, possesses exceptional ability. Hades immediately knelt on one knee before him to pledge his loyalty. He solemnly swore, "Thank you for your grace. I swear upon my soul that I will become your shield." A quest notification appeared. Divine Apostle promotion in progress, S-rank and heretical followers with exceptional probability. Miyagi gasped in surprise. Hades has changed. He can even speak now. Sin was also surprised by the girl's reaction. She looked completely stunned. "But why do I suddenly feel dizzy?" Sin's body swayed as if he were about to collapse. Hades quickly stretched out his arms to catch him. "Oh no!" Behind them, the Sword Saint and Miri shouted at the same time. "Master, teacher, Sword Saint!" The students below stood there speechless, unable to understand what was happening. Sin's face became gaunt, making Miri and the demon sword worry. "Oh no, look how pale his face is. What are we supposed to do now? Why did this suddenly happen to the Sword Saint?" Hades spoke up. "He is only sleeping. There is nothing wrong with his body." Miri let out a sigh of relief while the demon sword struggled to hold back tears. "Oh really? How exhausted must he have been?" He bowed his head to the ground and said, "Please sleep well. I will stand guard until you awaken." System notification: your holy power will be consumed in order for your followers to evolve. Sin realized, "I think I used far more power than I expected." Well, that makes sense when forcing something to evolve. He entered the peaceful meadow once again. This was inside Sin's dream. Right now, he was resting with his head on the lap of the goddess of abundance, feeling her gentle warmth. Sin smiled in satisfaction. So today it's the goddess of abundance. I finally have the ability to meet my followers directly now. Not just watch them through the status window like before. System notification. The goddess of abundance says that you used too much holy power today. Please rest well and recover your strength. He immediately closed his eyes and fell asleep. Okay, thank you, goddess of abundance. While he slept, the goddess of abundance used her soothing power to make him more comfortable. Sin happily enjoyed the feeling. Oh wow, this feels incredible. Is this heaven? However, he had no idea that. While he was resting, a creature filled with malice was drawing near. Outside, Mina was inside Unbai's room, holding a lollipop in her hand. Mina said sadly, I'm so bored. When will Sin and Miri be done already? It would be so fun to play with them. Suddenly, she came up with an idea. Without hesitation, Mina rummaged through her backpack. She happily pulled something out. I knew this would happen, so I secretly brought this with me. Now I'll play with it. Mina spoke to the box. Hey, is anyone in there? You want candy too, don't you? The box shook as if refusing, and she quickly pulled the candy back. Just kidding, I'm not giving you any, this is mine. Seeing that Unbai side, I like her mature version more, but no matter how rude she is. Anyway, if both father and Zuhian came to Gangu for this, then it probably isn't anything too serious. Please wait a moment, I'll bring the song over to try it out. Please try the song out, please try the song out. Her whole body trembled. She turned pale and begged. No, Unbai hurried over to comfort her. Miss Mina, don't worry, we still have plenty of candy left. Mina hugged her tightly and cried, I'm scared. Unbai tried to soothe her. Miss Mina, calm down. What exactly are you afraid of? A broken voice echoed out, a monster, it's coming to devour me. Meanwhile, outside the academy, Gustav stared coldly inside. He muttered, so this is where those sacrifices for the gods are hiding. They are two seeds planted by the abyss. Gustav's expression turned cold as he thought, but why has one of them still not ripened? The guards immediately noticed Gustav. Look over there. Who is that guy? What a lunatic. As he walked inside, the guards stepped forward to stop him. Hey, it'll cause trouble if you go in there dressed like that. Seriously, old man, let me see your identification first. He growled, how dare such a lowly creature speak to me? Gustav swung his hand, unleashing a razor-sharp flash of light at lightning speed. The guard logged out instantly. His headless body staggered as it prepared to collapse. Gustav's eyes remained as cold as ever. The other two guards backed away in terror. You lunatic, do you even know where this is? As he continued walking deeper inside, the two guards chased after him. Gustav dealt with both of them in mere moments. Behind that mysterious man stretched a sea of fresh blood. He gathered demonic energy into his fist, then slammed it into the floor, shattering the ground beneath him. The entire academy seemed to tremble from the impact. A chilling killing intent radiated from Gustav's figure. He declared, offer yourselves as sacrifices to the gods. The warning siren blared, red alert, red alert. An intruder, he said irritably. How noisy. There are only 2 sacrifices for the gods, everything else is just armor. The armor he referred to was the academy students. They quickly divided up their battle roles. Surround him and attack with everything we've got at once. Damn it, the principal had to be away at a time like this. The whole group charged forward together, while Gustav remained cold and completely unfazed. Suddenly his eyes widened in shock when he saw Miri appear. Found it, one of the 2 seeds planted by the abyss. After taking a closer look at Miri's face, Gustav sneered, my sacrifice. Miri immediately raised her bow and fired. Her arrow exploded on impact in front of him. Everyone waited for the thick cloud of smoke and dust to clear. One teacher stared at Gustav in disbelief. Who exactly are you? At that moment, he looked like a demon demanding repayment. He clenched the stone in his hand tightly as a gray phantom aura swirled around it. In an instant, the stone shattered into fragments. His eyes. Gustav's gaze flashed with ruthless sharpness. Die! The moment he finished speaking, a wave of murderous energy burst from his body, striking several students and teachers. Just as that eerie power was about to reach Miri, the demon's sword beside her blocked it with his blade. He shielded Miri behind him. That single strike made the demon's sword tremble. Gustav growled, a parasite dares block my attack. The announcement system echoed loudly. Everyone evacuate to the shelter immediately. The principal and the S-rank hunters will arrive within 10 minutes. Move to the shelter instead of engaging the enemy. Miri pleaded with the demon's sword. Please take Professor Sin there. I'm trying to hold him off for another 10 minutes, he replied. Hades will handle it himself. Gustav revealed an evil smile and said, that won't be happening. The moment he finished speaking, his figure vanished and sharp spikes erupted from where he had been standing. Both of them froze in shock with mouths agape as a gigantic crocodile emerged. It let out a deafening roar that echoed far away. A mass of purple evil energy gathered in his palm, transforming into a whirlwind surrounding Gustav's body. Miri frowned. What the hell is that? Dark power spread throughout the academy. A giant sphere rose up and trapped the academy inside. Gustav scoffed. 10 minutes, stop daydreaming, you insects. Miri gasped in realization. Is that a territorial barrier? Only Lord-class monsters from the Hell Line can do something like that. The demon's sword said bravely, Miss Miri, run to the shelter. That's our only option now, I'll distract him. Before he could finish speaking, Gustave threw a punch toward them. Where do you think you're going? A surge of fury welled up inside the demon's sword. His eyes turned ice gold as he swung his blade straight at Gustave. Suddenly, a tail lashed toward him without warning. Caught off guard, the demon's sword was slammed into the wall so hard that he coughed up blood. Gustave arrogantly asked, How dare you, but where did the sacrifice run off to? The sacrifice he was searching for. Miri had already launched a sneak attack from behind him. Gustave sensed something unusual and turned around. Inside the shelter, seeing Mina's strange expression, Yunbai asked with concern, Is something wrong, Mina? She blurted out, Miri's in danger. The moment she spoke, Mina vanished instantly. Miri used thunder shock to restrain Gustave. Sensing danger, the demon's sword shouted, Miri, watch out. Gustave's sharp claws slowly reached toward her. He grabbed Miri tightly in his palm. The demon's sword was powerless to stop him. In despair, he apologized, Sword Saint, I'm sorry. Gustave pinned Miri beneath his foot. He declared, You can't escape sacrifice. Something resembling tentacles began emerging from his palm toward Miri. In despair, she turned her face away and cried out. Teacher, at that critical moment, Mina appeared. She shouted, No, mind control skill, stop. Gustave halted and turned to look at her. He calmly said, Ha, another Hell Line specimen came to me on its own. Seeing that her opponent remained calm, Mina realized her skill had no effect. Suddenly, the box in her pocket kept shrieking. Too loud, way too loud. Mina threw it straight to the ground. Shut up, my little sister is about to die. She used her next skill thought. Before she could act, his tail came coiling toward her. Her whole body was wrapped up. The crocodile tail slowly tightened around Mina's body. Then it lifted her into the air and Gustave announced, I will sacrifice you later. Mina shouted furiously, Do not touch my sister, you monster, damn you. He paid no attention, remaining indifferent. Let us begin the ritual together. Miri's shoulders were seized by small claws and she cried, I am so scared, save me. Mina was in despair now too and could only pray, Please save Miri. She shouted a name, Inshin. The person all three of them had pinned their hopes on was currently enjoying peace inside a dream. But sensing something, Inshin suddenly woke up. Inshin woke up and asked dazedly, What was that just now? Then he said to the god of abundance, I think I have to go right now. Unexpectedly, the system announced, The tears of the god of abundance say that your holy power has fully recovered. She is worried that you will lose your life to the apostle of the god of destruction if you go now. Inshin told himself, At the very least, I have to do something. Outside, Gustave was viciously and wildly striking his target. Inshin appeared and lifted his backpack. On the other side, Mina screamed through her tears. Brother Inshin, meanwhile, Gustave had grabbed Miri in his hand. Helpless and in pain, Miri could only plead, No, no, dear gods, please. Gustave extended tentacles from his sharp claws to absorb Miri's energy and life force. He announced, The blood rite is complete. Now I will offer you as a sacrifice to the gods. Poor little Miri only had time to scream, No. At the same moment, a streak of light flashed past. Gustave sensed that something was wrong. Its tail had been cut off. His tail fell heavily to the ground with a thud. Gustave roared furiously, My tail, my precious little tail. At that moment, the system also displayed, Apostle Gustave, age 85, note, SS rank in charge of harvesting created by the Godbreaker. Gustave is a crocodile from Africa. In the blink of an eye, poor Miri was safely in Inshin's palm. His entire body emitted a powerful energy. With a dangerous look on his face, Inshin said, I really want to butcher crocodile, even more of it. Miri cried as she called out, Master. Inshin gently set her down. Then he gripped the knife in his hand tightly and walked straight toward Gustave, calling, Crocodile, crocodile. Gustave spat furiously, Who are you? How dare you, you brainless little rat? Inshin was not about to back down either and shouted, I will tear you apart, old man. One human and one crocodile charged into battle. With agile movements, he dodged each of Gustave's attacks. Inshin grinned wickedly and leaped up toward Gustave's fist. Then he twisted his body to dodge the blow and avoided his opponent's next punch as well. His face was full of smugness. Inshin flew straight into Gustave's wide-open mouth. Gritting his teeth, he stabbed him without mercy. The blade swung hard, slicing Gustave's tongue in half and sending blood spraying everywhere. Gustave screamed in pain, You bastard. He continued, giving him several more slashes. Gustave got the message and clamped his mouth shut. His eyes were bloodshot. Inshin jumped onto his nose, looking utterly ravenous, licked the blade, and said, I want to carve you up even more. Gustave struggled and cursed, You little rat. Meanwhile, Inshin kept giving him several sword strikes. His eyes seemed to blaze with fire. In a corner, Demon's Sword silently sighed in admiration. That is exactly the kind of swordsmanship I want to master. Gustave stomped one foot hard onto the road. Covered in wounds, he struggled to support his collapsing body. Inshin mocked him, saying, Is that all you have, little fish? His words were a grave insult to Gustave, and irritation was clear in his eye. Gustave growled, You are strong, but he began activating his power. His eyes shone brightly as he said, "That is not all the power I have." Inchin grew even more excited. "Is that so? This is going to be fun." Gustav continued in a harsh voice, "If I sacrifice you, the great god will be very pleased. Watch closely, this is the power the god of destruction bestowed upon me." Inchin looked at him with a wicked grin. "Show me every bit of the power you have been hiding. You will be enjoying yourself even more soon." Suddenly, the seeker of immortal truth sent a message. "It is disappointing that you use a sword when you have strong muscles at your disposal. Soundless Dream is cheering you on with man-eating flowers in both hands." Inchin felt extremely irritated. Useless little stalkers. Suddenly, a gigantic figure standing tall right in front of him startled him. "What is this?" It turned out Gustav had activated his final ability. His entire body transformed, becoming muscular. Inchin thought in disappointment, "Is that all he has? How boring." He quickly flew straight up high, focused all his strength into his arm and slashed across Gustav's face, but Gustav was not injured at all. Inchin angrily wondered, "My blade cannot cut through him. Am I really a sword saint?" To prove his title as sword saint, he stomped his foot hard onto the road to launch himself forward and shouted, "I cannot accept this. I will tear you apart, you damned crocodile." Inchin unleashed a flurry of knife strikes on Gustav's body. Blood sprayed from within Gustav's body. He was about to finish him off with one final slash, but unexpectedly, Gustav grabbed his hand tightly, leaving him unable to move. Gustav Kimby said, "A sword like this could never cut through scales blessed by the god." Inchin was punched and sent flying backward, blood spraying from his mouth. At the same time, countless whirlwinds came crashing toward him. The bricks and stones on the ground shattered and flew into the air as Gustav slowly advanced toward Izin. Inchin had been gravely injured and could barely move. Taking advantage of that, Gustav grabbed Inchin's head with his sharp claws, making him grit his teeth in agony. Gustav smugly said, "How does it feel to witness the power of this holy blessing?" Then he began muttering, "Dear God, please accept this delicious sacrifice I offer to you." Inchin was completely on the defensive, blood continuously flowing from the corner of his mouth. Gustav tightened his claws even harder around his head and shoulder. His eyes were cold and arrogant as he stared at his opponent. Inchin desperately tried to activate his ability, Healing Little Finger. The system repeatedly warned, "Warning, you do not have enough holy power to use this skill." Inchin gritted his teeth furiously and cursed, "Damn it!" The system warned again, "Warning, warning, death is imminent." Gustav lifted Inchin high into the air with both hands. He seemed unable to resist any longer, his vision gradually fading. Suddenly, Hades appeared behind Gustav and charged at him while shouting, "Master." Gustav turned around in shock. Flames blazed from Hades' eyes. He was absolutely furious. Then he unleashed his energy and swung his sword forward, throwing the entire space into chaos. The clash caused a massive explosion. Inchin was blasted into the air. Half conscious, he wondered if becoming a god had made him too reckless. Wasn't he supposed to always be the one running away without caring about anyone else? Through the haze, he heard someone calling out, "Brother Inchin." Inho raised his fists high and pleaded, "Please restore his strength." Anti was also praying desperately, "Great God Inchin, please restore your power." Inchin still seemed to retain a faint bit of awareness. "I can hear and feel the desperate cries and prayers of my followers for me." Mina screamed desperately, "Brother Inchin, don't die." Miri also sobbed softly, "Please." The demon's sword blamed itself bitterly, "I'm sorry, if only I were stronger." Inchin could feel all of it. The most sincere prayers and tears shed for him. The system announced, "Part of your power has been restored through the prayers and tears of your followers." Gustav raised his sharp claws again and shouted, "I will offer you to God." The system displayed once more, skill sharing, skills from the demon sword and Hades. Added successfully, new phantom heavenly demon god sword, new blessing of the immortal Hades. Inchin regained his spirit, his eyes widened, and he tightly gripped the dagger. He raised the dagger and sliced off one of Gustav's arms. Gustav felt pain surge through his arm. Then Inchin launched another attack. Skill-sharing demon sword, next phantom heavenly demon god sword. In an instant, the colliding energies exploded violently. Outside, Kang San and Ju Hyun were trying to break in. One of them complained, "I can't penetrate the magic barrier. Damn it, my skills aren't working either." Kang San was furious, his eyes blazing with rage as he cursed, "That bastard." Gustav gathered every Korean S-rank and A-rank hunter at the camp base. Ju Hyun stared at the magic barrier and blamed himself. "If only I had a stronger spell." Cracks began appearing on the sphere. A shockwave spread outward. Inside, Inchin prepared to attack. Then he stabbed the dagger into the ground, confusing Gustav. "What the hell are you doing?" Inchin looked up with a sinister smile. "I want to kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, he wildly swung the dagger in his hand. Countless sharp objects shot toward Gustav. Gustav had to shield his body to minimize the damage. He exclaimed, "This is dangerous." The dagger in Insin's hand shattered into two pieces. Insin stood proudly and fearlessly while his opponent shrank back in defense. Gustav stared suspiciously at the man before him, then looked at his severed arm in confusion. "What is this?" Then he screamed, "You! What did you do to me?" Insin coldly replied, "You've already lost." Gustav flew into a rage. "You insane bastard, are you trying to fool me?" He raised his fist to punch Insin, but something suddenly stopped him. A streak of light cut straight across Gustav's body. It turned out Insin had already slashed him. Blue blood sprayed non-stop. "What the hell is this?" Behind him, two sharp beams of light swept across. Gustav could hardly believe it. "I can't lose to someone like him." Outside, Ju Haiyan and Kang San continued watching the battle inside. Suddenly, a beam of light tore through space itself, shattering layer after layer. The barrier was destroyed, and Gustav collapsed on the ground like a defeated general. He muttered, "Lowly parasite, what did you do to me?" Countless questions filled Gustav's mind. Insin activated a spell that illuminated the entire sky. Seeing that, Gustav wondered, is this his true form? He kept his eyes closed, focusing his energy. Gustav finally knew fear. "I should have run the moment I first saw him. This man, no, this great being." Before he could finish speaking, his fingers crumbled apart. Insin still stood proudly before him, his body absorbing Gustav's power. The system announced, S-rank follower of the god of destruction. Gustav has been defeated, absorbing the sacrifice. Congratulations, follower Gustav is a sacrifice worth 5 S-rank. Insin collapsed in exhaustion. The system reminded him, low-rank demon god's ascension quest in progress S-rank, possess transcendent potential, artifacts 2 out of 10. Kang San ran over and hurriedly called Insin's name. Worried, he encouraged him, "You cannot die yet." His hand lost strength and fell limp to the ground. The other two misunderstood and thought he had logged out, crying out in turn, "Insin!" "No," Hades said, the master was only sleeping. Zuhian asked in irritation, "Sleeping?" In his daze, he entered a peaceful space where hundreds of flowers were blooming. Then bizarre carnivorous plants rose from the roses. He realized this place was the silent nightmare. "I am lying inside the mouth of a man-eating plant. So I was eaten by a stalker." The system suddenly announced silent nightmare, saying that once his bodily fluids were fully absorbed, without the curse, no toxin would be able to harm him. He felt great. "That is good, but it has already been so long. I am starting to wonder whether this is really working." The system continued, announcing silent nightmare, saying only one more punch remained. Insin was startled. A punch, the carnivorous plant stem slowly began to move. Insin had no time to react and slipped inside. He shouted, "What the hell is this?" The flower closed, leaving only his desperate cries for help. "Help!" Insin jolted awake from the nightmare. Mina, beside him with her chin in her hand, asked softly, "You're awake? You've been unconscious for an entire week." He silently wondered, "A week? It has only been a week." "No way." Seeing him dazed, she came closer and asked, "Hey, are you okay? Did you have a nightmare?" Insin calmly replied, "I'm fine, thank you for worrying." The system announced, "Congratulations. Mina's wish has come true and she is now your 4th follower. Mina is a powerful follower worth 2 S-ranks. Low-rank demon god's ascension quest in progress S-rank. Possess transcendent potential, artifacts 5 out of 10. So Mina had become his follower while Insin was in that worshipful state. She asked curiously, "What are you staring at?" The system introduced Mina as a follower and described her. "Try asking her for a kiss. She may happily do as you ask." Insin asked awkwardly, "What, a kiss?" The space suddenly shifted because of something. A shark came flying out of nowhere toward the two of them. Mina panicked, threw her arms around Insin and screamed, "Another monster, we're done for." Mina was terrified and kept shouting, "Monster, monster." The system announced that Inho had offered up a giant shark. Outside on the beach, Inho happily hoisted up the offering. "For you, Insin, eat this fish and get healthy again. You can do it, you can do it." Insin held his head in confusion. "Inho, what the hell is he doing?" Kang San burst in from outside. When he saw the shark, he shouted, "What is going on? What the hell?" Demon Sword and Miri quickly ran in. "Sister, Master, Sword Saint, are you all right?" Insin replied, "There is such a thing as grilled shark, right? What do you all think? We can serve it to the students and staff too." Then he activated the god's powerful index finger. The shark was instantly teleported out into the yard. Everyone stared blankly at the shark flopping around. Insin smiled brightly and told them to share it. "I'm giving you the shark." A few days later, in classroom 3 on the 3rd floor, he held the lesson plan in his hands, feeling a little nervous. Insin entered the classroom with the lesson plan. 2 students saw him and began whispering, "Is he the association's secret weapon?" Of course, that's why. S-rank Mina is always following him around. He's the one who finished off that SS rank monster while we were still in the main term. That's right, even though the headmaster never made it public, everyone knows it. His face darkened as he thought, I can hear what you kids are saying. Demon Sword thrust his sword hard into the ground, leaving Insin stunned. He used the sword hilt as a microphone and said, At last, you have recognized the Sword Saint's greatness. Mi Jai stood up and instructed the whole class, everyone stand up and bow to the teacher. Insin was extremely surprised. She is the class president. I had no idea. The whole class bowed and said in unison, Good morning, teacher. Move. He covered his mouth and thought that these kids had never welcomed him before. Still, I do feel better seeing these kids so happy. After the Gustav incident, Insin began to speak. Hello, everyone. Long time no see. Since it has been so long, we will have self-study. Mi Jai and everyone else were left speechless. Insin briefly thought that he had made them self-study while rushing to meet his novel deadline. But I do not think I should keep doing this. These kids might stage a coup. Then he abruptly changed course. I'm joking, today will be counseling. Today we will have one-on-one counseling. Insin brought everyone into the counseling room and sat inside the circle. Next, Hedu dropped heavily into a chair in response. Yes, ma'am, the system notification appeared. Hedu, female, 19 years old, average rating. She looks healthy on the outside but actually suffers from high blood fat level. Insin smugly thought to himself, if a counseling and treatment status window like this doesn't make me an excellent teacher, then what does? Then he instructed, don't move. After that, Insin activated the god's healing ring finger. Hedu stared in shock at the green light surrounding her body. Feeling something strange inside herself, she curiously asked, Teacher, how did you do that? My senses feel twice as sharp now. Insin confidently thought, of course, that's because your high blood fat has already been cured. He called out toward the door, all right, next. Seeing them, Insin's face darkened. Why is it you two brats again? Demon Sword wore an eager expression. I want to receive your guidance too. Beside him, Miri added, me too. Insin immediately asked, weren't you both already privately trained at home? Demon Sword quickly replied, but school is different from home. Miri chimed in as well. That's right, unable to argue against them, he reluctantly agreed. Fine, fine, who's first? Demon Sword volunteered me. Miri protested, no, me first. He stood up and shouted, no way, I can't yield just because you're a student. I got here before you. Miri argued back. But you're not even a student. Insin felt a headache coming on and reluctantly accepted. Stop fighting already, I'll counsel both of you at the same time. The Saintess sent a message. The anti-believer followers are feeling hopeless. She's praying. He glanced at the phone and wondered, what? The screen switched to Anti, who was kneeling together with her tribespeople in prayer. O God, Insin, please save us. Divine One, we cannot overcome this with our feeble strength. Insin was shocked. What's going on? He quickly focused on the red alert. The system continuously warned, warning, warning, you can now witness the critical situation of the ant colony. The fierce red ant army lined up in formation. Their fighting spirit surged high, turning the once silent forest into chaos. They were rapidly advancing toward the territory of the Black Tribe. The entire mountain forest was engulfed by the battle aura of the three vanguard commanders. First was the Southern Head Serpent leading. The army, a follower of the 2,000-year-old ruler of the Abyss Swamp, summoned by Arash, possessing endless regeneration ability. Next came a white tiger with wings and enormous fangs, temporarily nicknamed Big Kitty, a follower of a powerful and cunning beast, male, 666 years old, description. Summoned by Arash, H. Warren, follower of the highest light in the sky, 2,200 years old, description, wielder of terrifying flames. Summoned by Arash, Insin recognized them as three of the most terrifying followers. The system warned that these three followers were even stronger than SS rank. Glass and Gustav, there was a high probability that the entire ant colony would be massacred. He frowned angrily. What is this? Are these bastards trying to erase the source of my power? The system warned that the situation was critical. Time remaining until Iraq and her legion of 100 billion insects arrived at Ankia. 78 hours 12 minutes 5 seconds. The countdown began. Insin broke out in cold sweat at the sight of 100 billion bugs. Even an entire truckload of pesticide probably couldn't stop them. He wondered if he could really protect the ant colony from them. He wasn't even confident he could defeat Gustav. Demon Sword and Miri, who had been waiting for a while, called out, Sword Saint, what's wrong? The trio of vanguard monsters serving the god were already prepared for battle. They began shouting, stand shoulder to shoulder with his majesty and the great gods. The red ant army echoed in response, let's tear apart the destroyer gods. Insin clutched his head as he desperately tried to think of a solution. Damn it, I'm totally doomed. Suddenly he realized something. No, I still have a low-rank mission. Insin excitedly pointed at the sky and laughed to himself. Demon Sword and Miri sighed. Sword Saint, the teacher has been bedridden for an entire week. Then the system presented a promotional mission for a low-rank benevolent god during the S-class advancement process with exceptional potential. Sacrifice 6 out of 10. Insin immediately began carrying out the mission. First, I need to increase the number of followers. Insin knew very well that when a person is drowning, they will desperately search for a lifeline. At that same moment, Kangsen was happily eating in the academy cafeteria. He stuffed large bites into his mouth and chewed noisily. Insin stared intently at him. There it is, my lifesaver. Then Monman approached and pulled out a chair to sit down. Kangsen had no idea what was happening and curiously looked at Insin. The system introduced him. Kangsen, male human, 58 years old, exercise addict. A muscular man with extraordinary potential who likes you because you saved his daughter. Kangsen spoke first. Do you want something? Insin calmly replied, Mr. Kangsen, I have a request. Then he started rambling on at great length. Kangsen suddenly stopped chewing and burst into loud laughter. Spraying grains of rice everywhere, Kangsen said in a deep voice, all right, I trust you. Still, he found the request extremely strained. Watching Kangsen continue focusing on his meal, Insin felt helpless. In the end, I really don't stand a chance. I guess it's impossible after all. Miri hurriedly urged Mina, sis, just eat already, stop staring. The system announced, low-rank God advancement mission in progress. S-Class possesses extraordinary potential. Sacrifice 6 out of 10. Yeonjin thought to himself, thanks to Mina helping me right now, I only need a few more hours to become a low-level god. That's the only way out of this situation. But why didn't it work when Kang-san said the freeze keyword? Does he not trust me? Yeonjin immediately turned and asked, Kang-san, is there anything I can help you with? What can I do to make you trust me more? Hearing that, he instantly replied. Seeing him suddenly become unusually nice, Kang-san grew suspicious. What are you plotting, could it be? Then he shouted, even if I liked you, I still wouldn't marry my daughter off to you. Yeonjin was speechless. What the hell was this old man talking about? Mina and Miri widened their eyes in shock. Kang-san immediately waved it off. No, absolutely not, give up already, life's not that easy. Yeonjin forced a laugh. Don't worry, I'm not interested in older women. Mina twitched at the remark, her expression instantly turning irritated. Kang-san was furious too. Gripping his spoon tightly, he slammed it into the table. You brat, did you just say you don't like my daughter? Yeonjin realized the man really was strange. Was that why he kept doubting him? Either way, he had to find some way to earn Kang-san's trust. Kang-san yanked the spoon out of the table, startling Yeonjin, but then lowered his voice. You've been helping the other students with your healing skill, haven't you? Yeonjin immediately perked up. This is it. This is exactly what I needed. Then he hurriedly answered, yes, the students and Mina have gotten much better thanks to my healing skill. At first, she couldn't even speak or recognize anyone. Kang-san asked back, really? Yeonjin switched into eager mode. So, is there anything I can help you with? Kang-san lowered his head and quietly said, can you save someone who's about to die? The request completely caught Yeonjin off guard. The system announced, S-rank tracking mission, Kang-san has been created. He stared at the screen, unsure what it even meant. The system continued, follower mission, heal Kang-san's friend and show that person the power of the great god. Target Kang-san, reward Kang-san's trust. Hearing that, Yeonjin was overjoyed. Perfect, I have to do this. Hopefully I'll gain another S-rank follower. The two arrived at the hospital. Guards were stationed heavily outside the room. Kang-san led him to a young woman lying on a bed surrounded by flowers. Yeonjin silently assessed the situation. So this is his friend, she's so young. Seeing him staring blankly, Kang-san quickly asked, what are you looking at? Yeonjin turned to him. Didn't you say she was your friend? She looks like she's my age. Kang-san explained, Myril doesn't age. She's looked the same since the first time I met her. She's never had gray hair. Myril isn't just a friend. She fought beside me through life and death on the battlefield. A hero who helped save South Korea together with me. Myril bore the face of a young girl. Even while in a coma, she still radiated a brilliant aura. Yeonjin frowned as he noticed the flowers. Then a nurse appeared and reminded him, excuse me, Kang-san explained. Myril's lifespan is almost over. She's absorbing the life force of plants to stay alive. Doctors and healers have all tried to save her already, but every one of them failed. He sadly turned and asked, what do you think, can you do it? Yeonjin answered quietly, I'll try. The system displayed. Lee Myril, female human, age unknown. Evaluation. Her already limited remaining lifespan has been suspended due to her coma. Yeonjin was extremely shocked. He couldn't see her age. This was the first time that had ever happened. Was there some kind of error? Suddenly, a voice echoed out. A gentleman never asks a woman's age. A pair of eyes stared directly at Yeonjin. He wondered if the voice belonged to Myril. Kang-san seemed to realize it too. It seemed Myril was speaking to him inside her contemplative space. Kang-san gently patted his shoulder and said, I believe in you. Within a peaceful dreamlike forest, Myril sat on a chair feeding birds. She smiled gently and asked them, are you being good? Then she glanced toward Yeonjin and spoke. Hello there, Yeonjin was stunned. What the hell is this? Is this rain? Then he realized, no, this is her contemplative space. It was a skill somewhat similar to Mina's but not as powerful or perfect. Yeonjin started a conversation. So you're Myril? She gently replied. Yes, that's right, you're Yonzin, correct. He jumped in surprise. You know me, Myrill calmly answered, of course, you're the chosen one. Then she continued, I sensed that you were the embodiment of evil, but in reality you seem rather gentle and kind, just a little pathetic. That puts me at ease. Yonzin frowned in annoyance. Pathetic? Is she insulting me right now? Should I be angry? Myrill began threatening him. I was planning to use the last of my strength to eliminate you if you truly were as evil as I first sensed. Yonzin tried hard to suppress himself. I should calm down, it's better to show respect to a hero. Yonzin wanted to know why she had brought him here. Myrill explained, because my body is basically already dead. I brought you into this space so we could talk. Cold sweat ran down Yonzin's back. Can you let me out? I want to heal you. He knew he truly had no time left. The system immediately announced, time remaining, 68 hours, 1 minute, 5 seconds. Myrill lowered her head and shook it sadly. I thought I would never recover. But now, do you want to use your power to heal me here? Here, he asked in surprise. Right here, she revealed. Your power is more amazing than you think. Just try it. Without hesitation, Insin made up his mind. Then, ring finger of the god. The ability released streams of blue light, surrounding Myrill's entire body as she floated into the air. The system displayed, calculating the target's causality for restoration. Result returned, restoration failed. With your current amount of holy power, you cannot restore her. Disappointed, he looked toward Myrill. She slowly descended, her eyes tightly shut as she gently touched the ground. Insin thought to himself, I don't have enough holy power. But then will Kang San's request fail? Suddenly, Myrill slowly opened her eyes before collapsing to the ground. Insin panicked. What's wrong with you? Myrill suddenly looked up and said, I believe in you, Insin. Her entire face brightened instantly. Myrill knelt on one knee and raised her head to look at Insin. You are still young and lacking in many ways, but I have decided to entrust my fate and the fate of Earth to you. The system announced, congratulations, Myrill has become your 5th believer. Myrill's value equaled 2 S-rank hunters, S-rank possessing transcendent potential. Degree 826 plus 2 out of 10. Seeing her show such reverence, Insin thought, this really is sudden. But now I only need 2 more high-rank believers. Myrill gazed into the distance and gave Insin a prophecy. I have seen it. If you continue saving worlds the way you have been, then one day you may be able to save our world as well. He was startled and thought about the ant tribe. Did she mean Ankia? Satisfied, Myrill gave one final warning before leaving. I hope you will become our savior when the world falls into danger. O young and lovely god, I eagerly await that day. Seeing her about to leave, Insin ran forward and shouted, wait, but Myrill was already fading away. She still wore a smile on her lips. I don't have much time, she revealed. Little god, the answer you seek is closer than you think. Insin reached out as if trying to pull her back, but everything vanished into nothingness. Notification, follower skill of Limire has been added, a new shared skill, Limire's prophetic dream. Insin stared blankly at the screen. A follower skill, the system announced again. You do not have enough divine power. Suddenly, Insin felt all strength drain from his body. He gasped softly and opened his eyes wide in shock. When he regained his senses, he realized he had returned to reality. The experience had frightened him so badly that his face turned pale, and he was breathing heavily. Kang San worriedly grabbed his shoulders and asked, Insin, are you okay? But Insin was still focused on Myrill's words. The answer is close to me, he thought while biting his lip. The next morning at the training academy, Insin stood on the basketball court watching Hades play basketball with the students. Seeing him, Hades waved, but Insin paid no attention. Insin was talking on the phone while thinking to himself, even though this commission failed, I'm preparing another way to gain more believers. I just need to search nearby like Myrill said. After thinking it through, Insin replied to the caller, then please deliver it to me by tomorrow at the latest. After hanging up, he thought, I've used up all my assets and even borrowed money from the bank this time. I hope this works. Meanwhile, in another corner, Demon Sword was training intensely, attracting Insin's attention. Demon Sword fiercely slashed the air with razor-sharp sword strikes. As Insin thought about the sword he obtained from the fraud incident, the system appeared. Dark Demon Sword Training version 2. Heavenly Demon God Sword Training, sold by the Sword Saint's Absolute Annihilation Sword, Heaven Slaying Sword Training, upgraded from version 1. Features, unbelievably heavy, durability at cosmic level. He cried internally, I spent my entire fortune on this thing just to raise the Dark Demon Sword to S rank. Then he sighed while remembering the tattered book included with it. And this was my bonus reward, the system explained, Taichai Demon Sword Art, included with the Sword Saint's secret letter of Absolute Annihilation Sword, a hidden technique containing the essence of Zhang Sanfeng. But Insin recalled when Demon Sword handed him that book, warning him, this kind of gentle sword technique does not suit my extreme flow sword style. The heavenly demon god sword is already overwhelmingly powerful. If I learn the Taicha demon sword art too, my meridians and life force will be thrown into chaos. Sin cursed internally, demon sword politely rejected that damned sword saint title of absolute annihilation sword. Back in the present, demon sword continued practicing intently. Only after finishing an entire swordsmanship routine did he finally stop to rest. He raised a hand and brushed back his silky hair. The sweat droplets scattering from him looked like crystal. The sight caught Jai's attention so completely that she stopped playing basketball just to stare at the handsome fool. When did drool start running from your mouth? You're such an idiot. Demon sword turned around and said, stop staring and get over here already. Miyanji dropped the ball and cracked it, flusteredly replying, me, W would you like some water? But demon sword was actually calling out to Hades. No, not you, I mean the summoned monster beside you. Hearing that, Miyanji blushed in embarrassment. Hades immediately smiled. What a rude guy, demon sword, do you want to experience defeat again? But his expression was full of confidence as he declared, today will be different. Even if you're an S rank, I have a feeling I'll win today. Sin, standing nearby, thought to himself, oh, an A rank wants to beat an S rank. Ordinary S ranks couldn't do it, but demon sword could ascend to S rank through fighting Hades. After all, the heavenly demon divine sword wasn't an ordinary sword art. The answer is close to me. Could she have meant demon sword? At that moment, Hades charged forward as fast as the wind while giving a warning. I won't hold back, so prepare yourself. Demon sword quickly activated his power and swung his blade to counterattack. I've mastered the heavenly demon divine sword to the highest level. I'm no longer the person I was yesterday. Suddenly, something flashed before him. He widened his eyes in shock and looked toward where Hades had been standing. Surprisingly, the man had already vanished. Only a faint cloud of dust remained. Suddenly, demon sword was ambushed and sent crashing to the ground. Hades had somehow appeared behind him and smugly taunted, poor demon sword, that attack just now was pretty good, but it's still not enough to defeat me. Demon sword clenched his teeth and muttered angrily, this stupid body, but just wait, one day I'll definitely win. After saying that, he collapsed face first onto the floor. Hades had no choice but to carry him over his shoulder and said, I know for sure you'll be able to do it. At least you're still alive. He walked over to Sin and reported, Master, I'll take him to the infirmary. The boy pointed and replied, go ahead. Suddenly, Miyanji hurried after Hades. Let me come too. Watching his figure disappear into the distance, Sin pondered, just like Hades said, demon sword will eventually reach S rank. The only question is when. Afterward, he tilted his head back and drained the potion bottle in his hand. The system announced that his synchronization rate with the creator god had increased. From 45% to 46%, Sin's innate authority had been strengthened. Looking at the bottle, he grumbled, this is already the second bottle, and it only increased by 1%. I still have another battle waiting ahead. Looking over at Mina treating her younger sister, he asked, everything still going smoothly, even though he already knew she wouldn't answer because she was concentrating intensely. Right now, Mina was removing the seal on the power inside Miri. She was doing it so Miri could protect herself instead of helplessly becoming a sacrifice for the Abyss Dragon. Miri was beginning to change, and she felt unbearable pain throughout her entire body. Seeing this, Mina also poured all her strength into her younger sister. Both of them were enduring horrifying agony. Once it was finished, Mina's entire body collapsed from exhaustion. Seeing that, Miri asked, Sis, are you okay? Despite being exhausted, Mina still spoke firmly. She wiped away her sweat and replied, yeah, I'm fine. Sin thought to himself, when Myril said the answer was close to me, I thought she meant both demon sword and Miri. Well, whatever. Standing nearby, he raised his hand and encouraged the Mina sisters. Don't push yourselves too hard, just take it slowly, you can do it. Keep it up. Suddenly, a familiar image appeared in Mina's mind. Then she abruptly turned her head away while both Sin and Miri had no idea what was going on. Her face turned red as she shouted, Mina, he asked in confusion. What? Suddenly she yelled, I'm not the older sister. I don't want to be the older one. Call me Mina. Sin scratched his head, took out a lollipop and said, Miss Mina, would you like some candy? She happily ran over, acting just like a child. Candy, I want candy, seeing that Sin thought. She needs to return to normal so we can break the seal. The system announced the mission progress, promotion trial for a low-level god. In progress, S rank, possessing transcendent potential followers, 826 plus 2 out of 10. Looking at Mina eating candy, Sin continued thinking. It'll become 10 people once Demon Sword and Miri reach S rank, but there probably isn't enough time to wait until then. The system announced again, time remaining until the experimental army lands in Ankia, 48 hours, 1 minute 30 seconds. Sin clicked his tongue irritably. That's probably impossible. I need to hurry up and train too. I almost forgot. He waved his hand and called for Miri. Hearing that, she immediately answered, yes. Sin instructed her, I need to leave this world for a little while. Tell Demon Sword that guarding and protecting this place will be his responsibility after I leave. I have something important to do. Miri sensed the seriousness and asked, "What is it?" Insin casually replied, "Sleeping." After returning to his room, he finally relaxed his body and jumped onto the bed to sleep. In another world, Insin glared angrily at the wooden sword before him. Then he shouted loudly, "Heavenly sword, are you messing with me?" The tall man standing before him looked at Insin and grinned smugly. Insin walked over to the bed and silently thought, "At first when you said nearby, I thought it was somewhere. But after reaching that bizarre place, there was no other choice left." As he thought this, he sat down and pulled his legs up. Then he curled himself up inside the blanket like a cocoon and continued thinking. The hell trial with the Dreamwalker. Time flows much slower in the dream world than it does in reality. That means I can train in my dreams for 3 months, which equals about 2 real days. This is insanely awesome. I wonder just how strong I can become. Insin looked extremely satisfied right now. He fell into a dream inside the Divine Sword Palace. Giant swords were stabbed into the ground, creating a terrifying sight. A man who looked like the leader sat proudly upon a throne with an arrogant expression. Insin glanced around and realized this was the residence of Heavenly Blade Absolute Smith. The first time our eyes met, just remembering that wide-eyed stare still filled him with the same fear as before. I almost passed out back then. Anyway, that is not important. I left the sword that exploded during the battle with Gustav for him to repair, so Insin shouted loudly, "Lord Heavenly Blade, is my sword fixed yet?" Recalling how the sword suddenly exploded into hundreds of fragments, the system announced that Heavenly Blade Absolute Smith replied that it was not finished yet. He said the sword was heavily damaged and needed more time. Insin pleaded, "Then at least lend me another sword." The old man made an okay gesture, but the system announced that Heavenly Blade Absolute Smith demanded 1.1 million sugar. Insin exploded in anger and shouted, "What? Why is it double the previous price?" The old man grinned smugly as the system relayed Heavenly Blade Absolute Smith's words, "If you do not have money, do not ask to borrow anything." He woke up and operated the screen while muttering, "That damned evil scam merchant. Fine, I will pay the 1 million sugar." Suddenly Insin became cautious and thought, "Wait, is he trying to trick me out of my money again?" The cave ahead suddenly split apart, and a blinding light burst forth. Insin covered his face in discomfort. From within the light appeared a wooden sword. Insin stared in shock and asked, "What is this?" At the same time, Heavenly Blade Absolute Smith revealed another amusing grin. Of course, Insin refused to accept it and angrily demanded justice. "Lord Heavenly Blade, this is just a wooden sword. What am I supposed to do with this? Are you kidding me? Do you think I am stupid?" A notification appeared as Heavenly Blade Absolute Smith said, "It is and it is not, so just try it." Information about the sword. A shabby old wooden sword crafted from apricot wood 850 years ago. Description: the sword used for training by the founder of the Mount Hua sect. Insin widened his eyes as he processed every word before convincing himself. This sword is already 850 years old, and it was used by the founder of the Mount Hua sect for training. Actually, that does not sound too bad. He reluctantly accepted the sword, though he still grumbled bitterly, "I am in a hurry anyway, so I will just make do with it. I already paid for it after all." As soon as he finished speaking, he activated the Infinity Sword. The system revealed Heavenly Blade Absolute Smith's secret. It said that once synchronization with the founder of the Mount Hua sect's wooden sword reached 50%, a miracle would occur. He also said the synchronization would increase through training here. Insin's eyes sparkled brightly as he thought happily, what? 50%? A miracle. That was right, the synchronization rate really did increase faster while training in dreams. Watching the sword tremble slightly, he continued thinking, "But this wooden sword, it feels like the founder of the Mount Hua sect is reacting somehow, like he wants to tell me something. Well, whatever, since it is called a miracle, let us see what happens." Notification: Heavenly Blade Absolute Smith revealed a mocking smile and said, "We will now begin the hell trial." The moment the announcement ended, a gigantic object rushed toward him. He cried out in panic, "It already started before I could even count to 3. Left with no choice, he swung the wooden sword with all his strength to counterattack. Then he suddenly realized, oh, my sword actually blocked his attack. Looking at the enormous Heavenly Blade Absolute Smith standing before him with a sword in hand, the system announced. Heavenly Blade Absolute Smith said, "Try to land even one hit on me. Remaining time, 30 hours 5 minutes 10 seconds. Synchronization rate, 46%. After a fierce exchange, the Divine Sword Palace now resembled a battlefield. Insin struggled painfully while thinking in frustration, "Damn it, I have never managed to hit him even once in all my dreams before." The old man offered praise. The system announced that Heavenly Blade Absolute Smith complimented him for blocking 10,000 sword strikes and declared he would attack 10,000 more times. Another clash erupted as sword strikes rained down endlessly. Insin had to rely on dozens of recovery potions just to keep going. The system displayed the progress, remaining time 20 hours 1 minute. Synchronization rate 46.5%. Insin panted heavily, drenched in sweat. Suddenly he raised his head with a satisfied smile and thought, I finally figured out his weakness. In an instant, Insin dashed forward at unbelievable speed, impossible to track. Even Heavenly Blade Absolute Smith widened his eyes in shock at the terrifying speed. Then a sword slash swept across his abdomen, light yet painfully deep. He stood frozen in horror, unable to speak. Insin did not dare celebrate yet and frowned while waiting for the result. Suddenly, Heavenly Blade Absolute Smith's abdomen began to glow. He turned around excitedly, silently marveling. At last my first clean hit finally landed. Notification, time remaining, 20 hours 0 minutes 30 seconds. Synchronization, 47%. Inshin chugged another batch of potion. Then he looked at the man and resolved that, no matter what, he had to reach 50%. The system reported, Heavenly Blade Absolute Iron says he feels proud of you and asks for another bottle of potion. Of course Inshin said, hell no, no deal, sold out. Go on, buy it yourself if you want it. He failed to notice an arm reaching out from the hillside behind him. It suddenly grabbed him by the neck. As Inshin struggled, the system announced, the Seeker of Eternal Truth says, it is time you got used to the smell of iron. Gritting his teeth, he thought, this time it is the Seeker of Eternal Truth. With that thought, he threw away the potion bottle in his hand at a place known as the Muscle Temple. It looked like a fitness gym, and he was facing a muscular man. His entire body gleamed as if covered in oil, and he grinned with a mouthful of dazzling white teeth. In other words, the Seeker of Eternal Truth said that weight training was the best way to prepare for war. After saying that, he picked up a whip as thick as a python and lashed Inshin several times with brutal cracks. In so much pain that he burst into tears, he silently lamented, holding a whip was not just a figure of speech about working me to death. He is actually working me over with that whip. Damn it. The man was very satisfied and gave Inshin a thumbs up. Notification, the Seeker of Eternal Truth says your muscles will become tougher and praises you. He tells you to warm up by lifting this 2-ton weight. Looking at the weight, which was even bigger than a tank tire, Inshin dropped his sword to the floor with a thud. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself. I will do everything I can to protect Anne. I will make it happen no matter what. He poured all his strength into pushing the weight up as if his life depended on it. He clenched his teeth and raised it higher, just a little more, then a little more again. Inshin forced every last bit of strength in his body into both arms. His body grew so hot that sweat poured from him. At last, the weight moved slightly. But the ground beneath Inshin's feet also sank under the crushing weight. He was so thrilled that his nose started bleeding. Ah, I lifted it. Notification. The Seeker of Eternal Truth claps and says you need to drink potion so you do not lose strength. Meanwhile, Inshin slumped to the ground, completely exhausted. His hands were still trembling as he tried to pour the potion into his mouth. Notification. Time remaining, 10 hours 1 minute 5 seconds. Synchronization. 48%. The system continued reporting, Soundless Nightmare is excited because his turn is coming up. Inshin was livid. Damn it. Stop leeching off me, you stupid nightmare. Anyway, if I sleep here, I will wake up in reality. I cannot let that happen right now. After struggling for a while inside the carnivorous plant's stomach, Inshin finally pierced a hole through it. He followed through and successfully escaped outside. The carnivorous plant took a fatal blow and exploded into hundreds of pieces. The nearby carnivorous plants heard the noise, woke up one after another, stretched out their long bodies and bared their fangs for battle. Notification, Soundless Nightmare trills in delight and tells you to hit even harder next time. Inshin felt a chill and thought to himself, none of these dream chasers are normal. Progress notification, time remaining, 0 hours 1 minute 1 second. Synchronization 49%. Inshin scratched his head in frustration. Damn it, hell, I tried that hard and I am still short by 1%. I would need to drink another 2,000 bottles of potion just to reach 50%. I do not have any time left. Suddenly, a thought came to him. Wait, hitting someone harder? He looked up at the mass of plants before him, without another word. He immediately grabbed his sword and shot forward. Notification, Soundless Nightmare is trembling with delight. Inshin smiled joyfully. Then let us test it. Then he slashed forward with smooth precision. With an extremely eager expression, he said, how much stronger have I gotten? With only a few basic strikes, he defeated the carnivorous plants and they screamed in agony. System notification, Soundless Nightmare is in absolute ecstasy because you acted so violently. Seriously, this feels strangely perverted somehow. Holding his sword, Inshin looked at the writhing carnivorous plants. He roared angrily, stop enjoying this and give me the remaining percentage already. System progress update, time remaining, 0 hours 0 minutes 1 second. Inshin stared blankly at the system screen announcing the synchronization level, 49.9%. He let out a loud groan. Then he roared furiously, damn it, I am going insane. Just then, behind him, a bleeding tree trunk was on its last breath and about to kick the bucket. The thunderous crash of the falling tree made Inshin turn back in confusion. Notification, Soundless Nightmare cheerfully says that the heavenly demon divine sword is the greatest. The synchronization level has reached 50%. From now on, you may be able to intervene directly with Ankia. Inshin looked unwilling to accept it. Intervene directly? That is all. You said you would bring me a small but unexpected miracle. He angrily clenched his fist. I have been tricked again. System notification. The mentality and endurance of an A-rank believer will increase under the effects of synchronization. Inshin realized, it must mean Sword Demon and Miss Miri. This is the small but unexpected miracle. If they level up, suddenly the system turned red and warning alarms blared nonstop. Warning, warning, the Royal Army's first assault wave has begun. This marked the beginning of the divine war that threatened Zhu Yixin's fate. His face turned pale as he muttered, damn it, I have to get to Ankia. No, first I need to reach the rooftop of the school. There should be transportation waiting there. At this moment, Ankia was protected by a solid stone fortress wall. The enemy was already closing in on Ankia, and the Black Ant Army's vanguard had been wiped out. Completely destroyed, a woman calling herself Urikini sat upon the throne, with loyal followers guarding behind her. Ada Hineng said, so that's the castle built with the power of the demon god. I've heard it's invincible because of how sturdy it is. Iraq ordered Bill Zepap's garbage fly unit move to the front lines. The fly leader Bill Zepap stepped forward respectfully and replied, yes, my lord. We will not disappoint you. After speaking, they swarmed together and flew toward Ankia. Bill Zepap chuckled excitedly. Hee, such pitiful little creatures. The saintess of the Black Ant tribe stood atop the wall, trembling with worry. There are too many of them. My holy power won't be able to stop them. Even so, she still trembled as she continued praying. I will obey my Yen's holy command and never abandon the castle. Please hurry and get here soon. The ant subordinates could not hide their fear either. People said Bill Zepap's cursed trash army could even melt stone. If they attack from the air, we're all dead. We need to run now. Bill Zepap had already approached the fortress and looked down at the tiny castle below. O filthy god of garbage and infectious disease, please curse those lowly creatures. Several eyes appeared on its hands as its entire body continued swelling, preparing to spew a disgusting poison. Hee die, you lowly creatures. After speaking, it ordered its subordinates. All soldiers, spray filth under the power of the god of garbage and infectious disease. Suddenly they stared up at the sky in shock as a gigantic pair of legs descended. The heavens themselves split apart. Iraq was overwhelmed with terror. Even the Guardian followers broke into cold sweat in fear. That enormous foot slowly descended. The swarm of flies had become nothing more than harmless insects. With a single stomp, nearly all of Bill Zepap's fly army was annihilated, sending dirt and debris flying everywhere. With just one stomp, nearly all of Bill Zepap's fly army was wiped out, dirt exploding in every direction. It was Sin, appearing like a god of light with wings made of insecticide, symbolizing the wings of justice. He smugly thought, see that? That's my insecticide army. It arrived at the perfect time. Sin even narcissistically added, I'm so cool. Seeing the insecticide brand name, Bill Zepard panicked. What do those words mean? Is that the language of the demon god, and that wriggling thing beneath it is? Suddenly Sin glared directly at it, causing Bill Zepap to tremble so hard it couldn't move. Shaking violently, it thought, this battle can't be won. I'm going to die. At this rate, I'm definitely going to die. The god is telling me so. It ordered the flies to retreat. Meanwhile, even Sin was sick of these filthy creatures and sighed inwardly. Get lost, you disgusting bastards. He decided to use the god's mighty index finger. All the insecticide cans activated at once. Sin proudly thought, aha, the on-off power of the god's mighty index finger combined with the telekinesis skill I got from the follower Johan means you're all doomed. Instantly, the spray cans released toxic gas straight at the insects. Bill Zepap was hit by a massive wave of poison gas, and its entire body rapidly weakened. It coughed up bloody slime and cried out, how is this possible? Poison. It's poison. This is the deadliest thing we've ever faced. Everyone retreat. Bill Zepap weakly covered its nose, but before it could recover, another wave of toxic gas blasted toward it. It could feel the poison tearing its body apart. Soon after, not a single fly remained on the battlefield. The red ants warned one another, don't let the poison touch you. Oh gods, that's the legendary demon god everyone talks about. If shouting doesn't work, then threats will. If any of you run, you'll all die by my hand. Even Sin was horrified by the sheer number of enemies. Damn, there are way too many. Red ants lay scattered all over the ground. Voices screamed, if the poison touches you, you're dead. Run. This drove Arash into a frenzy of rage while Atta gritted his teeth furiously. Then he stood up straight and shouted, do you really think those little tricks will work on us? Atta turned around, raised both hands, and called out, O mighty and sinister monster, lend me your strength. The giant beast roared in response. Very well, then it flapped its wings and flew into battle. Sin watched helplessly as his insecticide became useless. The giant beast had already flown close to Sin and greeted him with an earth-shaking landing. Seeing the insecticide swarm flying back toward him, Sin stared at it in terror and cursed, "You bastard. It's blowing insecticide this way." He anxiously looked behind him. "Damn it, this thing is going to kill all my ants." Insin calculated quickly. "The only thing I can do right now is..." He raised his hand high and shouted, "The god's mighty index finger telekinesis skill." The bottles rose into the air, but it was useless. Insin realized it. Damn it, all my bug spray bottles got blown away too. In an instant, the entire pile of biological weapons was swept into the sky. He watched them go with regret and muttered, "My money." Arak gritted her teeth in fury again. "That damn demon god is using dirty tricks again." Insin wanted to curse the beast clan to death. "This poison is strong, my ants are practically dying already. Damn it, damn it." There was also a new development on the beast's side. He narrowed his eyes and wondered, what the hell is that cat doing? The monster roared, revealing its razor-sharp fangs. It tore apart the red ants and confirmed that the sacrifice had been accepted. Insin seethed inwardly. It wants to grow stronger by eating them as sacrifices. Those savage bastards. Female Arak sat on her throne, gritting her teeth as she thought. "We've endured sacrifices on this scale, hundreds of thousands, millions. That means we have enough power to defeat you. We cannot let this effort and sacrifice go to waste." She ordered the next army forward. Blind dragonflies advance. Insin picked his nose while thinking. Come to think of it, it was because of that fanged cat that all my precious bug spray boxes got blown away. He glared ahead and said, "Fanged cat, I'm definitely going to send you straight to hell." Then he pointed forward and commanded, "Crush them." But right after saying it, his expression changed to shock as he looked up at the sky. Above Insin's head now swarmed countless dragonflies. He wondered, what the hell is this now? The red ants riding on the backs of the blind dragonflies flew toward Insin to attack him. Every single one of them looked smug. Female Arak looked extremely proud of her army. The jaws of this unit could even crush stone. Even if they couldn't kill him, they could at least inflict fatal wounds on him. The believers could handle the rest. From atop the blind dragonflies, the red ant soldiers commanded, "Blind dragonfly unit, descend." They all jumped down at once and charged toward Insin like arrows. He calmly activated his skill. Instantly, muscles bulged across his entire body. His shirt was ripped apart as the red ants continued rushing toward him. He flexed his rock-hard biceps repeatedly. The ants desperately stabbed at Insin's body, but compared to his gigantic form, they looked pitiful. Notification, the seeker of eternal truth, said he liked how the body became as hard as iron when using the stored power within it, exactly as he imagined. The leader of the red ants shouted, "Don't panic." Pierce through him with sheer numbers. The enemy's defense is only on the level of a demon god. Insin struggled against their attacks, which felt like thousands of needles stabbing him. Before long, his entire body was covered in ants, and his movements became shaky and unsteady. Insin forced his finger out and commanded, "The holy god's judgment middle finger." The moment he raised his finger, flames erupted, instantly incinerating the ants on his hand. Then he raised his thumb and continued, gesture of prosperity. Above them, the blind dragonflies also met their fate, turning into delicious roasted insects. One by one, every ant on Insin's body was destroyed. He stood proudly within the flames. His entire body radiated battle spirit. Insin slowly stepped out of the fire. He prepared to channel his inner energy. Then, with expert precision, he flicked a flame projectile toward the enemy. 3 or 4 more fireballs followed right behind it. The reinforcement ants cried out in terror, "It's Hellfire training, run!" But it was too late. The flames swept over and annihilated them all. They screamed and cried, "Save us, sisters!" Chaos erupted among the red ants. They shoved each other aside in desperation to survive while curses filled the air. "Why the hell are you pushing me? I don't want to die." Insin panted heavily and thought to himself, "Man, I'm almost out of holy power." System notification, the promotion mission to low demigod is in progress. Common sacrifice count, 52,023,502 out of 1 billion. Insin calculated that the royal army had around 100 billion soldiers. "I thought killing 1 billion soldiers would be enough to level up, but it's harder than expected. Right now I'm only lucky enough to get a 50% assimilation rate, and even that's not enough." Suddenly his entire body swayed. "Yeah, I'm feeling a little dizzy. Is it because I've used up all my holy power?" Anyway, the next opponent approaching is the fire god. Insin wondered why the guy down there was staring at him like that. The system informed him, "Believer of the flames shining high in the heavens. It is fierce and has been used for 2,200 years. Special note, it has been enraged by Insin for daring to use flames similar to its master." He looked helplessly at the bizarre creature before him. "What kind of weirdo is this now?" Female Arak raised her hand and pleaded, "Follower of the great god. Can you deal with this demon god?" The fire god responded, "Ah, H. Warren shall answer your call. In exchange, I will take 100 million sacrifices." She agreed, "As you wish." The soldiers below begged in fear, "Priestess, please spare us." Another round of sacrifices. But she furiously shouted, "Silence. Consider it an honor for the Empire's victory." Hwaran wasted no time and immediately spewed flames toward the red ants. So they too could not escape the fate of becoming sacrifices for their people. Once everything was done, Hwaran recalled the divine flames and confirmed that the offering had been accepted. His body gradually grew larger, darker, and transformed into a massive beast. He glared furiously at Insin, leaving him stunned. It got bigger. This is getting troublesome. Insin scratched his head awkwardly while Hwaran's eyes burned with rage. The beast curled up and charged toward Insin while spewing flames. He stared in shock at the overwhelming power rushing at him at terrifying speed. With no other choice, he reluctantly used the god's mighty index finger to block it. Just as the system said, Gacho failed because you do not possess enough holy power. Insin cried out in horror, my holy power still isn't. Before he could finish, Hwaran rushed forward and punched him hard, sending him flying backward. The tremendous force caused internal injuries, making Insin cough up blood. His body skidded across the ground before finally stopping. Insin crashed into the walls of Ankia. Rocks and debris scattered everywhere as he lay exhausted and dazed on the ground. Watching the scene, Arak muttered proudly, Nava, do you see this? That demon god has finally met a miserable end. At last, I have avenged you. Motionless, Insin thought to himself, did I lose? No matter how much they worship me as their god, wasn't I just too arrogant? I was born weak. How could I ever think I could protect the people of the Gajami kingdom? Just as he closed his eyes, a desperate scream rang beside him. No, Lord Insin, please don't close your eyes, seeing his miserable condition. The black ant priestess could not hold back her tears. Insin asked, Priestess, why are you here? I told you not to leave the fortress. Ignoring him, the priestess pointed forward and cried out, healing ring finger for Lord Insin. But the system announced that the healing had completely failed. The holy flames shining high in the sky are preventing your recovery. The priestess continued pleading, please, Lord Insin's healing ring finger. Yet she was rejected once again. Complete healing failed. The holy flames shining high in the sky are preventing your recovery. Hwaran looked at the pitiful scene before him and sneered, persistent trash. So you're still alive. How can a savage demon god use such filthy flames? Prepare to die. I will kill you and offer you as a sacrifice to my master. With that, flames engulfed his body as he charged at Insin. Elsewhere, Inho desperately prayed, O great savior Insin, please allow number one to descend. In his hazy state, Insin remembered number one. That's right, I still have him. He immediately ordered number one, descend. Silently, he prayed, please, at least give me enough holy power to bring number one out of the tower, please. Suddenly, a small blue light appeared in the sky and rapidly grew larger. It sped past Hwaran before landing on the ground. Inho reported. Number one has received Lord Insin's command. Notification. Number one has descended. Remaining descent time, 60 minutes. Inho reassured him, please don't worry now. I've already killed many monsters like that inside the tower. Insin brightened up and replied, really? My number one is truly admirable. Since when did you become so strong? Right in front of them, a gigantic maw appeared before Inho. With a single bite from the beast, Inho vanished completely. The creature licked its lips as though a tiny bug wasn't even enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. The priestess screamed, number one, Insin thought in horror. It ate number one, we're doomed. I can't even move a single finger anymore. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Demon Sword says the repair work on the kitchen knife you entrusted to him has finally. At that moment, he felt the resonating power flowing from the sword. The blade emerged from a crack in space. Insin struggled to grasp the sword. The moment he held it, the blade began displaying its true power. Insin was astonished as his own strength surged upward. Slowly, he stood and faced his enemy. Grinding his teeth, Hwaran muttered, there's something, before his voice faded away. Insin stared coldly at him and declared, skill share, demon sword. The three followers gaped in shock. This isn't a joke, this is too dangerous. The Heavenly Demon King's technique has been activated. Insin's entire body floated into the air. Munlio fled in terror while even Hwaran gasped. This is dangerous, Insin grinned excitedly, trying to run away. Hwaran stared fearfully at the human before him. Suddenly, his body split cleanly in half. Blood burst out as he writhed in agony. After coughing violently several times, Hwaran fell from the sky like a meteor. Even in death, he remained unwilling to accept it. This precious body my master created and bestowed upon me. The male-headed monster standing nearby watched his comrade fall. Naturally, it could not escape the same fate. A single slash sent all 5 faces flying apart. Insin's weakened body finally stopped as he panted heavily. He glared angrily at Munlio flying in the sky and cursed, you cowardly bastard. Right now, all I want is to kill you. How dare you eat my number one? I'll kill you, Insin hesitated. However, the problem was his holy power. He truly wasn't sure whether he still had enough left to unleash another strike. Heavenly Demon King's descent. Inshin's body staggered again. He forced himself to stand firm and cursed inwardly. Damn it, I'm losing my sense of direction again. The giant beast realized it. "You bastard, I get it now." That last strike drained a huge amount of his power. It immediately roared, preparing for a new attack. Then it charged straight at Inchin for a sneak attack. "This is my chance. Die." Suddenly the cat monster stopped, its eyes filled with absolute terror. It hurriedly stopped and thought, "What is this? Why do I suddenly feel so much power pouring out of that bastard's body?" A mysterious blue energy surrounded Inchin. He stared blankly at his own hand. The system announced, "The seal on the disciple on planet Miri has been successfully released. Miri now possesses transcendental power." Inchin smiled in satisfaction. "Miss Miri, it finally worked. A small but astonishing miracle is about to happen." Low-rank Demon God Advancement Quest notification. In progress, S-rank sacrifices with transcendental power, 9 out of 10. He clenched his fist and thought, "Thanks to Miss Miri, my holy power has been fully restored." Demon Sword, you need to give it everything you've got too. Inchin returned to an excited state, as if he could fight 100 cat monsters at once. "I'll use Heavenly Demon King's Descent one more time, but this time, I'll aim it at that fanged cat." The giant beast trembled in fear. "Damn it, I have to avoid facing him head-on." Suddenly footsteps came from behind him. He turned his head, not knowing what that sound was. Very quickly, his eyes widened in utter shock. It was an even more terrifying premium version of the five-headed creature from a moment ago. At some point it had appeared right next to Inchin. It flicked its tongue and spoke in a mocking voice. "Surprised, you savage, wicked, lowly demon god, my body has been blessed with immortality. A sword, or anything like it, cannot kill me so easily." From the slash wounds just now, the first signs of recovery began to appear. Then they gradually formed into an original snake head. In an instant, all 5 heads had regenerated. Inchin felt slightly uneasy. So that's what it means. Notification: Apostle of the Ruler of the Abyssal Swamp. Special note: capable of endless regeneration. So that means attacking it is meaningless, it spoke loudly. What is there to fear? From the very beginning, such pathetic sword energy could never kill us. Die. After saying that, all 5 heads attacked at once, still mocking him non-stop. Pathetic fool. The sword in Inchin's hand could not take it anymore and roared furiously. "You called my sword energy pathetic," he groaned inwardly. "This damn sword is terrifying." Even the 5-headed snake was surprised. Then it shifted into an interested expression. "Look at that, the sword can talk. What an interesting sword. Fine, I'll take you as a trophy." The hot-tempered sword shouted, "Snakehead, stop spouting nonsense and try repeating what you just said. You dare call the sword energy of this great hero pathetic?" The snake remained defiant. "A sword becomes worthless when faced with the power of endless regeneration. Come at me if you dare. I'll use your demon sword as a decoration and display it at the entrance to my lair." Inchin also sensed something different from the sword. It seemed this sword was possessed by another being. "Who is it? The founder of the Mount Hua sect?" No, the voice is completely different. The entire sword trembled as it laughed wildly, and Inchin could barely hold on to it. He silently judged, this voice can only belong to a madman, someone truly insane. The 5-headed snake was also surprised. "Is it laughing?" The sword replied. "What else can I do but laugh? After all, you are already dead." Only then did it look down at its body, and notice that it was being surrounded by a mysterious power. They screamed in pain. "That demon's sword has cursed me," one snake head confidently spoke while using regeneration magic. "However, as long as I use the blessing of regeneration granted to me by my master." However, each snake head that grew back dissolved into nothingness. It said in shock, "Impossible, an ordinary sword can kill me." The sword glared and questioned it. "Did you truly think you could survive after being struck by Heavenly Demon King's Descent? The moment you were cut by my blade, you were already dead." The 5-headed snake stammered, calling out, "Master," and then its entire body vanished. The sword laughed contemptuously. "A lowly snake like you dared to challenge me," the system announced. "You have killed the apostle of the ruler of the Abyssal Swamp." Absorbing sacrifice, energy like thin black threads gradually wrapped around Inchin. "Congratulations." Notification: Sacrifice absorbed. Apostle of the ruler of the Abyssal Swamp. Worth 2 S-rank. Low-rank Demon God Advancement Quest in progress. S-rank sacrifices with transcendental power, 823 plus 5 out of 10. Inchin stared in surprise at the power being absorbed into himself and the sword. He smiled confidently and thought, "I can feel myself getting stronger. What will happen when the progress reaches 10? Suddenly, a pair of huge eyes appeared in the sky, and the cat monster from before appeared again. Inchin also felt that overwhelming pressure. He turned around, narrowed his eyes, and looked upward, silently judging. "Damn it, this bloodlust." The cat monster descended from the sky. It growled threateningly. "You only realized it now. The wings of wind will tear you to pieces." As it spoke, it opened its mouth wide and fired streams of sword energy at Inchin. Caught off guard, he glared at it in shock. The Fang Cat's sword energy came faster and faster. Inchin quickly swung his blade to block the attack. The sword praised him, "Excellent reflexes. At least you're not an idiot." "Shut up," he shouted. Sin frowned at the cowardly monster and snapped, "You sneaky fang-toothed cat launching a surprise attack. Seriously." The creature stared at Sin in fear and stammered, "Wait." Sin barked back, "What, you're telling me to wait now?" Resorting to tricks like that too. Suddenly the fang cat's whole body looked as if something was attacking it from within. It writhed and screamed, it hurts so much." Sin still had no idea what was happening. The fang cat burned into ashes and crashed to the ground, causing a massive explosion. Its agonized scream echoed everywhere. My stomach is going to explode," it shrieked in unbearable pain, eyes bulging wide. "My stomach." Suddenly, something burst out from inside the fang cat just as its body exploded. Sin narrowed his eyes toward it. It was Inho. He had escaped the fang cat's restraint and shot into the air, shouting, "You giant freak." Sin could not hide his joy. "I knew it. Number one is alive," Inho answered with a victorious grin. "Of course, a huge monster that's nothing but size can always be taken down from the inside." Sin gave him a thumbs up in praise. "Number one. You really are number one." Inho failed to notice he was floating in midair. He immediately plummeted headfirst toward the ground. The sword in Sin's hand chuckled. "I think this troublesome servant of yours is rather hard to manage." Sin raised the sword to eye level and questioned it. "By the way, who exactly are you?" The sword laughed mockingly. "Ha ha ha. You don't know who I am? What a fool you are. Calm yourself and listen carefully. Your honorable self before you is." Sin stared at it nervously, but it suddenly fell silent. Unable to contain his curiosity, he shouted, "Is what? It's not some huge secret. Why stop right at the dramatic part?" The sword bluntly replied, "Right where was I? Ah yes, who I am." Sin inwardly grumbled in dissatisfaction. "Why is this thing so insane? I'm certain this is the Sword Saint's kitchen knife. But no, the voice is completely different. Then who are you?" "Lord Heavenly Sword, could you kindly explain what exactly is going on here? This warranty service is seriously strange." The system transmitted a message. "Heavenly Blade, Absolute Iron, is avoiding your question." Sin fumed inwardly. "What kind of answer is that? In that case, I have no choice but to demand a refund." Suddenly, blazing flames erupted once more. Sin looked over in surprise. Firewheel had regained some of his power and roared furiously. "How dare an insect like you destroy the body my master bestowed upon me?" he bellowed as he rose back up. "Unforgivable, I will never let you go." Sin sighed helplessly and wondered, "That guy's still alive?" Firewheel commanded, "Priestess, offer sacrifices to me. I need more sacrifices to destroy that demon god." The priestess Arak answered, "Accept the sacrifice of 100 million. No, 1 billion soldiers." But Firewheel declared that it was still far too little. He ordered all of them. "Sacrifice all 100 billion troops to me." Arak was horrified. What do you mean?" Firewheel shouted impatiently. "Sacrifice them. For the glory of our god, offer all your lives as sacrifice." The red ant soldiers swarmed everywhere as Firewheel's flames rapidly expanded. In an instant, the flames engulfed all 100 billion troops, and agonized screams filled the entire battlefield. "Ah, priestess, save us." Arak finally became afraid and warned him, "Please stop. Our agreement never included this. The Emperor will never forgive you." But Firewheel stubbornly replied, "Ah, woman, you're too noisy. Sacrifice yourselves. Let me absorb the offerings." Sin stared at the horrifying scene before him and clenched his teeth in shock. Firewheel's body gradually swelled to an enormous size. Sin muttered, "This is insane. It's getting bigger and bigger." The battlefield became utterly devastated, filled with nothing but flames and the scattered corpses of sacrificed creatures. The giant brute lifted a massive boulder high into the sky. Number one charged forward to confront him and shouted loudly, "Leave this oversized idiot to me." The sheer weight cracked the ground beneath Inho's feet. Risking his life, he hurled the gigantic monster upward. "I'll carve you into pieces." The boulder soared into the air and collided with the inferno. It instantly melted into countless fragments. Firewheel remained completely unharmed. Sin was stunned. The boulder melted. He laughed loudly. "Behold, this is the power of the Master of Flames that shine across the heavens." Firewheel's head then grew even larger and spewed flames toward Sin. Inho looked horrified. "Lord Sin, what should I do now?" The sword in Sin's hand suddenly chuckled. "That irritating bastard. And you're still asking?" Sin asked excitedly. "Do you have some kind of plan?" The sword answered arrogantly, "Cut him down." Against a giant fool using such ordinary flames simply slashed straight through him. Hearing that, cold sweat rolled down Sin's face. "You call those ordinary flames? Are they really ordinary? I don't know who you are, but you're clearly no ordinary sword either." Meanwhile, Firewheel rampaged across the sky. Every step he took turned all matter into lava. The sword gave an order, "Just trust in me. There is nothing in this world that I cannot cut." With no other choice, Sin could only follow along. It sounded insane, but there was truly nothing else he could do right now. "All right then, let's try it." He gripped the sword with all his strength. He raised the sword and shouted loudly, "Skill share. Demon Sword's Heavenly Demon Holy Sword." In an instant, Heavenly Demon King's technique. Sin gathered all his strength and unleashed a sword strike filled with overwhelming power. Warren widened his eyes in fear. Then he shut them, ready to receive the deadly sword aura from before, but nothing happened. Warren mocked Sin. "Is that your only move?" He angrily thought, "Damn it, I knew this would happen. If it were an ordinary heavenly sword repairing it, then it seems this is the limit. I should have looked more carefully when they said free delivery. Could Ankia have been destroyed?" Watching Warren writhing in agony, he began to wonder how anyone could possibly defeat such a crazed monster. Just as he was gloating, a razor-sharp sword slash suddenly appeared before his eyes. Warren roared in fury once again. "No, my body, the precious body my master gave me." The moment he finished speaking, he was sliced in half and crashed to the ground. The sword laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha, it got cut down, see? This is the power of this great master." Sin could only sigh helplessly at its narcissism. "But I'm the one holding you, still. At least I didn't pass out this time. When I fought Gustav, I blacked out right after. Maybe I've really become stronger." As if realizing something, Sin continued thinking, "What did you just say?" "My dear little stalker, could you repeat that?" The system repeated. "Endless prosperity." Sin stared anxiously at the blazing sky. The nightmare quietly crept back in, reminding him that it was still far too early to become arrogant. Sin looked up in surprise and said, "A blazing sky." Then his eyes widened. "What is that?" The moon gradually emerged from behind the dark clouds. Warren frowned furiously at Sin. The system announced that a signal from the light was illuminating the deepest layer of the heaven. Long ago in Ankia, there existed two sun god brothers. But the two gods fought each other for thousands of years, and the loser was sealed inside a fiery chariot. Sin was startled after hearing that. "I finally managed to defeat it, and it turns out all I did was break the seal. That red flame-headed guy is actually a sun god." Notification. The heavenly blade says that is merely a remnant of the sun god. But since it was once a high-ranking deity, you'd better just give up and die already. Sin could not believe his ears. "I spent a fortune on this whole thing. No matter what, the current situation is completely doomed. I already used up all my divine power in that last attack." He looked at the blazing sky and muttered inwardly, "But a famous person once said that even if the sky collapses, there will still be a loophole to escape through. Don't ask who said it." The entire battlefield was now submerged in molten lava. Warren roared, "You dare destroy the fiery chariot my master bestowed upon me. I will bury you and this entire world alive in a sea of flames." Sin stared at his enemy with a grim expression. Looking at Inho standing atop the giant Monleo beast, he suddenly realized, "That's it, the loophole in the sky." Inho looked at Warren in confusion. "This monster is so strong I can barely move. At this rate, I'll be burned alive." Sin urged him on. "Inho, why are you just standing there? Sacrifice something already." "Don't be afraid." Inho suddenly realized something and snapped awake. He grabbed the Monleo beast's tail and shouted, "Hey, Zuixin." Then he spun the giant beast around 7,749 times. "I offer this monster to you as a sacrifice." Sin praised him excitedly. "Good, excellent." Warren still sneered contemptuously. "You cannot win, parasitic creature." Sin slowly began absorbing the Monleo's power. Streams of energy poured into his body, instantly revitalizing him. He pointed approvingly again. "Well done, Inho." Sin absorbed the energy little by little until his entire body was shrouded in mysterious blackness. The system announced. "The sacrifice offered by Inho carries the signal of a powerful and cunning monster. Evaluation 2 S-rank levels." Sin smiled. "I knew it." Notification: Low-rank Demon God Ascension Mission S-rank, possesses transcendent potential. Sacrifice rating 10 out of 10. From high above, a beam of light shone directly onto Sin, making him glow like a god. The system continued announcing, "You have completed the mission, Sin. You will be promoted to a low-rank demon god." He was enveloped by overwhelming power. Sin grinned smugly as he looked down at his energy-filled hand and wondered. "So this is the divine power of a low-rank demon god," Inho cheered joyfully. "I believe in you, Lord Sin." Meanwhile, the priestess still stood there trembling in prayer. Damn it, please spare Sin." Though exhausted, he still smiled inwardly. "That's right, yes, I am your god." The fire god roared furiously. "Resistance is useless. Burn alive together with this world." He pointed toward the sky and coldly replied, "Shut up, flamehead." God's middle finger judgment. Sin fired mystical energy from his finger toward Warren. He casually cursed, "It's too damn hot, now get lost." The mystical energy shot straight at Warren, but compared to him, the attack was barely enough to tickle. He immediately shouted again, "You bastard. Did you really think that would defeat me?" Sin silently admitted, "Yeah, I can't hold on much longer either. This guy is insanely strong, now I'm even more certain." Is it because of the 100 billion sacrifices? Or because before being sealed he used to be a high-ranking god? He inwardly blamed himself. "I've already ascended into a low-rank demon god. Yet I'm still no match for him, damn it. Warren still stood tall and proud as he mocked him. Did you think that little attack would make me surrender? The terrifying heat from the lava made it impossible for matter to survive. The Black Ant Legion frantically shouted to each other, the castle is melting. Run! Warren's body released increasingly horrifying heat. He gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly, damn it, even the Heavenly Demon King's technique isn't working. Sin desperately resisted with mystical energy, saying he would have to use the Heavenly Blade's treasure. But the sword loudly warned him, stop, the immortal sword's treasure cannot cut flames. Sin stammered, what? Then how am I supposed to? Very little mystic energy fell from the sky. Sin stood there confused, unable to understand what was happening. Even the sword widened its eyes in confusion. Meanwhile at the academy, on the rooftop cluttered with empty boxes that looked like someone's sleeping place, the demon sword was still training tirelessly. He stopped and said in an exhausted voice, Heavenly Demon Divine Sword Second Form. I've finally grasped the true essence of the second form of the Heavenly Demon Divine Sword. The sword in Demon Sword's hand swung decisively, unleashing a powerful surge of energy. It flew away and synchronized with Sin's body. He sensed the change within himself and spoke up. Looks like Sword Demon did something. The sword in Sin's hand also sensed the change. It widened its eyes and muttered, Heavenly Demon Divine Sword Second Form. It reminded me of my true identity. Sin still could not understand what was going on. The eye on the sword suddenly glowed, and the phantom image of an old man with silver hair and beard appeared floating proudly in the air. He smiled brightly with his arms crossed, his entire body radiating overwhelming pride and authority. Then he introduced himself, I am the Heavenly Demon. Sin asked suspiciously, the Heavenly Demon. The system announced, activating the eyes of the blind god. Inherent authority is rapidly scanning the history of the Heavenly Demon. The figure of a man appeared. There were several slash wounds across his back. The Heavenly Demon held a blood-soaked sword, tears filling his agonized face. He lowered his head and looked at the body of a young woman collapsed on the ground. The Heavenly Demon had killed his own daughter, who had become an apostle of the god of destruction. After that, he slaughtered millions of his daughter's followers before finally ending his own life with his own hands. Sin sighed emotionally after hearing the story. Good heavens, something like that happened to the Heavenly Demon. Of course, no one could stay sane after experiencing such a tragedy. The Heavenly Demon clutched his head in pain and screamed, Ah, my daughter. Notice, special warning, he spent thousands of years searching for someone capable of avenging him against the god of destruction. Although he had been deceived to the point of losing his memories, thanks to Demon's Sword he was finally able to remember everything. Sin cursed inwardly, damn it, this is a scam. Explain it properly. There's someone I find extremely suspicious. Notice, Heavenly Blade Absolute Steel used revenge as bait to lure the Heavenly Demon into becoming his apostle. In the past, Heavenly Blade Absolute Steel appeared before the Heavenly Demon and tried to persuade him. However, the Heavenly Demon rejected him and said he did not like him. That damned swindler. So Heavenly Blade Absolute Steel erased his memories and sealed him inside his own sword for thousands of years, leaving him with absolutely nothing. Sin angrily cursed inwardly, Heavenly Blade Absolute Steel, you deceitful scam merchant. The Heavenly Demon floated there staring at him, hesitant and speechless. Then he finally spoke. Demon Sword, what did you say? His enlightenment restored the memories I had lost. You truly have an excellent disciple. The Heavenly Demon clenched his trembling fists in fury. If it were you, could you avenge me? Sin answered firmly, I can. I will definitely defeat that god of destruction in a single strike. The Heavenly Demon stroked his beard and laughed heartily in satisfaction, leaving Sin utterly confused. He extended his hand and proposed, very well. Use my power, you are worthy of it. You deserve to become my master. Sin stepped forward and reached out, trying to grasp the Heavenly Demon's hand. The moment Sin's fingers touched the Heavenly Demon, energy flowed from Sin's fingertips into his hand. The system announced, the Heavenly Demon has acknowledged you as his chief god. The Heavenly Demon has become Sin's follower. Warren still had no idea what was happening. Then he was suddenly struck by an enormous wave of mystic energy. What is happening? Notice, S-rank sacrifice possessing transcendent abilities. 10 out of 10, mission complete. Congratulations. You have advanced to the rank of low god. Sin thought happily, so this is a small yet incredible miracle. With Demon Sword's enlightenment complete, his expression suddenly changed. So Warren still hasn't been destroyed. He sneered again. You only received a little power from that crazy old man. And now you think you can oppose me? Vermin will always remain vermin. Die already. After saying that, he unleashed another massive torrent of flames across the battlefield of destruction. Meanwhile, Sin struggled desperately to hold his ground, yet he still could not break through. The Heavenly Demon reminded him, to extinguish those flames, you must use an even greater fire. Hearing that, Sin lowered his hand and slowly drew his sword back to gather momentum. Then he shouted, I understand now. The Heavenly Demon charged forward fiercely and responded, This is my interpretation of the great burning hell, one of the cruelest hells among the 8 great hells. Heavenly Demon Holy Sword, second form. Warren remains stubborn. There is no point in struggling uselessly, insignificant human, no matter how hard you try. Your fate of destruction will never change. The two energies clashed against each other. Very quickly, most of Warren's power was neutralized. He cried out in shock. He cut through my flames. Sweat poured down in Sin's body as he said, I already told you to get lost. It's blazing hot. The next sword strike slashed straight across Warren. He stared in horror as the enemy's power rampaged through his body. A wound like this should heal instantly with Master's power. What is this flame? I'm burning, save me. Warren was trapped inside a sphere of blue energy, screaming in agony. Exhausted, Sin held his sword and looked up at the sky with a relieved sigh. The sky had returned to its original blue color. He slowly said, I did it. I protected Ankia. The Saintess and the ant people cheered joyfully. Lord Sin has won. He performed a miracle and protected us. Praise our great God. Number 1 was also extremely excited. As expected of Lord Sin, I always believed you would win. All right then, Sin smiled as if a burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He instructed them, I need to rest for a while now. I'll leave the rest to you. Antai and Inho respectfully bowed and obeyed the order. Notification, you have won the holy war. Sin's fame has spread across all continents. A dimensional gate opened, and a new message appeared. Lord Sin may now attempt the intermediate god promotion mission for the prophet god and demon god. After everything was over, they moved to another room. Sin sat in a chair and groaned weakly. The sword covered in battle scars was placed. Beside the window, Sin was trying hard not to laugh out loud, but he could not hold it in any longer and burst into a sly laugh. The system reported that Heavenly Blade Absolute Steel was glaring at you and shouting that you are a thief. Sin defended himself, a thief. Oh, come on, Lord Heavenly Sword, aren't you the real thief here? Notification, Heavenly Sword is shouting that he could never have known that rude demon sword would awaken Heavenly Horse's memories. Sin laughed even louder. Oh dear, what an unfair accusation. Anyway, you stingy Lord Heavenly Sword, please repair this for me. Notification, Heavenly Blade Absolute Steel says the damage is far too severe, so repairs will cost 50 million divine coins. Sin shouted, my lord, are you insane? That's outrageously expensive. My dear loyal follower, don't you think so too? How about 10 million? Notification. Nightmare quietly spoke up and secretly said they knew a blacksmith. He smirked wickedly again. I knew it, these foolish followers, I mean these beloved customers. The system reported that Eternal Truth Seeker had been waiting for this day for a long time and said 5 million coins would be enough. Sin's smile became even more shameless. These idiots, I mean these wonderful customers, whether it's capitalism or loyal followers. Competition in business is always the best. Don't you agree, Lord Heavenly Sword? Heavenly Blade Absolute Steel said it would take Eternal Truth Seeker 1 full year to repair it, so he was willing to accept 10 million coins. Sin bargained, no, 3 million and you've got yourself a deal. Heavenly Blade Absolute Steel angrily snapped, that discount is way too extreme. Sin casually muttered, a discount. Think about everything I've been through before this. Oh well, I guess I'll hand it over to Lord Eternal. The system conveyed his anger. Heavenly Blade Absolute Steel trembled and said, fine, 3 million it is, all right, as you wish. Sin pointed toward the sky. To seal the deal, suddenly a call came from the homeless boss Kang San. The moment he answered, the voice on the other end urgently shouted, hello. Where are you right now? Hurry to the Hunter Association. The association? So suddenly, Kang San replied, they discovered around 100 Gustav crocodile eggs. Sin's expression changed drastically. What? Gustav Kopp's eggs? At the Hunter Association building, a huge advertisement was displayed above. It was for a mineral spray loved by the famous hunter SCO Mina. Sin and Demon Sword stepped out of a taxi. Both of them were drawn to the advertisement. Oh no, it's an advertisement featuring Mina. She's really beautiful, isn't she? Suddenly, Sin and Demon Sword noticed something. The beauty from the advertisement was none other than Mina herself. She tilted her head while looking at Sin standing with Miri and the principal. Miri happily greeted him. Hi teacher, you've arrived. He awkwardly replied, hello and greetings to you too. The principal interrupted him. All right, that's enough. Let's head inside already. We need to see that crocodile egg with our own eyes too. They walked toward the meeting room entrance. Sin clicked his tongue and glanced at Demon Sword, whispering, you'll have to wait here because you aren't part of the Hunter Association. He straightened his posture and raised his hand in obedience. Yes, my lord. They entered the meeting room. Every S-rank hunter from various countries had gathered there to see the crocodile egg. Yon waved at Sin. How have you been lately? He replied. Oh, it's you, Zhuhian. The man cheerfully pointed toward the seats across the row. Sin, come sit over here and Mina can sit next to me. Before Hyun could finish speaking, Mina wrapped herself around Sin's arm. No, I'm sitting next to brother Sin. Hyun cried out in shock. What? The host of the meeting, CEO JT, ordered everyone please take your seats. The Gustav egg will be brought here shortly. Mina excitedly exclaimed. A crocodile egg, it must taste delicious. Insin embarrassedly reminded her, sit down first. Miss Mina, seeing Mina stare at Insin with infatuated eyes, Yon clenched his fists in jealousy. Suddenly, Insin was drawn to something strange. He glanced toward an unfamiliar girl sitting opposite him and silently observed her. A wing-shaped mask that seemed to be her favorite style. The young blonde girl was quite beautiful, yet she had not interacted with anyone in the meeting room. System notification, evaluation failed. Insin frowned and thought to himself, what? I can't evaluate her, who exactly is she? At that moment, Mina excitedly looked ahead and exclaimed, an egg, it's the egg. JT looked toward the entrance as an object was carried inside by Sister Young. It was a crocodile egg resting on a layer of soft fur with several glowing magic stones attached to it. JT introduced it. This is the egg of an SS rank monster, the Gustav creature that attacked the academy. Out of hundreds of eggs across Africa, we managed to bring one here. This is the only egg that has not hatched yet. We are still investigating and searching for the remaining ones. Insin stared at the egg suspiciously. A Gustav egg. I nearly lost my life fighting one before, and now there are still 99 of these things wandering around somewhere. Suddenly, the egg began to shake violently. Insin was so worried his heart nearly dropped. Did it just move? The egg slowly began to crack. GT and his assistant screamed, what is this? Gustav's egg is moving. The eggshell kept cracking bit by bit. Then a crocodile broke through the shell and crawled out. Everyone shouted, a crocodile? It's so adorable. I want to take it home. It was squeaking about something. The mushroom-haired guy nearby wondered, what is it trying to say? Only Insin understood what it wanted to say. Mother's mortal enemy has been found. He thought in shock, it's Mother's mortal enemy. Am I the only one who can understand what it's saying? The crocodile immediately leapt out of the eggshell and charged straight at Insin. He was so tense he held his breath as he watched it. The creature rushed over and slammed on the brakes right in front of Insin. Then it growled a few times, watch out, I will kill you. After saying that, the crocodile jumped up to attack amid the panic of everyone in the meeting room. Insin realized something was wrong. Why do its movements look so slow to me? I guess it's because I've gotten much stronger. He activated power at the tip of his finger and pointed it straight at its face. He thought again, I'm basically a lower god now, no joke. Fish, crocodiles, whatever, they're easy. Mighty index finger, the baby crocodile stared wide-eyed at the person before it. Insin's face now looked as fierce as its mother's, like a boogeyman. Was it really going to die here? How terrifying. Suddenly, a huge hand punched it in the face. The crocodile roared, where do you think you are? It turned out the man sitting beside Insin had punched the creature away. His name was Donghyo, an S-rank hunter. Furious, Donghyo punched the baby crocodile far away. It thought in terror, I have to get out of here. Before it could regain its senses, another person rushed in and landed another blow on the baby crocodile. It was Shinzo. He frowned and said, that cute little face almost fooled me. The baby crocodile looked miserable, crying inwardly, am I going to die? Shinzo turned back and asked, is everyone all right? Insin went pale and thought, not all right at all. That was so embarrassing. They dealt with it before I could even attack. Then he looked over at Donghyo and judged, still, S-rank really is on another level. Off to the side, Mina burst into tears and kept pointing wildly at the baby crocodile. Miri comforted her helplessly, it's all right now. The principal and Hyan glared at the baby crocodile in a blazing rage and shouted, how dare a crocodile? Insin stared pensively toward the baby crocodile. Its entire body was now battered and bruised, trembling. It cried and begged, please save me, Mom, Dad, gods above. If anyone can hear me, please save me. Someone walked over and said, you're still alive, making the baby crocodile tremble and huddle closer. Donghyo coldly raised his foot and cursed it. Die! The baby crocodile was so frightened that it curled up, not daring to resist. Just as Donghyo's foot was about to hit it, an old man luckily arrived in time to stop him. Hey, stop! The old man was Yadyu, leader of the Immortal Guild, an S-rank hunter also known as the One-Man Army. Donghyo grumbled when he saw this. Why are you interfering? Yadyuk replied, because I can't let you hit it anymore. I'll kill it and take it back to the guild for dissection. But Donghyo refused. I have to kill this monster with my own hands or my hands will itch. Suddenly, the old man chuckled, stroked his long beard and said, why are you young people so rude? The meeting room suddenly shook violently. The wall behind the old man also shattered, revealing a strange light. He hinted, I suppose you'll only come to your senses after getting beat. Demon Sword, standing outside in the hallway, was also shocked by the violent tremor. Hang-san inside the meeting room cried out in fear, is he really going to summon spirit warriors? That lunatic. He pointed at the old man and shouted, you old bastard. Stop right now, but Yadyuk bowed his head and replied, I can't do that now. Donghyo cursed impatiently, then die, old man. Spirit armor, his body was wrapped in iron armor. As if sensing something, he widened his eyes and looked. Since when had Yadyuk moved right in front of him? His face went blank. The entire room was filled with murderous intent. Hang-san had no choice but to step between them. He tried to mediate. That's enough. Hunters shouldn't fight each other like this. Sin looked at the entertaining scene before him and thought, they're about to start an all-out brawl. Too bad there's no popcorn here. Watching fights is always fun. He relaxed and leaned back, enjoying the show. Only the poor baby crocodile, ignored by everyone, was now calling for help. Sin understood what it meant and sat up blankly to look at it. The miserable creature clutched its head and cried, "Oh heavens, save me." Notification: Devotee Gustav's baby crocodile is a male crocodile. It has been active for 5 minutes. Note, it is scared to death. If you save it, a small miracle will appear. Sin chuckled under his breath. A small miracle? Then I'll save it, but how? He looked at the two people arguing up ahead. I'm really going to hit you. Yajuk was not backing down either. You snot-nosed brat. System notification: Low-ranking benevolent god Sin, will you save a tiny monster in need of salvation? You can save it silently. Sin pressed the yes button without hesitation. Of course I will. Suddenly, the baby crocodile was enveloped in blue energy. The principal noticed it. The blue energy transported it somewhere else. Kang-san could do nothing but stop the two hot-tempered men from clashing. Sin trembled again with anger. It disappeared. Am I getting glared at again? Suddenly, he received a phone call. Who's calling at this hour? When he looked at the phone screen, Sin could not keep his expression calm. The blonde girl wearing a penguin mask also noticed the problem and giggled curiously. On the screen was an image of the baby crocodile playing with a young woman. He exclaimed inwardly, "Whoa, how did it get in there? Wait, why does it look so cute?" But Sin was worried that the crocodile had suddenly disappeared without anyone noticing. Duke pointed at the young opponent and snapped, "Don't you know how to respect your elders? Then today I'll make sure you stop breathing." Kang-san struggled to intervene. Enough already, stop being so stubborn. But Dong Hayo refused to back down and shouted back, "I'll kill that crocodile and grind it into powder." Sin worried, but if those two find out, it's going to be a huge mess. Damn it, there has to be some way to fix this situation. He did not notice the girl wearing the penguin mask standing behind him. By the time he realized it, he hurriedly turned off his phone and spun around. "What is it? Don't say weird things, I saw everything." She shook her head as if she knew nothing. Afraid she had noticed the crocodile's disappearance, Sin cleared his throat and spoke first. Wait a second, let's talk for a bit." But when she raised her hand to do something, he became nervous. His heart nearly stopped. "Oh no, did she see it?" Sin asked, "Miss Penguin, peace." It turned out she had only raised her hand to greet him. Watching the penguin girl walk away, Sin could not help wondering, are all S-rank hunters completely insane? Good thing she still hasn't noticed the crocodile is gone. Suddenly, the meeting room door exploded open, leaving everyone confused about what was happening. Demon Sword suddenly jumped onto the meeting table, shocking everyone. Sin asked, "Sword Saint, what's going on?" Demon Sword replied, "I'm here." Sin was overjoyed and thought, "Demon Sword, your timing is perfect. I can use you to get out of here." Shinzo recognized him. "Why you are?" He excitedly pointed at Demon Sword and asked, "You're Kang John, right?" But Demon Sword denied it. "No, you've got the wrong person." Shinzo stubbornly insisted, "Stop lying. I recognize you, my closest friend." Demon Sword still firmly denied it. "I already said you're mistaken." Sin looked at the two of them and wondered, do they know each other? Whatever, none of my business. I still have things to do. He walked over to Kang Zom and shouted, "Hey, Demon Sword." Sin grabbed his hair and demanded, "How dare you cause chaos in this place? Why don't we go outside and talk?" Demon Sword stammered, I'm sorry, Sword Saint." The three people who had been arguing were left speechless. Demon Sword was dragged out into the hallway by Sin. Even while being dragged away, Kang Zom sadly said, "I will punish myself. I deserve death for disobeying your orders." But Sin smiled and replied, "No, just stay quiet. You have no idea how grateful I am to you right now." Duke's roar echoed through the room. "Damn it, where did the baby crocodile go? I swear on my life I'll kill you." "You bastard," Dong Hayo interrupted. "What are you talking about? Weren't you the one who took it away?" The penguin girl beside them chimed in, "Peace, peace." Sin secretly thought, I should get out of here fast. Inside the Hunter Academy infirmary, Sin comfortably lay on the bed looking at his phone, thinking happily. Being alone really is relaxing. On the phone screen was the Saintess holding a chain tied around the baby crocodile's neck. "We will take good care of Croco, the gift bestowed upon us by God in Sin." Looking at the crocodile, he thought, so the crocodile's name is Croco. I put a very strong seal on it. It looks exactly like a dog leash around its neck. Well, I've already done everything I could. The Saintess also said she would raise it properly, but I wonder what that minor miracle is. It can't be the miracle inside the phone, right? Just then, Shinzo entered from outside, startling him. He asked, "Is that game really fun?" Sin sat up in confusion. "Shinzo, why did you come here?" He replied, "There's something I want to ask you." As he spoke, energy gathered around his arm. Seeing that, Sin was horrified and thought, do these S-rank hunters not know how to talk? If you want to ask something, then just ask. Shinzo got straight to the point. "There's something I need to ask you." Answer properly. Annoyed, Sin thought, do these S-rank hunters not know how to speak politely? What the hell does he want to ask? Even so, he still acted friendly and replied, Why don't you ask first? I guarantee I'm a very open-minded person. I also love peace. Shinzo calmly said first about Kang Zom. Ah no, I should call him Demon Sword instead. What is your relationship with him? Sin considered how he should explain their relationship. Should I say it's the relationship between a god and a believer? No way I can tell him that. So instead he lied, we're just coworkers. Sin thought, I'm the master anyway and Demon Sword is my assistant. There's nothing wrong with that. But why is he threatening me just to ask these questions? Shinzo stared coldly at Sin. He suddenly asked, so that means you're also a member of the Tri-Class Society? Sin was bewildered. What the hell is the Tri-Class Society? What a weird name. The unfamiliar term left him confused. Tri-Class Society? Are they copying China's Triad Society or something? How would I know? Shinzo felt like he was being toyed with. Looks like it's impossible to have a proper conversation with you. He charged straight at him, his palm strike already closing in on Sin's cheek. Yet even in the face of the attack, Sin remained completely calm. Moving lightly like a nobleman beside him, Sin sneered. He's way too slow, but I could still get hurt if I take a hit while fighting in this body. First-class skill sharing activated. At that moment the Demon Sword returned. Furious, he swung his blade, intending to cut down whoever dared harm his face. Flames blazed in his eyes as he cursed, you bastard. What are you making such a scene for? Shinzo was startled by the sudden situation. He barely avoided the slash and struggled to steady himself. You! A strange smile spread across his face. Then Shinzo's entire expression brightened with joy. Kang Jiom, you've finally come to see me. The Demon Sword still hadn't calmed down and snapped, cut the nonsense. As he flipped away to dodge the Demon Sword's attack, Shinzo asked with concern, you've been well right, why haven't you answered my calls? The Demon Sword had no time for small talk. Shut up! Seeing another slash coming his way, Shinzo calmly said, but a spear struck hard against the blade. You still haven't answered me. Shinzo landed on the ground. The Demon Sword said irritably, I blocked your number because you keep bothering me like some creep. Only then did Shinzo understand. What? You blocked my number? No wonder. Watching the two fight, Shin wondered curiously, what exactly is the relationship between these two weirdos? The Demon Sword flared up in rage again. Now you dare bother my master too, so you've chosen death. Shin thought he had heard wrong. What, master, that guy, the Demon Sword corrected him sharply. How dare you speak so disrespectfully? You even know who he is. If you still call yourself a swordsman, kneel and apologize to him. Shinzo asked angrily, apologize, kneel. He could no longer endure such humiliation. The triple-rank society may only be a cult, but you've become far too obsessed with it, Kang Jiom. Meanwhile, Shin could only think about food. Again with this triple-rank society thing, what the heck is it? Some pork belly club or something. Shinzo quietly observed him again. The Sword Saint, so this is the man who changed the Demon Sword like this. I'll expose his true face. He solemnly called out, Master Shin. Shin replied, yeah, that's me. What now? The twin spears wrapped in his aura were already prepared. If you're truly the Sword Saint, then you can withstand this attack, right? The two serpent-like spear blades shot toward Shin with deadly speed and flexibility. The Demon Sword looked at him with eyes full of anticipation. Show that fool your level, Sword Saint. He's the kind of person who only listens after getting beaten up. Shin lazily rose to his feet. Really? Then maybe this is perfect. I still don't know how powerful my abilities truly are, so I want to test them in the real world. He thought to himself, after saving the kingdom of Gajami, I've become much stronger, just saying. Shinzo grew irritated seeing the smug pose of the man standing there with hands on his hips. Shin thought expectantly, an S-rank shouldn't die that easily. He's the perfect test subject. First-class skill sharing activated. Massive muscles burst through his clothes. Shinzo guessed, so this is a skill from the triple-rank society. Is this what he used to kill Gustav? He was looking forward to it as well. Let's see, it's just some mediocre skill from the triple-rank cult against someone like me who specializes in speed. The speed of a big brute like him means nothing. Seeing Shinzo charge forward, Shin merely let out a cold laugh. The movements his opponent was so proud of looked like a 0.5x slow-motion replay to him. Too slow, way too slow. He raised a fist packed with power. Even if you're from another species, you'll still be crushed beneath my punch. Shinzo was about to rush headfirst into death. He froze in shock, unable to believe his eyes. A gigantic fist larger than Shinzo himself came crashing down, just as it was about to smash into his face. Mina burst through the door and shouted, "You're all too noisy, I told you to stop already." Shin suddenly remembered that Mina was still sleeping. Shinzo asked curiously, "Lady Mina, why are you here?" Mina pointed straight at him and scolded, "You vicious bastard." Now it was her turn to beat him up. Void space skill activated. Shin hurriedly stopped her in panic. "Wait, Lady Mina," Mina muttered quietly. "Anyone who touches our Shin," she coldly stared at Shinzo and continued, "must die." Mina clenched her hand as her control ability erupted. The crushing pressure distorted Shinzo's face as he tightly shut his eyes. He collapsed onto the ground, coughing up blood before barely managing to say, "I can't breathe." He called out desperately to someone familiar. "Kang Jiom." However, the demon's sword remained indifferent and only watched. Shinzo lost strength and fell face first to the ground. His entire body stopped moving. Only then did the demon's sword step forward to check him. He touched Shinzo's pulse and cursed it under his breath. From behind, Shin asked worriedly, "Did that guy die?" The demon's sword withdrew his hand and replied, "Unfortunately, he's still breathing. Whatever, that bastard's as stubborn as a leech anyway." Hearing that, Shin sighed in relief. "Thank goodness, I thought we had a murder case on our hands." He hoisted Shinzo onto his shoulder and said, "Sword Saint, this man has caused you too much trouble. I'll make sure to throw him somewhere suitable for him." Shin stopped him. "Wait, if I use my healing ring finger." But before he could finish speaking, the other man had already left. Shin darkened with worry. He's not actually going to kill that guy, is he? They were acquaintances, and Ghost Sword said he had a fresh start now. Mina suddenly pinched his cheek and asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" He replied, "I'm fine." Mina dotingly said, "Don't worry, Big Sis will protect you." Shin blushed and thought she should say Big Sis, though even that sounds a little. Just then Miri burst through the door. She hurriedly asked, "Master, are you all right?" I suddenly felt an enormous surge of energy. She went speechless when she saw the scene inside the room. Mina cheerfully asked, "Miri, what's wrong?" Shin hesitantly said, "Miri, this is." As asked, "Why is the floor covered in blood? What happened here?" Mina walked over beside her and weakly said, "Miri, I want to go home, I'm scared." Shin snapped at Miri, "Perfect timing, could you please take her home?" Miri agreed, "Ah, sure." After that, only Shin remained to clean up the mess. He tried to wipe the blood off the floor while thinking to himself, a low-level god is actually here mopping the floor, but in the end, someone still has to clean. The system reminded him, notification, endless worship, sending a heart icon and saying that was a good deed. He grimly thought, just as I expected. I only ever get this kind of treatment. Suddenly, Miyanji peeked into the room and called out, "Teacher Shin, teacher." He was quite surprised. Miyanji. The girl was shocked by the state of the room. "Oh my god, teacher. What happened here?" Shin replied, "It's nothing serious, I just fell down." "Anyway, what happened? Why did you come here?" The girl hesitantly said, "Well, teacher." Watching Miyanji's behavior, he wondered, why is she so nervous? Did something serious happen? Shin immediately asked, "What happened? It's okay, you can tell me." The girl sincerely advised him, "My grandfather said he really wants to meet you, so I think you should run away right now." He was stunned. "What? Why does your grandfather want to meet me? And why are you telling me to run?" Miyanji didn't know how to explain. "Well, you see." Suddenly the necklace on her chest glowed. "Greetings, master." The girl replied, "Oh, Hades, doing well as always." Miyanji explained, "Grandpa saw Hades evolve, so he said he absolutely had to meet you along with my older sister." Hearing noises outside, the girl panicked and shouted, "Oh no, that sounds like a car. Don't tell me Grandpa is already here. Teacher, take care of yourself, I'm leaving." Watching the girl slip away, Shin stood there blankly. "Take care of myself, Miyanji, who exactly is your grandfather?" "I am sorry, teacher." Looking out the window, he curiously wondered, what's wrong with her? A luxurious car had already stopped below. The assistant carefully opened the car door and the person inside stepped out. Shin recognized the man. "What? Isn't that the old man I met at the Hunters Association?" "Wait, go Miyanji, go." Then the chairman of the Immortal Guild. Sadok was Miyanji's grandfather. He curiously looked at the person beside him. "Who's that woman beside him who looks like the ghost of a maiden?" She looked incredibly gloomy. Ganson greeted the old man with a curse. "That damned old bastard is here again." "What are you doing here? Do you even know where you are?" Sadok said bluntly. "None of your business, you muscle-brained old man." The two glared at each other like sworn enemies. Hangson threatened him, saying that if he experimented on the academy like last time, "I'll send you straight to the afterlife." Sadok laughed. "Relax, I only came to check on my granddaughter and meet someone." Hangson asked warily, "Meet someone who?" Sadok replied, "There's a guy named Shin here, right?" Hangson frowned suspiciously. Shin? The old man stuck out his tongue excitedly before confirming. "That's right, I have something urgent to discuss with that young man." Upstairs, Shin broke out in a cold sweat. "Don't tell me Sadok found out I captured that crocodile." How could he know? The two eventually met in the principal's office. Shin was summoned over. Looking at Sadok, he wondered how he should explain himself. "Should I pretend it wasn't me?" The old man gave him a meaningful glance. "Right, we've met before, haven't we? How old are you?" He answered, "I'm 23, while silently reminding himself, "Act as natural as possible." The old man hinted, 23, huh? No need to check marital compatibility. A 3-year age gap is absolutely perfect. The ghost beside him looked embarrassed. "Grandpa, you're making me blush." Shin couldn't understand what he meant by marital compatibility. "Besides, isn't it a 4-year gap instead of 3? Suddenly, Sadok said, "Future grandson-in-law, it's nice to meet you." Shin nearly choked on his tea. "Hey there, grandson-in-law." Shin was stunned. What the hell did he just say? Is he trying to set me up with her? Sadok spoke familiarly, "My dear grandson." Meanwhile, Shin coldly interrupted, "No thanks. I have no intention of getting married. I prefer my carefree single life, lonely but peaceful." "Sorry about that." He thought to himself, since when did I lose faith in marriage? Actually, I'm starting to lose faith in it right here and now. Sadok looked displeased and slammed his teacup onto the table. You can evolve your summoned soldiers, can't you? Hades was originally only rank B, yet he rose all the way to rank S, correct? Sin suddenly realized, damn, now I know why Myung-hee acted like that back then. The old man continued, this is the first time I've seen energy like yours. Do you think I'd let someone with such an ability slip away? I'm not asking for anything outrageous, just give me a descendant. I want them to inherit abilities like yours. Sin was furious. So you want to exploit and use me at the same time? Grandson-in-law, don't make me laugh. Sadok placed a check on the table. Confused, Sin asked, what's this? The moment he saw the number on it, Sin fell silent. Sadok solemnly proposed, this 1 trillion check will be yours if you agree to become my grandson-in-law. Even Kangsun's jaw dropped as he shouted, what? 1 trillion, is he really worth that much? Even though it basically meant he was being bought, Sin couldn't stop trembling. 1 trillion, he really knew how to tempt people. If I accept this, I'll never have to worry about publishers chasing me with deadlines again. But honestly, just looking at her face makes me want to dig a hole and hide in it. Even if she were free, who would want to marry her? Sin stood up and refused. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I'm not someone who loves money. Even for 1 trillion, I'd never agree to a marriage like this. Kangsun sighed regretfully from the side. That's a whole trillion. Sadok's granddaughter remained silent. Sin hurried away, eager to escape. Suddenly, a voice called out, please wait. Sin frowned at her. What is it? She gently brushed her hair aside. The system announced, notification. Myung-hee is a half-human, half-nightmare hybrid and has been active for 20 years. Special note, possesses a superior ability capable of charming and hypnotizing men who stare into her eye. Kangsun warned anxiously. Oh no, don't look into her eyes. Myung-hee activated the skill Bewitching Gaze. She asked, what do you think of my eyes, Oppa? Sin praised her, wow, they're really beautiful. She continued seducing him. Oppa, please consider my request, can't you belong to me, please? Kangsun shouted, Myung-hee, you dare use such a dangerous skill to charm Sin? Love doesn't work like that. Sadok stopped him from interfering. The old man threatened, if you dare threaten my granddaughter, I'll send you to heaven first. Kangsun exploded in anger. You and your granddaughter are both insane. Do you know how many men have been completely ruined by that Bewitching Gaze skill? Suddenly the room fell silent. Sin rejected her, but I don't like that. Myung-hee thought she misheard him. What did you say? He replied, want me to repeat it? I don't want to belong to you and you're not mine either, good grief. After saying that, he turned and walked away. Sin was still furious. Belong to you? What? I hate the idea of possessing another person. I'm done talking. I'm leaving this place. The 2 old men behind him stood there with their mouths hanging open in shock. Myung-hee blankly thought to herself, my Bewitching Gaze didn't work on him. What the hell is that thing? Inshin safely made it outside. He was heartbroken over losing his trillion. What a shame, but it was still better than digging his own grave. A charming gaze. She really does have a terrifying skill, though to me it was no different from making eye contact. Suddenly, the corridor wall behind him was pierced through while he was still lost in thought. Think about it, she is a hybrid of a human and a nightmare, right? Then on her mother's side, a gigantic evil hand reached out. Then it grabbed Inshin tightly by the arm. He was dragged inside. Only one slipper was left lying outside in the corridor. The Go family's car drove away. Sitting inside the car, Mi Jeong-hee touched up her makeup. Her face returned to its original appearance. Sadok turned and asked, what do you think of the groom? She replied, I really like him. Remembering her expression earlier, Sadok asked curiously, oh right, why did you put on ghost-like makeup? If I showed my bare face, she replied, grandfather, if a man only agreed to marry me after seeing my face, would you think he was a decent person? Sadok understood. Well, either way, I never expected your charming gaze to fail to make him fall head over heels for you. Mi Jeong-hee smiled coldly and said, that is the real reason I want to marry Orabayan, because only the highest-ranking hunters among S-class hunters can resist my charming gaze. Sadok casually instructed her. Do not worry, he is already in the palm of my hand. She asked in surprise, huh, what do you mean? Grandfather, do not tell me you already. His face turned sinister. Inshin had just woken up. Looking around, he guessed that this was Sadok's subspace. I cannot believe that old man went this far, looking at the group of monsters in front of him. He got goosebumps, but these guys, why are they drooling so much? System reminder. Notification, Sadok's spirit warrior. These are powerful warriors collected during life by Sadok, the necromancer zombie. Special note. At first, their master ordered them to capture you and imprison you here, but they are currently disobeying their master's orders. And they want to eat you. Inshin was terrified. What the hell, they want to eat me? Just look at these guys. This is unbelievable. One of them swung a spirit sword down. He said irritably, how dare they even think of eating me? Its sword was about to touch him, but it shattered against Inshin's steel-hard muscle. That was the first one's ultimate skill, Iron Body. The spirit warrior froze. could not believe that its next slash against Inchin's back only rang out with a clang. He said coldly, "You people are not skilled enough to scratch even a single piece of my skin. Not even a million of you could. Because I have now reached the level of a lower god. Steel muscles, steel fist." His fist slammed straight into its face. The spirit warrior was sent flying far away by that punch. The remaining ones were stunned to see their companion collapse in an instant. Inchin mocked them. "You may be big, but you are just lumps of meat. Stop playing around and come at me all at once." Inchin single-handedly swept them aside and gave them a beating they would never forget. The more he fought, the more fired up he became. "Compared to the legion of 10,000 swords, you are nothing. Taste the judgment of God." The spirit warriors were terrified. They could only stand frozen and watch Inchin's giant finger descend. The two leaders thought fearfully, what kind of skill is that? The Yaksha army had never lost a battle, yet it had just been defeated by someone like him. Could he have divine eyes? Inchin had noticed these two. They were the leaders. Oh, one of them was a woman. Being noticed by Inchin, they secretly felt that something was wrong. He read their information. Notification, Sadok's Yaksha leader. Note, formerly a disciple of the fraudulent beast. Notification, Sadok's Yaksha leader. Note, formerly a disciple of the bearer of desire and temptation. Inchin was surprised. What? They were disciples of two demon gods? Sadok is that powerful. But those five-colored eyes, they remind me of the eyes of Mi Jeonghee. One leader charged forward while the other thought fearfully. "No way, you." Inchin remained calm before his opponent's fist. He casually raised his giant finger. "You are strong too." The powerful finger of God defeated one leader. That man tried to get back up while Inchin's expression remained cold. The female leader was stunned. She could not believe it. "He is completely unaffected by my seductive eyes. He must be the rumored young god who possesses mighty power." And so she made a decision. If that is the case, she walked toward him. Inchin was puzzled. What is this? Is she trying to surrender? His jaw dropped when he saw the female leader kneel before him. "Young god, please spare us." Inchin became cautious. Yaksha can play mind games too? Who is she? The system displayed. Notification. Inherited authority activated. The eyes of the eyeless god are scanning the Yaksha leader's biography. Before she became a Yaksha demon, her name was Lilith. She was the daughter and disciple of the Knight of Desire and Temptation. The Knight of Desire and Temptation was a great female demon god, but she lost to the god of destruction and barely escaped from his grasp. However, she and her demon realm were on the verge of ruin. To regain her power, she needed a pure and powerful S-class soul. That was why she gave Lilith seductive eyes and sent her down to the lower world. Giant arranged a meeting between Sadok and Lilith. Lilith was confident when she met the young Sadok. "With my charm eyes, you'll fall under my spell easily." But he drove her away instead. "What the hell, get lost, I don't have time to fool around with you." But her charm had no effect on Sadok at all. Instead, Lilith fell in love with him. They became husband and wife and had a child together. But then Lilith's identity was discovered by the abyss bloodline of the god of destruction, and she was condemned to death. Heartbroken, Sadok made a decision. "Lilith, make a pact with me. Fulfill my wish and hand my soul over to her." My wish? At last he understood. So she was actually Gomi Jingji's grandmother. Fulfilling a marriage vow was an unwritten law passed down since ancient times. He asked, "So Sadok's wish was to revive her, and you refused. That's why he turned her into a Yaksha demon. I guess he wanted them to stay together forever, even if it meant doing it this way." The notification reminded him. The god of prosperity wiped away tears and hoped you would go easy on the female demon. Sin disagreed. "She tried to eat me and I didn't even know what was going on." The system displayed another message. The god of prosperity seemed surprised. He continued, "But it's not exactly a bad idea either." Notification reminder. Lilith, married attention rank S, possesses extraordinary powers. Raise her morale and she will become your disciple. At that point, Sin let out a sigh of relief. "Of course I'll go easy on her. There's a chance she'll become my next S-rank disciple. And maybe I can get a buy one get one deal including Sadok too, maybe even his granddaughter." One arrow, two birds. Another notification appeared. "Praise your clever calculations, god of prosperity. Thank you for your compassion." He knew the most important thing was becoming stronger. He needed to grow stronger before the god of destruction made a move. "Whatever that invasive energy is, I hate that old bastard." Looking at Lilith in front of him, he said, "Bestow divine glory." A glowing circle appeared above Sin's head. He wondered if being a lesser god meant he had to accept this thing. "I have a good feeling about this." Sin placed his finger on Lilith's forehead. "No matter what happens, something good will come of it." The healing ring finger activated. The entire space lit up with a gentle green glow. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. Lilith felt her body slowly melting away. "Why is this happening, little god?" Even the leader from earlier began melting into liquid. Sin was shocked. "Why are all of you melting like that?" That's the skill of the prophet god. But I definitely used a healing skill." He read the notification. "The Yaksha army has been purified. Pain will occur during the conversion between evil and good." Lilith was gradually purified and she realized the truth. "Little god, Angel wings sprouted from her back. She thought to herself, I was wrong, this feeling. It's as if I've been reborn. Notification. The Yaksha army has been revived as heavenly soldiers thanks to Insin's compassion. Insin frowned. Heavenly soldiers? I didn't expect that, but more importantly, looking at the tiny angels before him, he wondered why they had become so small. The group of angels happily played around Insin. Meanwhile, on the side of the female demon god A, she sensed something unusual. Her eyes slowly opened. Coldly she spoke, Lilith, you've returned, traitor. The system announced, the Yaksha army has been reborn as heavenly soldiers thanks to Insin's achievements. He guessed that the result of rebirth and evolution must be random. Why don't they look anything like what I imagined? A notification appeared and the endless prosperity god said, because you're only a low-ranking god, this is the best you can do. So just accept reality. Insin decided, but rebirth. Maybe I should hurry to Saduk before he died. At the headquarters of the Immortal Society, Saduk stood silently inside his room. He stared at the family photograph on the desk. He was still angry about what happened that morning. That damn brat Insin, how dare he refuse my offer to become my son-in-law? What arrogance. By now he's surely learned his lesson. After all, my endless rift is known as a miniature hell. Even S-ranks have to crawl their way out of there, let alone. Maybe it's time to let the Yaksha army release Insin, but the moment he checked, he was stunned. Insin stepped out of the rift alongside his heavenly soldiers. What is going on here? He asked coldly. Did you call for me? Saduk stammered. What the hell? How are you completely unharmed? Insin complimented him. Your office looks nice. Looking at the heavenly soldiers, Saduk couldn't believe his eyes. What are those winged creatures? Where did my Yaksha army go? He replied. It's a long story, but first let me heal your chest. Saduk stuttered. How do you know about that? Wait, what nonsense are you talking about? He thought to himself, something isn't right. I can't sense even a trace of the Yaksha army anymore. And Lilith, I can't sense Lilith's presence either. Saduk lost his composure and grabbed him by the throat. You, what did you do to Lilith? Insin remained perfectly calm. At that moment, all he could think about was healing the old man quickly. Saduk continued interrogating him. Lilith, how dare you? He spoke casually. Well, because of a few complications, things turned out like this. Anyway, calm down first. Let me finish healing you. Hearing that only made him even angrier. What? A few complications? I'll make sure you never open your mouth again for the rest of your life. Insin used giant restraint. No choice then, maybe if he sleeps for a bit I can heal him faster. The index finger of power. Suddenly, Saduk's face twisted in agony. A giant invisible fist slammed into his chest. Insin was stunned. Huh, I didn't even do anything and it already started. A notification appeared, Saduk male 61 years old. Warning, connected to the temptress of desire. Sweat poured down his face. Lilith suddenly rushed out from the void, shouting anxiously, No! Saduk felt a strange sense of familiarity. Wasn't this her skill? Lilith appeared before him in the form of a child. Yes, it's me, Lilith. I've been reborn and it's all thanks to Insin. Now I can finally look at you directly from outside the endless rift, though I still have to use spirit skill. But Saduk painfully coughed up blood. She turned and begged him, please, my god. Insin observed his condition. A notification appeared. The hidden story of Lilith is gradually being revealed. At that moment, after Lilith disappeared, the demon goddess emerged from the rift. Ada roared furiously, You dare betray me for that lowly bastard. Did you think I'd just sit back and watch? The day you were reborn was also the day Saduk's wish came true. A demon seal had been carved onto his shoulder. The demon goddess continued, His soul will become my feast. I'll make him suffer every humiliation and pain in existence before tearing him apart piece by piece. That is the prophecy I bestow upon you as the great demon goddess. Insin sneered, Not while I'm here. I've got to protect my precious S-rank. He raised his healing finger and prepared to touch the seal on the man's chest. Mr. Saduk, wake up. The divine index finger infused with healing power touched the seal. The demon mark began to fade. Insin casually blew on his fingertip. The divine index finger had two completely opposite effects depending on the target, which meant he could also break seals whenever he wanted. The demon goddess shouted in fury, How dare you? A brilliant flash burst from the rift. Insin quickly shielded Saduk from Ada's attack. He calmly looked over. Well now, you actually came all the way here. Ada screamed, You insolent wretch, you're nothing but a low-ranking god, yet you dare touch what belongs to me. Notification, Night Temptress of Desire, 690,000 years old. Warning, once a goddess, now a fallen creature. Insin thought to himself. A fallen creature, so she's like that sun god we defeated before. He greeted her casually. Pleasure to meet you, Temptress. He knew he didn't have his sword with him right now, nor had he shared skills with the demon sword or heavenly demon divine sword yet. But defeating a fallen goddess didn't require any of that. Insin clenched his fist. He smashed through the building's glass window and charged toward the demon goddess outside. He declared confidently, You're the lowly one here. The heavenly demon divine sword shot straight toward the demon goddess. The attack caught her completely off guard. When the people below suddenly saw Insin appear, panic spread instantly. What is that? It's a rift. Run. He warned them, Everyone get out of here now. Leave this thing to me. The demon goddess asked coldly, "You dare attack me?" Looking at her face emerging from the rift, he scoffed. The demon goddess said, "Do you realize I was once in existence that even low-ranking gods didn't dare look in the eye? No, behold my true form." Insin replied indifferently, "True form? You're still just a fallen creature anyway." A notification from Endless Abundance appeared anxiously, saying, "The lustful Knight of Desire once stood at the same level as the terrifying evil god, the god of destruction." Insin immediately turned pale after hearing that. The same rank as the god of destruction, the demon goddess's body slowly transformed. A gigantic mouth lined with horrifying sharp teeth appeared. The demon goddess had returned to her most primal form. Insin stared blankly. "Ugh, that form looks disgusting. Absolutely revolting." The system notified him. Silent Nightmare offered to help deal with her, in exchange for 10 million lives if he accepted the deal. Insin frowned. "Stop spouting nonsense all the time and get lost." Another notification appeared. Sword Slayer clicked his tongue and asked, "Why are you wasting time when all you need to do is kill Sadok?" Insin frowned. Sadok. He and Lilith stood upstairs watching anxiously. The information panel updated. Sadok is a man who has been used for 61 years. Special note, connected through the law of causality to the lustful Knight of Desire. He is the vessel allowing her to descend into the mortal world. Insin understood. So that's how it is. That unethical scammer's method was completely accurate. Sword Slayer was right. Once Sadok disappeared, the rest of that monster would have no way to manifest. But I refuse, let me make this clear. I only write happy endings. There's no place for tragic endings here. The same rank as the god of destruction, maybe a very long time ago. Now you're nothing but leftover trash. The demon goddess said coldly, "I have destroyed countless worlds over words like those. Even weakened as I am, I can still easily crush a pathetic low-ranking god like you." The moment her dark power descended, he ordered no one and Mina to share their skills with him. Sadok shouted anxiously from the side, "Nephew-in-law, run. She isn't something you can hold off until the S-rank hunters arrive to back us up." Insin did not care. His fist rose, and with one brave punch, he faced the annihilating force descending from the rift. Insin growled, "Iron body, spiritual strategy, breakthrough." The two forces kept clashing against each other. The female demon god began to feel that something was wrong. His punch slammed straight into the rift, sending the demon god staggering backward. She cursed, "Bastard." Sadok gaped in shock and exclaimed, "Impossible. I never imagined our nephew-in-law possessed power like this." Insin thought irritably, "He keeps calling me nephew-in-law. All of a sudden, I feel like writing a tragic ending for this story." But in any case, she still survived that blow. What a nuisance. He raised his giant finger and swore, "I will crush the god's index finger." Clench, crack, shatter, strike. The demon god was so furious she could barely speak. "You bastard," he cursed back. "Stop being stubborn and get back to your own world." The demon god's hand clung to the rift. She growled, "A low-ranking god like you is trying to stand against me. Then let me show you the difference between us." Insin began to feel tense. A massive surge of power crashed down. The collision created a thunderous explosion. Sadok called out anxiously, "Nephew-in-law." Insin was now flattened on the ground. The pavement behind him had sunk into a crater. He muttered, "So strong," the female demon god's anger still had not faded. "How dare someone like you defy my presence?" Insin knew she was definitely stronger than that flamehead from before. "However, I am not the same as I was back then." Activate the demon god title. A stream of lightning shot upward. She was stunned. What? Why did that power suddenly become so intense that she could not even open her eyes? Insin launched himself toward the rift. He shouted with great momentum, "Behold the power of the god of good and evil." That punch slammed straight into the demon god's newly emerged face. She could not believe it. How can a low-ranking god have? "Impossible," Insin said calmly. "Stop resisting and get lost." "You pathetic scum of the evil god," the demon god screamed in pain. He used the giant finger to crush the god's index finger, piercing straight into the rift. The rift gradually disappeared, returning the peaceful night to the city. Insin came back down to the ground. The system announced, "The Knight of Wanton Desire is a powerful being equivalent to an S-rank hunter." He was extremely pleased. "I knew it, that fake flamehead only had power equal to 4 S-rank hunters." Mission progress updated. Middle god advancement is in progress. S-rank sacrifice with transcendence ability, 20 to 6%. He guessed, at this rate, could I end up becoming a demon god first? 100 S-rank sacrifices. I am almost at the required amount already. Seeing his teammate unconscious, Insin wondered, the demon god has disappeared, so what is still wrong with him? Lilith said urgently, "If this continues, he will die. The sign of possession may have vanished, but the curse remains. Please save him." Insin cursed in frustration, "Damn it. So even if that stupid demon god dies, the curse will stay behind. My S-rank, you are not allowed to die." He used the god's healing ring finger to treat him. A moment later, Sadok woke up. clutching his aching head. Then he muttered, "Impossible. How can this be done on Earth when even an S-rank healer is incapable of it?" Lilith hurried over and hugged him tightly. "You survived. It was all thanks to Mr. Insin." He looked at them with satisfaction. "This is the happy ending I wanted. Even if I die, I will only write cheerful endings like this." The system announced, "Congratulations. Angel Lilith and Saw Duck have become followers of Insin. S-rank transcendence rate, 12/2%. Insin was rather surprised. An angel? I think she was set to become an angel after being reborn because she was once the leader of the spirits, Lilith deserved that blessing. A few days later, in an area near the Amazon rainforest, an S-rank in Brazil. Alpha's gloomy voice rang out. "Repeat that, you worm. Did you say you can help me avenge my mother?" Iraq recalled the past. An army of 1,000,000,003 apostles had been completely slaughtered. "If I return like this, the Emperor will kill me. I have to use this god to bring back Insin's head." Alpha spoke. "Say it again," insect crawling out of a dungeon. "Did you say you can help me avenge my mother?" Iraq confirmed it. "Yes, I can. I have all the skills and a plan to help you, Lord Alpha, take the life of that demon god Insin." Alpha was quite excited by this plan. "Fine, tell me." Iraq quickly revealed what he knew. Meanwhile, on Insin's side, he had just woken up. "Where am I?" Looking at the massive body of the person before him, he marveled. How many battles and how much harsh training would it take to build a body like that? In any case, Insin sat up and asked, "Who are you?" The man introduced himself. "I am the eternal seeker of truth. I have an urgent matter to tell you." So I altered causality slightly. The apostle, who is also a clone of the god of destruction, has now awakened to overcome the trials. You will soon have to face and prevent the fate of destruction. Strive to obtain the divine title of a middle-ranking god, and qualified to participate in the assembly of gods. As soon as the words ended, Insin woke from the dream. He stared blankly and thought, what was that? A dream? The eternal seeker of truth. Why does he give me the same feeling as the eternal truth seeker? Is he a new dreamwalker? Of course I'm aiming to become a mid-level god, but the apostle, the clone of the god of destruction, and the assembly of gods. What exactly are they? Seeing him awake, Lilith happily asked. "You're awake? I'll go call my husband. He's currently meeting with the principal. He said he had a few things to tell you once you woke up." Insin stopped her. There's no need for that. He was pretty sure it would just be more nonsense about adopting a grandchild. How annoying. Right then, the system issued a notification reporting the results of the Heavenly Soldier deployment. The Heavenly Soldiers are currently spreading blessings in Ankia. As a result, the number of your followers has increased dramatically. The mission to advance to a mid-level god is in progress. Followers, 130 million out of 10 billion. He was shocked. Thanks to Lilith, I gained another automatic skill. The Heavenly Soldiers increased my followers by 30 million already. I don't know what they're doing in Ankia, but the fact that my followers are increasing even while I do nothing is incredible. I was worried. I'd have to personally gather all 10 billion followers. But if it can be completed automatically like this, then that's a different story. Insin turned and asked, "Putting that aside for now, Lilith, since I'm fine now, why don't you go stay at Saduk's house?" She replied, "As an archangel revived through your mercy, I have a duty to remain by your side and support." After hearing that, Insin turned pale. "So that's how it is?" Suddenly, shouting rang out from outside. "There's a fight." It was a battle between an S-rank and an A-rank. Curious, Insin walked to the window and looked down. What? Who's fighting who? Below, Shinzo and Demon Sword were glaring at each other in confrontation. Shinzo asked in disbelief, "You? How could you treat me like this?" Everyone pulled out their phones to record. "That's the S-rank hunter Shinzo. He's so handsome, but why does he look so shabby? Did he just come back from filming some survival show or something?" Shinzo resentfully asked. "How could you abandon someone on a deserted island? Do you know how hard it was to escape from there?" Demon Sword coldly replied, "I should have finished you off myself. Those damn smugglers should have done their job properly at least." Shinzo finally snapped. "Even if you're a precious friend to me, I still won't forgive you. I'll defeat you." Demon Sword calmly answered, "Come then. I'll let you witness the heavenly demon god sword." The students sat around with popcorn and drinks while watching the fight. "This is insane. I can't believe we're witnessing an S-rank battle." From above, Insin silently observed. He's facing Demon Sword, the man who mastered the heavenly demon god sword. That Shinzo guy actually seems pretty capable. Hearing the lunch bell ring, he happily said, "Is it lunchtime already? My stomach sure timed that perfectly. Besides, today's menu includes none other than the famous Red Earth ginseng chicken soup. I absolutely can't miss that. Let's go grab something to eat." The two of them headed to the cafeteria. He happily thought, "I'm so glad I agreed to become a teacher. I can't believe I get to eat this expensive chicken soup for free." Insin smiled brightly and said, "Enjoy your meal." Before he could even finish speaking, Demon Sword was blasted straight into the cafeteria. He crashed directly onto the table where Insin was sitting. Insin blankly stared at the overturned chicken soup in front of him. Lilith looked upset seeing the food slip away just as it reached his mouth. Demon Sword slammed heavily onto the floor. Grinding his teeth, he cursed, "Shinzo, you bastard." Stepping onto the windowsill, Shinzo entered the cafeteria. He called out, "Demon sword, surrender, you're no match for me." Insin angrily muttered, "My ginseng chicken soup." Shinzo noticed him. "You're the self-proclaimed sword god from the triple rank society, aren't you?" Meanwhile, Insin continued muttering, "My ginseng chicken soup." Shinzo decided to settle things with him as well. "What perfect timing meeting you here. I still have a score to settle with you, the one who brainwashed Kang Jong, the evil leader of the triple rank society." Insin started getting irritated. This enemy of his ginseng chicken soup kept rambling about some triple rank society nonsense. "What the hell are you even talking about?" Yet Shinzo continued cluelessly, "Even if I don't do anything to you today, you still owe me a confession." He tightly gripped the spoon in his hand. "Whether it's the triple rank society or the triple chicken society, none of it concerns me." Insin's gloomy voice echoed out, "What? You dare do this to my red earth ginseng chicken soup? I will never forgive you." I hadn't even gotten a single spoonful yet. Shinzo froze when he heard him shout. "What?" he commanded. "Prepare yourself, Shinzo." Insin activated the ultra-rare annihilation sword on the tiny spoon in his hand. He pointed it toward his enemy. Demon Sword gleefully said, "You're a fool for daring to oppose the sword god. Feel the difference in our levels." Shinzo stared in confusion. "What the hell, you're planning to fight me with just a spoon?" he thought to himself. "Besides, he's leaving way too many openings. Did Demon Sword really end up like that because of this idiot?" Ian hereby declares, "One spoon is more than enough for the enemy of ginseng chicken soup. I will beat you until you are on the brink of death." Shinzo grew even more confused. "I still do not understand how he tricked Kang Bell, but no matter how foolish he is, I will not go easy on him." The serpent sword Dark Fang flared with a surge of power. Inshin, holding two spoons in his hands, was ready to meet the enemy. He focused intensely as Inshin's eyes opened. A crimson light flashed. Shinzo swore, "I will expose your true identity." Inshin calmly raised the spoon in his hand. He rushed forward and struck him directly on the head. Shinzo was hit so hard that blood sprayed from his nose, and he thought in shock, what was that just now? When he turned around, all he saw was Inshin's proud back with the small spoon in his hand. He said through gritted teeth, "I will not let you off easily. I will make you shed as many tears as the chicken soup that was spilled." Shinzo staggered to his feet, thinking, he keeps bringing up that chicken soup all day long. Who cares about chicken soup? Those words were meant only to provoke Inshin. "What did you say? So you really do want to die?" He gripped the two swords in his hands and said, "That was because I let my guard down earlier. This time I will not let you gain the upper hand." As soon as he finished speaking, Shinzo froze when he saw that Inshin had already appeared before him with the spoon in his hand. He said coldly, "Let us see." Shinzo thought to himself, "He is fast, but he is throwing his fist and charging straight into my range. How stupid." Inshin looked at his opponent sternly. He still calmly struck him on the head with a loud smack. Inshin announced, "This one is for the chicken wing." Shinzo clutched his head in pain and cursed, "Damn chicken soup." He charged forward furiously. "Let us see how long you can keep talking about that chicken soup." 3 more strikes landed on Shinzo's head in succession. Chicken porridge, chicken breast, chicken drumstick. He collapsed, his body trembling violently from the pain. Inshin calmly walked over. "Is that all you have? I cannot let you simply pass out like this. I have only hit you enough to make up for 1 bowl, but you spilled 2 bowls. Shinzo decided to use his ultimate move. "I underestimated you. I did not intend to use this skill because I was afraid the people around us would get hurt." Keiji twin swords unlocked and the skill was activated. A wind-carrying frost spread out, making everyone nearby struggle. "This wind, I cannot see anything," Demon Sword shouted at him. "Have you lost your mind? Are you planning to hurt innocent bystanders too?" Shinzo thought to himself again, "You started this, strong sword." He stubbornly activated the special grade serpent sword technique. Shinzo sprang high into the air, and a ferocious dragon appeared before Inshin as waves of icy power came crashing down. He calmly used the spoon to smash it apart. The Mount Hua Sect special technique, Plum Blossom Palace Wrath, was unleashed. Rose petals fell throughout the room. The students exclaimed, "Petals are falling inside the building. They smell so good." Shinzo declared, "It is too late," he said calmly. "Vanish." With one casual wave of his hand, he dispersed the power someone had been so proud of. He was stunned. What? The realm of imagination can completely nullify an opponent's skill. This skill could even defeat an SS rank opponent in a single strike. He must be at least SS rank. No, even higher than that. This is the realm of a sword saint with the strength to defeat someone like him. "I really am a fool." Defeated, Shinzo fell heavily to the ground. Only then did Inshin stop. Demon Sword rushed over from somewhere. "Sword Saint?" Demon Sword dropped down and kowtowed in apology. Demon Sword was actually pleading on the other man's behalf. "Shinzo deserves death 10,000 times over, but I beg you to show mercy and spare his life." Inshin looked at him in surprise. In his heart, Demon Sword thought, "Shinzo, I know you still thought of me as a friend." He said casually, "Demon Sword, do not worry, just let me." Demon Sword said tremblingly, "If you do that." His hand tightened around his sword and then he declared, "I will die with him." Inshin was shocked. Are you really going that far? He raised his hand and pointed upward, controlling it from a distance. With just a flick of his finger, a surge of power wrapped around the sword in Demon Sword's hand. He explained, I meant that I would heal Mr. Shinzo. You do not need to overthink it like that. Demon Sword looked at Inshin emotionally as green energy flowed from his finger. Ring finger healing, Shinzo's entire body was being healed. A moment later, his eyes slowly opened. Even after waking up, Shinzo was still dazed. How? Demon Sword laughed loudly beside him. Do you see now? This is the sword saint I follow. Shinzo agreed, yes, you are right, but in his heart he thought he. And so Shinzo dropped to his knees before him and surrendered. You are the true sword saint. I was blind not to see it. And Shin said gloomily, I do not like this at all. Shinzo waited for his answer. Demon Sword stood to the side with a radiant smile. The trainees nearby kept cheering. Instructor Inshin actually defeated Shinzo. That's incredible. Just then, a mysterious figure appeared. Seeing him, the man thought to himself, found you at last? Inshin, it's really you. I must report this to the Three Heroes Guild immediately. Inside the cafeteria, Inshin was still stunned after hearing Shinzo speak. What? Shinzo repeated seriously. Please accept me as your disciple. The system announced, you have successfully cultivated obsessive faith through overwhelming power and fear. Shinzo had now become a fervent believer. Intermediate Divine Servant promotion mission in progress. S-rank sacrifice possessing extraordinary ability. 8 out of 10. Only now did Inshin realize, right, he's S-rank too, isn't he? I'm really looking forward to S-rank followers. But his face darkened as he said, we still have unfinished business. Shinzo frowned and asked, what do you mean? Inshin brought up the chicken soup again. They say you should never disturb a dog while it's eating. You need to apologize to me and that chicken. Shinzo immediately said, I'm sorry for interrupting your meal. Please wait a moment while I make a call. He whispered, how much money can your side prepare right now? Hearing that, Inshin's eyes instantly lit up. Money. A moment later, 2 suitcases full of cash were placed before him, and he thought excitedly, how much money is all this? I heard Shinzo is the youngest son of a wealthy family. The man delivering the money introduced himself. I am the CEO of Oseo On-A Group. Please take good care of our young master. Shinzo bowed deeply and said, this isn't much, but please accept it as compensation for your chicken soup. Inshin was still in shock. This is compensation for dirtying my soup. Shinzo pleaded, if you become my master, I'll give you everything. Everything. Please, I beg you. Demon Sword shouted fiercely from behind. Who do you think he is? You think you can bribe him with money just to become his disciple? Afraid the money about to enter his pocket might disappear, Inshin immediately ordered. Demon Sword, this is special training. Go outside and run 100 laps immediately. He jumped straight out the window and obeyed at once. Shinzo thought in despair, yeah, who would accept someone that tried to kill them as a disciple? He spoke sadly, someone like me probably can't become your disciple. Yet Inshin suddenly smiled brightly and agreed right away. I completely understand that you regret your action. Besides, my food gets stolen every now and then too. That only made Shinzo feel even more ashamed of what he had done. You're truly kind-hearted. No wonder a powerful swordsman like Demon Sword willingly serves under you. Then please accept me as your disciple as well. Inshin thought to himself, this is getting troublesome. What am I supposed to do with someone who's already S-rank? There's no benefit in teaching someone like that. Just then, a notification appeared. Heavenly Blade Supreme Steel said this was how the cold and ruthless business world operated. Inshin calculated silently, no need to praise me. Think of a way to keep him far away while still taking his money. Suddenly, he remembered something. That's right, a dangerous smile appeared on his face. He asked, you want to become my disciple? Shinzo, unaware he was about to be tricked, happily replied, yes, Sword Saint. Inshin ordered, then do this first. Looking at the book filled with ancient characters in his hand, Shinzo asked, you're really giving me this? Inshin confirmed, of course. Inshin thought to himself, I bought this before learning it was one of Heavenly Blade Supreme World scams, but it actually turned out useful. The system reminded him, Teiji Sword Art, a manual left behind by Zhang Sanfeng, worth 20 million divine coins. He instructed, study this Teiji Sword Art before returning here. Once you've mastered it, I'll accept you as my disciple. Shinzo fell silent after hearing that. Inshin sternly asked, you can't do it. Shinzo swore, I can, I'll study it and become your disciple. Inshin secretly smirked, he took the bait. Then he continued, I'm looking forward to it. And one more thing, don't come back until you fully understand it. Shinzo obediently replied, yes, I understand. Then I'll take my leave and begin studying. Inshin nodded, all right, hurry along. Watching Shinzo leave, Inshin happily thought, everything is going exactly according to plan. Looking at the piles of money on the table, excitement surged within him as he thought, what should I do with all this money now? Behind the academy building, the mysterious man from earlier called his organization to report. Shadow secret agent at the Three Heroes Guild Academy branch reported. The one who stole the Mount Hua sword isn't. To retrieve it, I believe we should kill him in a distant foreign country. Meanwhile, in China, a young woman was diligently hunting monsters. The enormous monster was subdued by her in an instant. Its entire body turned into black stone. She scoffed disdainfully. So this is all an S-rank monster amounts to. Aren't there any stronger ones? Pathetic creatures like these can't satisfy my sword at all. She was China's strongest hunter. Xiaming, at that moment a subordinate came to report, descendant of the great swordmaster. Lady Xiaming, we have orders from the Three Heroes Society. You must kill a master from the academy in Korea. In Sin, an SS rank hunter carrying the stolen Mount Hua sword. Xiaming became excited. SSA rank, that should be enough to satisfy my sword, right? I will cut off his head. Just wait a little longer, my Usura soul-stealing sword. I'll let you taste some truly delicious blood. Meanwhile, on Insin's side, inside the academy cafe, he grinned while hugging 2 suitcases full of cash. Haha, this is seriously profitable. Even though I've ascended to godhood, money is still the best. This is nice and all, but I should investigate the Three Heroes Society a little more. Something about them feels suspicious. The followers and vessels of the god of destruction are awakening. I feel like this is somehow connected to that. Seeing someone return looking exhausted, he spoke up. Oh, demon sword, you're done running. He stubbornly replied, 100 laps is nothing. Since he had just gotten money, Insin immediately decided to celebrate. You've been doing great, so let's go drink beer and eat chicken, my treat. Demon Sword instantly agreed. Yes, the two enjoyed an incredibly satisfying dinner. Demon Sword drank until he was completely wasted. Meanwhile, Insin ate until he could barely breathe. My appetite increased after becoming a low-ranking god. I've eaten almost 10 chickens already. I probably need to eat this much to recover my divine power. Besides, I can afford 10 chickens now. Thanks to the money from Shinzo, this entire building belongs to me. Now I'm a landlord, plus I'm a low-ranking god, so I deserve to spoil myself a little. I've been saving money for countless lifetimes. Eating 10 chickens is fine, but cleaning up is exhausting. It'd be nice if the bones could jump into the trash by themselves. Should I hire a maid or use telekinesis? Did that thing just move on its own? Insin was startled when he saw the bones moving around. He wondered, why are they moving on their own when I haven't even used my power yet? The system displayed, connection with Sadok's Yaksha demon has been added to the skill sharing list. Connection with the S-rank Yaksha demon, Sadok's unique technique. The angrier you are, the easier it is to perform. Seeing the notification, Insin fell into thought. Connection with the Yaksha demon, the angrier you are, the easier it becomes. What does that even mean? Whatever, let's test it. He pointed toward the pile of bones on the table. Skillshare Sadok's Yaksha demon connection. Suddenly, a surge of power illuminated the entire room, while several sinister demon-like shadows appeared on the wall. Insin frowned and asked, what is this? Looking at them, he wondered, is this for real? A gloomy voice echoed out, revenge, revenge against humanity, the ones who exterminated us. Revenge. He panicked internally. What kind of skill is this? Revenge against humanity? So he reluctantly tried to negotiate with them. I understand how you feel, but revenge is a little. The monsters repeated mechanically. Revenge, revenge, O great merciless God who awakened us. Please grant us the privilege of slaughter. Insin grew tense, unsure how to handle the situation. It felt like they were about to kill him. What should he do? The system notified him. Would you like to dispatch the newly arrived Yaksha Legion to Hive Sector 1 of the Empire? Insin became excited. Awesome, but is Hive an actual hive? Are those people from the Empire plotting something again? The system explained. Hive is a factory that mass-produces bloodworm soldiers for the Empire's main military forces. One of the king's sources of power. Insin finally understood. So that's how it is. I still haven't properly paid them back, so they think I'm a pushover. You insects, now it's my turn. His finger pressed the Z button on the screen. The space inside the Empire's hive appeared. The gatekeeper inside became curious when it heard the roaring thunder. Thunder, why is it so loud? Suddenly, its eyes widened in shock. What is that thing? The imposing figure of the Yaksha demon stood before it. Terrified, it screamed, run, it's a monster, help. Insin watched gleefully through his phone while miserable cries for help echoed out. The system issued a notification, Common Demon God Promotion Mission. In progress, he smiled happily. Amazing, I'm not even doing anything and the numbers are still increasing. Auto-hunting really is the best. Suddenly, another message made him freeze. A notification appeared. Due to auto-hunting and the increase in followers, automatic management will now activate. Once automatic management is activated, equipment expansion and species evolution will proceed automatically even while you are absent. Cost, 20 million divine coins. Would you like to continue? He instantly chose yes. Of course, I'd never refuse something like this. This is what real passive income looks like, just like being a landlord. After finishing everything, Insin set his phone aside. He absent-mindedly lay on the bed. The room was empty because he had already told Demon Sword to leave. There are still so many unanswered questions. but at least I found some clues about the Three Heroes Society. Demon Sword said they're a heretical faction. Earlier during the drinking session, Demon Sword had revealed the Three Heroes Society is a heretical faction. Their information network is insanely powerful. On the surface, they're a hunter guild. But in reality, they've planted countless spies all across the world. They gather information on hunters who might interfere with the organization and assassinate them. He asked, since you've left them, they'll probably target both of us now. Are there any other spies inside the academy? Demon Sword replied, about that, the spies are never allowed to know each other's identities, so even I have no way of finding out. Insin mocked, what a ridiculous organization. Demon Sword continued, sorry, I couldn't find many clues, but there's one thing I must emphasize. The Mount Hua sword art originated from the Three Heroes Society, and they've already realized you possess it. They'll definitely make a move. Of course, they're no match for you. Insin was shocked to learn the sword's origin. So it was stolen. Annoyed he thought so, the heavenly sword. I mean those scammers sold me stolen goods. Right then, a notification appeared. Heavenly Blade Supreme Thorn excitedly shouted, now that's life. Insin frowned. Excited, lying on the bed, he thought, you know I can't just let those bastards off. They dare lay hands on my student, we'll see about that. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door outside. He guessed the spy girl had arrived. Sure enough, the person outside was exactly who he expected. Earlier in Hedu's room, a strange man handed her a talisman. He said, this is a teleportation talisman. Use it to bring Insin here. The Grandmasters of the Three Heroes Society will handle the rest. Hedu had no choice but to agree. Yes, sir. Inside, she panicked. What should I do? I can't disobey my superiors. But Master really is a good person. Looking at the girl outside the door, Insin still felt saddened. I was really shocked when I found out she was the mole. Yes, discovering it early was thanks to the Eyes of Void. It really was a good thing. The status window displayed everything clearly. Hedu, female, 19 years old, foolish but kind-hearted. Note, a spy of the Three Heroes Society. The girl must personally care for her sick mother. Insin told her, Demon Sword already moved your mother to a safe place. Hedu replied, yes, I already called him. Thank you, master. He was furious. How dare they use a sick mother as a hostage to force her into being a spy? Damn those bastards, I'll kill every last one of them. She lowered her head gratefully. You even paid for the hospital bills. Thank you so much, master. Insin casually replied, don't worry, I've got plenty of money. Let's go. When they arrived at the meeting place, she began acting. Yes, then I'll use the talisman now. Hedu was filled with confidence. Master defeated SS rank Gustav and all those monsters by himself, I'm sure. The talisman activated successfully. A small vortex swallowed the two of them. Even before leaving, Hedu still believed her master could save her from the Three Heroes Society. I believe in master. The talisman teleported them to the appointed place. Insin realized this is the mountain behind the academy. A monk stepped out and said, good, leave the rest to us. He silently observed them. There were two opponents. The monk was named Digas, male, 50 years old, a Shaolin master who had defeated many S-rank hunters. The second was Peng Mulin, male, 40 years old, another man who had defeated many S-rank hunters. Insin evaluated them. I don't even feel like introducing myself to them. They look like they walked straight out of a martial arts novel. Digas spoke up. You dare steal the Mount Hua sword art? You even impersonated the Three Heroes Society. I'll make sure you never speak again. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged toward Insin at incredible speed. Insin calmly faced the enemy's fist. A mighty Arhat fist strike was about to descend. Insin knew the Shaolin martial art was rumored to destroy even sturdy buildings. Right from the start, the man used such a powerful skill. So Insin activated a defensive skill. Digas's strike slammed directly into Insin's steel-like body. Because he used too much force, his own arm shattered. Digas screamed in agony. My arm, is this the legendary iron body technique? Just like that, the arrogant grandmaster rolled around on the ground crying in pain. My arm, it's broken. Insin coldly reminded him, shut up. You're the one who attacked first, what a hypocrite. At that moment, Ling swung his sword from behind in a sneak attack. As the blade neared Insin's broad back, Hedu gasped in shock, recognizing it as the blade art of the Hebei Peng clan. This was bad. The sword slash landed cleanly. Ling was stunned. My blade technique. Insin calmly raised a finger. Lightning arts combined with blade techniques, not bad. I know lightning arts too, skill sharing. Ling froze. What the hell is that? Thunder shock descended with roaring lightning. The entire mountain lit up as Insin summoned the technique. In the blink of an eye, the two men were honorably tied to a nearby tree by Insin. Hedu looked at him with eyes full of admiration. Maybe they never registered as hunters, but they're definitely above S-rank. As expected of my master, he crushed them effortlessly. Insin sighed in relief. I almost killed them because I still can't fully control my strength. He began interrogating them. Tell me, where is the Three Heroes Society? Digas glared at him resentfully. You thief, do you even know who we are? Don't think you've won. Soon, the strongest hunter of the three heroes society will come and kill you. A third party appeared. Xiaoming said disdainfully, idiots, I was only a little late. The two men looked at her like she was their savior. Miss Xiaoming over here, this is Sin, the one who stole. Xiaoming silently cut him off. Shut up, useless trash. Degas instantly fell silent. With a single sword strike, she sent the two men to the afterlife. In his final moments, Degas couldn't believe it. Why would Miss Xiaoming sneered, because you're useless, obviously. You actually made Sin wary of you. She's too fast, I can barely even see her movements anymore. Every other S-rank hunter looks incredibly slow to me. But her, he worried about Du behind him. Just as Sin predicted, her next target was Du. After that, the traitorous bastard would be next. By the time Du realized it, it was already too late. Luckily, Sin managed to save her from the scythe of death in time. He pushed Du aside, hoping Xiaoming's interest would shift to him. He blocked my attack using only his body, interesting just as expected. But then his fist came flying toward her and she sneered dismissively, too slow. Sin looked around furiously. I missed again, that little rat, where did she go? Suddenly a sinister crimson aura surged toward him. He froze in shock. She caught me. No, not me, it wasn't me. Then that means Du behind him had used her own body to block the sword strike. Sin screamed in horror, Du, when he checked on her. Hatred filled him as he realized, damn it, she's not breathing anymore. In desperation, Sin used his healing ring finger technique. Seeing that from behind, Xiaoming exclaimed with interest, so you even have healing abilities too. Sin ignored her completely. He desperately prayed over and over, please, please, please. Streams of healing energy wrapped around Du's body. Xiaoming coldly laughed and said, it's useless, that backstabbing bitch is dead. Sin froze for a moment after reading the notification. His hands trembled uncontrollably. A red notification appeared, you have failed to heal the target. You cannot bring the dead back to life with the power of a low-ranking god. That is only possible for a high-ranking god. Xiaoming kept rubbing salt into the wound from behind. She died the moment my blade pierced her. Sin made up his mind. I'll send you to Lilith, just wait for me. Du, I'll become a high-ranking god and save you. Xiaoming slowly approached him. Just leave the little girl there and come play with me. Weaklings like her deserve to die. He roared furiously. Shut up. Xiaoming continued mocking him. Oh my. How scary, you're exactly my type. Information about her appeared. Xiaoming, female, 26 years old. Notable trait, blessed by the war god Asura. Mentally insane. Sin spoke coldly. I've learned one thing. Violence is the only thing that works on lunatics like you. So he activated his clone skill. With his powerful physique, Sin marched toward her menacingly. And it looks like you need a serious beating too. Xiaoming showed no fear. How thrilling, this is so exciting. Her cheeks flushed red from excitement. Come on, let's fight. The moment she finished speaking, his fist slammed toward her. Filled with all the rage he carried today, the punch sent Xiaoming flying backward. However, she was still perfectly fine. He's faster and stronger now. If I hadn't blocked that in time, it would have been dangerous. Coming to Korea really was the right choice. Without giving Xiaoming any chance to counterattack, the next punch came crashing down. Sin's voice dripped with hatred. You dare laugh after killing my student? I swear I'll make sure you die painfully. This next punch carried lightning with it, making the entire space seem ready to explode. The ground beneath Sin's fist collapsed into a massive crater. Xiaoming leisurely sat atop a tree branch above him. You're better than I thought, continuously. But suddenly, blood began dripping down. She stared in shock. Blood? I actually got hit hard enough to bleed. Looking at the blood on her fingers, she started going mad with excitement. This is amazing. You're the first person who's ever made me bleed. Sin showed little interest in her excitement. You're completely insane. Stop talking nonsense and tell me where the Three Heroes Guild is. Xiaoming continued, and then you'll let me go? He answered, never, but I'll at least let you die a little more peacefully. Hearing that, she burst out laughing. Let me go, you. You think I've been fighting seriously this whole time? I was only playing around because this was kind of fun. But now I'm bored. The moment she finished speaking, Xiaoming's figure vanished. He cautiously scanned the surrounding. Damn it, I lost sight of her again. I've never seen anyone this strong before. Her voice suddenly echoed behind him. What are you looking at? Sin was stunned. He never imagined Xiaoming could move this fast. A formation appeared beneath her feet and descended onto Sin. 4,000-pound Bagua. As he resisted it, he thought, how is she this powerful? Xiaoming's Bagua formation was so overwhelming that Sin's legs nearly buckled beneath him. He still couldn't help asking, what the hell is this? She proudly explained, the Bagua seal. Not even SS rank hunters can escape it. Now hand back everything you stole. Sin finally revealed his trump card. Combining titles, True God and Demon God. Xiaoming frowned in confusion. What, combining titles? He raised a giant finger overflowing with demonic energy. Accept the judgment of a god obediently. Xiaoming cursed, you bastard. Before she could finish cursing, her formation exploded apart. Forced backward by the impact, Xiao Ming growled, You destroyed my barrier. Insin sneered, Did you think you were the only one holding back? You're definitely going to die. Xiao Ming tightened her grip on the sword in her hand warily. Insin continued mocking him. Why don't you stop sneaking around like a rat? You can't beat me. Xiao Ming's heart raced with excitement after hearing those arrogant insults. Lady Asaim looked at him and said, This is the first time I've ever met a man like you. Let us have a little more fun. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Ming's figure blurred as she charged toward him at incredible speed. Her clone attacked with twin blades and 4 swords, shattered Heaven Feather Usura. Insin glanced around nervously. Something this small shouldn't affect the area around here, right? Xiao Ming sensed that something was wrong. The entire sky exploded apart. A brilliant light flashed through the dark night. Xiao Ming gasped in admiration. He really is amazing. Even the academy behind them lit up brightly. The guards stared blankly as the sky suddenly turned bright. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming had already dropped to her knees before Insin. He tapped her on the head with his finger and asked, Well, the leader of the Three Heroes Association, Xiao Ming weakly muttered, Wait. Her face suddenly became infatuated as she confessed to him, I love you, master. Insin was stunned. What the heck, why is she calling me that, could it be? The system quickly updated. Congratulations. You have displayed the overwhelming terror and power of a god and created obsessive faith. Xiao Ming has become a fanatical believer devoted to you. Helplessly rubbing his forehead, he sighed, Another weirdo became my follower. She bowed to him in admiration. You're already this strong without a weapon. How powerful would you become if you had a sword? The system notified him, Xiao Ming, fanatic believer. Xiao Ming is worth 5 S-rank level. Evaluation, she loves you obsessively. Insin cursed in annoyance. Forget that ridiculous evaluation already. 5 S-ranks, so she's as strong as a rat. Still, I can't help feeling uneasy about her. Insin ordered Xiao Ming, take me to your superiors. She happily agreed. I'd be delighted to, but as you can see, I don't have the strength to. He used his ring finger's healing ability to treat Xiao Ming's injuries. She felt a cool energy flow into her body. The healing power was astonishing. Once she was healthy enough to stand again, Xiao Ming exclaimed, You're incredible. You truly deserve to be my master. He returned to the main issue. Lead the way, Xiao Ming. At the headquarters of the Three Heroes Association, the Three Purities Palace, Zunrin read a report to his companion. Xiao Ming betrayed us and joined Insin's side, and now Insin is targeting us. Sordrin asked, According to you, Insin possesses holy power. Bistrin replied, He's still just a low god. Then just kill him, along with that bitch Xiao Ming. They were the Three Purities, the 3 supreme leaders who had ruled the Three Heroes Association for 500 years. The very Xiao Ming they were talking about stepped through the palace doors. She sneered coldly. Looking for me? Someone else was looking for all of you too, so I brought him here. All 3 were shocked by the sudden appearance. The moment Insin entered, he shouted, So you're the leaders of this Three Heroes Association or whatever. Looking at the notification, he frowned in confusion. What's this? Notification, unable to read target information. They are using a skill that interferes with detection. He shrugged it off. First time I've seen this, but whatever. It doesn't matter anyway, I'll just beat all of you into pulp. Sordrin spoke up. I can feel it, you're very strong. I never expected someone this powerful to exist on this planet. I'm excited now, his strength is irresistible. Hey Zunrin, can I eat his heart? He immediately agreed. Sure, Sordrin, but his head belongs to me. Bistrin continued. Then let me test him first. His figure shot forward like smoke straight out of the grand hall. Insin froze at the speed, and before he knew it, Bistrin's punch was already flying toward him. He unleashed the 100-step divine fist. A gigantic punch slammed directly into Insin's chest. The blow sent him flying out into the courtyard while Xiao Ming cried out anxiously. Master, he got blasted away. She paused briefly before continuing. As for you people, it seems I've made quite a few enemies among you. Today's going to be fun. My sword will love this. Outside, Fistrin's punch gouged a massive trench into the courtyard. Insin struggled to sit up. Fistrin sneered disdainfully. You got blown away by just that. Did I overestimate you? If you're this weak, I'll knock you out immediately. Insin had to admit it. What was that attack just now? The distance between them wasn't even small. These guys are strong. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared. Insin, that was the 100-step divine fist. He still had no idea what was happening. Whoa, what the heck? The light was so dazzling that Insin had to shield his eyes with his hand. So bright, when he finally saw clearly, he was shocked. Huh, a cleaver, no wait, it's the demon sword. A notification appeared. Heavenly Blade Master Taiju said the repairs were complete, and that he would cover the delivery fee himself. Holding the blade blankly, he muttered, Perfect timing, but why does it look like a butcher knife? Is this thing even useful? Another notification appeared. Heavenly Blade Master Taiju said not to underestimate it just because it looked like a cleaver. Insin thought to himself, his repair service has always been bizarre. but I'm busy right now, so I'll ignore it for the moment. He shouted excitedly, "It's great to see you again, heavenly demon." The heavenly demon, now transformed into a cleaver, cut him off. "Answer later, stay alert, these guys are gods." Insin was stunned for the second time. "What? These guys are gods?" Guanin stared at the butcher knife in his hand with great interest. He immediately recognized the evil energy. "A human, huh, heavenly demon?" The heavenly demon arrogantly replied, "That's right, it's me. You filthy traitors, you worms. The moment the god of destruction appeared, you all ran away." Those words made him burst into laughter. "We were just preparing for the future in case disaster struck, not running away." Insin finally understood the whole story. So these guys were afraid of the god of destruction. "An escape to Earth," the heavenly demon confirmed. "That's right. They're worse than garbage. They even slaughtered all the people under their rule." Guanin angrily shouted, "How dare you slander us while trapped inside a knife like that?" Insin answered with unwavering faith, "The god of destruction will arrive here soon." The heavenly demon continued mocking him. "And when that happens, are you planning to run away again?" Enraged, he roared, "Of course. That's why we've spent the last 500 years teaching martial arts to those useless insects, to increase our divine power. And they offered millions of humans as sacrifices to us. Isn't that wonderful?" Insin was furious. "Using people as sacrifices? You've gone too far, you're nothing but cowards. Because of you Haizu died, I will never forgive you." Guanin argued back, "What? How dare you insult us when you're just a minor god?" Insin activated skill synthesis and skill sharing. Sword second form, heavenly demon god. The heavenly demon hurriedly stopped him. "Wait, you can't use that." Insin asked in confusion. "Why?" he explained. "You can't defeat Guanzhan's 100-step divine fist with that move. If you're unlucky, it'll even backfire on you. You need to use your fists. Quickly remember everything I wrote." Insin realized, he's talking about that line. "Actually, my fists are stronger than my sword." Insin recalled reading it in the sword manual. The pinnacle of swordsmanship is abandoning the sword itself, transcending humanity, splitting the heavens, and finally cleaving mountains apart. Actually, my fists are stronger than my sword." Insin was shocked. "I thought that was just nonsense." "I'll give it a try then. Let's see how fists can be stronger than swords." He activated skill sharing. Iron body enhancement was activated. Insin quietly walked toward him. Guanin casually said, "What, this guy too? Fine then, diamond indestructible body. I'll show you what true power is." Every movement he made cracked the arena floor. He charged furiously at Insin with the 100-step divine fist. "How dare a mere minor god?" Insin calmly shouted. "Heavenly demon, third sword form, heavenly demon breaker." The heavenly demon threw a punch to block the attack. Guanin recognized it immediately. "That belongs to that bastard heavenly demon." The punch sent him flying backward. The other two leaders of the three calamities were stunned. Sonin smirked and said, "Impressive." Sordin was still shocked. "Don't tell me that guy actually defeated Guanin." Sonin excitedly gripped his sword, preparing to fight. "My steel dragon spear hasn't tasted a god's blood in a long time." Sordin added, "I never thought I'd have to bring out this weapon." Insin thought to himself, "There are still 2 gods left. At this rate, I think I can win, but what's going on? Why hasn't the notification window appeared confirming the target's elimination? I'm sure that bastard Guanin." Sordin glanced at the figure lying flat on the ground. "How long are you going to keep pretending to be dead, Guanin?" Insin was shocked. "Huh," the man said shamefully. "I'm just embarrassed that a brat sent me flying with 1 hit." "That minor god perfectly inherited the heavenly demon's martial arts," Sonin proposed. "Then the 3 of us should attack together. In return, I'll take the brat's head," Sordin eagerly added. "It's been a long time since I absorbed holy power. Then let's hurry up and kill him." Insin felt tense. 3 against 1 is scary, but I have the heavenly demon divine art. I'll figure out a way to deal with them somehow. Meanwhile, the heavenly demon urgently shouted, "Run!" Insin was stunned. "What?" he said. "You don't stand a chance against all 3 at once. They've absorbed countless sacrifices and their power has grown tremendously." "Run now," Insin firmly replied. "I can't do that. I won't run away like they did." The heavenly demon didn't expect him to be so determined. Insin calmly reassured him, "I still have a few skills left. Don't worry." All 3 charged at him simultaneously. "Minor god, skills won't matter. You're dead either way." Sonin used his ultimate technique, dragon-slaying finger stance. A dragon overflowing with demonic energy roared forward. Insin thought, "It's coming." He split the dragon in half with his butcher knife. "Whatever. Just cut everything down." Guanin seized the opportunity and rushed beside him. "Your guard is completely open." Insin carelessly took a direct hit, demon-suppressing Buddha palm. The punch caused severe internal injuries, making him cough up blood. Without giving Insin time to recover, Sordin rushed in. He swung his sword as he charged. "Azure Sky Flying Swallow Sword." Sonin stepped in with his long blade and said, "Leave his head to me, Guanin." The 2 attacked together. They treated Insin like easy prey. Insin secretly smirked. He raised his middle finger. "God's judgment." The sword warrior immediately blurted out, "What is that?" The spear warrior sensed a surge of demonic energy rushing toward them. A terrifying explosion erupted in the sky as Insin landed coldly on the ground. He thought angrily, I thought I had become pretty strong already, but damn it. The spear warrior landed behind him and said, now I understand why you were defeated, Fist Warrior. This is the first time anyone has removed all three of our masks since I killed that loyal retainer in my previous life. Sin could not understand what they were talking about. All three revealed their true faces. They were the fallen fist god, the fallen sword god, and the fallen spear god. They had once been great gods in a realm called Nirvana, a world destroyed by the gods. Notice they have regained the title of lesser gods. Sin was shocked. Was it because their masks were destroyed that they became like this? The notification window had started working again. Wait, all three of them are lesser gods just like me, and they were once great gods too. The heavenly demon shouted urgently. That's why I told you to run. The sword warrior's voice echoed behind him. Why are you spacing out? The fist warrior charged forward from the side. Die, you brat. From above, the spear warrior swung down his massive blade. He sounded excited. His head is mine. The slash struck the ground and caused a violent explosion. Rocks and dirt soared high into the air. Thick smoke blocked their vision. Sin lay motionless at the bottom of the crater. The sword warrior assumed, looks like he's dead. The spear warrior replied, good, then let's carve him up already. Sin still did not move. A notification appeared. You have met the conditions to activate the power obtained from the silently creeping nightmare and the rose blooming in the night. Then Sin's eyes began glowing brightly. The other three stared blankly. What is this? A gigantic monster appeared before them. All three felt a terrifying power coming from the strange creature in front of them. While the fist warrior stood there in shock, saying, what the? The sword warrior shouted from behind, move, fist warrior. But it already seemed too late. One of the rose's tentacles slammed into the back of the fist warrior's neck. Clutching his injured arm, he asked curiously, what is that flower-shaped monster? The spear warrior warned from behind, you let your guard down. The sword warrior added, this is even worse than I imagined. The fist warrior was still stunned. I thought he only had a few cheap tricks, but he can actually summon monsters too, looking at the grotesque roses before them. The sword saint exclaimed, and something this powerful must be a divine beast, but once we kill the summoner it will die as well. Sin was safely protected within the grotesque rose bushes, and he was even snoring loudly. The sword saint proposed, fist warrior, spear warrior, I will kill Sin. You two distract the monster. The three split up to act separately. Meanwhile, Sin found himself in a dark and empty place. When he woke up, he looked slightly confused. This place is… Sin's eyes widened in shock. The person before him became emotional upon seeing him. It was In-ho, trembling as he called out, brother Sin. Sin jumped up from his chair. In-ho, the system announced. In-ho has offered dark water as a sacrifice. Dark water is equal in power to 11 S-rank hunters. Sin was stunned. What? Even a low-ranking god is already this powerful. But In-ho offered me a god as a sacrifice? The system updated. Intermediate demon god ascension mission in progress. Ordinary sacrifices. 231 million out of 10 billion. S-rank sacrifices with transcendent abilities. 34 out of 100. Seeing that In-ho was injured, Sin said, I'm proud of you. You overcame another trial and offered me yet another sacrifice. Let me heal you. In-ho's daughter pleaded with him. Father, please save him. Sin spoke in shock. What father, father, who is this? A notification appeared. Fairy Queen, the incarnation of an angel, the winged guardian of the world, possesses transcendent power. Note, she was saved by In-ho when she was on the verge of death. Give her a name and a miracle may occur. Sin sensed it immediately. I don't know what happened, but he seems to be in critical condition. I should heal him quickly. God's healing ring finger. In-ho's entire body was bathed in healing magic. He realized this was brother Sin's miracle. Sin instructed the Fairy Queen. I'm leaving him to you. Wait, no. The system reminded him, give her a name and a miracle may occur. He thought happily, that's strange. But if I keep hesitating, I might lose out on a miracle. So Sin asked the girl, I want to give you a name. Is that okay? The girl obediently replied, yes. Sin decided immediately. Then your name will be Anna. I can't think of a good name right now, so I'll just use the name of a character from a novel I wrote a long time ago. The girl cheered happily, Anna, mourn. The system displayed, congratulations. After naming her, you have earned the Fairy Queen's trust. The Fairy Queen is a believer equal in strength to 10 S-rank hunters. Sin brightened up instantly. Oh, so this is a miracle. I can feel an incredible source of power. I never expected Anna to be equal to 10 S-rank hunters. Come to think of it, I've been fighting the three purities this whole time. Those bastards killed Heiyu and consumed millions of sacrifices. I need to return quickly. And so Sin awakened. As he sat up, he rubbed his aching head and wondered, am I back? Suddenly, a flash of light burst forth. The swordsman swung his blade down. Die! His strike was blocked perfectly by the thorny rose vines. The swordsman clicked his tongue in annoyance. Damn it, if it weren't for this flower-shaped monster. Suddenly he froze. What is this? The giant rose opened its mouth wide as if it wanted to swallow them whole. A small rose flower fell into Sin's palm. he received a notification. The silent nightmare said sadly, "You shouldn't wake up yet." He replied, "It's fine, I've grown stronger while sleeping. Thank you for protecting me." The system displayed silent nightmare blushing shyly. The swordsman and the fist fighter spoke at the same time. "That troublesome incarnation of the evil god is finally gone. You idiot, do you really think you can defeat us all by yourself?" Insin let out a cold laugh. He sensed danger approaching from behind. The blade fighter swung his saber in a sneak attack. If this fool was going to live like that, he didn't need his head anyway. Just as the blade was about to strike, he casually blocked it with a butcher knife. The man was shocked. "How could you so easily?" he replied. "That's right, I blocked your attack with ease, unlike before." Then Insin teleported to the side. The sword warrior realized it too. He had suddenly become stronger. The fist warrior guessed that he must have consumed more sacrifices while fleeing. Insin pointed his index finger at his forehead, the god's thumb. At that moment, the assassin was summoned. Along with his appearance, the system displayed that the remaining time of the god's thumb was 6,666 seconds. Insin greeted him cheerfully, "Long time no see." But the assassin immediately cursed, "You weak bastard, did you summon me again just because you couldn't handle it yourself?" Insin's face darkened as he thought, "This bastard, I'm older than you." But outwardly, he smiled warmly and asked, "Can you take them down one by one?" The assassin cursed right at his face, "Don't order me around." Insin laughed awkwardly and replied, "That's not an order, it's a request. Besides, I'm the original." The assassin continued, "So what? For an original, you're pretty stupid. Stupid and weak and ugly too." Insin became furious hearing those words. He shouted, "I can't take this anymore, you bastard." The assassin mockingly praised him. "Still, you're a little stronger than before now. Not bad. Even so, you're still just a low-level lesser god." Receiving such praise made Insin blush. "What is this? Are you insulting and complimenting me at the same time?" The assassin held out his hand. Insin froze. "Huh, is this an apology handshake?" So Insin happily touched his palm. "All right then, let's fight, good luck." The assassin growled, "Want to die? I was telling you to hand over the heavenly demon. Why are you talking about making me fight?" "Oh right," Insin finally understood and handed the heavenly demon over to the assassin. He immediately understood. "I can see the name of the guy I'm supposed to kill now." Insin continued, "Yeah, that guy is the weakest." The other three silently watched the scene. Insin activated the skill-sharing ability in Ho reinforced body. A wave of demonic energy spread across the assassin's body as he equipped the title Brutal Assassin. The fist warrior and sword warrior exclaimed in shock. First summoning, now clones too. What incredible luck! Even if he has a clone, it's still 3 against 2. Let's rush them. The revered warrior was still smiling. "I haven't felt this excited since fighting the great sage equal to heaven. In a very long time." Insin's group prepared to face them. The assassin looked down on them with contempt. "These useless freeloaders really don't know their place." Insin replied, "They're just cowardly bastards who abandoned their own world and ran away. What else would they know?" Those words enraged the fist warrior. "What did you say? How dare you?" The sword warrior muttered quietly, "How arrogant." The revered warrior was still obsessed with Insin's head. "You arrogant little bastard, I'll cut off your head." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged straight toward him. He roared in pain, "Go, fall from your throne and be dragged down." He swore, "I'll tear you into 100 pieces." Just as the blade was about to strike Insin's sturdy back, he said calmly, "I'll leave him to you, clone." The assassin immediately acted upon the order. He leaped high into the air. In an instant, his figure appeared behind the revered warrior. The man sneered disdainfully. "How could a mere clone be worthy of facing me?" The assassin spoke toward Insin. "Didn't I tell a loser like you to stop ordering me around?" The revered warrior was shocked. When did he get there? One slash from the assassin split his body in two. The remaining half of the revered warrior's body fell downward, yet a smile spread across his lips. His lower half burst into flames like a pair of agile legs. The assassin hadn't expected such a trick. The revered warrior declared, "It's not over yet, want to see more? I am the embodiment of crimson fire. You can't cut flames with a sword, I'll kill you first." The assassin coldly replied, then. Below them, Insin confidently grasped victory in his hands. "That's my clone for you." An icy slash swept through the revered warrior's body. He cried out in shock, "Why can't my body regenerate? Could that sword possibly be?" The heavenly demon warned him, "Don't mistake it for an ordinary sword. This is the heavenly demon's sword." The assassin continued, "Heavenly demon sword style, second form. Heavenly demon great inferno. In the past, I once killed a flame even greater than yours." Before dying, the revered warrior muttered, "To die by the heavenly demon sword." "How fascinating," the system announced. "Congratulations. The revered warrior is equivalent to 20 S-rank sacrifices. Mission: advancement to common demon god in progress. S-rank sacrifices possess transcendent potential. Progress 58 out of 100. The fist warrior shouted anxiously, "Revered warrior, the sword warrior criticized him. He acted recklessly and brought this fate upon himself. The ground beneath them exploded from a palm strike. Xiao Ming had returned. She stared at them with admiration. The two gods of my heart are finally here. You're both so captivating. She emphasized, I'll also do my best so that you'll praise me. The assassin exclaimed, now it's 2 against 2. Insin replied, equivalent to 20 S-rank sacrifices. Seriously, that's perfect. The fist warrior roared furiously, you bastard. The sword warrior remained calm. We underestimated him. A god is still a god. The fist warrior said, let's use that technique. He warned, fine, it'll injure us too, but I think that's the only option left now. He placed his hand on the sword warrior's back, transferring a stream of demonic energy into his body. The sword warrior absorbed the fist warrior's power and shouted loudly, I will borrow the fist warrior's power and tear you into 100 pieces to avenge the revered warrior. A sword strike overflowing with power slashed forth. Yet the two of them remained completely calm. Insin thought to himself, what overwhelming power. At this level, even those two gods would probably struggle to deal with it. Before the attack could land, Insin raised his index finger. He commanded, turn back. The strike was instantly reflected right back. The sword warrior suddenly recalled something and guessed. Could this be the plum blossom sword technique? The fist warrior cursed, you thief. He's using a sword technique he must have secretly copied from somewhere. The sword warrior raised his blade. This fight barely even tickles, huh? Suddenly, he froze in shock when both of them appeared right before his eyes. The assassin teleported behind him and unleashed the second form of the heavenly demon's sacred sword. Meanwhile, Insin coordinated an attack from the front, sharing his skill with Miri. Thunder Spear struck from both front and back, leaving the sword warrior gravely wounded. What the hell is this? The fist warrior anxiously shouted, sword warrior. Half of his companion's body had been severed clean off. Insin rushed forward to finish off the last remaining enemy. The royal guard begged, please save me. Insin coldly threw a punch forward. Sorry, but the heavenly demon advised me not to spare your life. Heavenly demon's sacred sword, third form, heavenly demon break. The heavenly demon punched straight into the man's stomach. The force of the blow surged violently through the fist warrior's body. In despair, he died instantly. The system announced, congratulations, fallen fist warrior and sword warrior are excellent sacrifices. Each sacrifice is equivalent to 20 S-rank sacrificial offering. Intermediate demon god advancement quest in progress. S-rank sacrifices possess transcendent potential. Progress 100 out of 100. Congratulations, you have completed the intermediate demon god mission. Demonic energy surged throughout Insin's body. He proudly exclaimed, finally done. Even if it's a demon god mission, getting stronger is always a good thing. A notification message appeared. The god of abundance is worried that you are leaning too far toward the demon god's side. Heavenly Blade Absolute Steel says this is the best path for you and encourages you to keep moving forward. Insin froze when he saw Xiaoming gazing at the assassin with admiration. He stood alone amidst countless fallen corpses, she silently thought. Back then he killed the two strongest members of the Three Heroes Guild with a single slash. Truly the god of my heart. The assassin ordered him, take care of all the remaining underlings here, and bring those S-rank hunters to me. If anyone resists, kill them without hesitation. And once this is all over, you. Xiaoming obediently replied, yes, my lord, I will make your words reality. Insin asked in confusion from the side, what are you two talking about? The assassin replied, it's nothing, just don't die, loser. If you die, I'll die too, so hurry up and become stronger already. Insin casually replied, even if you didn't say it, I was going to do that anyway. The system reminded him, the clone's existence time of 6,666 seconds has expired, canceling summon. At last, the assassin disappeared. Insin walked toward Xiaoming. Then he told her, Xiaoming, we need to go somewhere. At the Central Hospital of China, a cheerful voice rang out. Goodness, I never expected Hedu's homeroom teacher to personally visit me in the hospital. You even paid the medical bills too. Thank you so much. Insin politely replied, it's nothing, ma'am. As long as you rest well and recover quickly, I'll be happy. He thought to himself, I can't believe becoming an intermediate evil god instantly made me speak Chinese like a native. Honestly, I don't care what kind of god I become as long as I get stronger. She suddenly asked, oh right, but why is that girl? Insin understood immediately. That girl over there, standing makes her legs tired and sitting hurts her back, so she's kneeling because it's more comfortable. She was stunned. What? Yes, Xiaoming chimed in from the side, kneeling is very good for the knee. Insin thought to himself, comfortable my ass. I ordered her to kneel. A murderous psychopath like her who kills without remorse deserves to kneel and repent. Even this punishment is still too lenient. The woman changed the subject. By the way, teacher, may I ask you something? He replied, what is it? she asked. Has my He-do been behaving well at school? She's always been such a sensible child. Lately she hasn't called me at all. She must be busy studying, right? Hearing those words, Insin clenched his fists tightly. He muttered. Yes, he felt deep guilt and regret. I don't know how to tell her the truth, so I have no choice but to. Still, when you think about it, I really should tell He-do's mother the truth and apologize to her properly. No matter what, I can't deny that I failed to protect everyone. I was the one who pushed her toward death. If I couldn't even protect a single person, then what kind of benevolent god am I? A benevolent god? What a joke. That's right, what kind of benevolent god am I? Maybe I'm better suited to being an evil god. While he was blaming himself, a notification appeared. Endless Abundance suggested a resurrection potion mission and advised him not to give up on becoming a benevolent god. He was shocked. A resurrection potion? Don't tell me, the notification displayed. Although doing this will bring terrifying consequences for disrupting reincarnation. She is still willing to help Insin continue being a benevolent god. Mission: perform 10 million good deeds and accumulate virtue. Then the universe will become a better place. Reward: resurrection potion. Effect: revives a person whose accumulated virtue does not exceed 10 million. Warning: position replacement required. Must save her. Insin immediately brightened up. Reviving the dead, so there really is a way to save He-do. But I have to do 10 million good deeds to accumulate virtue. How long is that going to take? Wait a second, this is a hospital, right? If saving people earns virtue, then what place is better than a hospital? Alright, perfect. Time to get started immediately. Healing mode activated. He used healing energy, moving up floor by floor to save people. Voices of shock and emotion rang out. My hand can suddenly move again. My headache is gone. My son woke up. It really is a miracle. In Jinan, Shandong Province, China, a monster has appeared. An A-rank monster. Hunters will arrive soon, so residents are asked to evacuate to safety. The whole city sank into the desperate screams of people calling for help. Save me. Right at the critical moment, Inshin destroyed the monster. He had miscalculated. 3-1 leaves 2. The monster beside it got beaten to a pulp. Seeing Inshin stride away with such presence, the citizens exclaimed in admiration. Who is that? Is he a hunter? Wow, he is an SS rank hunter. Is that Xiao Ming? Your current merit has reached 2,501 out of 10 million. He was not very satisfied. After doing so much, this is all I got. Suddenly Xiao Ming came over to report Lord Inshin. He asked, what is it? She reported, by the order of the other Lord Inshin. I must now go eliminate the remaining members of the Three Heroes Society. Inshin was surprised. That clone, so he was the one who ordered her to do that. Fine, he immediately agreed. I understand, go ahead. Xiao Ming gave a wicked smile. Yes, please take care of yourself. A few days later, at Inshin's apartment in Korea, he was resting comfortably. It has been so long since I got to rest. This feels great. I have been way too busy these past few days. As soon as he returned to Korea, he went straight to several hospitals to save people and build merit. Miri said happily, the top floor is so much more spacious and airy. So now you are the landlord, huh? Inshin rejoiced inwardly. Landlord? As expected, being called landlord sounds way better than being called brother Inshin. Seeing her holding a shirt, he asked, by the way, what is that pink shirt? Miri answered, it is a gift for you, master. My sister and I saw it while shopping and thought it looked so nice, so we bought it. You always wear such weird clothes after all. Mina added, we knew that, so we bought a whole batch of 10 outfits. Try it on, I think it will fit you. Inshin was not afraid of pink. Fine, I will try it. Real men wear pink these days anyway. Suddenly Miri received a call. What is it? The association is calling about something urgent. She excused herself. I have to go first. Please stay here with my sister for a while. Bye, master, I am leaving. Inshin said politely, sure, good luck. When she saw him change into the new shirt, Mina clapped and praised him. So cute. You should wear this all the time from now on. Curious, he said. By the way, let me ask you something. Mina immediately accepted. What do you want to ask? Inshin wondered. Why do you keep pretending your memories still have not recovered? Mina was shocked. How did you know? He had read it from the system. Side information, she is pretending to have amnesia so she can stay with her younger sister. She pressed him, when did you find out? He answered, a long time ago. And you are doing this because you want to stay by Miri's side, right? Mina confirmed, yes, that is right. Then a wave of killing intent erupted. She threatened him, if you say even half a word to Miri, I will kill you. Since you already know anyway, I will probably tell her myself sooner or later. Inshin thought to himself, she changes faces faster than flipping a pancake. Mina brought up another matter. Put that aside for now. There is something I want to ask of you. I need you to protect someone. Inshin was suspicious. You want me to protect someone? Mina revealed. Recently, many creation hunters around the world have disappeared for unknown reasons. And for some reason, the association still has not made this public. Inshin was surprised. Creation hunters, that is a bit troublesome. Mina replied, that is why the creation hunter Kangwoo asked the association to hire you as his bodyguard. Inshin understood. That makes sense. Creation hunters have the ability to open item shops that randomly offer equipment. They are strong, but in exchange, their combat ability is extremely weak. He still had a question. But every creation hunter already has an S-rank hunter as a bodyguard. From the very beginning, Mina said solemnly. That is true, but 2 S-rank bodyguards of an American creation hunter were just killed. At the same time, that hunter disappeared too. Just now, 3 bodyguards of an Italian hunter were torn in half, and that hunter also went missing. Inshin knew this was very serious. That sounds terrifying. I wonder who it is. Mina continued. That is why the association is trying to find one more bodyguard of that rank or higher. Sadok, the principal, and Shinzo all recommended you. Of course, Miri and I agreed too. He immediately understood. I see. If a national treasure is about to be kidnapped, how could I refuse? He thought to himself. I might as well take this chance to do some good deeds. Besides, I think this will have at least some connection to that story. Soon, he would have to overcome a trial to stop his destined fate and become the destroyer of everything. What he needed to do was become an intermediate god so he could participate in the Festival of the Gods. I wonder what is at the Festival of the Gods that makes them want me to join. For now, I have to become an intermediate god first, then think about the rest later. All right, it is decided. A notification appeared. Endless Abundance approved and did not forget to remind him that he should do good deeds every day. Inshin asked, so where is Hunter Kangwoo now? Let us go to him. At Kangwoo's hilltop villa, Inshin was led inside. The man sitting in the chair was Kangwoo, male, 52 years old. Special note, under the protection of the fire guardian god and the blacksmith god. At the same time, no further information was displayed. Inshin was surprised by Kangwoo's youthful appearance. Seriously, he looks like that even though he's almost 60. These days, age really is just a number. Why did question marks suddenly appear? Kangwoo glanced at Demon's sword beside him. I thought only Inshin was coming alone. Explain this to me. Since I can't protect you 24 hours a day, I brought one of my trusted subordinates. He bluntly replied, yeah, that makes sense. Bodyguards are human too, so they need sleep and rest. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the strength to work. Anyway, thanks. Inshin answered, yes, we'll do our best to keep you safe. He thought to himself, living this comfortably, already casually sipping wine like nothing's wrong. Doesn't he realize that creative hunters around the world are disappearing? Kangwoo slammed his wine glass onto the table. He stood up. I'm going to the restroom first, then we'll continue talking. Demon's sword immediately became irritated. We're talking with the sword saint and he dares to walk off to the bathroom. Let me deal with that old man, Inshin reminded him. Tusk. Quiet down, Demon's sword. Kangwoo walked into the restroom. He thought to himself, so the variable has finally appeared. I have no memory of him in the past. If that's the case, suddenly a gloomy aura appeared behind him. Oh, what's that? Kangwoo slowly turned around. A monster with razor-sharp teeth stood right behind him. Kangwoo froze in terror as a horrifying voice echoed out. There you are, creative hunter. An evil hand slowly reached toward him. Kangwoo immediately summoned the shield of Igas. It sneered, that stupid shield is useless. Outside, Inshin curiously stared at the creature in front of him. Why is there a crocodile in the bathroom? It was so furious it couldn't even speak properly. You, Inshin casually slapped the monster across the face. Then he turned to Kangwoo and asked, are you hurt? He replied, I'm fine, but look at the sword in the monster's hand. Kangwoo continued. That equipment can only be bought in the hunter shop, right? How does a monster have it? It roared resentfully. Bastard, you were the one who killed my mother. Inshin guessed, could you be Ugly Ugly's sibling or something? It swore, I'll kill you and tear you apart. He remained calm. Really? That sounds insane. The crocodile's footsteps crushed deep marks into the floor. It swung its arm and shouted, die. I'll avenge my mother. Inshin asked Demon's sword, can you handle it? He answered with actions instead of words. He instantly swung his sword, slashing directly at the crocodile. Only then did Demon's sword speak. Leave it to me, Sword Saint. I'll show you how much I've improved. Inshin was very satisfied. That's more like it. I was wondering how strong he'd become. The crocodile felt insulted. You dare, I'll kill you too. Demon's sword calmly moved around. He appeared behind the crocodile. It noticed him and said, Brat, you must be pretty fast, but you're still just an ordinary human. Let's see how long you can keep running. The other two hid behind the shield while watching the fight. Kangwoo asked doubtfully, can he really handle it himself? Inshin confidently replied, yeah, he may look weak, but I'm sure he can deal with it. You have to admit, he's improved a lot. The crocodile wildly swung its sword but missed every strike. Damn it, why can't I hit him even once? Suddenly it froze in shock. His sword had already slashed across its back. Its careless defense humiliated it deeply. Demon's sword confidently declared, if it weren't for the helmet, I would have split its head in half already. Inshin even yawned sleepily. I'm getting bored over here, sword, hurry up already, Kangwoo thought to himself. How can he still yawn in a situation like this? And he's even telling him to handle what looks like an SS rank monster. Demon's sword obeyed. Yes, understood. The crocodile on the other side also grew irritated. Damn it, the enemy is right in front of me and I can't do anything. There's no other choice. It opened its mouth. The two spectators curiously asked, "What is it doing all of a sudden? Did something get stuck in its throat?" Insin was stunned. "What's that?" Something emerged from the crocodile's mouth. It pulled out a bottle. "Then let's all die together." Kangu recognized it as a magic bomb. "Everyone run, the whole hotel is about to explode." The crocodile smugly said, "Too late already." It pressed the detonator, light flashed across its face. "This is revenge for my mother." Suddenly it couldn't believe its eyes. How? Its head had been severed clean off. The massive body crashed onto the ground. One of its arms had also been sliced off without anyone noticing. Saint Insin seized the magic bomb. Kangu was shocked. He defeated an SS-rank crocodile monster in a single strike. Demon Sword exclaimed in admiration, as expected of the Sword Saint. Demon Sword said, "You defeated that monster in one move. You truly grow more powerful every day. Congratulations, Sword Saint." Inshin replied, "I only killed one crocodile. You remember the past when they brought the egg back? We successfully brought it back from Africa. Out of hundreds of eggs, it was the only one that had not hatched. Right now, we are still searching for the remaining location." You thought to yourself, so there are around 100 like it. Leaving them alone would be extremely dangerous. Kangu asked curiously, "What are you doing?" Inshin coldly turned his head back and walked toward Kangu step by step. Then he stood right in front of him, still deep in thought. "Was it because I killed that crocodile that Ming figured out where the problem was? So you spoke up. I have a question for you." "What exactly are you?" Kangu did not understand. "What are you talking about?" You answered, "A false regressor Kangu from the future." He was shocked. "How do you know?" The information panel displayed everything. Kangu male, 52 years old, trait, protected by the god of fire and blacksmithing. Activating the eyes of the sightless god. Scanning the history of the maker, the hunter Kangu, deep in the Amazon rainforest at a cave shop. Inside was a crocodile lair. Iraq guessed that perhaps they were Gustav's descendants. It was also clear that the moment revenge was mentioned, they came swarming over. Iraq ordered, "Open the hunter shop right now." The slaves and hunters inside were bound like puppets. One person cried out, "Hunter shop open." Iraq saw countless items displayed on the screen. She raised her hand and selected one. Looks good. What she was aiming for was a high-grade potion priced at 7,000 gold. Uncle Land's spear was priced at 5 million gold. Iraq was thrilled. "What do you think of this weapon, Lord Alpha?" The man stormed toward her with heavy steps. Iraq called out suspiciously, "Lord Alpha," he said, "my brother is dead." "How dare that bastard Inshin? First he killed my mother and now he has killed my brother. I will never forgive him." His hatred surged so violently that his hands trembled. He said, "Iraq, we will need more weapons to kill him." She assured him, "I can give you as many weapons as you want and I also have a plan." "A perfect one?" Alpha repeated suspiciously. "A perfect plan," she answered. "That's right, I know Inshin's fatal weakness." On Inshin's side he was questioning Kangu. "Who are you really?" Kangu, a regressor from the future. The system displayed, "The special authority, Eyes of the Blind God, has been activated. You will be able to glimpse the life of the hunter Kangu." Kangu's figure appeared and he was working hard. In his first life, Kangu was blessed by the Guardian of Fire and Blacksmithing. The Guardian of Fire spoke, "Your world will soon be destroyed by the God of Destruction. I will grant you my power. Stop him, even if it seems impossible." But Kangu was granted the ability to open the hunter shop and the power to change fate. Regression, he joined forces with the S-rank hunters to protect Earth from Johan and Gustav. At first, it seemed as if they could keep the world safe, but they were soon brutally killed by the Triad. Then, when Kangu regressed for the second and third times, he overcame every hardship, but he could not stop Earth's destruction caused by the second arrival of the Abyssal Dragon. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in his fourth regression. Fate change succeeded, with no fate changes remaining. So this was Kangu's fourth time. He felt powerless. "No matter what I do, I cannot stop it. I suppose all I can do is accept it. The destruction of this world." After reading Kangu's past, Inshin seemed to ponder it. He thought, "That means he experienced everything even before I awakened." Then he continued, "So you kept regressing to try to save the world, but in the end you gave up." Kangu was shocked. "How do you know?" You answered, "I have an observation skill." He realized that this boy was someone who had never appeared in any of his previous lives. He was the one who stopped the demon god Johan from descending, defeated Gustav, and even caused the Triad to collapse. And this power feels just like the holy power I felt when I met the Guardian of Fire and Blacksmithing. What I could not do, he can surely accomplish. So Kangu guessed, "You are a god, aren't you?" Inshin was shocked. "What?" He knew the man was right, but still. The system issued a believer quest. Listen to Kangu's wish and show him the overwhelming power of a god. Quest reward Kangu's faith. Inshin's eyes lit up. The faith of an S-rank hunter, good, of course that is good. So he asked Kangu, "Do you have any wish?" He was stunned. "How did you?" His hand tightened around his shield. Then he said, "I have only one wish, to stop the world from being destroyed. Can can you grant that wish? Inshin felt as if he had struck a bargain. Even if he had not wished for it, I would have had to do this anyway. Is this killing two birds with one stone? So he readily agreed at once. All right, I will try, though I do not know how well I will do. Kangoo was so moved he nearly cried. You really are strange, the system announced. Kangoo has become a temporary believer. Kangoo is equivalent to 10 S-rank believers. Inshin rejoiced inwardly. 10 S-rank believers, so all regressors are worth more than ordinary people. But what does temporary mean? The information was updated. When you prevent the destruction of the world according to your wish, Kangoo will obtain his true fate. As temporary progress, the value has been reduced by half. Mid-God advancement mission in progress. Transcendent S-rank followers reached 43,100. Insin clenched his teeth in frustration. What a waste, but there was no other choice. For now, I should deal with the current situation first. He asked, I've already dealt with the demon god Johann, Gustav, and the 3 guilds. So the next one capable of destroying Earth is Kangoo. Revelation. He is Gustav's son, Alpha, and his subordinate. In that case. Right then, countless red warnings appeared. Insin had a bad feeling. Why all of a sudden? He received information. A great demon god seeks revenge against you. If you fail to stop him, the world will be destroyed. Insin was shocked. A great demon god, then it isn't that crocodile's son. Based on Kangoo's memories, it's probably the emperor, right? He asked. Kangoo, please show me where his son is. I need to take care of a few things. The man immediately agreed. Insin advised, just relax. You're way older than me anyway. Kangoo replied, I can't do that, you're my last hope. His eyes shone with faith and hope. Insin let out a helpless sigh. Well, at least he hasn't become a fanatic. Right now, I need to focus on increasing my S-rank followers first. Insin praised someone nearby. Sword Demon, you've improved a lot, haven't you? He humbly replied. It's all thanks to you, Sword Saint. The boy handed Heavenly Demon to him. Here, take this and practice with it for now. Sword Demon was stunned. Isn't this the sword you always use? He threw his old sword to the ground like scrap metal. Then he reverently lifted Heavenly Demon with both hands. To think you'd bestow this upon someone as lowly as me, overwhelmed with emotion. Sword Demon dropped to his knees. This is such an honor. Insin thought to himself, you've watched way too many historical dramas. Sword Demon, I'm entrusting this guy to you. Sensing something, he muttered, it's finally time for him to arrive. Sword Demon was startled. Who? Someone slowly stepped out. He exclaimed, there he is. Sword Demon gaped when he saw the person. That person had returned. It was Shinzo. He excitedly shouted, Sword Saint, I'm here. Kang Zom, you're here too. Sword Demon frowned. Why are you here? Insin explained, I called him over. From now on, you two will be Kangoo's bodyguards. Shinzo held out his hand and said, let's do our best together, Kang Zom. Sword Demon irritably slapped the hand away. He angrily said, I'm enough on my own. I don't need someone like you. Sword Saint, please reconsider. A spoiled brat like him will only get in my way. Shinzo exploded in anger. What did you say, bastard? How dare you talk to me like that after abandoning me? The moment they met, the two started fiercely arguing. And what about you? If Sword Saint hadn't been there, I'd already be dead. Fine then, let's settle it right now. The outcome will definitely be different this time. Insin helplessly watched the two glare endlessly at each other. Annoyed, he asked, are you two ignoring what I said? How about both of you fight me at once right now? The two panicked the moment they felt Insin's pressure. They immediately bowed and begged, we're sorry, please give your orders. From now on, when you're standing in front of me, teammates are not allowed to fight. If you argue again, I'll take back the items I gave you. Understood, the two shouted in unison, understood. At the 41st floor of the Warrior Tower, Inho passionately fought monsters. He unleashed an iron punch that twisted the monster's face. Its whole body was sent flying. Inho jumped down beside the monster. He dusted off his hands and happily said, I should sacrifice this one to God in sin. The system displayed, congratulations, you have cleared the 41st floor challenge. You will receive a sword that once belonged to one who pursued eternal truth. Inho was surprised. A sword, a massive blade, appeared before its new master. Inho tightly gripped it in his hand. The system notified, the 42nd floor challenge will begin soon. The moment he arrived on the 42nd floor, a wave of heat struck him. He curiously asked, it's so hot, where is this place? Inho stood in the middle of a desert with gigantic fireballs floating in the sky. The system notified, Warrior Tower 42nd floor Spacetime Challenge. Completion condition. The former water goddess has weakened from being scorched by the sun. At Insin's home in Seoul, he lay on the bed preparing himself mentally. It's time for dream training again. His eyes slowly closed. Time to sleep. Suddenly, the sound of his phone made him sit up in irritation. Who's calling to bother me at this hour? Insin picked up his phone to check. The moment he saw the notification on the screen, he was shocked. Notification, number 1 is asking for your help. Insin wondered, why is number 1 suddenly asking for help? Who's that kid standing beside him? Information about the child immediately appeared. Dancer, female, active year unknown. No. Follower of the weakened water goddess. Insin wondered, a follower of the water goddess, why is he standing next to her? He asked number 1 what's going on. Inho pointed at the fireball in the sky and said, I don't know how to make it disappear. My attacks have no effect at all, Dancer tearfully begged. My lord, please make that cruel sun disappear, and save your world from turning into a desert. Insin was shocked. Huh, you want me to make the sun disappear? What nonsense are they talking about? Wait, system alert. The sun of Ankia has no power limit. It has been active for 4 billion years. The next note cannot be displayed. System alert, it cannot be assessed with your current power. Insin was shocked. Huh, I cannot assess it. If I cannot assess it, that means it is stronger than me, and at the very least it must be a mid-level god. Do not tell me this is connected to the warning. Speaking of the sun, I remember someone. Fire phoenixes flew around the sphere and Dancer noticed. Something is approaching. Inho ordered, hide behind me. The information displayed, Phoenix, sacred beast of the flame shining in the high heavens, rang. Insin thought to himself, the flame shining in the high heaven. I knew it, the fire I know mentioned having siblings, so this is how we are going to meet. A note appeared, they will take number 1 as a sacrifice. Insin grew tense. Sacrifice number 1? No way, number 1 cannot possibly beat this phoenix. I should not interfere in matters between the warriors, but number 1 will die. He used the god's flicking middle finger to save Inho. Because of that, a red warning appeared. If you violate the law of causality, you will receive a corresponding punishment. Insin said urgently, I do not give a damn. If I do nothing, number 1 is definitely going to die. God's flicking middle finger. The instant the phoenixes swooped down, they were shattered by Insin's power. Inho realized it immediately. This is the power of God Insin. System alert, the flame shining in the high heavens and you have been linked. He knew it was because of the law of causality. He knew it was still too soon, but there was no other choice. The system announced, you will be transported to the flame shining in the high heaven. Insin's figure vanished and he was summoned to a burning temple. Looking at the monster before him, Insin wondered, a bird head. Are you the flame shining in the high heavens, like many others, and now I can take revenge? It replied, that is right, young god, you who dared to kill my siblings. You even attacked my divine beasts. Insin could not help being surprised. When I looked through Kangu's memories, this thing was not there. Did I drag something else into this? But now that it has come to this, all I need to do is fight and destroy it. Its voice rang out, that is why I will be generous. You still do not understand. What? Insin had not understood anything this whole time. What did he just say? He felt insulted. What? Me under his command? What is he plotting? A notification appeared. Peerless Heavenly Blade says having a god under one's command makes one stronger than absorbing that god. That god, he thought, I knew there had to be a reason, but I would rather die than serve under him, because that bird-headed bastard said something he should not have known and should not have said. Insin angrily pointed straight at its face and cursed, I will turn you into quail on toast right now. The sun god raged, you dare. The surrounding walls shook violently. It shouted, how dare you mock a great sun god like me with such words? You are nothing but a nameless spirit-level insect. You will die to atone for this sin. The ground beneath Insin's feet began to tremble. He was terrified. He is seriously strong, just his shout has this much force. A surge of power shot toward Insin right where he stood. An explosion erupted. The sun god spoke regretfully. It is a pity I cannot bring him under my command, but he must pay the price for dishonoring me. Suddenly it realized something. A tall figure was reflected on the wall. He activated his clone skill in Ho's skill, Sturdy Body. Insin thought tensely, even after using Sturdy Body I am still this badly hurt. That bird-headed bastard really is strong. It laughed with interest. Ho ho. You truly are different from the other mid-level evil gods, just as the rumors imply. Now I want you even more. This is your last chance. Offer up your followers and come under my command. Insin said irritably. Good grief, this bird really loves running its mouth. I will never betray my followers. It replied, is that so? Then there is no better option left. If I cannot have it, then I will destroy it all. Seeing what it was doing, he was shocked. What? A notification appeared on the screen. Warning. Your followers are in danger in the trial of floor 42. Inho and Dancer wandered through the desert. He wondered, where did the water goddess go? Suddenly, something dangerous appeared before them. Dust and sand rose high from the ground. Dancer asked in fear, what is that? Inho told him, hide behind me. He asked the monster before him. Who are you? Sand Demon replied, I am the first follower of the ruler of the deep swamp, and the one whose younger sibling died at your hands. Inho recalled the past. The ruler of the deep swamp. Ah, she must be his older sister. She spoke, by the command of the blood pact with my master, the light shining upon the deepest heavens. I have come here to take your worthless life. He understood her goal. So you plan to weaken brother Insin's power by killing me. I will not let you have your way. At the Ant clan's fortress wall, Auntie asked the clansmen on guard with concern, is it good, Little Ugly? They replied, it is good. Deep down, Little Ugly thought, the saintess is so kind. Then the god she worships. Suddenly, its eyes froze when it saw a rolling sandstorm bearing down on them. The saintess wondered, why is there suddenly a sandstorm? Sakin's face was filled with shock as Chung Nieo asked worriedly. Sakin, what's wrong? Sakin trembled uncontrollably in fear. Why are those guys here? We all need to run right now. Below them stood Alpha's crocodile army. and commanding the monsters was Azza. Azza smugly thought, while the sun god fights Sin, we'll slaughter all of his followers. You're dead for sure, Nieo shouted anxiously. Monsters, Socken ordered, tell everyone to run. Nieo loudly warned, everyone hurry and run. Alpha's gigantic body appeared atop the city wall, and Socken stared at him in terror. Arash declared, there you are, traitor. I'll bury you together with all of them. Back on Sin's side, he finally realized, so it was you. He received a flood of notifications. More than 23,000 Ankia soldiers had been killed, 4 of the heavenly soldiers sent out had been killed, and 6 of the Yakshas dispatched had been killed. Sin is in danger on the 42nd floor of the warrior tower. Warning, your divine power is decreasing. Alpha spoke up, this is only the beginning, but if you decide to become my soldier now, I'll stop. Sin's face darkened as he muttered, Fish Warden, you dared touch my precious children. He pointed at his temple. In that case, I'll fight you to the death. The god's thumb touched Slayer. The sun god was shocked. What is this? Sin reminded him. I'll handle everything here. Slayer replied, don't worry, I've got the situation under control. You're the true body, so go protect Ankia. I'll deal with that overgrown chicken. Sin was so happy his cheeks flushed red. So he finally acknowledged him as the true body. Good grief, he thought that guy's personality was terrible. He stepped into the teleportation gate. Then I'll leave that chicken to you, Slayer irritably said. Shut up and get lost already. Sin stepped through the gate. I'll finish this quickly. Inside the great hall, only Slayer and the sun god remained. He coldly asked, so can we start now? You arrogant poultry. The sun god felt deeply insulted. What arrogant poultry? You're just a clone of some trash god, yet you dare speak to me like that. I'll burn you to ashes. An immortal blaze crashed down on the spot where Slayer stood. As the demon art gathered in his palm, Slayer activated his skill. The clone used the skill Shinzo Supreme Sword Art, first form, infinite formation. The divine technique formed a massive shield that blocked the raging flames. He thought to himself, I won't be able to drag this fight out against him for long. You'd better hurry up, true body. In the ant tribe, more and more tribe members were falling. Saintess anxiously ran toward the crocodile and called out, Uggo. Uggo urgently urged her, Saintess. Run quickly. Alpha arrogantly looked at him. You can take quite a beating. Sin's heavenly soldiers charged together, hoping to stop the invaders. Alpha tightly gripped the sword in his hand, and with a single slash, countless tribe members died. Alpha disdainfully said, what a laughable bunch of insects. Saintess worriedly asked, but how can we possibly? Arash revealed, that little girl is one of Sin's sources of power. Alpha greedily exclaimed, she must taste delicious. Uggo bravely confronted him. No, I won't let you take the Saintess away. If you touch even one of her fingers, I'll kill you, even if you're my older brother. Alpha coldly asked, older brother? He punched Uggo with one blow. Uggo writhed in pain and collapsed to the ground. Alpha criticized him, you couldn't even avenge our parents. And now you're living down here like a dog. I've never had such a fallen younger brother. Now let's see what kind of bug Sin treasures the most. Let's see just how tasty it is. Anti could only pray, our strength isn't enough to fight these monsters. Sin, please help us. Back in Sin's office, he was utterly shocked. Why isn't it working? He tried once more. He attempted to descend into the ant kingdom, but the system reminded him, summoning a clone has weakened you. You cannot descend into the ant kingdom. Sin cursed inwardly. Damn it, I can't recall the clone while it's fighting the sun god. But if I don't go to the ant kingdom, they'll all be slaughtered. What should I do? He heard someone's prayer. Please help us. The voice belonged to Uggo. Sin, please save the Saintess. Please, the system reminded him. The small miracle held by the baby crocodile is blooming. The baby crocodile can now evolve. You wish to temporarily evolve the baby crocodile divine beast into a divine beast? Sin had no other choice. Dragon divine beast, that's right. Now I can only trust in you. Uggo desperately called out Sin's name. He ordered, Uggo, I'm entrusting the ant tribe to you. Then he pressed the Z button on the screen. Alpha prepared to devour Anti. Arash thought it was over. Sin, at last I can face the Emperor. However, Anti vanished the moment Alpha's mouth opened wide. Alpha's eyes filled with disbelief. Before him appeared a proud figure with wings. His hand had been severed. My hand, who are you? After being rescued, Anti emotionally exclaimed, thank you for saving me, but who are you? Beneath the outstretched wings, Uggo had taken on a different form. Saintess, it's me, Uggo. Saintess could not believe her eyes. Uggo, the system updated, the baby crocodile has evolved into a divine beast. The baby crocodile is worth 20 S ranks. Sin was stunned. 20 S ranks? What small miracle? This is a gigantic miracle. Even Alpha never expected that weak traitor would suddenly become like this. Arash immediately knew this had to be Sin's doing. But shouldn't he be fighting the sun god right now? Uggo spoke up, brother, what a shame. If you hadn't crossed the line, merciful Sin might have accepted you. Alpha furiously shouted, what nonsense did you just say? Merciful Sin, do you have a death wish? Arash warned him, Lord Alpha, we should retreat for now. He's become much stronger. Alpha suspiciously asked, You want me to run away while that traitor stands right in front of me? He charged toward Ugo. Then he swore, I'll bring back that bastard's head with me. Ugo condemned him. You dared commit the sin of slaughtering Insin's followers and laying hands on the Saintess. Pay with your own life, brother. The dragon's breath unleashed a surge of destructive energy. Alpha's clansmen were stunned. Even Arak cried out in despair, how did it end up like this? Kroko gave him his final words, I'm sorry, brother. The place where Alpha stood exploded in an instant, and a long, deep pit appeared before Kroko's eyes. The ant tribe cheered joyfully. The little crocodile destroyed those monsters himself. We won, though Lilith was covered in wounds at this moment. She was overjoyed because they had won. Kroko realized, I can't believe I'm this strong. Wait, no, not at all. This is all thanks to Insin. And so he shouted in worship, Insin, holy crap. The system reminded him. The little crocodile's evolution into a divine beast and its offering are restoring your holy power. Insin never expected to gain so much from this. Who would have thought the little crocodile could become this powerful? In the end, Bloodline really could not be outdone. The Saintess sent him a plea for help. Insin, there are still many injured believers. Please save them. He agreed right away, of course. After all, you are all my precious citizens. Ring finger heal. From the heavenly soldiers to the ant tribe, everyone was saved. They exclaimed in amazement, my injured eye can see again. I can fly now, I'm not in pain anymore. This is Insin's grace. Long live Insin, Kroko thought in deep emotion, so this is Insin's grace. Wonderful, if it is someone like him, I can entrust my faith to him and follow him. The Saintess in his palm cried out, hey, little crocodile. He replied, yes, Saintess. She said happily, thank you. Thanks to you, we were able to protect the ant kingdom. You were so cool today. Those words made Kroko blush bright red. Thank you, cool. The Saintess showered him with praise. My little crocodile is so cool, come catch me. Kroko happily chased after her. Just you wait. The system updated. The little crocodile's evolved form has been released. Seeing Kroko return to his original form, the Saintess cried out, oh my goodness, Kroko, Kroko, wake up. Insin breathed a sigh of relief. The ant kingdom was safe now. I can lend Inho a hand. He was shocked the moment he switched over to Inho's battle situation. Huh, what the hell is going on? Seeing that sight, Insin immediately understood. Inho was in danger. On the killer's side, the place where he stood was now utterly devastated. He growled at the sun god, what did you just say? The man was not afraid and repeated, I will stand at the summit of the gods. Even the great evil god of silent dreams and the heavenly blade of absolute ruin will tremble before me. If you were a little less foolish, I would grant you the honor of one more chance. Become mine and dedicate your power to me. The killer thought angrily, an honorable chance? Bullshit. He simply wants to get his hands on my power. His sharp tongue began to work. Hey, chicken brain. The sun god asked furiously, what did you say? Chicken brain? The killer began to toy with him. If you want me to become your subordinate, then kill the god of destruction. Then I'll consider serving under you. The man felt as if the killer was making a fool of him. What kind of joke is that? The god of destruction was a mysterious existence from the beginning of time, one even the greatest god was powerless against. He sighed and said, so basically you're scared, aren't you? The man took offense again. What? How dare you speak such nonsense? You must have forgotten something very important. Look at your believer helplessly waiting for death. Are you truly fine with letting him die like that? Choose, in sin's divine child, let your believer die. Or become mine and save his life. On the 42nd floor of the warrior tower, Asayu declared, now die, enemy of my brother. At that moment, Inho had fallen into despair. Sorry, Insin. Looks like this is as far as I can go. His eyes slowly closed. Please take care. Suddenly, Insin's voice rang out, Inho, open your mouth. A glimmer of hope rose in Inho. That voice is Insin. The moment he opened his mouth, a potion bottle shot straight in. Inho swallowed all the medicine inside the bottle. The serpent demon wondered curiously. Oh, where did that come from? He knew that if he directly intervened again, they would trace the connection between him and the ruler of the abyss. So the only thing he could do now was provide him with the highest grade medicine. The screen became dazzlingly bright. The system announced, Inho has escaped death, revived, and advanced to the next level. Inho has gained a new skill. Gigantification. Inho's entire body became far more muscular than usual. His figure was even taller than the serpent demon, making her tremble. What the hell? Inho now towered like a god. He looked at the potion bottle, now tiny in his hand, and thought, he keeps helping me through every hardship. As always, his generosity is boundless. Inho asked coldly, you dare stab Insin in the back? The serpent demon stiffly replied, don't think you can win just because you got bigger. We still haven't shown you our true forms. I will show you my real power. Suddenly she froze. Just like that, the serpent demon was crushed under Inho's foot like an ant. He declared with contempt, this is the punishment you deserve for pointing your blade at Lord Insin. Suddenly water surged up from beneath his foot. The stream of water rose high right in front of Inho. Dancer looked at the water in worship and cried out, Inho. Through the orb, the sun god learned everything. He said furiously, these useless lowly creatures are such a waste of precious energy. While mocking him, he sneered, I can't believe you actually trusted those cowards. Just like you, Birdbrain, you'd be better off serving under me. The sun god still arrogantly declared, you are conceited just because you eliminated those pests. The life or death of such vermin makes no difference. Now that you have rejected my final mercy, there will be no forgiveness for you. Behold my power. In Ankia, a crimson light shone down across the royal garden. The holy maiden cried out in fear, don't tell me that. In Seoul, South Korea, a blazing red light also descended from the sky. On In-ho's side, the same thing happened on the 42nd floor of the warrior tower. He blankly called out a name, In-sin. The gigantic sphere turned bright red. It slowly pressed down upon all three worlds. The sun god proclaimed, I will destroy the three realms, the source of your power. Try and stop it. The sun around In-sin kept growing larger. Wugong cried out in fear, the sun is still getting bigger. In-ho shouted in shock, what the hell is going on? Another voice interrupted, the sun god is in a rage. The two of them froze and turned around. Wugong gasped, that voice. The little girl's eyes lit up as she clearly saw the figure behind them. Wugong realized it was the water goddess. In-ho stepped forward and asked, are you the water goddess? Wugong threw herself into the goddess's arms and complained, do you know how worried I was? She confirmed, yes, I am the water goddess, the deity of this world. Thanks to you destroying the followers of the Abyss ruler, I was finally able to awaken. I truly wish to express my gratitude and reward you, but it seems we have another matter to deal with first. In-ho looked at the ever-growing sun and replied, right, but what the hell is that giant sun? She continued anxiously. Obviously, we cannot stop that catastrophic sun on our own. Water flowed from the water goddess's hand as she came up with an idea. We must create the clearest possible path. Shoot the sun god with this. In-ho picked up the water bow and asked in surprise, you want me to shoot the sun god with this bow, but I don't even have an arrow. The water goddess smiled and reassured him, don't worry about the arrow, because I possess an arrow capable of striking even the sun god. At Hunter Kangoo penthouse, Shinzo and Demon Sword were stunned. Kangoo realized this was an SS rank gate. This definitely didn't happen in my previous life. Is In-sin behind all of this? Suddenly, a moving portal appeared in the center of the rooftop. Shinzo exclaimed in shock, it disappeared at a time like this. In-sin appeared and asked, did you two manage to protect each other safely? Demon Sword, Shinzo. His two followers cried out in admiration, Sword Saint, where did you learn teleportation magic? As expected of the Sword Saint. You've surpassed everything I could imagine. In-sin calmly interrupted them. Hold on, we still have more urgent matters. He froze after receiving a notification. The followers of the Heat Sword Demon had risen to rank. As through the missionary work of the follower Bowmaster Xiaoming, the remnants of the Three Heroes Guild had all become your followers except Yang Feng. In-sin exclaimed in surprise, whoa, Demon Sword, you finally reached S rank. He humbly replied, it's all thanks to you and Lord Heavenly Demon this sword. He took the Heavenly Demon blade from his hand. Demon Sword, sorry, but I need this Chinese saber for a bit. You see, I need to cut down some fire. Heavenly Demon warned him, In-sin, that guy has become even stronger than the sun god was last time. He replied, but I've become stronger too, looking at the descending sun. In-sin decided, let's try slicing through the sun again, Heavenly Demon. On the assassin's side, attacks from the sun god continued raining down. The assassin understood he could no longer rely on the gods themselves. I planned to save this for when I faced the god of destruction, but he decided to summon the Heavenly Blade Treasury. The system announced, one use of the Heavenly Blade Treasury has been consumed. You will now be transferred into the Heavenly Blade Treasury. External time will freeze for 1 minute. Confirm instant transfer into the treasury space. Countless masterless swords were embedded all around him. He recalled the words Heavenly Blade had once spoken when the sun god fought the true god. Even the Heavenly Blade Treasury cannot extinguish flames, but the most unique swords from every universe gather here. There must be a sword here capable of cutting fire. The problem was, he looked around in confusion. There were too many swords, there was only one way to find the one he needed. He shouted, Heavenly Blade, can you hear me? That bird claims he'll surpass you and become the supreme god. Heavenly Blade immediately manifested. Heavenly Blade Absolute Steel flew into a rage at such ridiculous words. Heavenly Blade Absolute Steel declared that this time he would personally choose a sword for him. Crush that arrogant thing to pieces. The assassin's scheme had succeeded. I knew those words would strike Heavenly Blade's pride, free of charge too. Nice, so which sword are you lending me? Heavenly Blade Absolute Steel said there was one sword perfectly suited to fighting that enemy. The assassin frowned and thought, I knew you had it. Looking at the sword, the assassin was astonished. This sword, it was the Demon Moon Short Sword, attribute, a blade once wielded by the Knight of the Goddess of Justice. The assassin accepted the sword and felt the freezing aura radiating from it. Heavenly Blade Absolute Steel swore that this sword could cut through any flame in the universe. The assassin excitedly replied, I'm trusting your words, Heavenly Blade. The system announced the Heavenly Blade Treasury has closed. Time freeze has ended. When the assassin returned to the hall, the sun god had already declared, "You lowly creature, I will destroy you and your entire world." He confidently gripped the sword in his hand. The man realized it at once, that brat. Could that be the heavenly blade? A sword strike carrying freezing frost shot forward. Die, birdbrain, he spewed flames to block the strike. The blazing fire looked ready to burn everything to ashes. The sun god arrogantly declared, "Not even a scratch." The corpse warrior sighed in disappointment. "I never should have trusted a fraud." In Seoul, seeing the sun constantly descending, the people fled in panic. "Run, get out of the way." Sin was shocked. "Even the heavenly demon's sacred sword can't injure him." He said, "I have cut through countless flames, but the fire of the sun is beyond my power." Suddenly, the heavenly demon was covered in freezing frost. Sin could not understand what was happening. Then he felt icy energy radiating from the sword. "What is going on?" The heavenly demon's sword asked, "Little god, let me ask you something. Do you possess justice?" Sin froze in confusion. He wondered, "Am I hearing this voice through the corpse warrior?" He also questioned himself. "Justice," a notification appeared. The god of fulfillment said that if you accept that day, you will be able to stop the evil sun. Both of them shouted at the same time, "Accept that day." A flood of notifications appeared. The inherited power of the eyeless god's eyes has activated. Scanning the history of the demon descending moon soared at the speed of light. Through the system, he saw the goddess of justice. She anxiously looked outside. Biki asked, "Great goddess of justice, are you certain you wish to oppose the god of destruction?" The goddess of justice remained firm in her ideal. "Living like a turtle hiding in its shell can never be called justice. You have reached the realm of the sword god. If I am defeated, will you fulfill my final wish?" Biki loyally replied, "If it is the goddess's command, I will obey." He pressed one hand against the ground. The goddess of justice lifted Biki's face. "Yes, I know for certain that you possess the power to destroy the god of destruction, the one I love. You will become the master of the heavenly sword. In the end, only the goddess of justice remained. Even she could not defeat the god of destruction." The heavenly sword slipped from her hand. The grand hall became empty, leaving only Biki behind. He swore that, "I will never forget your final wish, my goddess. I will use every possible means to fulfill it." This moving story brought tears to Sin's eyes. I never imagined something like this had happened. Even the corpse warrior felt the same way. "I'm a little moved myself." The heavenly sword spoke again. "I will ask you one more time, do you possess justice?" Sin put his hands on his hips and said, "Justice? I don't know anything about fancy words like that, but if it means protecting things at all costs, then I am justice. Even if my enemy is the god of destruction." Biki remembered the promise he once made. "I will use every possible means to fulfill it," he said. "In truth, you're very much like him. Choose me, and I will eradicate evil." Your ideals are exactly the same as the goddess from long ago. The heavenly sword in the corpse warrior's hand surged with power. The sun god sharply sensed the sudden change in energy. Sin declared, "You cannot defeat us because we stand for justice." Both of them slashed directly at their target. The sun god stared in horror at this destructive power. The blazing flames covering his body were nearly extinguished. Though a few embers remained, he stubbornly declared, "I can still endure this." Inho raised his bow and shouted, "Evil god, I'm still here too." Tears streamed from the corners of his eyes. At that moment, Inho was stunned after hearing the water goddess's story. What did she say? She instructed him, "I have been defeated by the sun god and will soon fade into nothingness. Brave warrior, I hope you will use this arrow to strike the Eternal One. I wish to protect this world one final time." She transformed into an arrow. "Please draw the bowstring." Inho resolutely pulled back the bow in his hands. "I will protect my world, Sin's world and yours as well." A massive water arrow shot toward the sun. This final attack became the fatal blow that would destroy the sun god. He screamed in despair, "No." Streams of ice and water power merged together and pierced straight through the sun. He was beaten into ruin. Even then, he remained stubborn. "This cannot be how it ends. I am the sun god, the one who stands above all others. I cannot die like this." The arrogant sun god refused to accept such an outcome. "This cannot happen to me." He spread his wings and flew toward the earth. Sin, I will sacrifice all of my holy power to burn your world to ashes." Sin panicked. "He's gone insane. Is this bastard planning to self-destruct?" The heavenly demon warned him. "No matter how weakened he is, if he self-destructs, he may blow up the entire planet. After all, he was once a supreme god." Inside the sun god's palace, the corpse warrior had already reached his limit. While blocking that attack, his body had completely worn out. "Well then, sorry, but I'm leaving the rest to you, little god. The fate of the earth now rests in your hands." At that moment, the earth itself began to melt. The demon's sword exclaimed in shock, "I can't believe it survived an attack from the sword saint." Kangu despaired. "Impossible." He felt anguish as he thought. "Could this life also end before the gates of hell even appear?" A sorrowful voice echoed out. "Brother Sin, just give up. It seems the apocalypse is destiny after all." Sin said firmly, "Give up, no chance. Quitting before even trying isn't my style. Besides, we're not out of options yet. The heavenly demon still could not believe it. You really think there's still a way to turn this around? Insin replied, even if it's useless, now isn't the time to hesitate. The heavenly demon seemed to realize his intention. Insin, don't tell me. Insin confirmed, just like him, I'll pour all my holy power into this attack. Even if he's a supreme being, he's already injured, so I still have the advantage. The heavenly demon remained worried. But if you do that, he answered, I know. In the worst-case scenario, I might lose my life. Even so, if I can protect everyone, I'll gladly sacrifice my life as many times as necessary. The heavenly demon regained his spirit and declared passionately, I understand now. You're completely different from someone useless like me. Fine then. Let's fight to the very end. A divine voice echoed out. I shall grant you power only once. Insin asked in surprise, the goddess of justice. Inside the holy temple, the goddess of justice focused on transferring holy power to him. She spoke resolutely. My body weakened after being defeated by the god of destruction. But I, the moon of justice, who once stood above all gods, shall bless my follower. The system announced, Demon Descending Moon Sword has become your temporary follower. Intermediate Good God Promotion Mission, S-Rank Follower. 100 out of 100. Congratulations, you have completed the Intermediate Good God Promotion Mission. Insin has become an Intermediate Good God, thanks to the power of the goddess. Insin became overflowing with fighting spirit. The goddess announced, Behold the power of the greatest sword saint in history. At the same time, the system displayed, the eyes of the blind god have evolved to A-rank. Time will freeze for 1 minute, while you continue witnessing the history of Demon Descending Moon Sword. A story from the past was recreated. The white-clad knight was human, yet he fell in love with a goddess. A mere knight surpassed the realm of ordinary gods. White-clad commanded, Heavenly sword, eradicate every demon for me. An overwhelming sword strike burst forth, its power surpassing even the universe itself. White-clad declared firmly, Today I will fulfill my promise to the goddess. With those words he leapt high into the air, and that single strike slashed directly into his enemy. Die! The one who had ascended to godhood was sacrificed beneath White-clad's heavenly sword. And in the end, he successfully sliced the god of destruction into 100 pieces. However, the god of destruction was an existence born alongside creation itself. Even a knight who had become a god could not truly kill it. White-clad cursed furiously, damn it. In the end, the white-clad knight was defeated by the god of destruction. The resulting explosion scattered the 100 fragments of the god of destruction throughout the universe. And that knight continued waiting for someone to inherit his sword and destroy the god of destruction. The heavenly demon spoke up, the swordsmanship of the white-clad knight, the one who once defeated the god of destruction. With it, you may even be able to fight the sun god. But merely watching it, can you really learn the sword saint's technique? He answered confidently, I think I can. I mean the swordsmanship of the white-clad knight. The heavenly demon was stunned. What, you can use that heavenly sword after seeing it only once? He replied, I'm not completely certain. I don't know whether intermediate gods possess this ability, but the moment I viewed Demon Descending Moon Sword's history, the swordsmanship he used became engraved in my mind. White-clad knight, I will fulfill your final wish. The sun god sensed something. Why has his sword aura suddenly? Insin sneered, your instincts are sharp. It's time for you to fall into eternal sleep. He poured all his holy power into the heavenly demon. He knew. I'm certain the white-clad knight did the same thing. A sword strike carrying destructive power shot straight toward the sun god. The god realized that power came from the heavenly sword. Defeated by the narrowest margin, he could only curse, I curse you. Soon after, the clear blue sky returned. Insin let out a sigh of relief. It's over. The system updated. Insin has saved the 3 realms. You have attained the ranks of good god and evil god and now qualify to participate in the Festival of Gods. Insin suddenly remembered. The Festival of Gods, the believer of eternal truth mentioned it before. What kind of event is it? It doesn't sound like anything good. Inside the sun god's palace, the assassin sensed it. Looks like time's up. You're stronger than I expected. Insin replied cheerfully, I told you, just trust me. Before disappearing, the assassin warned him, don't get arrogant. If you die, I'll disappear too. Insin complained unhappily. Even so, you could at least say it more nicely. The assassin suddenly added, oh right, you looked pretty cool today too. Insin thought in surprise, cold on the outside, warm on the inside. I didn't expect him to say something like that. Though honestly, I did look pretty cool today. Wait, why does this feel weird? It feels like someone's staring at my back. Just as he sensed, 2 followers looked at him with worshipful eyes, as expected of the sword saint. You've reached an entirely different realm, please teach us that technique. They kept cheering non-stop. Sword saint, hooray, hooray. Get lost, Kangoo admired him deeply. In that situation, anyone would have thought all hope was gone, that's why they would give up. But brother Insin never once thought about surrendering, and in the end, he saved this world. Insin was currently trying to avoid the fanatical admiration of the believers. Hey, I told you to get lost. Kangwoo was so moved that he burst into tears. He must be the one who can stop the apocalypse. He's willing to sacrifice everything to protect the world, so I'll devote myself as well. He shouted crazily, "Long live Insin!" Insin panicked as even Kangwoo joined in. And so, Insin had to desperately run away from the passionate pursuit of the three believers. "Long live the Sword Saint! Long live Insin!" He stopped them and yelled, "I got it already. I know already, stop chasing me." Suddenly, a notification appeared on the screen. He stopped running, his hands trembling uncontrollably. The three believers behind him widened their mouths in shock and asked, "Sword Saint, are you hungry?" Insin spoke with an emotional voice. Finally, the system notified him, "You have achieved the mission objective. The universe will become more beautiful when you accumulate 10 million merit points." Merit points, 999,000 out of 10 million. The God of Abundance will reward you with a resurrection potion for completing the mission. A resurrection potion appeared in Insin's palm. At last, I can save Haizu now. In a peaceful neighborhood in China, at Haizu's home. In the sky, heavenly soldiers were struggling to carry Haizu back home. The townspeople gasped in amazement. "Angels," someone else asked, "who is that?" Her mother recognized her. "That's," her hands trembled with emotion. The heavenly soldiers struggled to move Haizu's heavy body. They gently lowered her to the ground. Her mother immediately rushed forward and embraced her daughter tightly. "Oh my God, my daughter, it's been so many years since I last saw you." Haizu slowly opened her eyes. "My head hurts, where am I?" Seeing the woman before her, she gasped, "Mom!" Through his phone, Insin witnessed the scene. Tears rolled down his cheeks as he blessed her. "This is so touching. Live happily, Haizu." The system displayed, Heavenly Blade Iron Sever covered his mouth and said that your words were making him cringe. Insin frowned and muttered, "You're so cold. Anyway, I have something I want to ask. Are you the white-robed knight?" Heavenly Blade Iron Sever replied that he would answer for 100 million divine soup coins. Insin angrily shouted, "Are you robbing people these days or what?" "Fine then, no way a scammer like you could be the white-robed knight." The system displayed. The goddess of justice said she had many things she wanted to say but would keep them secret. "She told you not to look for her." Insin suspiciously muttered, "Why all of a sudden? Did something happen between you two?" At the ant tribe, Liho, the second strongest warrior among the ants, was climbing the warrior tower. Seeing this, Insin secretly rejoiced. "Finally, someone's climbing the warrior tower. I need another S rank. This is great news. But when will I finally get a high-level mission? I've been stuck at intermediate rank for 2 days already. Whatever. Because of that bird guy, I haven't been able to sleep. I need to catch up on sleep." He entered a peaceful field within a separate space. Insin enjoyed the calm scenery. Tears of endless prosperity told him to rest and replenish his holy power. He happily replied, "Thanks, big sis, please take care of me." On the 42nd floor of the warrior tower, fresh grass and plants began growing throughout the wasteland. An entire forest became lush and green again. Wugong joyfully shouted, "The forest finally has life again." In-ho couldn't stop praising it. "It's beautiful," Wugong emotionally said. "It's all thanks to you." "Thank you," he casually replied. "It's nothing. You're the one I should thank for asking the water goddess to help." "All right, let's go," Wugong regretfully exclaimed. "Really, you could stay a little longer," he revealed. "I can sense my brother climbing the tower. I need to become stronger so he won't be ashamed of me." Wugong fell silent for a moment. A glowing blue sphere appeared in her hand. She handed it to In-ho. "Take this," he curiously asked. "What is it?" Wugong explained. "It's the essence of the water goddess. I'm sure it'll help you on your adventure." In-ho accepted it. "Thanks." Suddenly the sphere shattered into countless droplets of water, then wrapped around In-ho's arm. He exclaimed, "I absorbed it." The system displayed, "Congratulations. You have cleared the 42nd floor of the warrior tower. Space-time trial. Your reward, Blessing of Water, trait. You will never feel thirsty again." Insin happily looked at the arm that had absorbed the essence. "This'll definitely be useful while climbing the tower. Thanks a lot, little one." Wugong wished him luck. "Then I wish you the best of luck." Before leaving, In-ho said, "I hope we meet again." After saying that, he vanished from the 42nd floor. Wugong sincerely prayed, "I'll pray for you. I hope all your dreams come true." At Insin's house, a thunderstorm roared violently outside. The noise kept Insin from sleeping peacefully. He irritably complained, "The thunder's so loud and the wind's so strong, I can't sleep," before he could finish. A flash of lightning revealed a dark figure standing beside Insin's bed. Xiaming wore a terrifying smile, causing Insin to scream in shock. When the lights turned on and he clearly saw the person in front of him, he realized it was Xiaming. She happily said, "It's an honor to be greeted with such a scream by you." He irritably asked, "What are you doing in my house?" Xiaming reported, "I've completed all the missions you assigned me." Insin looked confused. "What missions? Oh right, my clone must have ordered her to do something." Xiaming announced, "Following your orders, I recruited every member of the Hero Association as disciples. Those who refused to obey me were quietly dealt with." Only then did Insin finally understand the whole situation. "That's right, it was all thanks to these disciples that I was able to reach the general rank." He politely replied, "Ah, thank you, you've helped me a lot." Xiaming blushed as she looked at him. "Hearing someone as great as you say that, I'm so touched and happy that all my hard work paid off. I only wanted to see you one last time. Now that wish has come true. I have no regrets left. Please live a long and healthy life." Seeing Xiaming pull a pin from her hair, he asked in confusion, "Why are you suddenly saying things like that? And what do you mean by one last time?" Only then did Insin realize she was about to do something reckless. Using his powerful body and steel-like arm, he stopped her. Insin panicked and asked, "What are you doing all of a sudden? Are you crazy?" Xiaming froze, but right after the battle with the hero ended, the Slayer had assigned Xiaming a mission: eliminate the remnants of the Three Heroes Guild and recruit the S-rank hunters as my disciple. Anyone who resists, kill them. Once the mission is complete, self-destruct. Insin tightly grabbed the hand holding the needle and asked suspiciously, "You mean my clone ordered you to destroy yourself?" She confirmed, "Yes, my lord." Insin thought to himself, "Back then I really did want to kill her, but besides reviving Hyzusa, I also needed more high-level followers. So there was no need for her to do that." He snatched the needle from Xiaming's hand. "Don't forget that order. I don't like seeing my followers die. Do you understand?" She obediently replied, "Yes." He then sent her away. "All right, now hurry home. Barging into someone's house out of nowhere is extremely rude." She sadly answered, "I understand, Sword Saint." Xiaming will obey and return. Looking at her dejected back, Insin had a bad feeling. It felt like she was about to go somewhere else and self-destruct. In the end, he called out, "Hey, Xiaming." She happily turned back and answered, "Yes, what are your orders?" Insin invited her. "It's nothing really. It's not dinner time yet, but do you want to go eat black bean noodles?" He thought to himself, she came all the way here, so I should at least treat her to a decent meal before sending her off. Xiaming shyly replied, "Black bean noodles." She secretly wondered, could it be that famous line from Korean dramas, "Do you want to eat noodles with me?" Just as she thought, Insin asked Xiaming, "Do you want to eat noodles?" She immediately agreed. Of course. Seeing her strange behavior, Insin was startled. "Wait, why are you taking your clothes off? Put them back on." Now, at the Hunter Association chairman's office, JT spoke up. "Only 2 months remain until Hunter World. This time we must bring glory back to our nation. Hunter World is an international event held once every 2 years, gathering hunters from all over the world to compete against one another. Where's the list of promoted hunters participating in the event?" The assistant handed him a stack of documents. "We've selected the hidden rank hunters as well, sir." The chairman carefully read. Through the files, he let out a surprised sound. B-rank hunter Insin is on this list too. Interesting. That kid can't possibly be only B-rank. This time we need to determine his true ability. Meanwhile, the person being discussed was devouring black bean noodles. Xiaming commented, "These noodles are a bit different from the black bean noodles in China, but they're still delicious." Insin replied, "Really? Glad you like them. Though I still know you're an uninvited guest, so this is a little awkward." Just then, Mina suddenly appeared beside them and curiously asked, "Why is she here?" Insin didn't know how to answer. "Well," Mina irritably asked, "what were you thinking? Didn't she try to kill you on purpose?" He hesitated before replying, "Well, you tried to kill me before too." Mina was left speechless. "That was," she sighed and muttered, "I'm sorry." He reassured her, "No need to apologize, just like you, Mina, Xiaming has changed too. And stop hiding it, try one of these dumplings, come on, open your mouth." Mina answered, "Well, if you're offering." Watching the two feed each other so affectionately, Xiaming misunderstood. "You too?" The chopsticks in her hand snapped in half. "Are you dating?" Mina shyly asked, "What? Why would you suddenly say that?" Xiaming reasonably explained, "Well, it's already late at night and you still came here. And the Sword Saint is even feeding you personally." Mina didn't know what to say. Meanwhile, Insin thought to himself, it's just a leftover habit from when Mina reverted into a child. He denied it. "Dating? What dating? Of course not. If anything, it's more like a father-daughter relationship." Xiaming brightened up again. "Ah, I see, that's good then." When Insin turned and added, "Right, Mina," Mina smashed food into his face instead. "Take this, idiot." Insin complained, "Why'd you shove that in my face? What's wrong with you?" Mina angrily said, "Here's your dungeon schedule." He asked in confusion, "A dungeon? Aren't only A-rank hunters and above supposed to handle this?" Mina reminded him again, "Enough questions. Just get to the location listed there before 10 a.m. tomorrow. If you're late, you're dead. And you too, if you show up in front of me again, I'll kill you." After saying that, Mina stormed off angrily. She couldn't help muttering, "HMPH, idiot." Then she slammed the door shut with a bang. Insin shouted irritably, "Are you trying to break the door or what? Does she know how expensive repairs are?" Suddenly Xiaming called out, "Sword Saint." He responded suspiciously, "Huh." Xiaming casually said, "Please don't worry, I don't mind becoming your concubine." Insin scolded her, "Concubine my ass, hurry up and finish eating." Looking at the documents in his hand, he thought to himself, "Now I even have to raid a dungeon. What a hassle, and Mina seems to have misunderstood something too. I need to figure this out clearly." The system announced, "The God of Abundance says she has a bad feeling about tomorrow and advises you to prepare yourself mentally." For it, Insin frowned and asked, "A bad feeling? God of Abundance, do you know something?" The next day at the dungeon gate, a guard blocked the way. Unauthorized people near the gate are in danger. An A-rank dungeon is about to open, so everyone please step back. Insin evaluated the situation. Security is pretty tight, but I still have to get in. As soon as he arrived, he saw Mina. She immediately shouted, "Insin, why are you late? Are you asking for death?" Carrying his niece on his back, Insin explained, "Sorry. Traffic was terrible, and besides, I'm only 5 minutes late." Donghyuk cut in. "In an emergency, thousands of lives can disappear in just 5 minutes. This idiot doesn't even know the basic rules of being a hunter. How did they let a B-rank like him through screening? You know this guy? This is the hot-headed man I met last time with Kruko, the rank hunter." Mina introduced him. "Say hello. This is Hunter Donghyuk. And he's also the one evaluating you today." Insin politely greeted him. "Ah, nice to meet you," Mina frowned. "By the way, whose kid are you carrying?" He explained, "Oh, she's my niece, Mr. Jeon's daughter. My sister said something urgent came up, so she asked me to watch her." Mina yelled angrily, "What were you thinking bringing a child to work?" He gestured for silence. "Keep your voice down, it took me forever to get her to sleep." Donghyuk mocked him. "Seriously, hunters these days are a mess. How do you expect to work like that? Call me when you're ready." He wondered, does this guy have some kind of grudge against me? Inside the gates of hell, the entire space reeked of death as an angry voice echoed out. "Insin, you killed my apostle and still dare to act so boldly. Today I will finish you off. Let it begin, the festival of the gods." Mina sighed after hearing Insin speak. She emphasized, "You do know this dungeon punishment is a test for advancing to S-rank, right?" Insin replied, "What? S-rank?" Mina started getting angry. "Didn't you read the documents I sent you? An A-rank dungeon is about to appear here. You can become an S-rank hunter if you pass this test, though a dungeon like this is probably as easy as pie for you." Insin thought to himself, "As an S-rank hunter, I'd definitely earn a lot more money and become famous. But I'm already a mid-level god now, so this is kind of troublesome. Still, I can't just ignore a dangerous dungeon like this, so I guess I have to deal with it." Insin asked again to be sure, "So I just go in there alone and destroy everything, right?" Mina denied it. "No, an S-rank hunter will accompany you just in case." He asked suspiciously, "An S-rank hunter? So you're coming with me?" Mina replied regretfully, "That would be nice, but the one accompanying you is S-rank hunter Donghyuk. Right now he's complaining. Humans these days are swarming everywhere." Insin asked in surprise him. He carelessly assumed that an A-rank dungeon would be easy anyway. It should be fine. Suddenly, a strange smell drifted by. Insin cautiously asked, "But Mina, do you smell something rotten?" Mina answered, I don't smell anything." The system suddenly rang out with warning after warning. "Warning, the high-ranking god, ruler of the abyss, has requested the festival of the gods." Insin frowned. "Festival of the gods, ruler of the abyss. That god worships snakes, right? No wonder it smells so foul." The system updated the rules of the Festival of the Gods as follows. When proposing a Festival of the Gods with a high-ranking god, the other party cannot refuse. However, you may reject a proposal from a high-ranking god. Insin understood. So being weak has its advantages too. Nice. The system reminded him, "Great demon god, the war of slaughter and madness. The overseer of the Festival of the Gods has granted you the blessing of slaughter." Insin speculated, "War of slaughter and madness, those are the two of them. I've never met them before, but they seem obsessed with killing." The system gave him a choice. "Will you accept the Festival of the Gods from the high-ranking god, ruler of the abyss? Choose yes, no." A chilling voice echoed out. "Accept it, little god, fight with passion and excitement." Insin made his choice. "Trying to provoke me, not bad, but no, I don't want to fight, get lost. You have rejected the Festival of the Gods from the ruler." Ada's furious curses rang out. "What, you dare refuse my challenge? Coward!" Insin remained perfectly calm. "Do you think I'm crazy? I almost lost to the sun god. Why would I agree to fight someone even stronger than me? Get lost, I don't want anything to do with you." Ada felt humiliated. "You dare mock me?" The moment he finished speaking, the ground beneath them trembled violently. The other hunters panicked and shouted, "An earthquake." Donghyuk looked shocked. "What's going on?" Even Mina turned pale with fear. Ada declared, "Then I have no choice but to kill you." The system updated. Authority activated. The eyes of the godless observed the ruler of the swamp from another world. The swamp domain god summoned the power of his evil servants. "My adorable children, rise from the abyss." Deep within the abyss, strange movements began as monstrous hands crawled upward. The monsters were summoned. The abyss sneered proudly. "At last, the time has come to kill Insin and destroy his world for daring to reject the god's festival and mock me." When Insin saw the horde of monsters charging toward the dungeon, he cursed angrily. "Damn it!" Ada connected himself to an A-rank dungeon and sent his underlings down here. The system issued a warning. The dungeon rank had changed from A to S. The dungeon rank changed from S to SS. The dungeon rank changed from SS to SSS. Donghyuk was stunned as well. What's happening? The dungeon wasn't supposed to activate yet, and this was clearly a dungeon above S rank. An eerie aura seeped from the dungeon gate. At the bottom of the endless pit, Thousands of glowing red monster eyes flickered. They poured out from the crack in swarms. Dong Hyo immediately gave orders. Damn it, move out, soul armor. The armor activated instantly. Dong Hyo stood ready in his imposing armor. Sin admired him. That actually looks pretty cool. The system updated. Dong Hyo, an outstanding male hunter equipped with armor and a helmet forged from SS rank metal and equipment. This thing seems pretty useful. You should try stealing it. Sin felt insulted. What, steal it? Is it seriously telling me to become a thief? Looking at Zeon still sleeping peacefully, his voice softened. Well, she really is my niece. Even in a situation like this, she can still sleep. He turned to the person beside him. Miss Mina, I'll leave the child with you. She froze. Huh, what? Before Mina could continue, Sin handed his niece to her. Mina quickly asked, wait, what are you planning to do? He thought firmly to himself. What am I planning to do? I'm going to fix this because this is my fault. Dong Hyo stepped forward to stop him. Sin, your rank can't handle this, fall back. Sin did not stop walking. Ahead of him stood the monsters. The creatures became excited the moment they saw him. Human flesh, I'm starving. I'm going to eat that minor god. In an instant, Sin was surrounded. The swamp domain god cursed at him. Die, Sin, he slowly raised his index finger. Then he activated the divine power of the almighty index finger. One monster lunged forward. Human me. Before it could finish speaking, Sin's power smashed it so hard that its teeth flew out. The creature stammered, you. Then it exploded. The system announced that 20 million divine gold coins had been obtained. The other monsters were horrified. What just happened? Our comrade just... Sin grew excited. 20 million divine gold coins. How much are all of you worth together? Come here, my money. The monsters screamed in terror. Run away, under Sin's relentless slaughter. The system continued updating. 20 million divine gold coins obtained. The swamp domain god stared blankly at the disastrous scene. Impossible. They're strong enough to wipe out an entire planet. Yet he can kill all of them with just one finger. Sin casually replied. This is way too sweet. I can't even keep track of how much I've earned anymore, but I shouldn't get too greedy. Hey Abyss, can we end this here? Alone, Sin walked toward the gate within the abyss. He raised his finger and said, Almighty Index Finger, deactivate. The crack slowly began to close. The abyss could not believe it. Why would a god with such power avoid battle? Sin answered lazily, because I'm too lazy. Now go back to where you came from. The abyss gradually disappeared. Looking at the numbers on his phone, Sin grinned happily. Haha, that's so much money. Dong Hyo trembled in shock behind him. How is this possible? Even Mina was stunned. What? Sin, you can seal dungeon. Zeon woke up. Uncle, I'm hungry. Seeing the person beside her, the little girl asked curiously. Huh, who are you? Mina gently replied, hello there. You're awake now? The little girl happily pinched Mina's cheeks. You're so pretty, you look just like a doll. Sin quickly scolded her. Zeon, you can't do that to adults. He apologized on behalf of his niece. I'm sorry, she's still very young. Mina smiled comfortably. It's fine, she's just a child. Zeon called out. Uncle, I'm hungry, let's go eat. Sin asked affectionately. What does my princess want to eat? The little girl cheered excitedly. Hamburgers, I want hamburgers. He immediately agreed. Sounds good, let's go. Sin then reminded her, keep it a secret from your mom. The little girl obediently replied, yes, Mina is blocking the rear. Wait, you can't just leave like this. Sin asked, why? The dungeon disappeared already, what else do I need to do? Mina said gloomily, your promotion process will become more troublesome if you leave. He casually replied, it's fine, I don't care. What's so great about becoming an S-rank hunter anyway? You know very well that if I become an S-rank hunter, they'll work me to death like a beast. Donghyuk became angry after hearing that. What did you just say? Do you even realize what kind of shadow is standing behind you? Donghyuk loudly questioned him again. Did you just look down on S-ranks? I know you're talented, but I can't forgive anyone who insults S-ranks. Sin hurriedly explained, that's not what I meant, I'm just too lazy. Donghyuk growled, what? You need to be taught a lesson. Come to the Hunter Association training grounds tomorrow at 9 a.m. Rockets shot out from Donghyuk's shoes as he floated into the air, preparing to leap. I'll show you what a true S-rank is. After saying that, Donghyuk flew away. Sin thought eagerly, I want that armor. The eyeless divine treasure said, if you want it, steal it. Mina helplessly held her forehead. Why would you even do that? Sin asked in surprise. Huh, she explained. Johyun acted exactly like you last time and got beaten half to death. Sin was stunned. Really? Besides, without him, the promotion process will get really complicated. Are you really going to fight him tomorrow? Sin answered, why would I do that? I don't really care about ranking up. I only came here today to apologize for what happened yesterday. Hearing that, Mina happily asked, really? Sin invited her, by the way, do you want to eat with us? Mina froze. Eat hamburgers with you. Seongjin also invited her. Come with us. Sin tactfully said, you're famous, so it'll probably be troublesome, we'll just go by ourselves. Mina hurriedly replied, no, let me come with you. Wait a second. Let me grab my mask and sunglasses first. In Ankia, inside the forest, Alpha returned in defeat. He collapsed onto the ground and recalled that miserable situation. His anger flared up again. Damn it, that traitorous bastard killed all my comrades. I'll betray him too, that damned bastard. Cold voice echoed out. There's still one alive. Good. Alpha immediately became alert. He asked, who are you? The man replied. How rude, but I'll overlook it this time. Where is my Iraq? It disappeared around here. I can't sense it anymore. Alpha casually replied, that spider, it's dead. I never thought I'd be humiliated by a mere insect. The mysterious man silently stared at him. I see. Why did it rush off without waiting for me? Alpha ignorantly shouted. That doesn't matter. Send me back to my world now, otherwise I'll kill you. The mysterious man summoned his dark power. Streams of destructive power shot toward Alpha. Kill me, Alpha thought in terror. This enormous energy. What is he? The man introduced himself. I am the Ironblood Brotherhood of the insect world. Alpha fearfully begged, don't come near me, he continued. And a great god, reflected in Alpha's stunned eyes, was the dark power rushing toward him. He screamed, no, the entire forest trembled. In Seoul, inside a fast food restaurant, while eating with Sin, Mina was recognized by the people around them. Is that really Mina? No way, why would she come to a place like this? But she really looks like her. Sin irritably thought, so the mask and sunglasses are basically useless. They were going to recognize her anyway. Mina asked, why do you keep staring at me? Aren't you going to eat? He replied, of course I'm eating. Suddenly thunder and lightning continuously crashed down outside. All three of them turned to look in shock. Sin muttered in surprise, thunder and lightning. Smoke rose up. Miri appeared, she happily shouted, I finally found you, master. Sin asked in surprise, Miri, long time no see, how did you know I was here? She briefly replied, your scent. Sin became suspicious. My smell. My scent, I shower every day, do I smell that bad? But, seeing Mina leaving, he hurriedly called out, Miss Mina. Where are you going? Miri walked over and called out, sis, what are you doing here? Mina didn't know what to say. Then she happily hugged her younger sister. Miri, did you come to see me? I'm so happy, let's go eat together. Miri shyly replied, sis, everyone is watching. Sin frowned and said, with you here, even more people are gathering around us. Everyone in the restaurant immediately surrounded them. They all raised their phones to take pictures of the two sisters. The Lightning Queen. I told you it was Mina, can I please get your autograph? Sin realized it was time for him to head home. The moment he opened the door, he was startled by the person standing before him. What? Why are you here too? Xiaming replied. Because I still need to receive my next mission from you. So I thought I could help you with housework in the meantime. Mina angrily snapped. Hey you, I told you I'd kill you if I ever saw you again. Xiaming smiled brightly. Jealousy is truly pitiful for a middle-aged woman trapped in a father-daughter relationship. My beloved sword saint. Sin had to stop Mina, who was about to explode in rage. What did you say, middle-aged woman? I don't care if you're SS rank or not, you're dead today. Mina, calm down first. Miri looked deeply disappointed. You actually let a woman like that into the house. He hurriedly explained, Miri, it's not like that. Miri immediately turned and left. I'm really disappointed in you, master. Meanwhile, Sin was still trying to stop the crazed Mina. Xiangshan asked curiously, hey, who exactly is your girlfriend? You're all mistaken, Sin denied it. None of them are, he felt utterly frustrated. What a mess, what the hell is going on here? After finally settling everything, Sin tiredly collapsed onto the bed. There's no place better than home, he recalled the chaos from earlier. I knocked both of them out and left them in the infirmary because they wouldn't stop fighting. Once they wake up, they probably won't fight anymore, right? Well, that's their problem. It's been a long time since I could sleep this peacefully. Before he knew it, the next day had arrived and Sin slowly woke up. Hearing knocks at the door, he wondered, who's here this early in the morning? Looking through the monitor, he saw Dong Hyo outside, practically smashing the door down. Ooh, this guy just won't give up. Sin turned back into the house. Whatever. If I don't see or hear him, it'll be fine. But how could that door possibly stop an S-rank hunter? It was kicked apart instantly. Dong Hyo shouted loudly, I knew it, you're home. Didn't I already tell you to come to the association training hall today? Sin mourned for the door. That door was expensive, you know. Dong Hyo yelled, are you even listening? Do you need a beating before you obey? The moment he entered the house, Dong Hyo threw a punch at the homeowner. Sin finally lost his patience and blocked it with a finger strike. With just one index finger, he casually stopped the punch Dong Hyo was so proud of. Dong Hyo froze in shock. He blocked my punch with one finger. Sin warned him firmly. Even if you're my senior, I won't forgive you for destroying my door. I won't hold back anymore. Dong Hyo gathered strength for another punch. You arrogant brat. Suddenly, he froze when pain surged through his body. Sin taught Dong Hyo a lesson in manners. He punched him flying away. All Sin could think about was money. Pay for the repairs and leave. This is your last chance. Dong Hyo was still stunned. You dare mock me? Fine, I won't hold back anymore. Come forth, soul armor. His opponent had already unleashed his trump card. Sin let out a surprised huh. He couldn't believe his eyes. Dong Hyo had blown up in Sin's room. He crashed through the glass and landed on the ground below. Hovering above, Dong Hyo coldly declared, "You forced me to use soul armor. I admit you're strong, but it won't be that easy. Pick up a weapon so it's fair." Sin remembered all the money he had spent. "I renovated the entire interior to celebrate becoming a homeowner. I was so excited to finally have a house I truly liked, and yet you destroyed it." Because of that, he decided not to show any mercy. Holding the heavenly demon in his hand, Sin declared, "You've lost all my respect, you terrorist." Heavenly demon memory recall, void step. This time, he intended to teach Dong Hyo true fear. Dong Hyo realized that only martial artists from the Murim world who had mastered combat arts could use void step. So that's why he's so strong. He's from Murim. Even though I blocked it, I can still feel the aftershock. Just moments ago, he had been standing in front of Dong Hyo, but in an instant, Sin appeared behind him before Dong Hyo could even react. One punch from Sin slammed Dong Hyo into the ground, creating a massive crater beneath him. Sin declared, "If this continues, you'll really die." "I'll stop if you apologize," Dong Hyo arrogantly replied. "You want me to apologize to you? Never. I didn't want to use this card. But this is a technique capable of killing even an S-rank monster in a single blow. Don't blame me afterward." Activate soul armor. Dragon Fist surged violently toward Sin. He calmly watched the Dragon Fist open its jaws as if trying to devour him whole. The divine finger descended, and I suppose I'll stop holding back too. The Dragon Fist Dong Hyo had been so proud of shattered instantly. His eyes widened in complete shock. Impossible, a massive explosion erupted, shaking the entire surrounding area. Eventually, only smoke remained. Another enormous crater, like the mouth of a volcano, appeared in the ground. Seeing Sin walk toward him like a demon god, Dong Hyo completely lost his courage and begged for mercy. "I'm sorry, I'll pay the repair costs, so please stop." His entire body trembled uncontrollably. Sin noticed the man's equipment. "I was so angry that I didn't hold back at all, yet he still endured it. That armor must be incredibly valuable." Suddenly, the armor Sin coveted emitted a strange green light. Confused, Sin stood there in shock as the armor suddenly detached itself from Dong Hyo's body. The soul armor pleaded, "My new master, please accept me." Sin was still stunned. It just spoke. "Wait, what?" he asked. "You want me to accept you?" The armor glanced disdainfully at someone nearby. "I can no longer serve such a loser." Dong Hyo was even more shocked than Sin. "Soul armor, what's wrong with you?" The soul armor mockingly exposed him. "You possessed me for 623 days and 12 hours. Yet during all that time, you only improved by 2%. You should have improved by at least 6%. A human like you is unworthy of being my master, but he is different. He possesses extraordinary strength and talent. Compared to him, you're nothing more than a tiny speck of dust in the universe." Embarrassed by the praise, Sin blushed. "Well, I guess I am pretty amazing." The soul armor introduced itself. "I am the successor to the almighty AI Mother. My mission is to evolve into a transcendent being. So please become my new master." Sin looked troubled. Then he said, "That might be difficult." The soul armor replied, "Ah, then," he explained, "don't misunderstand. It's just that someone else suits you better than I do. Beside me is Ho. He fights every single day. I think it would be better for you to serve him." After scanning Ho's power, the soul armor spoke. "I can sense a source of power similar to yours within him. He is also very close to you." Sin replied, "Yeah, I can use his abilities anyway, so it'd be better to give you to Ho since he works himself to the bone every day." The soul armor agreed. "I will follow your wishes. Then farewell, former Master Dong Hyo." After speaking, the armor entered the game world. The armor began covering its new master. Ho stared at the new equipment in shock. Master Sin said, "It's a gift for you, Ho. It'll help you overcome the trial." Ho shouted happily. "Thank you, Master Sin. I'll do my best." Meanwhile, Dong Hyuk was still depressed. Thanks to their fierce battle, the mountain behind the city had been blasted into a crescent shape. JT had watched the entire battle through the computer. This was even beyond his imagination. He defeated the soul armor so easily. "I knew he wasn't an ordinary B-rank hunter." The secretary added, "Furthermore, the soul armor has chosen to serve Sin as its new master." JT was stunned after hearing that. "What? The strongest being in the world? The soul armor actually did that," she replied. Clearly, his past miracle of defeating an SS rank monster wasn't luck but genuine ability. JT agreed that may be true. "Anyway, how severe is the damage this time?" The secretary reported a number. "Over 100 billion won." JT turned pale. "What? 100 billion won? Were any civilians injured?" The secretary replied, "No, sir." He continued, "Good. So where is Sin right now?" At that moment, Sin was at the hospital. Mina led him to meet Dong Hyo. She questioned him. "How intense was your fight to leave him hospitalized like this?" He answered awkwardly, "I got a little angry because he destroyed my house. But you're sure I won't have to pay for the damages if I heal him, right?" Mina confirmed. "Yeah." The Hunter Association chairman said if you heal Dong Hyo, he'll grant you an S-rank license and exempt you from liability. Sin sighed in relief. That was close. I almost lost 100 billion. I didn't know S-rank hunters had immunity privileges. I'd better do my best to heal him. Dong Hyuk was wrapped in bandages from head to toe, lying in bed. He looked like a heartbroken man, sobbing loudly. Why did you leave me? Soul armor, do you like Insin that much? What's so great about a guy who walks around wearing sweaters all day? Please come back, soul armor. Watching Dong Hyuk whine like that, Mina wondered, what's wrong with him? He replied, I'm wondering the same thing. Insin carefully thought, if I go in there, he'll probably get even angrier. I'd better just heal him from here. The healing ring finger of the gods. A stream of healing energy covered Dong Hyuk's entire body. He exclaimed in surprise, huh, my body. Once it was done, Insin urged, let's go. Mina, she blurted out, okay. Suddenly, Mina stopped him. No, wait, let's go to the shopping mall. I can't let you go outside dressed like that. Insin refused. The mall, I'm not going. A few days later, at the Hunter Association, JT stood on the stage giving a speech. JT opened the ceremony. Thank you all for being here today. Today is a very important occasion. Sitting below was an S-rank hunter. Mina complimented him. Wow, you look really handsome. The suit made Insin feel a bit uncomfortable. I would have been fine in a sweater. Beside them, Miri chimed in. Looks great. I was planning to buy clothes for Master too. You look super stylish. Mina happily replied. Right, I have excellent taste. Insin thought to himself, Mina's acting skills are improving every day. She could become a professional actress. But why does that guy keep staring at me? An unfamiliar young man was glaring at him. Miri noticed too. That jerk. Insin asked, you know him? Miri revealed, he's Stephen Choi. He supervised my S-rank exam. He keeps bragging about rejecting an offer from a major American guild just to return to Korea. He keeps asking for my number and flirting with me even after I've rejected him countless times. It's so annoying. Mina immediately got furious after hearing that. Oh, that bastard. Insin was annoyed too. What a piece of trash. Suddenly, looking at the screen, he was shocked. This is Stephen Choi's status window. Besides Stephen Choi, male, 25 years old. Notes, teleportation, difficult personality, and extremely jealous. Insin came up with an idea. Interesting notes, maybe I should go chat with him. Stephen sat on the other side, grumbling. I was really looking forward to this gathering because I heard Lady Miri would be here, yet I don't even get to sit beside her. Master Insin approached him. Stephen looked surprised, then spoke. Hello, do you know me? He smiled faintly and replied, of course I know who you are. Stephen shouted angrily, what, how dare you speak to me so disrespectfully? Insin thought to himself, it was written in your status window. Out loud he asked, you're jealous, right? Choi Bong-sik. The reason Inshin said that was because he had read the information. Stephen Choi, male, 25 years old. Special note, has teleportation ability, is quite jealous, and hates and feels deeply embarrassed by his real name, Choi Bong-sik. He was blushing from shame. What, how do you know my real name? Up on the platform, JT announced, we will now begin the award ceremony for the S-rank hunters. Everyone, please take your seats. And also, could hunters Stephen and Inshin please come up to the stage? Stephen threatened, just wait until the ceremony is over. You kept teasing him. All right, Bong-sik. Once they were on stage, GT carried out Inshin's assessment. This is an S-rank hunter license, a device that can be used to measure a hunter's mana score. With this, we can see whether the two of you are worthy of becoming S-rank hunters. He looked at the watch-like measuring device on his wrist with interest. I was just wondering how much my mana had increased. Stephen thought to himself, too easy. He clenched his fist. The data displayed, Stephen, mana amount, 10,050 MP. Everyone was amazed. An S-rank hunter usually only has a little over 8,000 points, but he has more than 10,000. He turned down the American Guild's offer and stayed in Korea out of patriotism. He smugly thought to himself, see that, you rude bastard. No matter how many points you have, there is no way yours can be higher than mine. The announcement for Inshin left him frozen. Mana amount, 5 MP. When the other hunters heard it, they burst into ridicule. Only 5, he is an S-rank hunter, right? Shouldn't his license be revoked? Stephen thought to himself, only 5? I thought he was supposed to be impressive. Turns out he is no different from those E-rank losers. How embarrassing. Inshin was already used to it. It was the same back when I was at the academy, but I guess nothing has changed. Maybe I should try another method. GT could not believe it. How is this possible? He activated skill share number 1, Iron Body. Thanks to that, the data kept updating. His mana amount rose from 5,000 MP all the way to 26,000 MP. Stephen still had not recovered. What the hell is going on? His MP rose again. Inshin, mana amount, 35,000 MP. The others stared with their mouths wide open. 35,000? That means he is the highest in Korea, doesn't it? Hunter Dong Hyuk only had 31,000 at the age of 100, even with spirit armor. GT let out a sigh of relief. It seems the device is working properly again now. With this score, we now confirm that Hunter Inshin is qualified to become an S-rank hunter. SFS, Inshin turned around and said sarcastically, Hey, do you remember what you just said? Just wait until the ceremony is over, Bong Sik. The ceremony ended. Shin returned home. He sprawled out on the sofa and groaned, I'm exhausted. Remembering how Stephen had to bow his head and apologize to him, he thought smugly. He tried to start trouble, and in the end he still had to apologize. Just try bothering Miss Miri again and see what happens. Anyway, it looks like Demon Sword and Zio Ming have taken care of repairing the ceiling. Those two seem to have gotten pretty close lately, so I sent them to serve as rearguards for Kang Wu. Birds of a feather flock together, right? Suddenly his phone received a notification. It was a message from Kang Wu. The message said, within 3 days an S-rank dungeon will open. You may be able to obtain an S-rank item. SSS, the Staff of the God of Peace. That will be quite useful. Shin wondered, the Staff of the God of Peace? I don't know what that is. But if Kang Wu says so, then I should probably go get it. Anyway, let me see how my child is doing now. If he needs anything, I will know how to help. When he saw In-ho, he was shocked. Number 1 has reached level 44 now. Shin carefully read the information. Currently challenging the Warrior Tower, level 44 tower. Space-time challenge, clear condition. Rescue the Great Cosmic Alliance from chaos. The concept surprised him. The Great Cosmic Alliance, what is that supposed to be? I gave In-ho spirit armor, so he should definitely be able to handle it on his own. Where is the bad number? What is this skill? The system displayed another shareable skill. Awakened Dragon, Crocodile's awakened ultimate dragon form. A skill that can threaten even the gods. Try sharing it, something fun will happen. Shin was shocked. What? I can share that kind of skill? Then does that mean I can turn into a dragon? Then I have to try it right away. Let's try it right now. Because he was too eager, Shin slipped out to the mountain behind the house in the middle of the night. Even if he turned into a dragon here, it would be fine. He was full of anticipation. Skill share, Crocodile, awakened dragon. At Stephen's house, Stephen could not stop thinking about the humiliation from earlier that night. Damn it, I can't believe I. The great Stephen had to bow his head and apologize to that bug. Someday, I will make him pay. Suddenly, the meter on his wrist displayed a notification. A dangerous monster has appeared, estimated to be S-rank or higher. You must go capture it immediately. Stephen muttered, a monster. S-rank or higher, good. This is my chance to show that I am better than that bastard. I will be the first one to appear, because I am the only person in Korea who can teleport. He moved to the forest where Shin was. An S-rank monster on this mountain. The sight before Stephen left him stunned. What the hell is that? Bong Zich looked tiny in front of the dragon. The dragon narrowed its eyes at the newcomer. It's Sin, he said. Is that you, Bong Zich? Stephen blurted out in embarrassment. What? How does he know my real name? He thought. How do I know? So he spoke up. Bong Zich, it's me. Sin, Bong Zich, why aren't you answering me? He clenched his fist in anger. Dragon or dog, it was always Bong Zich, Bong Zich. I'm seriously pissed off right now. Perfect timing, I'll take my anger out on you. Sin thought he heard wrong. Take it out on me? This guy didn't seem very sane. The teleportation skill let him charge straight at Sin. Sin angrily asked, Bong Zich, do you have a death wish? The man got even angrier. You'd better stop calling my name before you die. He looked at the magic bombs flying toward him. Sin was surprised. Where did all these come from? The man furiously repeated, my name is Stephen. Sin let out a mocking laugh, then an explosion erupted. Stephen smirked proudly. Well, now what? How do you like Stephen's skills? A giant brute like you definitely can't. Sin coldly stared at him. Get over here, Bong Zich. Stephen thought he was seeing things. Damn it, how are you still alive after eating all those bombs? Fine then, now I'll go all out. Sin slammed down his gigantic hand. Crack, I told you it only tickled. Not seeing his opponent anywhere, he suspiciously looked around. Where did Bong Zich go? When he lifted his hand. The beloved Bong Zich he was searching for was flattened underneath it. Oh crap, this is my first time turning into a dragon, so I still can't control my strength. Sensing danger from behind, he cautiously turned around. Behind him was a dragon-hunting party led by Juhyun, Miri, and Manhwa. He shouted, everyone, attack now. Sin knew he was doomed, being chased by that trio. Sin panicked. He nervously thought, how do I turn back? If this keeps up, I have no other choice. He spread his wings. Sin tried flapping his wings to fly away. He thought, retreat is the best option. In this form, they'll never believe me even if I tell them who I am. When he found himself floating in the air, Sin was shocked. I can actually fly, he excitedly shouted. I can fly, flying is awesome. Dragons are the best. However, Sin soon sensed something strange. He felt, what's going on? My head hurts so much. The system warned, warning, you do not have enough holy power to maintain dragon will. And just like that, Sin fell to the ground. Did I overdo it? It feels like my strength is being drained away. The dragon shell covering his body disappeared as well. Damn it, then gravity pulled him straight to the ground. Sin lost consciousness until he heard a voice calling, wake up, darling. The moment he woke up, someone was already calling for him. Darling, he wondered. Strange roses stood before him. At the center was an unfamiliar woman. A rose-shaped mark was imprinted on her body. Sin suspiciously asked, who are you? She pouted. Oh, come on, I'm offended. How could you not recognize my voice? People call me the Nightmare Queen, the one who devours all demons. though I'm also known as the faint silent nightmare. Insin wondered, what's wrong with this woman? Am I dreaming right now? She lifted his chin and examined him. You look more handsome in person. Darling, Insin fearfully thought, why does she keep calling me darling? This is terrifying. She continued, darling, listen carefully. There's not enough time left, so I'll keep this short. Insin guessed, what is this? Don't tell me she's confessing. So he said, but I'm not ready yet. The Nightmare Queen's eyes became unfathomably deep. Through them, he saw his planet being watched by monsters. Earth was being devoured by an evil, ravenous force. That thing had a grotesque form with razor-sharp teeth. Faint rays of light flickered across the sky. He saw himself pointing forward and shouting, get away from Earth. Leave on your own, you damned destroyer. When he came to his senses, Insin blankly asked, what the hell was that? She explained, what you just saw was a future created by my power of causality. That could happen once you rise above the rank of a high god. Insin asked nervously, above a high god? I haven't even received a mission to become a high god yet. So how am I supposed to do that? The Nightmare Queen suggested that the fastest way for a god to raise their rank was through absorption. Absorb another god? He asked suspiciously. Absorb another god? She revealed that when someone wins a festival of gods, they can absorb the defeated god. That way he could grow beyond a high god and become a great evil god. But doesn't walking the righteous path to become a good god take far too long? Insin hesitated. Well, the Nightmare Queen informed him of something. A lesser god would soon come looking for him to begin another festival of gods. The one who borrowed power from the monsters of greed and deceit, the ruler of the deepest swamp. And he would not be able to refuse the invitation. Most importantly, that god ranked lower than him. Insin asked curiously, who is it? She answered, the Emperor of Ankia. He frowned. That bastard wants to invite me to a festival of gods. The queen lifted his chin and whispered, so, my dear, you must not die. The moment she finished speaking, the queen pressed a kiss onto Insin's lips. He froze in shock, and even worse, he realized he could no longer move. I need to get out of here fast. After struggling for a while, Insin finally escaped the dream. Irritated, he muttered, I've gotten tangled up in something troublesome, and she always does whatever she wants. Mina hurriedly asked, what kind of trouble are you caught up in, Insin? He replied, Miss Mina, it's not, when Miri suddenly burst into tears beside them. Master, do you know how worried I was? Her reaction caught him off guard. Even you too, Miri, what were you worried about? Mina scolded him, if you're going after an SS rank monster, you should wait for backup instead of charging in alone like that. I was worried you had died. Insin looked confused. What were they even talking about? Suddenly, someone walked in and said, it's impressive that you performed so well after becoming an S-rank hunter. Insin grew suspicious. Those claws were in your hands when we found you. We didn't see any dragon around the area. It was all because of those claws in your hands. Insin thought to himself, did I keep holding them even after passing out? Don't tell me everyone concluded that I defeated the dragon. Miri asked curiously, how did you defeat something that huge all by yourself, master? He had no idea how to answer. Well, Miri revealed, the association and the media are going crazy. They all say you saved the world, master. Insin exclaimed, seriously. Awkwardly, he thought, I somehow ended up becoming a fraud. A staff member from the association announced, Hunter Insin is Korea's. No, the world's hero. You can look forward to a reward from the association once the investigation is complete. Insin brightened up. A reward? He replied, thank you. After everyone left, he relaxed across the bed. It was finally quiet once they were gone. They all said I should expect a reward. Anyway, if I want to stop the god of destruction, I at least need to become a high god. Whether it's as an evil god or a good god, I have to do whatever it takes to reach that level. The system announced, you have received a promotion mission to become either a great evil god or a great good god. He shot upright. Speak of the devil. It appears the moment I think about it. Is that the condition to trigger the mission? Wait, is this even right? Within the Ankia Empire, the figure of the Ironblood Emperor stepped forward. In a deep voice, he called out, Insin. I sacrificed everything to obtain power, yet you gained it so easily. That power doesn't suit a mere child like him. I'll chew him alive and devour him whole. I'll make his power my own. Insin was currently troubled, so I finally got the High God promotion mission. But isn't this requirement a bit insane? The system announced. Mission for Great Good God, 1 trillion ordinary followers or 10,000 S-rank followers with transcendent potential. Mission for Great Evil God, 1 trillion ordinary sacrifices or 10,000 S-rank sacrifices with transcendent potential. Remembering what the Nightmare Queen had once said, when someone wins a festival of gods, they can absorb the defeated god. He realized that, just as Nightmare had said, he could use the festival of gods at any time to ascend into an evil god, much faster. But the problem was that becoming a great good god required gathering an absurd number of followers. But if I want to stop that damned god of destruction, I have to achieve it no matter what. For now, I need to capture the emperor that nightmare mentioned. His rank is lower than mine. But now that he can borrow power from those bastards, I need to become stronger too. The first thing I need to do is get the scale of the god of peace that Kangoo mentioned. But first things first, I need food in my stomach. I heard the food at this hospital is really good. When Insin arrived at the hospital cafeteria, he ran into someone familiar. Oh, there he is. Even though Steven was wrapped in bandages, he was still in the mood to flirt. He smugly said, "Do you seriously not know who I am? I'm Steven, an S-rank hunter." The girl awkwardly replied, "I really don't know. Please, I need to visit my family member in this hospital." Insin thought to himself, I heard this Bonchik guy was badly injured. He had me worried sick, but if he still has energy to flirt, he must be fine. Steven still refused to leave the girl alone. "Come on, at least now you know who I am. Can I get your phone number?" She stammered, well. Then he heard someone call his name. Bonchik, furious, he turned around and shouted, "Who the hell dares call me by my real name?" Insin smiled as he raised his fist. "Who, you ask? You wanna die?" Steven stared in shock. "Insin, what the hell are you doing here?" He thought to himself, "Insin, I heard he fought that dragon alone, the one I couldn't even get close to. Damn it, who would have thought we'd end up in the same hospital?" Insin scolded him. "Anyway, why are you harassing people in a hospital?" Steven tried to make excuses. "What, I just thought she looked familiar, that's all." The girl hurried over to Insin. "Teacher Insin, he's been blocking my way this whole time." Insin blinked in surprise. "Teacher, you're also a student at the academy. Wait." Rage flared inside him. "You dared mess with one of my students again." Faced with the situation, Steven quickly denied it. "And no, this is all just a misunderstanding." Insin drove him off. "Misunderstanding my ass, get lost already." Steven hurriedly backed away. "Damn, that was close." All right, I'm leaving now. Happy?" Insin threatened him. "Try touching one of my students again and see what happens." "But even if you're a Hunter Academy student, how do you know me?" The girl gasped in shock. "What? Teacher, don't tell me you don't remember me." Insin muttered, "You're not in the class I supervise, right?" "Then who are you?" She introduced herself. "Teacher. It's me, Hedu, the Hedu you saved before." Insin froze in shock. "What, you're Hedu?" At that moment, the unique skill of the blind god activated. Hedu, a human female over 19 years old. Special note, has undergone a complete transformation after receiving countless blessings from the god of abundance. Insin still couldn't believe it. "You're really Hedu." She confirmed it. "Yes, it's really me. I heard you were in this hospital, so I came to visit." Meanwhile, Steven trembled with rage on the other side. He cursed under his breath. "Damn it, I can't believe that bastard Insin humiliated me like this. I'll never forgive you." Then he noticed someone downstairs. His eyes widened. "What the hell, don't tell me." He even stole the prey that was about to fall into my trap. Shaking with fury, he swore, "I'll kill you." Insin asked his student, "So after graduating, you became a farmer?" She answered, "Yes, ever since I came back to life, I've really loved farming." He thought to himself, "Is that because of the god of abundance's blessing?" Well, she did receive the blessing of agriculture. Hedu suddenly asked, "By the way, teacher." She respectfully bowed her head. Then she sincerely said, "Thank you so much for saving me and my mother. I'll spend the rest of my life repaying your kindness." While Insin stood there stunned, he received a notification. Hedu has become a believer of the Earth branch. Hedu's skill, blessing of the god of abundance, shareable, carries a transcendent probability of inheriting from countless blessings of abundance. After speaking, Hedu said goodbye. "I'm heading out now. I still have a few procedures to finish before returning to the academy." He replied, all right." Watching her walk away, he thought to himself, "I see. So it was because of the god of abundance's blessing. It's a little strange, but at least everything turned out fine." At that very moment, Steven secretly prepared to attack Insin from behind. He thought, "No matter how much stronger you are than me, there's no way you can stop a sneak attack like this." Insin sighed in relief. "Thanks to Hedu, my believer rank increased by 1 point, but I still have a long way to go. I wish high-ranking believers would just fall from the sky like rain." Suddenly, a shout came from behind him. "Die, Insin!" Countless magic bombs were hurled at him. Steven gleefully shouted, "This is punishment for sticking your nose into my business." The ground exploded as the bombs detonated. When the smoke cleared, only dust remained on the ground. Steven was overjoyed. "That's it, this proves I'm stronger than a bastard like you." Then footsteps echoed nearby, and Insin cheerfully said, "So wishes really do come true." Steven couldn't believe his eyes. How is he completely unharmed? This crazy bastard isn't human anymore. This feeling is exactly like when I faced that dragon. Teacher Insin walked toward him like a demon. Steven realized he couldn't move at all. Insin placed a hand on his shoulder and called out, "Bonchik." Steven despaired. "I'm dead." Insin kindly said, "I'll give you one final path to survive." Steven was stunned. "What?" He ordered, "Become my believer right now, and then I'll forgive every sin you've committed up until today." Steven still couldn't understand. What does that mean? What is this guy talking about? He immediately raised his fist. "If you do not want to, then prepare to receive punishment for all your sins right now." Steven hurriedly said, "I believe you. I believe in you, Insin. I sincerely believe in Lord Insin." Under Insin's threats, He instantly became Insin's believer. The skill Spacetime Mastery has been shared. Mission of the Great God of Goodness, Ordinary Believers 1 trillion or S-Class Believers with a transcendent probability of 767 out of 10,000. Insin finally relaxed. That is right, brat. From now on you had better do as I say, got it? He replied, yes, sir. Yang raised his fist and threatened him. You said yes, but if you still dare oppose me, I will cripple you. Understand? He cried and begged. I understand, Lord Insin. The next day at Jiri Mountain, Insin happily walked through the forest. Having teleportation really is convenient. I can get somewhere this far away in the blink of an eye. Looking at the formation before him, he guessed, so this is where the scales of the god of peace are hidden. Insin felt full of anticipation. Time to go in. Just then a call suddenly came in. Who would be calling at this hour? A series of notifications appeared. Warning, warning. The wedding of number 1 and the bearer of the god of destruction's bloodline has begun. In-ho was now dressed as a groom aboard the spaceship of the great queen of the Spacetime Alliance. In-ho stood on the wedding stage with his bride in front of him. In-ho silently looked at her. Through the screen, he guessed. Could he have been bewitched by that woman and not realized she carries the bloodline of the god of destruction? Insin shouted anxiously, snap out of it, In-ho. He heard him, Lord Insin. Insin quickly shouted, wake up, this woman is. Ah, she recognized him. Oh my. Is that God Insin? Ah, she is Esmeralda, queen of the great Spacetime Alliance. She once carried the bloodline of the god of destruction. But with their help, she returned to being an ordinary human. Activating the eye of the eyeless god, Insin saw that Esmeralda had been chosen as a disciple by the god of destruction at birth and forced to inherit his bloodline. She tried to resist her fate and the god of destruction, but failed. And just as she was in despair and ready to give up, In-ho appeared. He promised, I will protect you. After a fierce battle, In-ho defeated the god of destruction's clone. Thanks to In-ho, Esmeralda was able to escape the blood bond of the god. Insin breathed in. So that is what happened, Esmeralda spoke. I heard from In-ho that there is a god he worships, and I too must give that person strength. Although I am far weaker than In-ho, if you allow it, I will also offer my faith to you. The system displayed. Lower Divine Spirit Esmeralda has become your believer. That is equivalent to 10 S-Class believers. Insin's faith has spread to the great Spacetime Alliance. Insin was shocked. 10 S-Class believers and my faith has spread to the Spacetime Alliance. Then I will gain many more believers, right? He said sincerely, thank you, In-ho. Congratulations on your wedding. I will contact you again later. The husband and wife said in unison, yes, teacher Insin, please have mercy. He was certain that with this, the divine benefit mission would be much easier. Should I spend 2 hours looking for the remaining artifacts? After stepping into the formation, he was still wandering through the cave 30 minutes later, looking around. Insin guessed that it seemed to be here. Before him stood a series of statues, including a statue of the scales of peace. Looking at that thing, he immediately knew it was the scales of the god of justice. I wonder if I can take it. Insin became cautious, sensing danger. A statue beside him cracked apart and a giant monster roared. Insin said helplessly, I knew it would not be that easy, but it is still just a piece of cake. Index finger of God's authority. However, nothing happened. He was shocked. Why did my skill not activate? Middle finger of God's judgment, skill sharing. Miri's thunder god, skill sharing, demonic sword. The system warned that there had been a change in the law of causality. 95% of his skills had been sealed by a powerful entity. He thought angrily, an entity sealed my skills. The one who possesses that kind of power. Wait, it must be the Silver Wanderer. The peerless heavenly blade said it had to be the god of destruction and cheerfully ate popcorn. Tears of prosperity burst into tears because that power was too great and she could not help. He cursed, damn it. It is 7 stars, but I still have 5% of my power. I still have a way to get out of here. And so he raised his fist and faced the monster. Insin told himself, In-ho, I am putting all my faith in you. Skill sharing, In-ho. Super strong body. Insin's enormous body punched the monster away. He breathed in. Good. Only one arm has been strengthened, but this much is. Another monster rushed out beside him, making Insin even more tense. Looking at the 2 in front of him, he blurted out, another one, damn it. I could handle one of them. The system reminded him. The seeker of eternal truth has used his law of causality to interfere. He transformed the spacetime gate on the 45th floor into the ruins of the god of justice. Assistance condition. Help Insin, who has fallen into the god's trap, and take away the scales of the god of justice. Reading this notification, In-ho was shocked. Lord Insin has fallen into a trap. Esmeralda said, he must be in danger. He confirmed it. That's right, I think he desperately needs help right now. She knew it. Even if I begged you to stay, you'd still leave, wouldn't you? You said helping heal him was more important than anything else. Esmeralda tightly held In-ho's hand. She gently said, I'll wait for you until you help the divine healer reach the top of the tower. Please come back soon. He replied, I can't promise that, but I will definitely return. Right after that, In-ho moved to his location. Lord In-sin, I've arrived. In-ho was delighted when he saw him. There you are, but you're as tall as me now. In-ho explained, didn't you make me grow taller with holy power? The system displayed, the seeker of eternal truth and the fragment of God have used the law of causality to summon In-ho. Oh, the current location has become the 45th floor of the warrior tower. In-ho's body size will be automatically adjusted. He grew curious. I see, but what exactly is a god? In-ho firmly gripped the sword in his hand. First, we need to wipe these things out. In-sin suggested, but In-ho, can you lend me the soul armor for a moment? All my holy power has been sealed. He readily agreed. Of course, it belonged to you in the first place. He put on the soul armor, though everyone secretly thought that taking back a gift was pretty awful. But this was an emergency. The monster began to move. It slammed its fist down with a crash. In-sin charged toward them with thunderous steps. In-ho swung his sword down. When they saw the monsters destroyed, he exclaimed, I knew they weren't that strong. The two moved forward. Their goal was to obtain the scale of peace. In-sin spoke to the female demon god. So you're the final boss, huh? Come at me. Her eyes immediately flashed crimson red. A gloomy voice echoed out, wherever there is light, there is darkness. Wherever there is life, there is death. Wherever there is creation, there is destruction. Everything is balanced. But when creation disappears, only destruction remains, turning it into a monster that devours everything in the world. Her voice carried a power so overwhelming that In-ho could barely endure it. Meanwhile, In-sin remained safe within the holy armor. She continued, In-sin, just as foretold, you inherited his bloodline and protection. But that changes nothing. Only when standing before someone with overwhelming power will you realize just how useless you truly are. Light burst brilliantly from her palm in every direction. Elsewhere, Alpha and the Abyss God stood side by side. In-sin was suddenly teleported there for no reason. Looking down from above, he hesitantly asked, This is? In-sin frowned. Even without the appraisal window appearing, he could instinctively sense just how powerful their holy energy was. The two were great demon gods, the monster of greed and lies and the ruler of the abyss. He wondered if these demon gods had come to destroy him. The abyss god said to the Ironblood Emperor, We only want one thing from you. You must bring here the lesser god who killed and stole the power of our apostles right before our eyes. Alpha spoke up, We won't be satisfied until we've devoured every last piece of that bastard's flesh and blood. Hearing that, he shouted, Don't order me around. The Ironblood Emperor's power suddenly erupted, forcing the two to be cautious. The Emperor manifested and declared, I'm only cooperating with you because it's necessary. I am not your subordinate. The system displayed his information. Emperor, the Ironblood Emperor and God of Ankia. Special note, despises and wants to kill the divine healer. After reading the information, he thought to himself, why is Ankia's emperor here and why has he allied himself with them? What exactly is he plotting? The abyss god gritted her teeth and glared. You're truly shameless, new god of Ankia. The emperor coldly replied. Shut up, once you've handed over what you promised, get lost. She became furious. Arrogant fool, how dare you? An insect like you who only recently became a god wants to die. The emperor still threatened stubbornly, if you harm me, you'll never be able to kill In-sin. I already said it before, we're allies. Alpha spoke up, damn it, but he's right. It really will be difficult for us to eliminate In-sin. If the trust between us collapses, though furious, the abyss god could only remain silent. Then she said, it makes sense that he possesses such determination to fulfill his grand ambition. Very well, mortal. Consider it an honor that we grant you a portion of our holy power. As she spoke, her body grew enormous and she transferred power to the Ironblood Emperor. Unable to adapt to the new strength yet, he cried out in agony. His entire body felt as though it were being violently torn apart. The system announced that the exclusive ability of the eyeless god's eye had been activated. In-sin quickly glanced through the emperor's history. It all began one day when a gigantic dome suddenly appeared in Ankia. It called itself the tutorial round, and dozens of chosen people were brought into the dome by a god. At that moment, their bodies must have been shrunk to the size of a thumb. Then the system appeared. Congratulations, you have been chosen as a seed of God. A young boy was chosen as a seed of God, but he was too attached to leave his world behind. His mother could only stroke his head and comfort him. It's all right, my dear, don't worry. The boy still could not help being afraid, his eyes filling with tears as he looked toward that dome. The system continued its announcement. The tutorial round has begun. The survivor at the end may become either a benevolent god or an evil god, depending on their own ability, until only one person remains. 239 hours and 50 minutes have passed since the tutorial round began. At present, 3 survivors remain in the tutorial round. A strong older man, and a mother and child with no combat ability whatsoever. When he was cornered, he resorted to a vile trick, shoving the mother and child forward as he said, "Damn it, you're going to die anyway, so you'd better go draw that damned aunt's attention." She had already been slowing him down by dragging that useless kid around. The strongest man, the firefighter, pushed the child and his mother away as bait for the bug. And at that very moment, he used every ounce of strength he had to swing his fist at the bug's lower jaw. The firefighter sacrificed his right arm and killed the bug. 240 hours have passed since the tutorial panel began. At present, 2 survivors remain in the tutorial round. Hearing that, he could not help being shocked. "What? I killed all of them, so why are there still 2 people left?" Then the man thought of something. "Don't tell me that egg also counts as a survivor." As soon as he said that, the eggshell in front of him slowly cracked open. The system announced, "Congratulations. You have successfully activated the authority of the parasitic lesser god bestowed by the great demon god at the speed of light. You have successfully entered the parasitic state and activated the devouring nurture skill. Devouring nurture is a skill that absorbs the abilities of targets you have consumed." He jumped in shock. "What? Devouring nurture? What does parasitic lesser god mean? Don't tell me that powerless brat actually." Inside the egg, he had survived until the very end. The child who had been eaten along with his mother became its parasite at the speed of light. Such was the astonishing vitality of one who had just been blessed by a demon god. That child is the current emperor of Ankia. The man retreated in terror and frantically begged, "I'm sorry, please let me make it up to you somehow." Before he could finish speaking, the iron-blooded emperor lit a flame from his finger. The system, "You have used the flame of the god of destruction obtained through devouring nurture." Then he used the power of fire to eliminate the scoundrel. The system said, "At present, 1 survivor remains in the tutorial round, and the tutorial will now end." The emperor said coldly, "The bastards who reduced mother and me to this state, I will never forgive them. Gods, I will devour those things too." After that, the emperor began absorbing the power of Ankia's native gods. With his devouring nurture and parasitic skills, and he built an empire of his own until Insin appeared. He sat on his throne and grumbled, "I can't believe I failed to take control of the Kagami kingdom just because of that bastard Insin. If only I had eaten Ankia and number 1, then I could have truly become a god. Don't you agree, Insin?" Realizing he had been noticed, the boy was stunned. The emperor continued asking, "How much longer were you planning to spy on me?" Acid clenched his fist and said unwillingly, "Don't you think this is a little unfair? The power I obtained by becoming a mere bug was gained by you through playing around with a phone." The system appeared again. The middle god, the cruel insect lord, has requested a divine festival for Insin. He recalled the words of the Nightmare Queen and thought to himself, "What? This is exactly what Lady Nightmare said would happen. She said he was still weaker than me. I can't avoid it. I don't get a choice when someone with a lower divine rank makes a request." The system sent more information. A divine festival between the cruel insect lord and Insin has been established. The title of Slaughter and Madness has been bound to the cruel insect lord and Insin. The marks between Insin and the emperor lit up at the same time. He warned coldly, "Just you wait, Insin. Once I absorb all the holy power of the great demon gods, I will personally take your head." He smiled with wicked intent and emphasized, "Don't die before then." Suddenly a voice called out from the void, "Hey, Insin, please run." Insin vaguely realized, "Isn't this number 1's? Holding his pounding head, he remembered, "That's right, I am currently." In front of him, Inho was struggling in battle against the scales of the god of justice. She smiled, showing her razor-sharp teeth. "I tried to kill you right before you could wake up, but it seems you escaped the dream faster than I expected." Only then did Insin realize, "A dream? Did he use a skill on me back then?" Exhausted and nearly drained, Inho turned and warned Insin. "Please run away, he's too strong." She said, "Shut up. No one is getting out of here alive." Then she charged forward to attack. Insin fiercely rushed in to fight in Inho's place. "Come at me, I'll be the one to kill you." His small body charged fearlessly into battle against the giant god, but it seemed to have no effect at all. After a brutal exchange, both the spirit armor and Insin suffered heavy damage. He cried out inwardly, "Even with the spirit armor, the power is overwhelming." Inho immediately rushed forward. "Lord Insin, I'll hold him here. You won't even be able to lay a finger on him." She laughed wickedly. "You're quite persistent. Most of your power has already been sealed away by our divine authority." Insin slowly stood up and boldly declared, "Listen, number 1. No one is allowed to kill my followers in front of me. I will never run away." Insin repeated firmly, "I'd rather die than run." Several new system notifications appeared. Insin's exclusive authority. 95% of Insin's sealed power has been restored. The seal of the ruins of the god of peace was destroyed by the effect of the exclusive authority. Insin repeated in shock, the index finger of the god. A gentle wave of power enveloped Insin. He realized his strength was returning, like an overwhelming field of holy power. And Sabadhi has been discovered, connection confirmed. New user Insin identified. Initiating soul synchronization. Synchronization process 999%. The spirit armor instantly reached the state of supreme divine armor. Insin's body released an unprecedented surge of immense power. She panicked and wondered, what is this explosion of holy power? He confidently replied, what else could it be? You're about to die. Spirit armor cannon, divine fist. He unleashed his power directly at her. She had no time to defend herself, just as the attack was about to hit. The scales of the god of justice could only scream, impossible. That bastard's power was so overwhelming that she vanished in an instant. Even In-ho widened his eyes at that destructive power. He turned around excitedly and said, you really are Lord In-sin. If you hadn't helped me, I would have been in serious trouble. Thank you. Number 1, the system announced, congratulations. You have successfully cleared level 45 of the Warrior Tower, the Spacetime Challenge, Ruins of the God of Peace. The next challenge will begin soon. Seeing his body slowly fading away, In-ho quickly said goodbye to In-sin. Then I'll clear the next challenge too. Stay safe until then. In-ho completely disappeared. In-sin thought it was probably time for him to return as well. Back in reality, In-sin sat staring at the spoils laid out on the table. The scales of the God of Peace, an item that once belonged to a deceased god. It had been used for 2.22 million years. Special note, it has been sealed. He rubbed his chin and muttered, I have no idea what this thing is for. I'll give it to Kangoo for now. Since he's a regressor, he probably knows something about it. Suddenly the TV reported, our next story is about the Hunter War. Today, the final roster has finally been revealed. The Korean representatives include Coach Dong-hyo, Hunter Mina, Miri, Stephen Choi, and lastly, the Demon Sword In-sin. According to reports, Hunter Dong-hyo suffered a tremendous shock after losing his spirit armor. He stated that he could no longer participate as a player, so he volunteered to become a coach instead. In-sin thought to himself, just like Dong-hyo said, still, they actually added my name to the representatives list. Makes sense though. I showed them abilities that only S-rank hunters or higher possess. But I still need to prepare for the festival of the gods of the monarch. Maybe I should bring the helmet of war to the Hunter War. That's not a bad idea. He leaned back and reflected. And if only I knew exactly when the monarch would make a move. My beloved stalker informed me, Infinite Abundance said it would take 2 to 6 months before that day. Before he can fully absorb the power of the two great gods, In-sin slowly muttered, that troublesome abundance. The silent nightmare quietly advised him to stop leveling up slowly and go straight to the monarch to finish things. He angrily turned away and scoffed. No matter what, I'll face the monarch eventually, so stop worrying. Whether gods are good or evil, I'll still do whatever I want, so whatever. Suddenly there was a knocking sound at the door. He wondered who would come at this hour but still went to open it. In-sin poked his head out and asked, who is it? Haedu and Miri. Haedu had come to ask In-sin for help with something. It was related to Bong-zik. She anxiously explained, he keeps appearing beside me whenever he wants. In-sin irritably muttered, don't tell me he's using teleportation. Yes, he keeps asking me out, but I hate his arrogant personality. So I told Miri, and she said you might be able to help me. In-sin angrily shouted, how dare he do that to my student? Bong-zik, this bastard's got some nerve. But inwardly he thought, since he's my follower, a harsh scolding should be enough. But first, I need to beat some sense into him. Let's do it in that order. Suddenly the entire room was struck by a violent tremor. Warning, 3 dangerous monsters have appeared. Warning to Hunter's rank. Anyone ranked S or higher, please gather at the nearest location immediately. Haizu and Miri couldn't stay calm. 3 S-class monsters. Teacher, hurry up. He checked their locations. Something's wrong, teacher. This place is right in front of your house. At that moment, a wyvern was rampaging across the sky. Naturally, the one fighting it was Bonchik, who proudly declared, the fastest man alive is me, Stephen, ruler of space and time. The TV immediately broadcast breaking news. Monsters had spread all across Seoul. Even while fighting, he still glanced at the camera to flirt. Miss Haedu, don't I look cool and powerful? In-sin clicked his tongue in annoyance. That guy really has a punchable face. Is he still a student or something? Then he turned around. Miss Miri, can I borrow your helmet for a second? I can handle all 3 of them myself, so you two stay here. The fierce battle between the wyvern and Bonchik continued. He bared his teeth with a wicked grin. You're all grown up now, you damn monsters. Before he could do anything else, In-sin flew over and punched the wyvern, making it roar in agony. Bonchik awkwardly thought, wait a second, the monster I was trying to catch. Right after that, a fist came flying toward him before he could react. Bonchik took In-sin's punch head-on, and his face twisted badly. Only then did Bonchik stammer out, why you? Who are you to attack the ruler of space and time? No, what In-sin originally wanted to ask was, how dare you bother my students? But instead he said, forget it. Let me beat you up a few more times first. Then he rushed at him again for another round of punches, but Bonchik quickly used teleportation and warped himself onto a towering skyscraper. Holding his aching face, Bonchik grumbled, where the hell am I? I was in such a hurry that I didn't even care where I'd teleport to. Isn't this the National Assembly building? If I'm not mistaken, this place is 10 kilometers away from before. He narcissistically muttered, oh man, I can't believe I can teleport this far now. Does that mean I've broken another limit again? Even I get scared of my own talent sometimes. A voice echoed through the air. Dear Bonchik, you still think like a high schooler. He cautiously looked around. When he glanced up at the sky, Insin was already standing there with folded arms. Bonchik wondered, he chased me all the way here, just who the hell are you? Insin slowly lifted the visor of the helmet and grinned. It's me. I heard you've been interested in my headu, right? I figured we should have a little talk, but who would have thought monsters would suddenly show up? Bonchik no longer looked arrogant and started hesitating. About that, Insin gave him a suggestion. So, do you want to get beaten up before we talk? Terrified, Bonchik immediately used teleportation and vanished. Insin sighed, what a pain. Somewhere else, the department chief was observing the situation through a giant screen. They defeated it much easier than we expected, the secretary added. They said Stephen was the first one there because he has teleportation abilities. And there was also another mysterious person wearing a helmet. The department chief asked again, so those two are the ones who defeated the S-class monster. The secretary confirmed, yes, and it seems they've moved to the National Assembly building now. Right then, another gigantic monster suddenly emerged from somewhere. Insin and Bonchik were still chasing each other around while Bonchik begged, please stop already, but Insin had no intention of letting him off. Running is useless, get over here. I'll keep beating you until your middle school syndrome is cured. The monster spotted the two happily fooling around. Meanwhile, Bonchik ran with tears in his eyes. I'm sorry, I was wrong, I won't do it again. Suddenly, he stopped when he noticed something enormous moving above him. The monster prepared to smash the two humans with a single attack. The moment its fist slammed into the ground, a violent tremor erupted and rocks flew everywhere. When the dust finally settled, there was no sign of anyone inside the massive crater. Sitting in a corner in shock, Bonchik thought, I only dodged because I have teleportation. Did Insin die? The monster seemed drawn toward something ahead of it. It was Insin. He had grown gigantic too and was now going one-on-one with the monster. I get it now, you're begging to die too, aren't you? He used the shared skill super steel body to transform into a giant, then spoke to the monster. Fine, I'll grant your wish before I deal with that bastard. Insin launched himself toward the monster. Seeing how tiny he looked, the creature couldn't understand what he was trying to do. Not making it wait long, Insin gathered all his strength into his right fist. Heaven-crushing strike died. A terrifying burst of power exploded forward and smashed into the monster's throat. Blood sprayed everywhere. The TV reported again. Monsters had suddenly invaded Seoul today. However, the S-class hunter successfully eliminated them and attracted the attention of the World Hunter Association. Insin was talking with a manager. Mr. Insin, did you receive the Korean beef we sent you? We're really looking forward to working with you. He simply replied politely, thank you for the gift. He glanced over at the box of beef and fell into thought. My novel is ranked in the world's top 10, so they're treating me completely differently now. The person on the other end continued, oh my, of course we have to send people to you. If you can take the #1 spot, we'll send even more. Insin replied eagerly, more, I'll do my best. Then I'll send the manuscript right away. He thought excitedly, all right, the male lead is done. The manager laughed happily, yes, yes. Thank you. Looking at his phone, he thought to himself, my writing speed has increased incredibly fast ever since I S-rank sacrifice with everyone's help to become a loyal retainer has reached a completely different level. Seong asked from the side, Uncle, did you become a famous author? Should I go brag to my friends? Insin said, take your friends out for tteokbokki. Tell them your uncle will give them autographs. System notification, 2 clones have been added, increasing the total to 3,000 S-rank sacrifices to improve your response ability. S-rank sacrifice with transcendental power. 3,000 out of 10,000. Writing ability increased by 850. He calculated that his sacrifices had reached 3,000 after killing that oxer. Well, it is good that my writing skill went up, and I even got more clones too. The system stated that the 2 recently added clones could be summoned at the same time. Insin's eyes shone like stars, 2 clones at once. Then I'll summon them right now. He raised his thumb and activated the giant thumb of prosperity. Countless rays of light appeared in the room. Seong was delighted when he saw them. 2 copies of Insin appeared. Insin's eyes widened. He realized there were 2 of them. They looked exactly like him when he was young. Seong jumped onto his back and asked curiously, Uncle, you turned into 2 more people. Is it because you're a high-rank hunter that you can do this? Insin could only answer vaguely, yeah. A copy pointed at the original and stammered, destruction, destruct. Before he could finish, his stomach growled loudly. Seong guessed that he must be starving. Uncle, let's go eat hamburgers, your stomach is growling so loudly. Insin gave in to the little girl's request. Really? Then let's go eat hamburgers. Inside the hamburger restaurant, the 2 children devoured their food hungrily. Insin looked at his star hands and started giving giving them names. All right then, the one with the mole on his forehead will be Samson, and the one holding the pen will be Tuxin. Tuxin said he was busy and returned to his own body. Then Insin looked at Samson, wondering what his ability might be. Even though an evaluation window had appeared the moment he named them, information displayed, Samson, a seed of the god of destruction, used for an unknown number of years. Special note, it only knows how to say the word destruction. Tuxin, a seed of the god of creation, has also been used for countless years. Special note, always carries a fountain pen. Insin thought suspiciously, how the hell did the supreme seeds of the gods turn into copies of me? Breaking news captured everyone's attention. A monster had invaded Gangdong district. All residents in nearby areas had already been evacuated to the nearest shelter. A customer sitting near Insin's side, another S-rank monster. So does that mean the world is about to end? Just as he finished speaking, a gigantic foot crushed the hamburger shop. A sea monster-like creature stared hungrily at humanity and roared. Everyone panicked and fled in all directions like a disturbed beehive. Only Insin calmly sat there and asked his niece, Xiang, do you think monsters are scary? The little girl innocently replied, no, because you're here with me. Insin nodded in agreement. That's right, wait here for a second, I'll deal with it. Just as Insin was about to use his powerful index finger, Samson suddenly stood up and said, destruction. Then he unleashed a terrifying wave of power. The monster staggered backward after being hit and screamed in agony. Even Insin was shocked by the strength of his own clone. The monster gradually began dissolving into nothingness. The speed of its disappearance increased rapidly. It turned out that Samson had absorbed all of its energy. Nearby witnesses whispered among themselves, that kid just destroyed an S-rank monster. He's eating the monster, is he going to turn into one too? Haven't the hunters arrived yet? They kept talking. Wasn't the S-rank hunter Insin supposed to be here? But what is he doing with that monster kid? After finishing the digestion, Samson coldly uttered a single word, destruction. The people around him trembled at the icy look in his eyes. That's terrifying, is he going to eat us too? Insin thought to himself, if I don't handle this carefully, things are going to get messy. Then he explained, everyone, this hunter is my student. He won't hurt anybody. Terrified by that overwhelming power, everyone immediately ran away in panic. Wasn't that what the kid shouted before firing the laser? Run for it. In an instant, the entire restaurant was empty. Insin sighed inwardly, they all ran away. Whatever. What was that just now? He used an aura of destruction to devour the monster. Notification, Heavenly Blade Ultimate Steel swung his sword while saying, those brats need proper discipline. From a young age, Eternal Nightmare advised, you shouldn't raise such a terrifying creature. You should kill it immediately. Endless Sungshuk said, even though it's a seed of the god of destruction, it might still become useful if properly guided. Insin hesitated. Endless Sungshuk might be right, but maybe it's still better to destroy it immediately. Suddenly, Samson's entire body slowly began to fade away. He exclaimed in surprise, destruction. Both Insin and Xiang were shocked. Samson reached out and placed his hand on the little girl's head. Even though he couldn't say anything except the word destruction, Xiang somehow replied, all right, little uncle, come visit me again next time. Samson agreed, then disappeared. Insin stood there completely confused about what had just happened. How are those two communicating with each other? Back at Insin's house, he rested his chin on his hand and pondered. No matter what, Samson's skill was far from ordinary. If I could use it properly then, no, I can't use it. Samson will defeat the emperor at the festival of the gods. Samson, special note, Xiang's kind heart has purified the dark energy. It also enjoyed the hamburger Xiang recommended. Try feeding it 10 or even more hamburgers every day. It might turn out better than you expect. Recalling the moment, Samson placed his hand on Xiang's head. Insin thought, contrary to what those wandering lunatics feared, it seems Samson's dark energy has gradually been purified by Xiang. In other words, Tuxin's abilities still remain a mystery. The fountain pen he always carries around looks highly suspicious. Notification, a new mission has been created. Mission, create a blockbuster movie that will shake the entire universe. Captivate followers with an emotional performance. He couldn't believe his eyes. I must have read that wrong. What exactly is it telling me to do? System message, you will now be transferred to the battlefield of the Galactic Empire. As Insin vanished, he barely managed to react. What? That suddenly. Wait, I still need to negotiate with the king at the Festival of the Gods. In no time, he was transported onto a spaceship, and the insect race recognized him. One of them happily raised its hand. At last, this day has finally come. Insin politely replied, why yes, hello there. The space station staff remembered him. Isn't that him, the god who saved the Empress? Yes, Her Majesty was so desperate that she personally sent him a letter. He's the only actor capable of replacing number 1, who left because of the Warrior Tower. The ant said to be the director spoke up. I'm truly honored to meet you in person. This film will introduce the magnificent rival of Lord Number 1, However, he already left for the warrior tower. Insin angrily thought. So I'm just number one's replacement. How dare these people? He slapped the director's hand away and flatly refused. Forget it, I'm busy right now, go find someone else. But the director kept begging. No, please, just this once. I promise I'll turn you into a superstar known across the universe. The universe? A universal superstar? Monkey, do you think words like that can fool me? He furiously warned him. If you don't let me go, don't say I didn't warn you. System notification. Citizens of the Galactic Empire are shocked by the news that Insin has been cast as the male lead in a film produced by the Empress. The number of Insin's potential followers is skyrocketing. The number of Insin's potential followers within the Galactic Empire has surpassed 252 billion and is still rapidly increasing. Insin asked, Director, may I ask how many citizens the Galactic Empire has? The director answered, right now, around 50 quadrillion people. Why do you ask? He excitedly thought. More than 50 quadrillion citizens altogether. Just one piece of news about me already brought in 250 billion potential followers. Then if I can make those fans say, I believe in you, Insin. His attitude flipped faster than a pancake, and he immediately grabbed the director's hand in agreement. Let's do it, I'll sign the contract right here, right now. I'll give it my all. Inside, he was already overjoyed. Does that mean I'll be able to gain an insane number of followers? His manager called to check on him. Hello, sir, I know this is an important period for you, but I just wanted to ask if your writing is still going well. He replied, I'm filming right now. No, I'm currently taking a short personal break. Meanwhile, he thought to himself, I can't believe I'm already out in space and they're still reminding me to submit my novel. The manager asked in confusion, a personal break for what? He finished speaking before hanging up. Just post a notice saying I'll be taking a short break for personal reasons. That's all, goodbye. The manager hurriedly tried to stop him. A break. Wait a second, the director reminded him. Actor and Sin were about to shoot the next scene. Insin firmly thought, my novel is important too, but right now, Earth's future comes first. The cameras started rolling as Insin began acting out a downward slash. Heavenly Demon Sword, the director shouted. All right, cut. Next, we'll be filming Lord Number One's battle scene, so please get ready. He replied, understood. Another staff member asked Insin, who was dressed as In-ho, how does it feel, sir? The director personally made this prop, so it's very easy to use. He confirmed, yeah, it's really easy to move around with. Yeah. System notification. Saintess Ankia and the people of the Gayami Kingdom have created a golden divine statue. Would you like to accept it? YN? Insin curiously asked Saintess, what exactly is this? She explained, it is a statue made of gold. Please accept it, Insin. Insin knew that ever since she discovered Arak's gold mine, she had been wondering what to do with it. Did they all gather together just to make this golden statue for me? But if it's real gold, then its value would be, I'll accept this. This statue is purely a token of sincerity, definitely not because of the money. How could I reject the Saintess's sparkling eye? System notification, number of golden divine statues of greed created, 9. Insin was shocked. Wait a second, why did the name change from Golden Divine Statue to Golden Divine Statue of Greed? System notification, create 300 golden divine statues of greed. A miraculous wonder shall occur. He became curious. Not just a small miracle, but an extraordinary one. I feel a little guilty toward them. But Saintess, would it be possible for you to make 291 more? More statues, she agreed, of course. We'll work hard to make them and offer them to you. Insin immediately brightened up. Why yeah, thank you so much. I wonder what'll happen after I receive all 300 statues. About 10 days later by Earth's calendar, he rubbed his sore shoulders and thought, so today's the final filming day. It's probably already been 10 days back on Earth. The time moves 4 times slower here, so we actually spent 40 whole days. The Hunter War has already begun, and the round of 16 is currently underway. On the Korean side, Killer, Tamsin, Mina, and Miri had already made it into the round of 16. Luckily, my clones can also participate in the Hunter battle. And honestly, if I joined personally, I might not even perform as well as they do. Inside the Hunter Federation chairman's office, JT said to Insin, so you even have a cloning skill? Well, it doesn't really matter as long as your clones are on the same level as you. Insin assured him, don't worry, their combat abilities are incredible too. Insin thought to himself, besides, our side will probably reach 1 trillion followers soon because we filmed an amazing movie. The system notified him, the Saintess has completed 300 golden idols of greed. Insin was shocked. Wow, it's already finished. He continued reading the notification. The gold of Ankia contains the divinity of an unnamed supreme god. If 300 golden idols are offered to that unnamed god, an extraordinary miracle will occur. Do you wish to offer the 300 golden idols to the unnamed supreme god? Insin immediately agreed. Of course I do, there's no way I'd pass up an extraordinary miracle. Suddenly his eyes widened in shock. Seriously, is this for real? The system displayed, promotion mission to great benevolent God in progress. S-rank followers with transcendent potential, 600. 300 out of 10,000, plus 300 golden idols of greed. Offering the golden idols of greed to the unnamed supreme God transforms them into S-rank followers with transcendent potential. From now on, every golden idol of greed created will increase the follower count by 1. Congratulations, you've struck gold. Oh my God, I don't know who you are, but thank you so much. At this rate, I'll soon be able to defeat both the Emperor and the God of Destruction. At the same time in Ankia, the God who rules the Abyss and Alpha waited together. They spoke. The time has come, Emperor. Quickly kill that insignificant god and offer him to us as a sacrifice. The Emperor's fist seemed capable of piercing space itself. The mountain where they stood erupted with destructive light. When the thick smoke finally cleared, the Emperor's arrogant figure emerged. He said, "At last this moment has arrived, Insin." The Insin he mentioned stood beneath the glow of the stage light. The host introduced him. God of Space is not merely a movie, but a legendary masterpiece that will endure through time. Recently, countless people have been asking about the future projects of its #1 lead actor and his guardian god. With such masterful acting and emotional performances, Insin. Will Insin become the god of cinema? Questions about his future projects continue to pour in. Insin secretly rejoiced. As soon as the movie premiered, it immediately took the top spot in theaters. Looks like I really do have talent for acting. He picked up the microphone and introduced himself. Hello everyone, I'm Insin. First of all, thank you all for showing so much love for God of Space. His fans screamed wildly, "Woohoo, Insin." So cool, Insin felt touched. The people here weren't the only ones paying attention to him. There were also countless viewers watching the live broadcast. I need to seize this opportunity right now. He sincerely announced, "I'd like to inform everyone that God of Space 2 will soon enter production, and I will continue playing the lead role. Once it premieres, we guarantee that this movie will deliver an even more exciting experience than God of Space 1. You all believe the next movie will succeed as well. If you do, please say, I believe in Insin." The crowd below froze for a moment. Everyone looked stunned, and even the television audience was shocked. Insin thought to himself, damn it, this isn't working. After all, this isn't some religion, so how could people just believe like that? Then someone shouted, I believe in Insin. Another person followed, I believe in Insin too, me too. The entire stadium seemed to explode with cheers. I believe in Insin, I believe too, go Insin. The system summarized, total number of ordinary followers in the Galactic Empire, 652 billion. Total number of S-rank followers with transcendent potential in the Galactic Empire, 2,254. Insin was overjoyed. 652 billion, I had some expectations, but this far exceeds what I imagined, and there are even S-rank followers too. I thought I'd get maybe 1,000 or even 10,000, but at this pace, it might actually happen. The space cruiser returned. Insin eagerly anticipated. Just a few more fan signing events, and I'll become a great benevolent god. Then I can finally return to Earth. Ever since he entered the void trial on the 46th floor, he still hadn't seen #1. The 46th floor was a realm filled with darkness, and I heard it's a place where people can only rely on their own mental strength to endure. If it were me, I probably couldn't handle it. No, more importantly, I want to know if there's any way I can help. The system notified him, #1 is requesting to share the skill eyes of the eyeless god. Do you permit it? Insin immediately agreed. Of course, let me help you. Through his eyes, #1 heard in Hosei in surprise. Lord Insin allowed the skill to be shared. I can finally see what's ahead of me now. Before him stood a masked figure who had knocked over all the chess pieces on the table. It seemed they had all been defeated. Truly useless, but there is no need to worry. She placed down the Emperor piece because there were still many pieces remaining. Below it was a piece symbolizing Insin. Inho realized it represented Insin. What? He thought to himself. What kind of monster is that guy? Is he my Insin's enemy? She sneered coldly. This time, I truly look forward to seeing whether you can entertain us. Can you feel it? That foolish apostle borrowed the eyes of the eyeless god. Inho cursed angrily. You bastard, what did you do? She replied with disdain. A lowly creature like you should never have stood before me in the first place. Could this be the karma caused by the god of destruction? Very well, you deserve to know my name. Behold the instinct of destruction. System update. The eyes of the eyeless god will review the history of the abyssal lineage. At first it was merely a chunk of flesh cut from the god of destruction by the white-robed knight. But over countless eras, it emerged like a bird hatching from its shell. A gigantic dragon wearing a crown upon its head was born from that piece of flesh. That was the birth of the Abyss Dragon. It followed only instinct and destroyed everything. No god or apostle could stop it. And so it devoured countless gods and their apostles. After thousands of years, it gained wisdom and intelligence of its own. Once the dragon acquired reason, it became bored, so it began playing with a living planet, using those it considered capable of becoming a future source of power. It marked creatures with the symbol of the abyss so it could devour them after they matured. Then it grew bored again and created another game. The creator of gods upon earth, the abyssal lineage, coldly asked, "Do you understand now? I am the one true apostle of the god of destruction, the god whom lowly humans call the abyss, and the very being who brings them fear and despair." And Ho shouted furiously, "You're saying the apocalypse was nothing more than your game?" "Why?" the abyssal lineage replied. "Do you not proudly kill animals merely to satisfy your own eyes and mouth? These things are no different. My offerings have already ripened. Father will surely be pleased with this feast. Once those who call themselves heroes truly die and mature, they will shatter together with earth itself. And when that happens, this world will be left barren and desolate." Hatred surged within in Ho. "How ridiculous, fine then. You may indeed be powerful enough to swallow earth whenever you please. But this time won't be easy because our god, Lord Insin, is here." After watching everything, Insin was not very surprised. "I knew it. The abyss dragon is still alive, but it can even choose when to appear. They must be plotting something. Could it be that the festival of the gods between me and the emperor was planned from the start? If that's true, then whatever. If the abyss appears, earth is doomed anyway. I need to become stronger before that happens. To do that, I have to defeat the emperor." The director walked in and reminded him, "We're heading to the next autograph event now." "Got it," he replied. Yizing pushed the matter aside for now. "Whatever, I need to quickly increase the number of ordinary followers and high-rank followers, especially S-rank ones, but before that I should check this first. The number of followers I have on Earth has increased thanks to the activities of the clones. Right now, So Royce and Sasaki met in the semi-final. Then the other side must be the murderer faction and Tamsin. He was quite excited. At last his clones had finally met each other. A notification appeared. "We will now begin the match between Hunter Royce and Sasaki." Insin became excited. "It's finally starting." Seeing a dark aura invade someone's head, he was startled. "What is that?" The exclusive authority of the eyes of the blind god has been activated. Through the eyeless god, he saw Anfa coldly ask, "Repeat what you just said, Mong." The emperor replied, "I said the power you gave me is not enough." The abyss god angrily scolded him. "What an insolent fool. How dare you complain about the power you've been given?" The emperor sneered, "This level of power is nothing. That's why Mong handed all divine power over to me." She stared in shock. "What did you say?" Ampha could not hold back his curse. "You bastard." He immediately stomped his foot down. Then Jonbai said, "A lowly piece of trash dares to insult a higher god." "Die," the abyss god advised. "You cannot kill him yet. We still need him for revenge. Once everything is over, I will devour him as well. I would rather descend to earth myself, even if I must bear the consequences and pay with divine power. But the god of destruction will soon arrive on earth anyway. I have to wipe out earth before I meet him." Suddenly, Alpha sensed that bastard inside my body. The abyss god asked suspiciously, "What is inside your body?" He opened his mouth and roared. Seeing herself being bitten, the abyss god shouted, "You bastard, have you gone insane?" He struggled to say, "It wasn't my intention." A dark power erupted forth, evolution skill sharing. The abyss god stared in terror at the power surging toward her from behind. Number impossible. How could a superior god lose so easily? The emperor charged straight at her. "Now it's your turn." The abyss god couldn't dodge in time and clutched her severed arm. She roared, "You bastard, are you repaying kindness with betrayal?" The emperor sneered, "Kindness? The laws of the evil gods state that the strong devour the weak deserve to die." The moment he finished speaking, his fist slammed into the abyss god's stomach. She was blasted backward. Her pride would not allow her to endure such humiliation. "I refuse to die like some pathetic prey." Suddenly, a voice came from behind her. "Behind you!" Before she could react, the abyss god was ambushed. The emperor mocked her. "Try taking me down with such predictable attacks. So the mighty gods aren't really that special after all." The abyss god revealed her trump card. "You've been fooled." She opened her mouth wide. Her intention was to pour all of her divine power into this attack. "Die!" The emperor couldn't believe he had fallen into her trap. A massive wave of supernatural energy burst from the abyss god's mouth. She screamed, "Even if I die, that damned emperor will die with me." The emperor stood there completely unharmed and said, "So after trying your hardest, this is all you could manage? Such a pitiful little spark." The abyss god gasped in horror. "How can he withstand my flames? Now it's my turn to display true power. As my final gift, I shall let you witness the flames born from this body." Together now, a violent purple vortex-like force crashed down upon the abyss god. Her body was battered and torn apart. The emperor released a cloud of smoke. "Taste your own medicine." He activated the devour skill. His entire body became enveloped in crimson power. He proudly admired his new form. The system displayed, "You have finally obtained the title of Great God. Congratulations on completing the tutorial." He let out a sigh of relief. At last, this brutal training course is finally over. I've waited for this moment for so long. The system notified him, since you have completed the training course, you may now leave it. Would you like to return to Earth? He immediately agreed. Of course, it's time to settle the score once and for all. With those words, the Emperor passed through the rift and departed. Sin had finally learned the whole truth. He realized the situation had become dire. The Emperor was capable of killing even a great evil god. So that gate would bring the Emperor back to Earth. That explains why the blind god's eye had activated. On the screen, a crack appeared behind the referee. Judging by their expressions, it seemed the other hunters couldn't see the gate at all. I still haven't become a great god yet, but I need to return immediately. At this rate, everyone will die. Right then, the system notified the Emperor. You have successfully returned to Earth. He coldly asked the figure before him, "Who are you?" Standing before him was the Abyss lineage. The Emperor had returned together with her. The Abyss lineage had just finished watching the match. The semi-finals of the Hunter War will begin right now, she happily exclaimed. My child is welcoming me so warmly. The Emperor asked suspiciously, "Your child?" The Abyss lineage continued. I never imagined you would be able to devour a great evil god. I'm so moved. At last, all the lives and divine power sacrificed to create the training course were not wasted. You are my only successful child, my greatest masterpiece. The Emperor muttered darkly, "What did you just say?" You're the bastard who created that cursed training course. The Abyss lineage confirmed, that's right, I am Abyss, the one who created you, and an apostle of the god of destruction. Seeing you return safely like this, before she could finish speaking, the child she was so proud of attacked her. The Emperor's claws slashed through the air. He demanded, "You trapped us in that damn training course, and you were the one who killed my mother too." The Abyss lineage's head still wore its usual smile. The Emperor realized the truth. You damned bastard, how dare you use a puppet? Bastard, I know you're hiding somewhere on Earth, and I swear I'll find you and kill you in the most painful way possible. And in the end, I will avenge my mother. The system notified him. The god of war, slaughter, and madness looks down upon you. The Emperor trembled with rage and swore, I will make you witness this disgraceful appearance. The god of war reminded him, the war of slaughter. And madness says that he desires the blood and soul of the young god, according to the contract signed with you. The Emperor understood immediately. Just as the god of war had said, he had received a blessing in exchange for Sin's life. But he still couldn't understand why they desired such a young god. I will sever Sin's head and offer it to you as a sacrifice. After saying that, he vanished from the space of the Hunter War arena. The audience above stood frozen in shock, unable to believe what they had seen. How is this possible? Royce has been defeated. Sasaki calmly said, this is even worse than I imagined. The referee announced, what an unbelievable upset. Royce, the man believed to be the strongest warrior, has been forced to bow before the Japanese rookie Sasaki. Tam cried out indignantly, destruction. The assassin spoke up, not yet. Since he's an apostle of an evil god, you can't kill him right now. The boy replied, destruction. The assassin continued, that Sasaki guy is extremely dangerous. Royce questioned him. That power could only have come from borrowing strength from an evil god. I don't think someone like you could possess that kind of power. Sasaki interrupted, you're talking too much. Do you want to die right here? Royce answered righteously, of course not. Evil must be eradicated immediately. Sasaki raised his sword. This time I'll truly finish you off. As they faced each other, the Emperor appeared, his eyes glowing blood red. The two of them quickly became defeated foes beneath the Emperor's feet. The audience was stunned. What is that thing? Wait, isn't that a monster? The Emperor spoke. I have a question for you, my enemy. Where is Sin? The entire arena was destroyed by him. The announcement blared, all spectators, please evacuate immediately. The monster that has appeared is an SSS rank monster, comparable to the Abyss Dragon that once appeared. The audience panicked and fled in terror. Hurry up, the announcement kept repeating, I repeat. The assassin was shocked. Is that the Emperor? He denied it himself. No, that's not the same Emperor as before. I can sense a different source of energy. We have to stop him first. Meanwhile, hurry back here, main body, the assassin said coldly. I'll ask one more time, where is Sin right now? Sasaki worried silently. He's looking for Sin. Has he already reached the semifinals? What does he want with that guy? He lowered his sword. The sword in his hand screamed, slash him, cut down the Emperor, he thought to himself. The sword of greed and lies is screaming. If that's the case, Sasaki charged recklessly with his blade. Death Scythe Kamakiri, his strike was blocked instantly. Sasaki lost his balance and was blasted backward. The Emperor mocked him. What can you possibly do with the power of a dead evil god? The destroyer of the fire god charged forward with raging flames. Sasaki stared in shock. Royce could not believe it either. The assassin thought tensely, a great god shouldn't be this strong, can I even stop him? No, I need to hold out until the true god arrives. The assassin stepped forward and asked, so I finally found you, troublesome insect. The Emperor turned around joyfully. In sin, he rushed toward him excitedly. There you are, the assassin raised his middle finger. The god's finger of judgment was so powerful that it caused the arena to explode. Even then, he remained completely serious. The emperor sneered, "Is that all you've got?" The assassin swung his sword, intending to teach him some manners. However, his opponent swiftly dodged backward. Suddenly, the emperor sensed something strange. Tamsin joined the battle, unleashing a beam of destruction. His tail stabbed deep into the ground. A fist wrapped in surging demonic energy rose upward. Royce shouted loudly, "That guy is on par with the Abyss Dragon, stop him now." Everyone charged together. The emperor looked at them with contempt. A swarm of flies. In a flash, he vanished. Zuhian shouted nervously, "He disappeared, where did he go?" Suddenly, a beam of light sliced past him from the center of the chamber. A brilliant light burst forth with overwhelming destructive force. The emperor appeared and mocked them. "Who would have thought you'd be this weak?" Senzata was already panicking. Insin's clone had been wounded in the shoulder. The emperor leaped high into the air and charged toward the assassin. "Now you'll become a sacrifice for the war god." The distance between them rapidly closed. Suddenly, a burst of light erupted as a gigantic fist smashed directly into the emperor's face. The system announced, "Insin has appeared. The festival of the gods will now begin." A single punch from him sent the emperor flying far away. Insin spoke up, "Damn it, I had to attend an autograph event way out in the middle of nowhere, that's why I'm late." The emperor held his swollen cheek and asked, "Who are you?" Insin declared. "You're asking who I am. I am the superstar Insin, famous across the entire galaxy. The one you've been desperately searching for." He used the god's ring finger of healing. Everyone present was healed. Mina realized it immediately. "This healing ability, it's Insin." The assassin frowned and asked, "So you finally decided to come back, true god? But what's with that appearance?" Tamsin looked at the angel wings on Insin's back and muttered, "Destruction." Insin happily asked, "Is everyone okay? Don't worry, I, Insin, have come to save everyone." The assassin grumbled, "Why are you talking like that? Did a screw come loose in your brain again?" Tamsin repeated, "Destruction." The emperor finally understood. "So this bastard can actually create clones." The assassin continued questioning him. "Where the hell did you go that made you so late?" Insin whispered an explanation. "I had to supervise the filming set for a bit. It's all for my goal of becoming the richest god." The assassin was stunned. "What?" "I've heard the report, Lord Insin. All the citizens of the great galaxy are watching your movie right now. Now then, adjust your expression to look more compassionate and serious." Action! He thought to himself that they were filming Outer God 2, and everything here was being broadcast live. The director shouted excitedly, "The costume looks amazing. Part of it is thanks to my special effects, but you really do look like a..." The system announced, ordinary followers, 772 billion. Great galaxy allies, 11,000. S-rank followers with transcendent potential, 5,015 allies. World ranking, 91 out of 10,000. Insin thought to himself, "I don't know how crazy this director must be to want a live broadcast, but it's surprisingly effective. My number of followers is skyrocketing." The emperor wondered, "So the opponent I've been fighting this whole time was only a clone." He let out a strange laugh. A powerful aura burst outward from the emperor's body. Everyone clutched their heads in agony. Roy thought to himself, his power is terrifying enough to pressure even S-rank hunters. This is truly on par with the abyssal lineage. He could even wipe out every hunter here. No, with Insin around, there might still be hope. He said excitedly, "That's right, this is how it should be. There's no way my opponent could be that weak. Otherwise, what was the point of accumulating all this power? The god of great war is watching. Let the festival of the gods begin." Insin signaled to them, "Leave everything to me from now on. Everyone else evacuate." The emperor interrupted. "This is no time for you to worry about others." He launched a palm strike toward him. Insin calmly tilted his body to dodge. Miri said anxiously, "Master, this is too dangerous." Demon sword summon sword god. He nervously watched the situation before him while Insin's clone swung its sword at the emperor. Insin praised him. "Nicely done, do number 2. The assassin snapped, "Damn it, that's disgusting." "Stop praising me already." The emperor trembled as he stared at his severed hand. "You bastards." Another attack left him stunned. Tamsin shouted, "Destruction." A violent torrent of power burst from his mouth like a raging cyclone. The emperor was swallowed by the cyclone. An explosion erupted, lighting up the entire room. He struggled desperately to escape the power. The emperor swore that all these pathetic tricks end here. His target was Tamsin below. The assassin taunted him, "Come at me, you insect." The emperor could hardly believe it when the assassin suddenly appeared and slashed him. He roared, "How dare that damned red clone!" The assassin ordered. "Finish him." Insin's real body immediately moved into action. The emperor still had no idea what was happening. Insin's endless heavenly demon one slash descended with the power of ice. By the time the emperor realized it, it was already too late. The entire arena seemed to explode from the aftershock. Thick clouds of dust blocked everyone's vision. Insin thought, Min must have used too much holy power to keep the clones here. He turned and asked, "Is everyone okay?" Both clones answered in unison, "We're fine, destruction." Insin called out, "Emperor." The Emperor lay at the bottom of a massive crater. Insin wondered, "Is he dead?" The Emperor's body twitched slightly and a flower-shaped seal appeared. He sneered coldly, "I never thought you could push me to the brink of death. I admit it, you really are strong, but now, I'll show you the truth. The blessing bestowed upon me by the god of war." Insin tensed up. Damn, so he still hasn't shown his full strength. HMPH, things have already gone this far, I'll just have to go all out too. Even as all three charged at him, the Emperor merely smiled calmly. Tamsin unleashed another wave of destruction, but before it could succeed, the Emperor pierced straight through him. The other two were horrified. Even as he faded away, Tamsin still shouted, "Destruction." The Emperor arrogantly declared, "That's one down." The assassin was speechless with rage. "You!" He recklessly charged forward with his sword. The scales of balance were tipping toward evil as the dark power continued to grow stronger. The scale on that side sank lower. At that very moment, the assassin let out a painful groan. The Emperor's hand had pierced through his stomach. From behind, Insin shouted, "Attack him from behind." The Emperor leaped into the air and slammed down with a palm strike. The assassin slowly faded away, only managing to utter, "Damn." "Only the original remains," the Emperor said with interest. "Insin, you're next." The flames of divine destruction made Royce suddenly shout. "Stop!" He froze the Emperor with his magic. Insin was shocked. "With magic? Doesn't that mean SSS rank Hunter Royce still hasn't escaped?" Insin stopped him. "This isn't a battle that even someone like you should interfere in. One tiny mistake could mean death," Royce replied. "Don't underestimate an SSS rank Hunter, Insin. Just watch how easily I suppressed this guy while you couldn't." Cracks began spreading across the ice. The Emperor roared and all the ice shattered into fragments. Royce was stunned. How could he break my ice? The Emperor turned his wrath toward him. "How dare you interrupt the festival of the gods? Do you even know what the hell you've done?" The entire arena shook violently as a notification appeared. "The battle of slaughter and madness has been enraged by death. It has placed a curse upon Royce." Royce sensed something strange. "What the hell is this?" Cracks spread across the ground beneath him as waves of dark power wrapped around his body. The system announced, "The silent nightmare, enraged before the holy origin, declares its challenge against the battle of slaughter and madness in the festival of the god." Insin was shocked. "What? Wait, why?" A flood of notifications appeared. Eternal Sung Suk turned pale and shouted that they should not fight because this was a war of gods. The battle of slaughter and madness smiled faintly and said, "It's gaining the advantage. A festival of gods between high-ranking deities is about to begin." The Nightmare Queen spoke up. "I don't care who dies, but Insin must not die. A god has personally cursed a human. So I will break the laws of causality as well, even if I die in the end. I will never allow my spirit child to lose his life." Insin froze in disbelief after hearing that. "What?" The heavenly blade clicked its tongue, saying the decision was far too reckless. Still, it admitted that forbidden love was quite entertaining and started munching on popcorn. The scale of peace began to move, and the evil side of the scale slammed downward. The system displayed, "The aura of evil is too powerful to restore balance according to the design of the creator god. And the god of harmony, the seal on the scale will be removed." Insin was shocked. The seal on the scale had been broken. He read the following notifications. "To defeat overwhelming evil, the fragments of good and evil must come together." Until now, the owner of the fragment of good held by Insin has still been far too weak. To restore balance, the fragment of the creator god has been infused with the sacred power of the original creator god. Insin thought to himself, the fragment of the creator god is Tushin. He had said that he had something he needed to do. At that time, Tushin had said, "I have something I need to do, so don't summon me for a while. Looks like you won't be able to do it either, since you don't have enough sacred power anyway." He wrote a letter. The system displayed, "Additional skill acquired, writing ability 7 SSS. Tushin muttered to himself, "Insin, just hold on a little longer. Once the scale of balance of the god of peace is restored by the sacred power of the creator god, we will have a chance to win." The Emperor spoke up. "It's over, Insin." He raised his fist. "About that, sorry, but it doesn't look like things will end that easily." The Emperor had a bad feeling. "What?" Insin explained, "Because unlike you, I still have many followers I need to protect." System alert, due to the rapid increase in your believers, your physical strength has recovered, and your divine power has also increased. You have increased slightly. The Great Good God mission is close to meeting its success condition. Due to the rapid increase in your believers, your physical strength has recovered, and your divine power has increased slightly. Inshin encouraged himself just a little more. "Hold on for just a little longer. Then I will be able to resonate with my believers. So please believe in me." The Emperor sensed that this bastard was getting stronger. He must be gathering his believers somewhere, but it will only be a waste of effort. He gathered momentum and leaped high, then used all his strength to clash with him. Inshin was overpowered and fell to the ground. He felt pain throughout his body. The system displayed, "Great Good God mission in progress. Civilian progress 981 billion out of 1 trillion. Rank S with transcendence ability progress 9,200 out of 10,000. Thanks to that, Inchin gained more power. The emperor still looked down on him and acted recklessly. He poured demonic energy into the sword in his hand. The emperor's goal was, I simply need to kill you before you can gather power from your believers again. Inchin could only block with his bare hands. The heavenly demon warned anxiously, with my current strength I cannot withstand another blow. The emperor charged in with unstoppable force. One strike from his sword sent him falling backward. The heavenly demon shouted anxiously, Inchin, run, right now you have to keep yourself alive. The emperor cut in, how dare you, do you think I will let him leave? He stretched his claws toward Inchin. Inchin was so tense that sweat poured from him. His claws were about to reach him. System alert, congratulations. Rank S warrior number 1 has killed thousands of rank S monsters at faster than light speed, clearing every trial of the battle's spirit tower. Great evil god mission in progress. Rank S sacrifice with transcendence ability, 10,000 out of 10,000. Congratulations, you have completed the great evil god mission. Inchin has advanced to great evil god. A surge of power flowed into his body. The light from Inchin's advancement was so dazzling that the emperor had to cover his eyes. He could not believe it. How is this possible? Inchin was extremely pleased. Perfect timing number 1. You finally finished the warrior tower. System alert number 1 has cleared floor 50 and will now exit the warrior tower. He appeared. I have arrived, Lord Inchin. Inchin praised John and Ho, well done. But that bulky body of yours is still the same. He replied, I am not sure why either, but it has been like this ever since I fought in the Great Space-Time Alliance on floor 3. Good, Inchin praised him happily. Nice, the emperor shouted angrily. You lowly bastards dare chat in front of me? You think you can defeat me just because you have become great gods? Why should I kill you? Inchin ordered, number 1, let us wipe these bastards out with a combined strike. Ho was ready, understood Lord Inchin. The two of them charged together to attack the emperor. He clearly looked strained and shouted, you bastards. System alert, great good god mission in progress. Civilian progress, 999 billion out of 1 trillion. Rank S progress, transcendence ability 9,300 out of 10,000. Ho activated muscles as hard as steel, and a field accompanied by lightning and freezing ice struck straight down where the emperor stood. He still refused to yield. You bastards think you can defeat me? Inchin appeared directly behind him. The heavenly demon ordered. Now pour all your power into it. The heavenly demon swept through with ultimate power. The emperor could only watch helplessly as he was struck. System alert. The movie viewers and disciples are going wild over Inchin's performance, and the conditions have been met. Inchin cheered happily. Everything is finished now. Progress updated. Great good god mission in progress. Civilian progress 1 trillion out of 1 trillion. Congratulations, you have completed the great good god mission. Inchin has advanced to great good god. Inchin's entire body was wrapped in a brilliant golden halo. He advised him, enough, give up emperor. The emperor refused to accept it. Damn it, it cannot end like this. I have not yet taken revenge on that abyss bastard, so he summoned the god of war. If you lend me 1/4 of your power for just 25 minutes, I will offer my body and soul to you. So please help me. In response to that plea, a fissure appeared in the sky. The two of them sensed that something terrifying was coming. System alert. The frenzied slaughter god of war has granted the emperor's wish. That power shone straight down from the fissure, and the emperor was reborn. He had to endure the pain of his power transformation. The emperor's claws bore the emperor's seal. His feet were the same. He had appeared in a completely new form. The emperor said coldly, 25 minutes is enough. After I slaughter all of you here, I will find Abyss and send him on his way too. Ho cursed. Shut your mouth in front of Lord Inchin. How dare you? The emperor looked down on him. Lowly creature. A twisting beam of light swept through the sword in Ho's hand, leaving only the hilt. Ho realized this man had truly become far stronger. He appeared beside him at extreme speed. Ho immediately activated Infinite Iron Body. However, the punch still pierced through. Ho desperately grabbed onto the enemy's arm. Sin dove down from above. That insect right there. He used Heavenly Demon Slash to sever the Emperor's other hand. Then he used the Healing God's ring finger to heal Ho. Moved, he said, "Thank you, Lord Sin." The Emperor licked the blood from his hand and praised, "What a formidable skill." Ho realized with alarm that the Emperor had absorbed that skill. So this was the infinite iron body Sin had been using. Sin understood now. It was a skill specialized in absorbing the target's ability. That Emperor had now become a supreme evil god. The battle on Sin's side had become extremely tense. Ho thought desperately, "I have to help Lord Sin somehow." The Emperor continuously unleashed deadly attacks. The more he fought, the more excited he became. "I will slaughter you," Sin thought silently. "Damn, this is a real supreme evil god. I can't beat him alone. Looks like I have no choice but to use that now. I was saving it for the god of destruction. Summon the Heavenly Blade's treasure." The system displayed, "The Heavenly Blade's treasure has been summoned to Earth." The Holy Sword's divine power froze time for 1 minute. he ordered. Sword, hurry. Deliver a strike powerful enough to bring down that emperor. Step by step, the emperor shattered the seal. No matter what or who it is, nothing will interrupt my battle. Even if it was a supreme god, the frozen space itself had begun to crack apart because of him. The system displayed, the emperor has absorbed immense karma. Summoning the heavenly blade's treasure failed. Sin was stunned. What the hell? The emperor stomped toward him and said, your cheap tricks are useless now. Tuxin rapidly increased his writing speed as countless notifications appeared. Subskill Literary Ability 9, Subskill Literary Ability 1,000,000. He let out a breath. Finally, that skill of the creator god. Share the skill with me in Sin. The notification displayed. Tuxin's literary ability has reached 1,000,000. You may now share the universal creation skill. For in Sin, it was like rain after a drought. He grinned proudly at the pen in his hand. Perfect timing, Tuxin. The emperor watched with interest. And now what's with that pen? You never fail to amuse me. In Sin's eyes began to glow. The dazzling light made the emperor squint. You think such an obvious bluff can fool me, but then he sensed something wrong and was shocked. Looking around at the room before him, the emperor froze in confusion. Where am I? Wasn't I just fighting that bastard in Sin? Why am I here? Behind him, Tuxin spoke up. Hello there, he introduced himself. I'm in Sin. What's your name? The emperor growled. I am the emperor, something like a name. He suddenly blanked out. Now that I think about it, what is my name? It's been so long that I can't even remember anymore. Tuxin asked curiously, your name is Emperor, that's a weird name. The emperor realized this brat was one of Sin's clones. Fine then, I'll kill him immediately. Tuxin shared something with him. You know, one day I'll become a writer, and I'll write something truly amazing. The emperor was starting to get irritated. At a time like this, what nonsense was he talking about? What trick was this now? Suddenly, Tuxin asked, Emperor, what do you truly want? The question caused his sinister hand to stop. What? He answered, obviously to kill you, you bastard. My true purpose is only one thing, to devour all divine power and make every world kneel beneath my feet. Tuxin denied it. No, I actually know what you truly desire, because in the end you could have been me, or I could have been you. The emperor laughed mockingly. A brat who speaks before thinking dares to lecture me. Tuxin pointed to one side. Calm down and look over there. What you truly desire is that, isn't it? A figure appeared. The emperor's eyes trembled with emotion. That's... He couldn't believe it. Mother, Mom, why are you here? Tuxin asked. Back then, didn't you want to see her one last time? The emperor clenched his fists, struggling to hold himself together. Then he confessed. After completing the trial, I became obsessed with pursuing power and completely forgot what I truly desire. I suppose this is the end for me. I've lived a disgusting life. I sank to the very bottom of society. However, this is enough now. The emperor has returned. Sin declared, you chose the path of ending your own life. So this is the creator god's universal creation, he replied. I have no regrets in this life, but I do have one final request for you. The enemy of my mother and me, find the abyss dragon and kill him. Sin answered firmly, you don't need to worry about that. I will personally destroy that abyss dragon with my own hand. Hearing that answer, the emperor vanished in satisfaction. I understand now, Sin, I trust you. The system announced, the winner of the gods' festival is Sin. At Kangu's house, the scales of peace gradually disappeared. Somewhere in Seoul, footage of Sin's battle was being broadcast everywhere. A pregnant woman exclaimed, wow, Sin's skill actually killed that terrifying emperor. Maybe he just got lucky. Outside, the sound of a door unlocking could be heard. The wife happily asked, honey, you're home. The husband saw his wife come out to greet him and said with concern, you didn't have to come out here. A pregnant woman like you should be resting. His wife replied, sitting around doing nothing all day is boring for a pregnant woman too. I've already finished cooking, so hurry up and eat before it gets cold. The husband said emotionally, so much food, thank you as always for cooking all this. They began eating together. A news page was displayed on the phone. The husband asked curiously, are you reading that novel again with the loser protagonist? Is it fun? You've been reading it every day lately. The wife replied, no, it's not that fun. Honestly, the author delays updates all the time. The husband asked, then why do you still read it? She hesitated, her entire face turning strangely gloomy. There's something I'm curious about. An image of a dark abyss appeared. At Yizin's apartment building, Sin quickly snatched Xiang Xian's cake away. He shouted, destruction, while the little girl chased after him screaming, give my cake back! The demon's sword remained calm and unmoved. The room was noisy, and to reach the realm of the Sword Saint, one had to attain true enlightenment. Meanwhile, Slayer was sparring with Inho. He praised him, not bad. Inho replied, it's an honor to hear that from Lord Yizin's clone. Sin was struggling to meet his deadline while his mind felt like a battlefield. Sitting in the middle of the noisy room, he thought about becoming an even greater god someday. The duration of the clones had increased, but who would have thought things would turn into such a complete mess. Thankfully, Tam-si hated getting involved in this madhouse, so he had already returned to his own space. Before leaving, Tam-sin threatened him, "Don't even think about summoning me while these idiots are here." The more In-sin thought about it, the more irritated he became. How was he supposed to write in a situation like this? Suddenly the phone rang. "My manager, did something happen?" He picked up the call. "Hello," the manager on the other end said. "Sir, I'm calling with good news." In-sin repeated, "Sorry, I couldn't hear you clearly." Beside him, Seong Xian was whining, "Give my cake back," while Tam-sin slipped. The cake accidentally fell. He muttered blankly, "Destruction." The cake splattered all over his head and the three of them froze. In-sin finally exploded, "You bunch of disasters." His anger flared up. "Get out, all of you, I can't even take a phone call in peace." Slayer invited in Ho. "Yeah, let's go to the training room." Tam-sin continued muttering. Destruction. After throwing everyone out, In-sin continued the call. "All right, manager," the man said. I just wanted to share some good news. Your novel has finally reached #1 on the popularity rankings, so a printed publication has been confirmed, along with a fan signing event." In-sin froze in shock. "A printed book and a fan signing," the manager explained. "We've already prepared some materials for it, so I'll call you again later. Just get ready for it, all right?" In-sin replied, "Okay, thank you." After hanging up, he still couldn't believe it. "My novel is getting published as a book. Am I dreaming?" Suddenly, flower petals drifted down through the room along with a sweet fragrance. This scent?" In-sin gradually lost consciousness. He slowly drifted to sleep until a familiar voice echoed out, "Hello, my dear." Seeing the woman before him, In-sin cried out emotionally, "Nightmare, you're safe." The Nightmare Queen replied playfully, "Were you that worried about me, my dear?" In-sin answered, "Abundant Sungtuk said you would definitely win, so all I had to do was wait patiently." "And she was right," she exclaimed, "oh my. My beloved sister Sungtuk said that. How touching." In-sin pleaded, "Anyway, Nightmare, could you untie me now?" Even though he was restrained by glowing pink dust, the Nightmare Queen refused. "Not yet." She slowly stood up and gently lifted In-sin's chin with her hand, then she lightly kissed his lips. In-sin blushed and stammered. "What are you?" she replied. "This is my final gift and also a gift from my shy older sister." In-sin still didn't understand. Final," the Nightmare Queen revealed. "From now on you will forget that we ever existed. Don't think about taking revenge on the god of war and just continue living a peaceful life, all right?" The system notification appeared. The power of the night blooming rose has disappeared. The power of abundant Sungtuk has disappeared. In-sin jolted awake from the dream. He shouted, "No, forget what, I can't accept this." He activated the shared skill, Shadow Chain Shift. At that moment, In-sin stood before the gates of a palace. He thought to himself, "I don't know what the hell is really happening, but something definitely happened to Nightmare and Sister Sungtuk." He then summoned his clones, Destruction and Slayer. After observing the situation for a moment, they asked, "So things ended up like this?" In-sin replied, "Anyway, I need your help. Nightmare and Sister Sungtuk's powers have disappeared." They replied, "We noticed that too, but why didn't you summon #1? He would definitely be the best support." But In-sin had his own reason. "#1 will guard Earth while I'm away. Of course, I'll order him over immediately if necessary." Before disappearing, Slayer grumbled, "Got it, then make sure you summon me, all right." Tam-sin also said, "Destruction." In-sin walked inside alone. He activated the shared skill, fourfold creation of the universal cosmos. A pen appeared in his hand. In-sin shouted confidently, "Let's go." He pushed open the massive doors. Someone had been waiting for him inside for a very long time. He spoke up, "I've been waiting for you, In-sin." Information displayed, Special Curse of Slaughter War. Not yet. In-sin was surprised to see him. "Oh, you're younger than I expected." The war god laughed. "Young, is that supposed to be a compliment? This appearance is all thanks to their power." Seeing the two people hanging beside him, In-sin was stunned. He shouted, "Sungtuk, Nightmare. You bastard, how dare you?" The war god interrupted him. Whoa, calm down. I'm sure you already know what happens to losers. Anyway, it seems you're carrying quite an interesting item. Changing the fate of all creation through causality, how amusing. That truly is the power of a god, but it won't work on me." In-sin refused to believe it. Just wait and see, stay out of my way." He couldn't let the two of them get dragged into this. Sungtuk warned In-sin not to fight the war god. He had already surpassed the level of a supreme god. The war god angrily cursed, "You're just prisoners, why talk so much?" After saying that, he punished Sungtuk. In-sin called out anxiously, "Sungtuk." He raised his pen. "How dare you touch Sungtuk? I'll cripple you so you can never do that again." The war god casually brushed aside the power In-sin had just unleashed. "I already told you that pen won't work on me." In-sin froze in shock for a moment. The two of them had already entered another space. That had been In-sin's goal all along. "They'll be safe if we fight here." "All right then, shall we begin?" In-sin challenged the Berserk war god of slaughter. To the festival of gods, the war god looked as if he had just heard a joke. "In-sin, have you finally gone insane? You could have survived if you refused the festival of gods. Instead, you invited me in yourself." I accept, you snot-nosed little god. System confirmation. The war god has accepted the festival of gods. War god and in sin festival of gods. The place where supreme gods wager their lives shall now begin. He raised his sword high. I'm looking forward to seeing whether you're any different from those other two. Sin swore, I will never forgive what you did to Nightmare and Sungta. He used the pen to block one of the war god's devastating sword strikes. The attack was deflected back at him. The war god openly praised him. Not bad in sin. During this clash, he had to admit the war god was overwhelmingly strong, the force driving his legs into the ground. The war god gave Sin no chance to recover. Let's see if you can endure this attack. Sin continued fighting. Then I'll answer power with power. The shared skill mountain-shattering giant supported him in this battle. When the next sword strike descended, Sin blocked it with the pen in his hand. The war god couldn't believe his eyes. You just blocked my attack with a pen? Sin still managed to grin. Well, it wasn't that hard anyway. What now? There are still plenty of surprises waiting for you ahead. Shared skill number 1, Divine Fist Spirit Armor Cannon. Spirit armor was summoned. His entire body was covered in armor capable of blocking damage. A torrent of power burst from Sin like a raging storm. Wherever it passed, the ground was gouged into a massive trench. He calmly said, I never thought that attack could defeat him anyway, but it still packs a punch. That single blow completely stripped away the war god's outer armor. He laughed in praise. Not bad. He tossed his sword aside. I don't need this weapon anymore, nor this useless armor. He threw the shattered armor away. The war god declared. Now let's fight like real men. His powerful fist rose into the air. Let's begin. Sin knew it was a bit early for this, but there was no other choice. He pointed a finger at his forehead. My clones, lend me your strength. Prosperous giant finger, assassin, and Tamsin appeared. They spoke at the same time. So it's finally time for us to show up destruction. All of them appeared perfectly before him. Sin thought to himself, looks like that 4-core Tamsin guy isn't showing up today. Fine, just keep leveling up your writing skill. The war god didn't think much of him, calling him a cheap little fool of a god. If I devour 2 supreme gods, then I may finally destroy that damned god of destruction. After that, I alone will rule over all the gods. Sin shot back, you think you'll kill the god of destruction? That'll be me, so stop worrying about it and get lost already. Humiliated the war god. Angrily replied, what? How insolent, you brat whose blood hasn't even dried yet. Assassin interrupted him. Just so you know, if the blood on your head dries up completely, that means you're already dead. Tamsin suggested, destroy that old man. The war god slowly advanced toward them. Fine, keep clowning around all you want, because once your heads roll off your shoulders, you won't be joking anymore. All of them waited seriously. Assassin moved first. He charged toward the war god, raising the endless heavenly demon sword high above his head. Tamsin also unleashed destruction, the 2 streams of power coordinating their assault against the enemy. The war god burst into laughter. Inside, Nightmare and Sungtuk were extremely worried. Nightmare spoke up. No, if this continues, things will become far too dangerous. There is no way anyone can defeat the god of war. Please, I beg you, run away. The battle outside grew incredibly fierce. Smoke billowed into the sky as dust filled the air. The god of war stomped forward, each step cracking the earth beneath him. Tamsin used earth force to push himself backward. He opened his mouth again and unleashed a destructive blast of power. The god of war looked disdainfully at the incoming attack. It's useless. He casually sliced the blast in half. I already showed you, didn't I? Assassin swung his sword, trying to stab the enemy from behind. He shouted loudly. I'll cut you down. This time, the heavenly demon martial fist slammed down upon him. Assassin was sent flying into the distance. He was severely wounded and about to disappear. Damn it. Tamsin was about to be crushed beneath the giant foot descending on him. He shouted anxiously, destruction. The god of war's foot slammed heavily into the ground. Before disappearing, Tamsin left behind one final word. Destruction. Sin began forming a plan. Before vanishing, Assassin warned him. That bastard is far stronger than any enemy we've fought before, so be careful. He replied, I know, thanks for fighting bravely. Sin raised a finger and asked, to Sin, how is the literary ability progressing? He answered, at the moment it's fairly stable. Sin nodded. Good. The god of war spoke arrogantly. Even if the 3 of you are minor gods, you're still just minor gods in the end. Is it over yet? Sin coldly repeated, that's right, it's over. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished. A single sword slash cut across the god of war's body. Sin sneered and asked, just as you said. The god of war could not hold back and started arguing with Sin. How dare you, you scoundrel. Don't think you've won just because you managed to wound me. Sin calmly raised his pen. You should take those words back yourself. Just because you defeated my clone doesn't mean anything, because the pen is mightier than the fist. A storm of punches rained down, but Sin blocked every one of them. Cuts began appearing across the god of war's body. Signs of struggle appeared on his face as Sin's pen relentlessly attacked him. Sin casually said, well, nothing can surpass the power of the pen. The god of war refused to accept it. I am the war god. A god of war who can fight endlessly without tiring. The god of war clenched his fist tightly and continued, "These wounds are nothing. Watch closely, this is why I am the god of war." Inzin was shocked. Is this guy some kind of immortal monster or what? The god of war remained completely unharmed and asked, "If you still have another move, use it quickly. Otherwise." A downward thrust shot toward him and Inzin stared blankly. The god of war threatened, "You will die here immediately." Violent power surged from him straight into Inzin's body, causing him to cough up blood in agony. The god of war did not stop and threw another punch. "How does it feel? This is my power." Inzin swung his pen and forced the attack back. He provoked him, "This is nothing." Sacred Middle Realm activated, combining with Sacred Little Finger. The merged power created a vortex in space itself. He commanded, "Burn that bastard to ashes." After that, he unleashed a massive wave of fire magic toward his opponent. The god of war struggled to defend himself as the entire sky exploded violently from Inzin's attack. The entire space was swallowed by blazing flames. Inzin landed on the ground and stared into the distance expectantly. "Is it over now?" The god of war's voice echoed out. "Over? What do you mean?" His fist suddenly smashed forward, catching Inzin off guard and sending him flying away. Inzin used his entire body to block the attack. The whole desert was engulfed in raging winds and sandstorms. Exhausted, he landed on the ground while the hand holding his pen trembled. The god of war arrogantly advised, "Why don't you stop already and accept the difference in power between us?" Inzin refused to yield. "Stop trying to recruit me, I can still continue." Furious, the god of war raised his foot and stomped down. "Brat, you still have the strength to talk nonsense. You have no chance of defeating me." By the time the god of war lifted his foot again, Inzin was flattened inside a crater. He lifted Inzin high into the air. Before the god of war, Inzin looked like a tiny ant. "It was admirable that you dared challenge me, but now it's over. Your body is no different from an offering to me now." He began extracting power from Inzin's body. Still wearing that arrogant expression, the god of war declared, "Now, I have finally obtained power equal to the god of destruction." Yeah. Inzin suddenly awakened. Noticing the strange look on his face, the god of war asked, "What are you muttering about now?" Inzin summoned a clone. The god of war still did not understand. "How pitiful, is that your final message? You will become part of my power." A stream of power burst from Inzin's mouth. It rapidly expanded until it could engulf the entire body of the god of war. He shouted excitedly, "This is it. There is hope now. With this power I can tear that god of destruction apart." A cold voice interrupted his excitement. "Fool, you still haven't realized it yet." He was shocked. "What?" The god of war's eyes widened. Impossible. Molten lava spread beneath his feet. He froze in shock. "Could everything just now have been an illusion?" Inzin replied, "You're so stupid that you only realized it now." The god of war still refused to believe it. "Impossible. This can't be happening." "Inzin, how dare you deceive me?" He recalled everything. "Since when?" "Since the moment I thought I had killed Inzin, or when I destroyed his clone. Or perhaps from the very beginning, Inchin's hand had never stopped writing." Even now, the god of war still refused to believe it. Impossible. He stood frozen, not knowing what awaited him next. Inchin spoke. "The god of war has become so foolish that he cannot even realize he was deceived by an illusionary world." The god of war gaped. "An illusionary world? Isn't that the creation god's power?" Inchin suddenly became interested and exclaimed, "At last, god of war." The god of war stood silently, waiting for the ending meant for him. Inchin hesitated. "How should I write this ending? I cannot think of one." Orsin mocked from the side. "That is why you make so many mistakes, you think too much." Sin said briefly, "Kill him." Orsin thought otherwise. "I think you should write a gentle, peaceful, and comfortable ending." Inchin accepted that idea. Gentle, peaceful, and comfortable. "That sounds good. This kind of ending is what readers want. So, are you ready, Lord God of War?" A wicked look appeared on Inchin's face, and the ending I wrote was a death, fresh and unique. Under his pen, the god of war was trapped. Is he so powerful that I cannot move? Does he truly possess the power of the creation god? Inchin set his pen down and continued writing. The god of war, who always believed he would hold the advantage in every battle, was deceived by the illusionary world and sank into sleep, along with that world's destruction. The god of war screamed in despair, "No!" The ground beneath his feet sank away. In despair, he fell into the heart of molten lava. The god of war was baffled. What kind of nonsense is this? His face filled with disbelief. Everything exploded into fragments. The system reminder sounded. The winner of the divine event is Inchin. The powers of the silent nightmare god and the tears of prosperity have been restored. A surging force filled Inchin's chest, and he began the process of leveling up. The system announced, "Congratulations, you have reached the level of a high-ranking god by absorbing the power of the god of war." Inchin let out a sigh of relief. Finally, With this power, I can defeat the Abyss Dragon and the God of Destruction. No, not quite yet. Defeating the Abyss Dragon is my goal for now. Even high-ranking gods fear the Abyss Dragon. A reminder sounded, hurry to the lower nightmare. The temple is about to collapse. Inshin suddenly remembered. Right, skill-sharing teleportation bubble. The seals suppressing nightmare and prosperity were also lifted. Footsteps rang out and Lady Prosperity recognized him. Inshin, you came back, he replied. I told you I would save you too. Prosperity looked at him with admiration. You truly are the creation god. Nightmare had awakened and she called out, Darling. Inshin asked joyfully, Nightmare, are you awake? The system displayed. The eyes of the eyeless god are seeing through the history of the silent nightmare. An era descended. Upon an unstable, unformed world, countless particles and divine origins were born from the tree of life, planted by the creation god. The goddess of beauty and the god of wealth were also deities born from this tree. Nightmare awakened first, happily shouting, I am the goddess of beauty, arriving now. Suddenly a figure bent down. Nightmare looked up blankly. Seeing the woman before her, she asked, Who are you? The woman immediately prepared to erase Nightmare. You are defective. Die. Nightmare stared in a daze at the wicked finger that was about to take her life. Behind them, the creation god hurried over to stop her. No, god of destruction, the child is not defective. That child is the goddess of beauty. She will help make our world more beautiful. The tree of life was managed by the creation god and the god of destruction. At first, the ancestor of the gods existed as a single form, but later split into two for efficiency and progress. The creation god used chaotic energy to breathe life into his creation. Meanwhile, the god of destruction eliminated those who broke the world's balance and returned them to the place where they were born. The creation god spoke, I have only one wish, to make this world more beautiful than this chaos. At first, everything went smoothly, but the creation god suddenly fell and could not complete his wish. The god of destruction saw everything as defective and became a monster that destroyed the world. The goddess of beauty, who had been recognized by the creation god, collapsed and became the goddess of nightmare. This was so she could find the creation god, who had suddenly fallen before leaving behind any trace. She always believed father must have revived somewhere. I believe that. The goddess of beauty followed the path of wealth to strengthen her power, then searched for the creation god. After some time, she finally found father. He looked a little different, but the divine power surrounding him was definitely that of the creation god. Inshin guessed, so I am the reincarnation of the creation god. That is why 4 sin and 3 sin are my avatars, yet they can optimize the creation god's power. Thinking back to when he once spoke with Inho, have you grown as tall as me? Inho replied, I thought you were the one who made me this tall. He had revived Inho. Number 1 had been revived. Insin thought to himself, so it was connected to the creator god. Suddenly, his vision blurred. Why is everything getting blurry? I feel so weak. Insin's eyes slowly closed. He cried out, no. Nightmare caught him in her arms. She said, Darling, it seems you still can't control the creator god's power. Let's go home. Back at Insin's apartment, he was sleeping on the bed. The moment he woke up, still dazed, Miri's voice rang beside his ear. Master, you're awake, he asked Xian and Miri. How long was I unconscious? Miri answered sadly, 3 days. Insin sat up. That long, he thought. Nightmare must have brought me here. Creating a virtual world consumes an enormous amount of divine power, even after becoming a high god. The system warned, Tears of Prosperity is the enemy you will face from now on, far stronger than. The advice is to only use it as a last resort. Insin's face darkened as he thought, no argument there. It would mean the end of both me and Earth if I passed out. During battle, footsteps came up the stairs. Mina walked in and said, You're awake, I just cooked something, come eat. Insin asked suspiciously. You cooked, Mina explained awkwardly, don't misunderstand. I only cooked because I was hungry, but there was too much food, so I need you to finish it. She thought to herself, I know the day when. Looking at the table in front of him, Insin exclaimed, It looks delicious. Mina proudly boasted, I don't cook often, but I'm really good at it. Xian obediently said, Thanks for the meal. Miri started eating. The moment both of them took the first bite, they spat it out. Mina asked nervously, What's wrong? Xian answered bluntly, It's way too salty. Mina couldn't believe it. She tasted a spoonful herself. That's strange, impossible. Her face instantly turned pale and she spat out the food she had just tasted. Insin knew it was time to flee. Aha, I'm going out for some fresh air. He headed to the park near the apartment to work on his deadline. Enjoying the fresh air, Insin relaxed and thought, it's been a long time since things felt this peaceful. I never dreamed of becoming a top tier. And now my work is being published and fan meetings are being organized. I should prepare the files for the director. Suddenly, a strange girl approached him. Hello, Insin turned suspiciously and asked. Hello, she asked. You're Insin, right? I really love your story. I'm a huge fan. Insin politely replied, Thank you. she asked. Could I get your autograph? Looking at the notebook held out in front of him, a strange feeling welled up inside Sin. He accepted the notebook. Of course, I'll sign it, she replied. I'm your fan. Can I ask you a few questions? Sin casually agreed. Sure, ask whatever you want. The fan began preparing herself. Her first question was, at the beginning of the novel, the protagonist wiped out the bugs and was rewarded with gold, right? Sin confirmed, right. He frowned as he thought. Back then, I had no idea those bugs were actually alive. I thought it was just a simple game. She brought up the issue and there were comments like, those bugs were pitiful. How cruel, and many more. But afterward, he saved one of the bugs known as the Saintess. Since then, he's always helped the ant tribe. Why did he do that? Can you explain it to me? After hearing that, Sin choked on his drink. He laughed until tears streamed down his face. She looked displeased. Then she asked, do you really find my question that funny? Sin admitted, yeah. He continued, stop acting already, okay? I'm a supreme god now, so I already know you're the Abyss Dragon. Information appeared. Abyss has existed for 30 years. Special note, capable of transforming into a dragon like Joker's mask. With a flick of his hand, he blasted her away. Before Sin now remained only a cloud of dust. He calmly stared ahead. I knew it. Even that still wasn't enough. The figure slowly emerged through the thick smoke. Her horrifying voice rang out. So you've become this strong already, but it's only temporary. Everything will end once my child is born. Until then, I'll let you and Earth live in peace. Sin calmly raised a finger. You think you can run? He activated his search ability. Earth appeared like a tiny sphere in his hand. Through his divine sight, every corner of the planet was scanned. Where are you? From forests to cities to snowy mountains, Sin continued searching. Where did you run off to, Abyss Dragon? He cursed angrily. Damn it, it's like she completely vanished. If that's the case, then remember Sin's words. Protect Earth from the god of destruction. And the Abyss Dragon. He firmly held the advantage because a middle god governs a planet. A great god governs a multiverse, and a supreme god stands above them all. Once someone becomes a supreme god, they are granted the skill to protect worlds. With this, the god of destruction's crystals will no longer be able to easily harm Earth. It also serves as a trap for the Abyss Dragon. The system notified, Infinite Abundance is extremely pleased that you have become a supreme god. Nightmare silently crept in and warned you once again not to lower your guard, because Abyss could be hiding somewhere before giving birth. He also said the child would be able to summon the crystals of the god of destruction. Sin replied, I know, that's why I'm using endurance right now. And besides, the abyssal current will definitely appear first. Back at the young couple's apartment, the wife was cooking in the kitchen. She went about her daily routine while waiting for her husband to come home. Her husband had just returned. As soon as he stepped inside, he praised her. That smells amazing, she cried out happily. You're back, you worked hard today too. Her husband replied, it wasn't that bad. Then he lowered his head to his wife's belly. Was our little bunny good today? She smiled brightly and answered, of course. The baby has just been waiting to hear daddy's voice. Go take a shower first. I have something to tell you today. Her husband replied, you have something to tell me. All right, I'll be right back. At the dining table, her husband asked, what did you want to tell me? She answered, well, I'm about to give birth, so I don't need to keep playing house anymore. He froze. Playing house, what do you mean? When he saw the wife before him, he was terrified. Honey. The once fierce wife now appeared in a demonic form. The abyssal current had revealed her true face, her claws resting on the table. Her blazing red wings spread wide. The husband asked in terror, who are you? Where is my wife? She replied, your wife, don't worry, I'll let you meet her right now. She flicked her finger lightly. Just like that, the husband's head flew off. The abyssal current's bloody footprints marked the floor. She murmured, I thought I might understand Sin a little if I created something with my own hands. But in the end, I still don't understand him at all, stroking her pregnant belly. She clicked her tongue, but I also don't think he'll like the thing I created. Shall we go, my dear child, to the ends of the earth? At Sin's house, he suddenly felt a wave of heat rush in. His back stiffened. Sin muttered in a daze. So you've finally made your move, abyssal dragon? The city was engulfed in flames. Everywhere the abyssal current flew, she kept setting fires. A broadcast rang out. A dungeon estimated to be SSS class has appeared. The dungeon boss is a disaster-class monster, the abyssal dragon. The citizens fled in panic. The abyssal dragon has appeared. When are the hunters going to get here? Sin appeared. He used the god's mighty index finger. A torrent of power shot down from the abyssal current, but he blocked it. The collision of the two overwhelming powers caused an explosion that shook the entire city. The abyssal current said coldly, Sin, he replied. It's been a while, abyssal current. The abyssal current glared furiously at Sin. She gathered her power, then unleashed a fire spell as if to burn the whole city to the ground. I swear you won't escape today. The entire city was swallowed by flame. Sin flew high into the air, facing the abyssal current alone. The people below recognized him. Wait, that's Sin, the legendary hunter. He reminded them, I'll handle this, all of you run. The abyssal current said coldly, where can they run? Earth will be destroyed soon. He pointed his thumb at his forehead. Don't you know, God's thumb? Corpse Man and Third Sin were summoned. Neither of them liked the abyssal current. Destruction, she opened her mouth and unleashed a fire spell. Even with clones, I can still kill all of you. He ordered Fourth Sin hold her there. Fourth Sin appeared and replied, got it. From beneath the road, a tree sprouted. Then the tree trunk wrapped around the abyssal current like tentacles. The abyssal current, flying high above, could not believe it. This is. Fourth Sin struggled to maintain the formation and began to run out of strength. I can't hold her for long. I'm not strong in combat. Hurry, Sin. Sin immediately moved. Hold on a little longer. Corpse Man, Third Sin, go. Third Sin received the order and acted at once. Destruction shot out from him. Surging destruction rushed toward the target. The abyssal current had no time to dodge. Her body was swallowed by destructive power. The abyssal current rose again. You bastard! Killer and Sin joined forces with their swords, each attacking from one side. He swung the heavenly demon and said, it's not over yet. Killer gripped the heavenly demon's sword, preparing to slash down. Together, one in front and one behind, they struck the abyssal dragon's body with all their strength. She roared in agony. They had left a wound on the abyssal dragon's flesh. However, that wound quickly healed. Sin thought in frustration, damn it, she regenerates too fast. She said arrogantly, that was nothing. Her tail swung up like a giant spiked mace. This time, the abyssal current's target was Third Sin. He shouted, destruction! Killer, Third Sin, and Sin knew what she was trying to do. She was trying to kill Third Sin first because he could attack from a distance. Seeing her wings strike toward him, Sin shouted, Killer, danger! One of the abyssal current's wings slammed down. Killer cursed furiously. You bitch! Sin told him, recover. He used the healing ring finger to treat Killer's injuries. He politely said, thank you, original body. Then he asked, do you have any plan to deal with her? Sin answered, it sounds stupid, but if she keeps regenerating, we just have to attack faster than she can heal. Corpse Man said, that plan definitely came from you. It's not exactly body-friendly. Ready. Sin had already stepped right in front of the abyss dragon. Now then, I'm always ready. Using her massive body to her advantage, she stomped heavily on the ground. Her voice dripped with contempt. Why did you insects come here? At that moment, a streak of light flashed past, and Sin shouted encouragement. Assassin, keep attacking. He replied, got it. Sword strikes moving at the speed of light sliced across the abyss dragon's body. It was the result of the perfect coordination between the two of them. Sin knew the time had come. Now Tamsin immediately began gathering power. He unleashed a destructive force toward the target. Impossible, that bastard is still alive. In response to her words, the devastating power crashed down upon her. That single attack drained Tamsin completely. A weary voice echoed out. Destruction! The abyss dragon still had not recovered. Sin raised the heavenly demon sword and said, let's finish this. The abyss dragon found it utterly ridiculous. Finish? You think this is enough to finish me? Every blood vessel in her body began boiling violently. Sin instantly sensed the danger. Wait! A section of the city exploded apart. Sin grabbed Tamsin and retreated backward. Self-destruction. Is everyone okay? The assassin replied. I'm not dead, so I'm fine. Tamsin stared ahead in shock and muttered, destruction. Sin still did not understand. What? Tamsin pointed behind him and repeated, destruction. Sin slowly turned around. Terror filled him at that moment. A figure appeared in the sky. It was still the abyss dragon, but in a different form. She spoke with interest. It's been a long time since I used this form. The abyss dragon declared, now. A streak of power sliced through the assassin's arm. He stared in shock at the blood spraying out. The abyss dragon continued. Let's have some fun. Before vanishing, the assassin could only blurt out, what the hell is this? Sin and Tamsin shouted anxiously, assassin, destruction. The abyss dragon looked at them cheerfully. That's one down already. She still appeared completely relaxed, as if merely taking a stroll. Tamsin immediately acted, activating the power of destruction. A gigantic magic formation appeared. Tamsin gathered his strength and fired a blast of destruction from his mouth toward the target. With nothing more than a casual wave of her hand, the abyss dragon defeated Tamsin. She calmly said, attacks like that are useless now. Before disappearing, he could only unwillingly utter, destruction. Sin stared tensely at the abyss dragon. She praised him, at last you've truly grown into a proper supreme god. You also look quite delicious. Sin, I wonder what kind of taste you have. Sin immediately realized, damn it, Otter is definitely not an easy opponent. The sacred relic of the universe had dangerous side effects if he used it, so it was best to conserve it in case the god of destruction appeared. He wondered, is there really no other way? The system displayed a message. Infinite abundance informs you that if you use the holy sword hidden by the god of war, you will be able to destroy the abyss. Sin considered the suggestion. The god of war hid a sword capable of doing that. The heavenly blade of absolute severance says it recommends using it because the god of war specifically reserved the holy sword for battle. Against the god of destruction, Sin decided to take the gamble. Alright then, let's try it. The god of war shared the sword skill. Looking at the sword before him, Sin's horizons broadened. So this is the sword of the god of war. He tightly gripped the sword in his hand. An overwhelming wave of divine power poured out from it, forcing Sin to strain himself just to hold on. He sensed so much divine power. I can feel the divine energy that the god of war accumulated over hundreds of millions of years. The abyss dragon suddenly remembered something. Ah, I forgot you absorbed the god of war's power. In that case, I should use a weapon too. Twin swords were summoned. Sin suddenly felt fear rising inside him. What are those twin swords? I have a really bad feeling about this. A notification appeared. Through the eyes of the eyeless god, you will now witness the history of the god of destruction. Sin wondered, not the history of the abyss dragon, but the history of the god of destruction. In the god of destruction's memories, the tree of life withered away. The god of destruction embraced the creator god in his arms and comforted her. Don't be sad, this is fate. The god of destruction asked sorrowfully, why do you have to die? Is it because your creation was imperfect? The creator god denied it. No, that's not it. I wanted her to be immortal. But that was merely my own greed. To restore order to this chaotic world, an immensely powerful being surpassing even gods was absolutely necessary, and that being must be eternal. It would become the power that drives away chaos and transcends everything. It would also become the perfect holy vessel that exists forever. The creator god had exhausted herself after pouring all of her holy power into the attempt, hoping her copy would not be incomplete. The god of destruction would then be able to perfect his divine power. However, that plan ultimately failed. Before disappearing, the creator god left behind one final sentence. And since immortality is impossible, there is only one option left. We must create an imperfect world where life and death endlessly cycle. Please watch over my final legacy. After leaving behind her final wishes, the god completely vanished. Her flesh, blood, and bones transformed into stars and spread throughout the universe. And hundreds of millions of years later, the god of destruction was born, because that was the creator god's final wish. A universe created by using every last bit of the creator god's divine power. In a place like that, countless forms of life were born, from high-ranking gods to humans and every kind of creature. The god of destruction believed they were filthy, disgusting beings living on the creator god's corpse. After hundreds of millions of years, the god of destruction finally made a decision. She would destroy every world created by the creator god and put an end to life and death. She believed that once the worlds he created were in danger, he would return. I'm sure Sin will understand the whole story. So countless worlds were destroyed, just because she wanted the creator god to come back. The abyssal current admitted, that's right, but it doesn't seem to have produced any results. Because you were born, we arrived at this day. However, you are not the creator god the god of destruction wanted, so you are still a failure. And now you must die so the perfect creator god can be born. As soon as she finished speaking, she charged straight at Sin. The arrogant abyssal current declared, let me show you the difference between a true god and a failure. Sin tried to block every strike from his opponent. Streaks of sword light flashed past him at incredible speed. The abyssal current's blade swept in as if to end the battle. Sin nimbly leaned aside and dodged that fatal blow. He was pushed backward. That attack began to exhaust Sin. The abyssal current spoke again. Do you know the difference between you and me? Enough, now accept death. Sin cut her off firmly. No, not yet. He knew the god of war was a god who grew stronger the more he fought. The more I swing my sword, the more power I gain. At last, I'm beginning to see it, the weakness of the abyss. Once he made up his mind, Sin acted immediately. His figure vanished in an instant. He swung his sword and charged straight at the god of destruction. She used her twin swords with ease, blocking each slash as it came. Of course, the abyssal current knew this too. The power of the god of war is that he grows stronger the more he fights right. Demonic energy flowed into the twin swords, and two arcs of sword light carrying terrifying power shot toward Sin. She said calmly, I wanted to play with you a little longer. Unfortunately, I don't have much time left. Sin dodged the attack. He leaped high into the air, then his aura blazed as he unleashed a move from the heavenly demon sword arc. The power of ice mixed with lightning shattered his opponent's attack. The abyssal dragon's expression turned serious. Oh, trying to run. A bit of a shame, but we'll stop here for today. Let's fight again next time. Sin, with those words, the abyssal current vanished. The entire city shook from the final blast she left behind. Sin jumped onto the roof of a building. He silently watched the city below. At that moment, did Sin think the abyssal current was already dead? It seemed she had said something earlier. When he scanned the area below, he was shocked to see the abyssal dragon's position. What? That place had collapsed into a deep pit, and there was no dragon in the pit. Sin immediately realized, ah, I ran away again. He cursed, damn abyssal current, you won't escape next time. That was enough for now. A few days later, in Sin's room, he was still thinking. The abyssal current escaped from the battle, and I have to train hard to prepare to face her and the god of destruction. Day after day, Sin trained with the sword alongside Heavenly Blade. He poured all his effort into teaching him, and every slash came down without mercy, even though Sin dodged it. Heavenly Blade was rather surprised. You've gotten stronger, haven't you? as expected of a high-ranking god. Insin asked directly, "Do you think I'm strong enough to destroy the abyssal current and the god of destruction?" Heavenly Blade replied, "You'll have to ask Nightmare about that. She misses you a lot." With those words, he disappeared. Nightmare's rift appeared. Pink thorns pierced out from the rift, wrapping tightly around Insin. He cursed, "Damn it, not this again." With one palm strike, Insin blasted the thorns off his body. Nightmare cheered from the side again. "Keep going, now that you've become high-ranking, things are more interesting." Insin asked seriously, "So are you going to answer my question?" Nightmare pushed the matter onto someone else. "I don't know, ask Shungta." Insin entered the space of the god Shungta. She replied, "Honestly, the chances of you and Earth dying are higher. They are so powerful that even a high-ranking god would be terrified of them. But there is still a way. The sword of heaven and earth has the answer to everything. As the reincarnation of the creator god, you should be able to do something." Insin replied, "Is that so?" He thought to himself, "The dragon-slaying sword of heaven and earth will be my ultimate weapon. The problem is it will drain all my holy power." Just then, a giant, muscle-bound hand appeared. As the other person grabbed his leg, Insin suddenly remembered, "I was about to ask where you went." Lion was dragged away by Muscle and pulled into Muscle's domain. He declared that muscles surpass everything. "Let's begin." After those words, Insin supported Muscle's gigantic mountain-like body as if lifting a boulder. Every muscle on his body bulged intensely. He realized that if his muscles kept developing and the 4 lives writing skill reached its peak level, he might be able to defeat the god of destruction. At Insin's house, Assassin was sparring with Inho. Assassin's punches were becoming more powerful than ever. He punched so fast that Inho could barely react, pain spreading through his body. Inho praised Assassin, "You've gotten stronger. Congratulations." Assassin replied, "You've gotten stronger too." Samsung was also diligently training destruction. The power he unleashed could wipe out monsters instantly. Inho happily praised him, "He can defeat S-rank monsters now." Assassin coldly asked, "So what?" Insin thought to himself. "S-rank monsters? No, even SS-rank monsters are no problem anymore. Everyone has grown stronger and the 4 lives writing skill has surpassed 10 million. Hopefully that's enough to stop me from passing out after using Universal Cosmos. But using it twice would probably still be too much. It's time to end this novel." To finish Dream Hunter, the novel Insin wrote at age 50. A few days later, at a fan meeting, Insin warmly signed autographs for everyone. Looking at the crowd of fans before him, he happily thought, "More people came than I expected. I told those 2 not to come, but Miri and Mina still showed up." They exclaimed in amazement, "That's so cool." "Yeah, I think so too," whispers spread through the crowd. "That's the famous hunter and author Insin. We should get his autograph while we still can. Of course, it's worth keeping as a family heirloom." A girl stepped forward. She approached holding a sheet of paper. "Hello, Mr. Insin." The pen in his hand spun continuously. Insin silently assessed the woman. She slammed the paper onto the table and said, "Congratulations on publishing your book. I'm a huge fan." Insin replied, "Thanks for coming. I've been waiting for you." He immediately recognized the abyss stream. The woman standing before him froze as her face gradually turned sinister. "Sharp eyes you've got, but you probably don't know this. I'm the one who created the creator. This game was made to resurrect the god of creation." Insin was shocked. "What?" The other side replied, "I made sure the human with the highest chance of becoming a god on Earth would become the host. I never expected it to be you." He coldly said, "Running away again, you sure talk a lot." She rubbed her belly and revealed that was before this child was born. "I can't fight at full power for long." The system displayed, "Abyss stream warning separated from the soul of the abyss." Insin asked with interest, "So what, are you trying to say I was manipulated? Because you're the one who created the creator." Abyss stream asked, "Aren't you afraid? As you can see, I can now unleash my full power without limits." Someone behind them reminded, "Excuse me, but there are still people waiting in line." Hearing that, Abyss Stream lightly snapped her fingers. The person's head instantly flew off while the people behind stared in horror at the blood spraying everywhere. The body collapsed heavily onto the ground. A young man screamed in terror, "She killed someone." "She killed someone, run!" Abyss Stream sneered, "Inferior creatures." Furious, Insin threw a punch at her. A single punch backed by years of muscle training was enough to send her flying. Yet she calmly said, "What can that punch possibly do?" He didn't care, "Really, let's find out. This time you won't be running away." The next barrage of punches slammed into Abyss Stream, sending her flying again. She still had the mood to mock him. "I only killed a few bugs and you're already this furious." Those insulting words only enraged Insin further. "What? Bugs?" She gradually returned to her original form. Her disdainful voice echoed, "What's the difference between killing one bug important to you and all the other bugs? I truly don't understand. Can you answer me?" Insin angrily asked. "What nonsense are you talking about?" She revealed. "I even tried killing my lovely husband as an experiment, but as expected I felt no difference at all." The moment she finished speaking, the god of destruction vanished. In an instant, the god of destruction appeared right in front of him. She raised her hand and grabbed Insin by the neck, cracking the ground beneath them. He thought to himself, "Too fast." she's way stronger than before. From atop the building, Miri coordinated an attack with lightning. She shouted, "Take your hands off Master." A bolt of lightning crashed down. She laughed, "You're just a bug I created. Die." At that moment, Insin shouted, "Muscles." Inho's muscles swelled massively. Punch after punch flew forward, forcing Abyss Stream to slide backward. She growled, "This guy," Inho announced. "Sorry, Lord Insin." While Abyss Stream was still stunned, he attacked from behind with a pen in hand. Insin praised him, "Nice job, number one." Infinite Heavenly Demon stabbed her in the back from behind, causing Abyss Stream to collapse. Assassin and Samsing, who had been hiding on the rooftop, said in disappointment, "That's it." "How boring," Destruction Insin revealed. "I already knew you'd appear, so I hid number one inside the clone." Cracks spread everywhere. Miri stared in shock. "What is that?" Mina sensed something extremely dangerous approaching. She screamed, "Everyone run, something gigantic is coming." A gigantic monster appeared. Abyss Stream ordered, "Too late, destroy everything, my child." It stepped out from the crack. Then she jumped down to where they were standing. Mina urged them on. "Hurry, we need to get out of here." The moment she finished speaking, a violent gust of wind swept through, making everyone struggle to stay standing. The monster brought down a crushing blow. Mina took the hit head-on. Miri screamed in panic. Inho rushed forward to block the attack. "If it's monsters, then I've already killed enough of them to make me sick while climbing the tower." He bravely charged straight toward the monster. It began choosing its next target. Second target was Miri. Seeing this, Inho roared loudly, "How dare you harm the disciple of Lord Insin?" But the monster's massive fist came crashing down. Yangtsin cried out in shock. Miss Miri and Miss Mina, number one, stared at it cautiously. "What the hell is this thing?" The monster's information appeared, Apocalypse Giant. Born only 1 day ago. Special note, a giant created by the Abyss for the Apocalypse, possessing power equal to a creator god. The Abyss Lord summoned twin swords. "Now that my child has arrived, Earth will be destroyed without a trace." Inho shouted angrily, Lord Insin is in danger. How could I possibly die here?" The Abyss Lord spoke calmly. "It seems Earth still has some useful god. Assassin, you and the original body deal with the Abyss Lord. We and number one will handle this thing." Tamkson continued, Destruction. As soon as he finished speaking, they split up and moved into action. Assassin gripped his sword and charged at the Apocalypse Giant. He unleashed the Mount Hua sword technique, Plum Blossom Chaos Dance. Tamkson followed up with Destruction. Waves of destructive force rained down on the enemy. Assassin felt a bit hopeful. "I think it's working." The moment he said that, reality slapped him in the face. The monster emerged completely unharmed. Assassin was stunned. Not even a scratch. Furious winds blew from the monster's mouth. Its roar alone sent both of them flying away. Assassin gradually began fading apart. Even then, he still couldn't believe it. Impossible. Tamkson suffered the same fate and also started disappearing. Destruction, Inho struggled to hold on. "This can't be happening where we defeated this easily." The monster's fist pressed down on him with overwhelming force. At that moment, only Insin had yet to enter the battle. The woman turned her attention to him. "You're the only one left now. It's time to end this." The monster threw a punch at Insin. Die, but a single finger from him was enough to shatter its hand. The Abyss Lord couldn't believe it. Insin sneered. "You're even dumber than I thought. This entire universe exists inside the novel I created. You're the one who's going to die." The Abyss Lord looked shocked. Was it an illusion? How? No, since when? Insin looked at the monster before him with its twisted limbs and replied, "Who knows, take a guess." "Actually, I already knew you would come today. You still wanted my autograph, right? Since you went through all the trouble of coming here." Suddenly, the Abyss Lord revealed a charming smile. "I admit that you're quite interesting, but do you really think the world you created can stop me?" Insin casually flicked the pen in his hand. "Stop you?" Then he excitedly kicked off and flew toward her, shouting defiantly, "Instead, I'll destroy you completely." The pen began glowing brightly. The Abyss Lord still had no idea what Insin intended to do with it. Very quickly, he unleashed a beautiful attack, but she swiftly dodged it. She even smugly split Insin's strike in half. As he prepared his next move, she had already gripped the hilt of her sword tightly. The two powers collided head-on, creating a breathtaking spectacle unlike anything ever seen before. The Abyss Lord acknowledged that his abilities were not bad at all. Then the force of the collision pushed both of them far apart. A cut suddenly appeared on Insin's face. The same happened to the Abyss Lord's ear. It proved that this battle was evenly matched. She licked the blood from her hand and sighed in admiration. "So this is the power you obtained after becoming a supreme god, isn't it?" Insin's face was filled with killing intent as he replied, "Thanks to that person." She smiled seductively again and said, "Even though I don't want to admit it, it really was crafted with incredible precision." I almost couldn't notice it. But is this truly all you've got? What a pathetic loser. You're not worthy of standing alongside a creator god. Then she ordered the monster, "Go, my son," while Insin was still thinking. Wondering it already regenerated its arm, the monster's eyes suddenly blazed with fury. It activated its battle spirit, releasing overwhelming energy from its entire body, making Insin seem incredibly small in comparison. That energy even shook an entire region of Korea before spreading far beyond Earth itself. Insin frowned as he watched the monster transforming before his eyes. His own power also began steadily rising. The Abyss Lord coldly commanded, kill him, and make him realize he's nothing but a failure." Receiving the order, the monster immediately charged forward to smash Insin with a devastating punch. He calmly provoked it, "You want to turn my world into an apocalypse." The monster's punch slammed down. Smoke and debris exploded into the air along with deafening blasts. When the dust finally cleared, Insin stood there completely unharmed. The monster was visibly shocked before striking Insin again. An explosion dozens of times larger than before erupted throughout the city, forcing Insin to retreat cautiously, as his body was still affected by the terrifying shockwave. He began feeling uneasy, thinking to himself, "Why isn't my fake world affecting it at all?" At that moment, Tuxin appeared and warned him, "Insin, focus. If you say no divine power or special skill was used, then the story loses all credibility." He realized that. Lion picked up the pen and drew a smooth curve. The Abyss Stream asked in confusion, "What the hell are you doing?" Suddenly, the shattered earth and rubble around them were wrapped in beautiful golden light. All the skyscrapers returned to their original state from piles of twisted scrap metal. She became irritated and growled, "You brat, do you think you're some kind of creator god?" She ordered her son, "Finish him." A swarm of monsters charged at Insin again, but he remained calm and merely pointed a finger at them. Unbelievably, the violent attack was stopped with just a single finger. The monster was shocked because in the novel, Insane had written that the giant apocalyptic monster was powerful, but it could not inflict any damage whatsoever on Insin, because Insin was a supreme god and the incarnation of the creator deity. He had to admit that logic in a story really was important. Well impressed yet, suddenly the image of the Abyss Stream appeared in Insin's mind along with the command, "Stop right now." Deep inside, he felt something strange. It was a mind control ability similar to Minasau's, but on a completely different level. He could not even move a finger. The Abyss Stream looked delighted. Lion laughed mockingly, "Shocked, aren't you? I'm the one who granted skills to my sacrifices." Then she stepped closer and whispered, "So, what do you think of my skill?" Insin deliberately answered casually, "Yeah, it's decent enough." But inwardly, he told himself he needed to stall for time and find a way to move the pen. Seeing that, she looked surprised. "You're about to die, yet you're still this calm. Either way, I'll treat that as your dying words, because I'm killing you right now." Insin stared blankly. "Don't tell me she can use Miri's lightning powers too." Sure enough, a bolt of lightning struck where he stood. Another explosion erupted. The Abyss Stream admired the result with satisfaction and praised herself. "What an entertaining game. But I no longer need this world." Suddenly, Insin's voice rang out from the rubble. "Ah, wait a second. Where do you think you're going? Sorry, but I'm still alive." He spread his legs and gathered momentum again, then leaped high into the air and continued writing with the pen. Right before being killed by the lightning strike, Insin had broken his body down into tiny fragments. They were so small they were the size of atoms. Then he reassembled them together. After finishing, he could barely suppress a laugh at the absurd yet satisfying plot twist. The Abyss Stream trembled in fear, stammering nonstop, "No, impossible." But Insin spoke up again. "You know this really is absurd, right? But it's happening for real now." The mother and son stood frozen, staring at Insin as if he were an immortal god above them. The Abyss Stream panicked and thought, "I've fought countless gods, but I've never encountered power like this before. What kind of ability is this?" Holding the pen in his hand, he muttered, "Honestly, I'm not entirely sure myself." He knew that, after all, an author was no different from a god. Insin warned them, "But don't get too full of yourselves. When events become too unrealistic, the world itself begins to collapse, because the probability works like a law of causality against." Insin confirmed, "I know. That's why I can't eliminate them with a single strike." The Abyss Stream used the healing power of the god's ring finger to restore her son, and his body became perfect again. Insin said, "See that? I can't even steal the Abyss healing skill, because all probability would collapse if I did." She replied, "I admit it's fairly impressive, but that's all it is. Even if this continues, nothing will change. With your level of divine power, how long do you think you can keep us trapped here? By human standards, maybe a year at most." He infused divine power into the pen in his hand and said, "That's more than enough." Insin thought, together with the divine gamer author, "I created this world in the novel I wrote when I was 10 years old. The title of that novel was Dream-Eating Hunter Insin. I have more than enough time to ensure their destruction." He shouted, "Summon the Grim Reaper rising from the abyss." The Grim Reaper was summoned instantly. Its body slowly emerged from the crack in the ground. A new weapon appeared in Insin's hand, a massive scythe. Hunter Sin had once discovered a scythe in the temple, the Grim Reaper's scythe. The Abyss Stream clenched her teeth and said, "That is." He hurled the scythe forward. It shot straight into the monster's chest. Its chest exploded instantly. Sin stayed alert, waiting to see the outcome. The monster painfully jammed its scythe into the ground. It trembled nonstop from the agony. Seeing it trying to pull the scythe out, Sin kindly warned, "You can't pull it out with brute force alone. The Reaper's scythe has pierced through the abyss. Not only can it not dodge it, but it also can't pull it out unless it dies." Abyss Stream trembled with rage. "How dare you use something so filthy?" Sin calmly replied, "Filthy? I haven't even started yet." She continued using her ring finger to heal her child. Sin revealed, "That's useless now." She was shocked. "What?" He unleashed his next move. "Summon May Slice Clock." The sky lit up brilliantly. A notification appeared showing that Hunter Sin's stats had increased. He had slain a two-headed monster and obtained a magical artifact. The blinding light forced her to shield her eyes. "What is it this time?" A gigantic clock came crashing down. Abyss Stream was stunned. "I've never seen or heard of skills like these before." He answered, "Of course not, because I'm creating these abilities using the novel I wrote when I was younger." The clock was rapidly descending. Her eyes widened with tension. A strange power like blazing fire enveloped the monster's body. Even the Abyss Dragon couldn't escape its fate. She cried out in horror. "What is happening?" Strange waves of power wrapped around Abyss Stream's arm. Her face rapidly aged. Looking at herself, she spoke in disbelief. "Impossible," Sin explained. "The May Slice Clock accelerates the flow of time. Accept it, Abyss Stream." She seemed buried beneath the current of time. He thought Dream Eating Hunter Sin was a novel I wrote after locking myself inside my house when I lost my parents in a gate-related accident. That novel also contained content very similar to the Abyss and the God of Destruction. After all, those bastards were the reason the gates opened in the first place. That's why I'm going to make them pay now, with interest included. For the third move, Sin used his powerful index finger. Suddenly, he sensed something was wrong. An overwhelming pressure descended upon him. He panicked. This power, is it the God of Destruction? Monsters from across the galaxy arrived on Earth, where Sin stood, looking at the countless grotesque mouths of the monsters above. He was shocked. How did it get here so fast? Streams of immense power rained down. Earth was about to be attacked. A destructive force slammed into the ground. Sin was stunned. It was Abyss Stream's body being restored. She spoke. "At last you've arrived, drawn here by the Child of the Apocalypse." Sin speculated, "The Child of the Apocalypse? Don't tell me that monster was also connected by causality when I attacked that monster." Its causality linked itself to the God of Destruction. Abyss Stream declared, "Everything ends here. Sin, once she arrives, the world will be destroyed." He charged forward, swinging his pen. "Shut up, I'll protect Earth. Use every object and phenomenon in the universe. Wield the sacred record blade and unleash a power that reaches beyond the cosmos itself." The newly summoned monsters were struck down, but the appearance of something else horrified Sin. The eye appeared once again. From its center, it fired down a massive force. The beam of light resembled a meteor crashing straight toward Earth. Sin summoned the Heavenly Demon Holy Sword, Heavenly Demon Great Thermal Hell. His power clashed against the force descending from the eye. The entire universe seemed to explode from the collision. Earth narrowly escaped destruction in time. Sin let out a sigh of relief. "I stopped it. They're incredibly strong, but that attack weakened them too. I can do this." Abyss Stream and her child froze in place for a moment. She screamed furiously, "How dare you show disrespect to the Goddess of Destruction? You truly are," the God of Destruction continued. "Impressive." She had appeared. Sin panicked upon seeing her. "That's the Goddess of Destruction I saw through the eyes of the eyeless God." The God of Destruction descended to the ground. She greeted him. "We finally meet, failed reincarnator. You will soon become a sacrifice." Countless red warnings appeared. Warning, unable to determine the opponent's strength with your current divine power. Sin nervously thought, "This is bad. Even though she's a high-ranking god, I still can't measure her stats." Even so, he immediately began writing with his pen. At that moment, Sin knew that if he could complete Dream-Devouring Hunter Sin, he would have a chance to win. Victory, Dream-Devouring Hunter Sin, the ending. After finishing it, he charged straight at the God of Destruction. She cast fire magic toward him. Sin stubbornly searched for a way to reach his opponent. She looked down on him with contempt. "You're nothing compared to her." A shield surrounded the God of Destruction. Its power shook space far beyond its limit. Sin retreated backward. His eyes gleamed with determination. She praised him. "Nice performance, Sin, but you picked the wrong target to perform for. Have you forgotten who I am? I know every skill possessed by the Creator God." Sin urged himself, damn it, we underestimated her. It's hopeless, run, Sin. A dark power burst forth from the god of destruction's palm. It was too late. Sin felt his body become completely immobile. She grabbed his throat and lifted him into the air. Sin realized she had deliberately summoned him into the false reality. Damn it, if this keeps going. After capturing Sin, she coldly said, so this is the real one. With a casual flick of her hand, Sin was hurled far away. He crashed heavily onto the ground. The god of destruction warned him. Stop pretending to be dead. Even a loser like you won't die that easily. Sin burst into laughter. You're truly on a completely different level from everyone I've fought so far. He slowly got back up, then raised the pen in his hand and said, fine then, have it your way, abyssal boundary manifestation. That bastard. Had he been deceiving me this whole time? Since when did he set this up? He launched himself high into the air, his entire body surging with hardened muscle. Sin's superhuman physique. Sin's fist stopped right in front of the god of destruction's face. She was blasted backward by his punch. That single blow made the god of destruction cough up blood. Sin unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, and even after the fifth blow he still did not stop. The goddess of destruction thought, could it be that my power still hasn't stabilized yet? The abyss stream moved in to help. Goddess of destruction, we must assist you, she agreed. Yes, I need your help, fulfill your duty. The moment she finished speaking, the goddess of destruction absorbed their energy. Chunks of blood were ripped from their bodies. Ah, unbelievable, goddess of destruction, why, she revealed, you were born to restore my power. The time has come for you to fulfill that role. Both of them were drained dry by the goddess of destruction, until their faces shriveled up completely. The goddess of destruction was now overflowing with power. Sin was shocked. What the hell? A flood of red warnings appeared. Warning, warning, the goddess of destruction has fully restored her power. The goddess of destruction calmly said, I will show you the gap between us. Sin decided, damn it, then I'll have to give it everything I've got again. In an instant, she appeared behind him. You're planning to go all out again. You should already know that it's useless. She raised her index finger and a violent surge of power pierced straight through Sin. He collapsed onto the ground. The goddess of destruction slowly walked toward him. She coldly asked, is that all you've got? He laughed and replied, no, not yet. In the end, I'm not alone after all, right? The goddess of destruction frowned in confusion. An explosion suddenly erupted in front of her. Looking at the thick smoke ahead, she scoffed, is this your final struggle, foolish? Standing before her now were killer Sin and Inho. He asked, everyone knows the plan, right? Sin assured them, let's give it everything we've got. Looking at the group before her, the goddess of destruction warned them, do you think dragging more people here will change anything? It's all pointless. Sin replied, even if it's futile, that doesn't make it worthless. Human effort can grind iron into a needle, so even the slightest chance is worth pursuing. He knew this was the moment to unleash all of his strongest cards, and to do that, he called out, Director. Can you hear me? The director answered, Lord Sin, what's going on? Sin invited him. Get up, old man, let's make another movie together. This movie will be titled Dream Hunter Sin. Killer gripped the sword firmly in his hand. The goddess of destruction recalled, that sword, it's been a long time since I've seen it. That night once used that item to slash me. Killer continued, this time, things won't end with just cutting you down. The moment he finished speaking, he dashed forward, and a sword strike carrying icy frost shot toward the goddess of destruction. Killer was determined to pour everything into this attack. The goddess of destruction coldly asked, do you really think I will allow that sword to wound me again? She retaliated with a palm strike infused with immense energy. At the same time, Sin launched a sneak attack from behind her. He thrust forward with his pen. However, the goddess of destruction easily noticed him. She lightly snapped her fingers and a streak of purple light flashed across Sin's body. That single attack severely injured him. From another corner, Sin shouted, destroy. The goddess of destruction turned her attention toward him, toward that clone. Inho coordinated from above and slammed down with a punch. Get away from Lord Sin, the punch descended with thunderous force. Smoke and dust exploded across the ground. Inho rushed over to help Sin up. Lord Sin, are you all right? He replied, I'm fine, I can still keep fighting. The goddess of destruction remained completely unharmed. Sin thought to himself. After she absorbed the abyss stream and the apocalypse giant, I don't see any way for us to face her head on and win either. Right now, there's only one way left to defeat her. The ending of the movie Dream Hunter Sin. To Sin, I'm leaving that part to you. Your strategy is this. We buy as much time as possible until he turns that possibility into reality. All three shouted in unison, yes, understood, destruction. The goddess of destruction mocked them. How pathetic, but perhaps that is exactly what makes you different from the others. As soon as she spoke, she vanished. Then she teleported directly in front of Sin. Sin anxiously shouted, Sin, looking at Sin. She realized one of my fragments was scattered long ago, so you have been waiting for me ever since then. Sin hesitated as he muttered, destruction. She tempted him, now return and reunite with me. Let us destroy everything feeding off the body of the Creator God together and wait for the day that being is revived. Tam Sin had been manipulated. Emotionlessly, he repeated, "Destruction." Killer anxiously shouted, "Wake up, Tam Sin." Killer hurriedly swung his sword and charged in. A massive demonic slash came crashing down. She reminded him, "That sword cannot harm me, it cannot even leave a scratch." Tam Sin looked over. He saw Killer's abdomen pierced through by the hand of the goddess of destruction. At that moment, she continued manipulating him. "Become a sacrifice so the Creator God may truly revive." Killer slowly vanished. She softly said, "That's one more down." From behind her, In-ho threw another punch. "How dare you touch Lord In-sin?" The goddess of destruction raised her hand. Strange power radiated from her palm. Countless razor-sharp rays lashed through In-ho's flesh. Weakly he murmured, "Lord In-sin." The goddess of destruction concluded, "That makes two," and Tam Sin, he repeated, "Destruction." A stream of memories flashed by. "Nice to meet you, so your name is Samson." "It's a pleasure to meet you, even In-ho praised you before." As expected, the third version of Lord In-sin is truly powerful, and the Seo sisters as well, all the way to the healers. And the mischievous little girl Xian Xian, who once called him Uncle Samson, had returned, bringing destruction with him. A beam of destructive light shot straight into her body. Caught completely off guard, she was blasted far away. Samson poured all his strength into this attack. Destruction, but he shared the same fate and was defeated by the god of destruction. "Even if you are merely a fragment of me, I still won't allow you to do whatever you please. Return to where you truly belong." After gathering all the power into her hand, she pointed it at his forehead. "But the last remaining one. Now it's your turn, In-sin. Willingly become my sacrifice." In-sin replied, "I won't let you get your way." While you were fighting number 1 and the clones earlier, the final assassin finished writing the ending to Hunter In-sin's dream reality. And that ending is actually pretty ridiculous. A black sphere appeared in the god of destruction's hand. She ordered In-sin to begin. He remained standing there silently. A moment later, a mysterious smile appeared on his face. The god of destruction's fingers suddenly began turning against her. Her eyes widened in shock as she stared at her own hand. Then her fingers twisted into grotesque shapes. The god of destruction glared at In-sin and asked, "What cheap trick are you trying to use this time?" In-sin casually spun the pen in his hand and replied, "I already told you, didn't I? The ending of the story has just been completed." Hunter In-sin, the dream-devouring one, along with In-sin's clone in number 1, were not destroyed. The goddess gritted her teeth in fury. Not destroyed. Instead, they will remain inside the god of destruction's body, existing there like parasites. She looked at In-sin in fear. That parasitic trick had been carried out through the Emperor's parasitic skill shared by In-sin. He smirked proudly and asked, "So what do you think, my cheap trick?" She said, "Even though you've resorted to those petty schemes, it still means nothing. Things will never go the way you want." Suddenly, the god of destruction's eyes blazed brightly. Streams of power swirled like violent whirlpools. In-sin widened his eyes in realization, so she still possessed that much power. He stared toward the god of destruction. Her body was wrapped in an overwhelming and terrifying aura. A voice echoed out, "No matter what you do, you will never protect anything from me. Before me, the god of destruction, despair will be the only thing you feel. I will destroy everything you have, In-sin." In-sin wondered anxiously, is this the true power of the god of destruction? This power is completely different from before, the soul of Sasson informed him. Because of the god of destruction's power, every object and phenomenon in the universe is collapsing. I need more time to rearrange the probabilities once again, In-sin. He gritted his teeth in anger, thinking, it's time to deal with the probabilities. Out of nowhere, a gigantic object appeared floating in the sky. In-sin used the pen to draw a line like a thread. The god of destruction coldly declared, "Do you think I'll allow you to use those cheap tricks again?" As she spoke, veins bulged violently across her hand. In-sin looked at her with disgust. "Fine, I'll stall for as long as possible," the goddess sneered. "You hateful little creatures." She ripped all of everyone's souls out of their bodies. Then she clenched her fist and destroyed them all. In-sin screamed in agony. "Everyone," she scattered the shattered soul fragments like dust. Then she contemptuously said, "Fools, you didn't even realize you were being manipulated by a single finger. Do you still not understand the difference in class between you and me?" In-sin swore furiously, "I won't let you escape. Summon Heavenly Blade Treasury." The system announced, "The Heavenly Blade Treasury has descended upon you. With the power of the Heavenly Sword, time will stop for 1 minute." In-sin suddenly saw the Heavenly Demon standing before him, saying, "I'm glad this day has come, my disciple." In-sin asked in confusion, "How are you able to be here?" The Heavenly Demon replied, "Once the god of destruction disappears, I will no longer have any reason to continue existing. I used up all my remaining karma and holy power to manifest in this form for one final farewell." Unable to believe his ears, he asked again, "So you're saying today is the final day?" The Heavenly Demon gazed into the distance and quietly said, "Life always has a beginning and an end. In any case, this isn't the time for idle chatter, In-sin." The Heavenly Demon hurriedly handed him a sword and urged, "Quickly take this heavenly sword and go." There's no time left. This is a sword forged by the laws of causality through countless eras, using my own body as the sacrifice to destroy the god of destruction. Its name is the Annihilation Sword. Curious, Sin drew the ancient sword from its sheath. It felt as though it had been abandoned in some forgotten corner for ages. The heavenly demon added firmly, "This heavenly sword can only be used once. I have no doubt that you will save the world from the god of destruction." After a satisfied smile, he slowly faded away. Sin gripped the sword tightly and turned his gaze toward the god of destruction. The moment she saw the divine blade, she grew uneasy. What kind of cursed sword is that? He was doubtful himself. Even though it looked strange, he could still feel the immense holy power radiating from it. If I combine all the holy power I have, maybe I can defeat the goddess of destruction. With that thought, he gripped the pen in one hand and the sword in the other as he charged forward at incredible speed. The goddess of destruction could not help but exclaim, "So fast." Sin leaped into the air and attacked her first with the pen. Afterward, he quickly retreated and silently observed. Seeing that, the heavenly sword immediately jumped up. "No, why are you using that damned pen right now? Use me instead of it." But Sin said it was not the right time yet. The goddess had been injured by the sudden attack earlier. She roared furiously, "How dare you!" before firing a blast of supernatural power in retaliation. Sin struggled to stand up amid the wreckage. He thought painfully to himself, "Is that thing still not ready yet? Enduring this much already feels unbearable." A camera suddenly appeared in the sky out of nowhere. Sin immediately noticed it. He smiled because it had arrived at the perfect moment. The camera broadcast the director's voice, "There you are. Sorry, I was busy preparing everything, so I arrived a little late. Now then, just as you requested, we will begin the live broadcast of Hunter Bites the Dream Button." Sin. A few seconds later, the camera began broadcasting to the entire world. The audience jumped with excitement when they saw their hero. "That's Lord Sin. I believe in Lord Sin. The number of followers has now reached 1.9 trillion. Sin declared excitedly, "The time has come, Heavenly Sword." He showed his excitement and kept praising him. "That is an enormous number of followers. With power like this, even I am astonished." The number of followers has now reached 2.2 trillion. In just an instant, the number surged to 3.7 trillion. The heavenly sword in Sin's hand gradually began to glow. He calculated that he only needed a little more. The goddess of destruction exclaimed in terror, "His holy power has risen to another level." "This is absurd," the heavenly sword excitedly shouted. Now then, Sin, 10 trillion followers. The energy released from the sword shook a vast region of space. Sin instantly leaped upward and confronted the goddess of destruction head-on. When she saw him right in front of her, panic and unease filled her face. He declared, "This right here is the finishing blow. Heavenly Demon Holy Sword, Heavenly Demon Grand Hell." A single slash radiated 7 dazzling colors across space itself. The surrounding buildings began collapsing while the goddess of destruction's body fell freely through the air. After a while, she crashed to the ground, creating a deafening explosion. The camera managed to capture the spectacular scene in time. All the followers stood up and cheered together. "We believe in Lord Sin. Lord Sin has defeated the goddess of destruction." Exhausted, Sin slowly descended to the ground. Having completed its mission, the heavenly sword gradually disappeared. He praised it. "You did very well, heavenly sword." Sin forced himself to stand upright. Looking at the ruins before him, he wondered, "Is this finally over?" "No, not yet. I need to quickly find traces of number 1 and the clones." Unexpectedly, a wave of water suddenly appeared beneath his feet, startling Sin. Beneath his feet was a rippling water surface and the sky had darkened once more. He wondered, isn't this Mina's illusion space skill? If that is the case, then it means the goddess of destruction has stepped onto the water as well. She arrogantly mocked him. "I truly did not expect this. Who would have thought you could push me this far? You really are impressive." Her face carried a sinister expression mixed with disdain as she stared at Sin. He clenched his fist. So she is still alive. She survived even after taking a hit from the heavenly sword. The goddess of destruction continued. "That attack earlier was quite impressive, but it was nowhere near enough to completely destroy me. And even if I die, I will soon revive again. Then I will continue destroying this world while waiting for the Creator God to return. And if there is one thing truly troubling me, it is whether, when the Creator God returns, He will hate me for destroying the world He created, even though I have lived through countless ages solely to await His resurrection." She turned away and answered herself, "But I could never bear having Him hate me. What do you think, Sin? If I were him, I would never want that to happen." By now, he had already managed to write several lines with the pen before finally speaking. "If everything I sacrificed my entire life to create were to return to dust, then it would cause me unbearable sorrow." The goddess of destruction fell silent for a moment before sighing. "I understand now, so those are your true thoughts." A dark crimson tear of sorrow rolled down the goddess of destruction's cheek and fell onto the water's surface. Crying, she confessed, "He will definitely hate me." But she quickly regained her composure, her expression hardening as she growled, "But I still have my own hope. Even if that is true, I still cannot forgive you. Insin looked at her in confusion. The goddess of destruction began manipulating the water beneath them, saying that the creator god had personally said this. Because I cannot become an eternal god, I cannot create a perfect world entirely on my own. And because the life icons of creation have been destroyed, my power has grown stronger. And if I am the one who must disappear, then the god of creation will regain his power and revive. Inshin shouted furiously, "This is madness." The god of destruction made a decision. I wanted to see him with my own eyes, but perhaps I have no other choice if things continue this way. With the last of my holy power, I will imprison you here, and I will bring an end to heaven and earth. And that is how my world of the creation god will be completed. Seeing her insane act, Inshin sighed in disbelief. I knew this already, but you really are insane. Meanwhile, in reality, the goddess was still watching Inshin's every move through the lens. Suddenly, she waved her hand and space itself split apart. The god of destruction strode forward proudly, declaring, "I will show you the true power of the god of destruction." She teleported into outer space beyond Earth. Then she reached her hand toward Earth, and the god of destruction's entire body seemed to shatter. The fragments fell toward Earth one after another like rain. Seeing this, everyone scattered in panic and shouted to each other, "Run, something is falling from the sky." The goddess looked at humanity and breathed out in regret. At a cafe, Minha and Myrai were sipping their unfinished coffee. She asked, "When will Inshin come back from his trip?" Myrai looked up at the sky and answered, "I don't know. I hope Master comes back soon too, because this is Inshin's hunter skill completion journey." Minha said proudly, "If that's the reason, then he'll come back right away." High in the sky, the goddess of destruction was staring intently at something. Unwilling to accept it, she said, "The earth I just destroyed could not have been only an empty shell." Still filled with hatred, the god of destruction wondered, "Inshin, don't tell me he created the false heaven and earth vision inside an illusion like this. No, is this something only the god of creation can do?" Inshin appeared from nowhere and finished the sentence she had left hanging. Inshin's enormous phantom questioned her. "Then who do you think is standing before you?" The goddess faltered, then burst into crazed laughter. She kept clutching her face, laughing bitterly to herself. Her body had already begun showing signs of fading away. She lowered her head, her long hair covering her entire face. "That's right, the only one who could do that is none other than the god of creation." The goddess's face began showing cracks. She looked at Inshin. By now, he truly carried the bearing of the god of creation. She admitted that she could no longer deny it. "I have completed my mission. Farewell, my one and only god." After saying that, the goddess of destruction vanished completely. The ending of the novel was gradually completed. Ending 1, Inshin, the dream-devouring hunter. The god of destruction needed a being by her side to suppress her fury, and that being could be none other than the god of creation. Inshin used the entire universe and the false heaven and earth vision to the fullest to become the god of creation. Inshin had become the god of creation. Inshin, the dream-devouring hunter, had completed the trial. Inshin found himself back in the destroyed real world. He quietly sat down and touched the glittering soul fragments with his hand. He wondered, can they be saved? Inshin smiled and confirmed that with my writing ability, it is possible. Hearing that, Inshin regained his confidence and courage to write once more. The sky became clear again. Inshin walked down the street with his 2 followers, Demon Sword and Xiao Ming. He looked around the streets where everyone was laughing happily. Groups of young people greeted each other and chatted. Inshin exclaimed, "It's so peaceful. Today I miss Inho even more than usual." Xiao Ming quickly tried to curry favor. "Lord Inshin, I will stay by your side to make up for it." Demon Sword shouted from beside her. "Hey, you woman, I told you that if you dared say things like that, I would kill you." Xiao Ming provoked him. "Try it if you want." He refused to back down. "This time I really will make my move." Inshin coldly warned them, "Be quiet or I'll fire both of you." They immediately tucked their tails and behaved. "Yes, we will remember your words." Inshin sighed and said, "Still, now that Inho has become a father, I can't ruin his peaceful time." In the great galactic empire inside a spaceship, Inho was happily with his small family. He was soothing his child, Peekaboo, our little muscle baby. After the death of the goddess of destruction, Inshin rewrote the ending of Inshin, the dream-devouring hunter, to undo it. He felt very happy. At the fan meeting, Inho's fans came in huge numbers. Inho had safely returned to the galactic empire and created a happy little family, while the Holy Maiden was ruling Antiek. He felt very happy. At the fan meeting, Inho's fans came in huge numbers. Outside the building hung a banner that read, "Fan meeting event for Inshin, the dream-devouring hunter." The 3 of them quietly stood above, watching. The assassin was chatting with Myra. He muttered bluntly, "That arrogant bastard, why would he even need bodyguards?" She replied, "Our master is an important figure. They're only here to deal with minor issues." Samson habitually muttered, "Destroy them." Xian beside him burst out laughing. Uncle Samson said he simply couldn't stand looking at Jensen's face. But I think he looks really cool. Today, Insin was in a great mood. He placed his hands on his hips and loudly declared, I even have fans coming to see me now. I am the greatest author in the world, Insin. Life couldn't be more satisfying. Behind him, when Miri saw Mina arrive, she greeted her. Ah, you're here. She replied, yeah, I got stuck in traffic for a bit. Then Mina, who had been cheerful moments ago, frowned and muttered, but why is she standing next to Insin? Miri explained. She's been hired as a bodyguard, actually. She's really strong too, it's just work, so please be patient, okay? Mina fumed, be patient. I already told that woman not to touch him. I'll tear her apart. Miri quickly tried to calm her hot-tempered sister down. Hey, Sister Nina. The sound of high heels clacked across the floor. The moment Insin turned around, he saw the fury on her face. Mina, she looks furious, seems like she's about to cause trouble again. Mina pointed straight at Xiaming and said, hey you, come with me. Insin thought to himself, I knew it, but I can't let them fight. So he grabbed her hand and said, Miss Mina, let's talk for a moment. After hearing his explanation, Mina shouted, what? Marriage? You're trying to set Xiaming up with the sword demon. He nodded. Yeah, that's why I hired them as bodyguards, so don't bother them. Mina blushed and replied, oh, if that's the case then fine. Insin asked, by the way, are you free tonight? Let's have dinner together. Hearing that, her face turned even redder. Dinner. For what? He answered. There's something I need to talk to you about. Mina agreed, all right, I'm going to the restroom first. He replied, sure, go ahead. As she walked away, she thought to herself, is he going to confess to me? I'm already getting nervous. Jensen curiously asked, what was that about earlier? Her reaction was stranger than usual. Suddenly someone walked over and called out, Mr. Du, could I speak with you for a moment? Insin wondered, who is it? When he saw the person, he was shocked. Even the director, the two of them entered the director's office. The director spoke up. Let's see, the first time we met was 10 years ago, right? He politely replied, yes, time really flies. The director continued, when I first read your novel, I thought we'd discovered a genius. But at the time, I didn't do anything because you still hadn't decided on an ending. But you finally did it, and I'm truly proud of you. Mr. Du, Insin remained humble. It's all thanks to your patience. He thought to himself, I wanted to turn my own story into a book, so I came to this publishing company. Every web novel I wrote after becoming an adult failed. Only this director, who was still a department head back then, believed in me until the very end. The director revealed, come to think of it, there was a woman who came here looking for you. Insin was surprised. A woman? The director replied. Yeah, she was a beautiful woman around 20 years old. She said she'd heard rumors about a young genius author. Insin thought to himself, could that have been the Abyss stream? Has she been watching me for that long? Still, I shouldn't jump to conclusions. The director added, she told us to notify her once the novel was completed. And she even spent hundreds of millions buying books. But I doubt she expected you to take a whole 10 years to finish this novel. Insin asked, do you have her contact information? The director explained, it seems the number changed. I tried calling, but someone else answered. I see, Insin pondered. She asked to be notified after the novel was completed, but she never answered. Has someone been watching me all this time? Was it the god of fulfillment? The system reminded him. The god of fulfillment says doing that would consume an enormous amount of karma points. He considered a third possibility. What about nightmare? The room remained silent. Insin immediately understood. So it was you, you've been watching me all this time. The system displayed, Silent Nightmare feels embarrassed. She says she only wanted to check whether you were the incarnation of the creator god. But she says she regrets spending such a huge amount of money and karma points because all your later works were terrible, Insin angrily thought. I was just suffering from writer's block for a while. The system reminded him. She says she's willing to buy 10 million copies of the newly completed novel. Insin's eyes lit up. That's a bit excessive, but thank you so much. How much money would 10 million copies even make? The director noticed his unusual expression and asked, hey, are you all right? Insin replied, yes, I was just thinking about something. A knock sounded at the door. The manager stepped in to remind them. Before the fan meeting begins, we'll take a few photos first. The director stood up and invited everyone, let's go. He replied, yes. The manager checked on the progress. How is your new novel coming along? Please prepare in advance so there won't be any more delays due to personal reasons. He agreed, of course. The photographer was already waiting outside. He said, please come this way, Mr. Insin. Xiaming called out. There's still an empty spot next to me. We've already confirmed it, so hurry up. The manager patted his shoulder and asked, Mr. Insin, you'll continue writing novels for us, right? Insin replied, I need a little more time to think about it. By the way, if you want to give me a gift or something, just give me beat. The photographer shouted, is everyone here now? Then please look over this way, I'm taking the picture. 1, 2, and just like that, Insin finally had a photo with all his family and friends gathered around.